If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon, link is in the description.
Chapter 176, Chapter 173, The Uchiha Way? Fujin, Akihiko, and Masaru had moved very quickly and silently. The 7 chunins who had left the tent didn't hear anything suspicious from the tent. They did hear some noise when the 4 chunins fell to the ground, but it didn't alert them much as they guessed that their leaders were frustrated by the difficulty of the next mission. Inside the tent, Akihiko looked at Datsuran and asked, "Who are you?" Datsuran answered, "I am Datsuran, a follower of Lord Jashin." Akihiko asked, "Who is Lord Jashin?" As Datsuran answered, pride could be felt in his voice, "He is the god who we worship. He will save humanity." His reply surprised the Konoha ninjas. They all looked at him like he was an idiot. Mieko asked, "Is he being serious?" Shunko exclaimed, "Did he kidnap hundreds of children for a fake god?" Akihiko sighed and said, "There are lunatics like him all over the world." He asked, "Tell me how many people you have with you and their power levels." Datsuran said, "We are led by Zankoku. He is the Grand Priest and is organizing a ritual for Lord Jashin. He has 7 priests under him including me. Each priest has 3 to 7 devotees under them and every devotee has 3 to 7 servants serving them. A priest is as powerful as a jounin, a devotee is as powerful as a chunin, whereas servants can go up against genins. In total, we have 37 devotees and 140 servants." The number alarmed the Konoha ninjas. Masaru muttered, 7 jounins, 36 chunins and 140 genins. They are as strong as a normal ninja clan. The others nodded. This mission could no longer be classified as a rank A mission. Fujin thought, 2 consecutive missions getting upgraded to the next rank. I wonder if this one would result in casualties as well. I need to be on guard. Akihiko asked, "How strong is the Grand Priest?" Datsuran said, "I am not aware of his strength." Akihiko frowned. Fujin said, "If we assume that he is as strong as an elite jounin, then this mission would be very difficult." For once, Mieko and Shunto didn't disagree with Fujin. Akihiko sighed and said, "If I knew that this mission would be so difficult, I wouldn't have brought you kids along. Sadly, we have no choice but to act. Stay on guard." He looked at Fujin, Mieko, and Shunko and said, "You are still very young. So you aren't aware of how the Uchiha clan operates in the missions. See how the events play out carefully. Especially Mieko and Shunko. In the future, you will have to lead Uchiha squads into missions." Both nodded obediently. Fujin too heard carefully and thought, "I am intrigued. I hope he puts up a good show." Akihiko asked Datsuran, "Are the children you kidnapped still alive?" He answered, "Yes." Akihiko asked, "Where are they?" Datsuran answered, "They have been imprisoned in the cave." Akihiko asked, "Why did you kidnap them?" Datsuran answered, "Zankoku-sama is conducting a ritual. For this ritual to be successful, we have to offer young kids to Lord Jashin. If he is successful, he will receive the blessing of Lord Jashin." His answer angered Mieko and Shunko. Masaru and Akihiko looked composed. Fujin analyzed, "Blessings of Jashin. Is this ritual the one that granted Haiden his immortality? Did he also have to kill hundreds of young kids or did he use a different method?" Akihiko continued asking, "When will the children be sacrificed?" Datsuran answered, "Zankoku-sama still needs another 175 children as sacrifices for his ritual to be successful. All sacrifices will have to be done at the same time." Hearing that, the Konoha ninjas sighed in relief. Fujin said, "That means that they won't hurt the children. Instead, they would do everything they can to keep them safe." Akihiko nodded, "Yes. We have time. The only worry will be if this Zankoku realized our threat and decides to kill the children before escaping. That possibility puts some pressure on them again. However, with the knowledge that the children will be safe, they knew that they can proceed with the mission without taking undue pressure or risks. Akihiko looked at Datsuron and commanded, "Leave the tent. Make your remaining 4 followers follow you into an empty tent. And make them sit next to each other with their eyes closed." Datsuron followed his instructions and left. Akihiko looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, follow me." He disappeared underground and followed Datsuron. Fujin followed him. Datsuron left the cave and looked at his followers and said, "Follow me." The 4 devotees that had arrived out of the cave with him followed him. One of them asked, "Where are we going? And what happened to Th?" However, Datsuron harshly said, "Just follow me." His tone surprised the devotees. They thought, normally he is very cordial with us. Did he get into an argument with Yasuhiro-sama for his mood to become so bad? Not wanting to upset him, they followed him silently. Datsuron soon entered an empty tent. His 4 devotees followed. Datsuron looked at them and said, "Sit down in a meditative position. Close your eyes and listen to what I have to say." They nodded and followed his instructions. As soon as they sat and closed their eyes, Fujin launched air bullets at everyone's hearts and brains. Not expecting any such attack, all 4 were hit. They all died without making a sound. Fujin and Akihiko appeared from under the ground. Akihiko made a hand sign that buried all the dead bodies. Fujin looked at Akihiko. His thoughts became heavy as he thought, his tactic. "Don't tell me." Elsewhere, Masaru looked at Yasuhiro and instructed him the same. He followed Yasuhiro along with Mieko and Shunko through the ground. They used the same tactic. However, since Fujin wasn't with them, they had to cut their heads off from behind. They were able to do it successfully. Akihiko looked at Fujin and said, "Transform into one of the devotees." Fujin nodded and transformed. Akihiko checked his transformation and transformed into another devotee. He looked at Datsuron and said, "Lead us into the tents of others." Datsuron obeyed and left the tent as Fujin and Akihiko followed him. Masaru too used the same tactic. In no time, all the remaining 11 people in various tents were dead. The 2 teams met. Masaru said, "Now we just have to deal with those 20 who are patrolling." Akihiko nodded and asked Datsuron, "Can you call them back a few at a time?" Datsuron replied, "No. Yasuhiro is responsible for patrol teams." Masaru asked Yasuhiro. He said, "Our patrol teams move in pairs. I can call them all back one by one." Masaru said, "Do it." Yasuhiro immediately began recalling the patrol teams one by one. The patrol teams were made exclusively of servants. They were all very weak. The Konoha ninjas killed them all without giving them any chance to alert anyone. With all but the 2 priests dead, they moved towards Sora, who was analyzing the seals. Sora noticed them coming. Despite the disguise, he could recognize their chakra easily. He left the underground. Haru and Genji also followed him. Sora said, "The cave has 120 seals inscribed in it. I will need some time to disarm them one by one without alerting their seal master." Akihiko said, "We have these 2 under our control and they are ranked very high. So it may be better to just disguise as their followers and go in." However, Sora shook his head and said, "No, one of the seals is an identification seal. The tattoos on their body act as an identity card for the seal. We won't be able to replicate it with the transformation jutsu. Also, some of the seals are inscribed in a combination. So entering without disarming them could be lethal." Akihiko frowned. He asked Datsuron, "How frequently do you guys travel in and out of the cave?" He answered, "Everyone inside the cave is very busy with the ritual. So they don't come out frequently. I and Yasuhiro were responsible for deciding our targets and making the necessary preparations. Tomorrow, 2 more priests, their devotees, and their servants would leave the cave. One of them is responsible for combat, while the other specializes in reverse summoning. We would have left tomorrow for the next round of kidnapping." Akihiko looked at Sora. Sora said, "That should be enough time." It's already evening. So we can assume that we would have around 10 hours at the very least. It should be more than enough for me to get rid of the seals. Akihiko nodded and said, all right. We are already in enemy territory. So we can't rest. In case they decide to come out in large numbers for some reason, we will be in a tough spot if half of us are sleeping. So eat your food pills. We will stay up until the children are secured. Everyone nodded and ate their food pills. Fujin asked Sora, can I observe you while you deal with the seals? Sora was surprised by the request. He asked, are you interested in Fuinjutsu? Fujin nodded. Sora said, all right. You can follow me. Akihiko said, in that case, we will leave the task of protecting Sora from any sneak attacks to you Fujin. The rest of us will keep an eye on the cave entrance. Chapter 177, Chapter 174, The Battlefield. Everyone nodded. Except for Fujin and Sora, the others took positions that would allow them to keep an eye on the cave entrance and help them in ambushing the enemy. Akihiko and Masaru also interrogated Yasuhiro and Datsuran about the interior of the cave. They drew up a rough map and also marked where the children were imprisoned. They also learnt that the seal master was a priest as well. And he would never leave the cave. Meanwhile, Sora began releasing the seals that he had observed and put fake seals in their place instead so that the seal master inside the cave wouldn't be alerted. Fujin followed him and observed his work properly. He was surprised. Fujin thought, wow! His mastery of the seals is way beyond mine. No wonder he was so confident. I wonder if he is a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. Fujin observed him very carefully. Though Sora used some seals that Fujin didn't know, most of the seals he used were the ones that Fujin knew or had read in the library. Though the seals were similar, Sora used many different methods to use the seals. What intrigued Fujin the most is how he placed fake seals and the speed at which he made them. The fake seal was placed almost instantly. Fujin's knowledge about seals grew every minute. Sora noticed Fujin observing him. He thought, looks like he is intrigued by the seals. Unfortunately, Fuinjutsu is very boring. He will be bored in some time. However, to his surprise, Fujin didn't lose his concentration for hours. In the end, he couldn't resist but ask, Fujin, are you interested in becoming a seal master? Fujin nodded and said, yes. I have studied some seals from the library. Though I am still a long way from becoming a seal master. If it was earlier, Fujin would have never exposed his skill with the seals. However, after inscribing his home in 10 times more seals than what the Jashinists inscribed on their base, it was only a matter of time before his skills became known. So he didn't bother hiding it actively anymore. Sora was surprised. He thought, now it makes sense why he has been observing my actions with so much concentration. He said, that's good. If you have any questions, you may ask me. Fujin immediately thanked him, thank you, Uncle Sora. Fujin was aware that an opportunity to ask queries to someone as skilled as Sora in Fuinjutsu would be very rare. Fujin asked him for every doubt that he had. Surprisingly, Sora answered every question patiently while doing his job. This continued until 4:30 am when Sora was finally done. The group soon gathered together. Sora said, the seals won't alert them of our presence any longer. We can enter the cave. I also added some seals that would help us deal with any more seals they might have inscribed inside the cave. So I would be able to neutralize them in much less time. Akihiko nodded and said, good work. But, let's wait here for now. The two groups who would leave the cave will become suspicious if they don't find anyone here. So we will kill them first. Set up a battlefield here. I want them trapped outside the cave and also ensure that they won't be able to send any messages outside. One of them specializes in reverse summoning. So shut that down as well. Sora smirked and said, all right. He immediately got to work. He began inscribing seals in front of the cave entrance. Once they were done, he inscribed seals all around the place. There were seals to block sounds, chakra, light, etc., seals to create an illusion for anyone who'd watch from outside to prevent any suspicion, and seals that prevented summoning and reverse summoning. In addition, he also created barriers to surround the entire place. It included a barrier on the ground to prevent any earth element users from escaping underground. He also sealed the escape to the sky by creating another barrier to prevent anyone from sending messenger birds or messages through any such means. In half an hour, Sora had inscribed seals in the area between the cave and the tents. Fujin watched thinking, fuck. This is like those battlefield killer moves I read in novels. Stepping into this area and engaging in a battle with him would almost be a death sentence. Unless the enemy is significantly stronger than him, there is no way to get out. Worst case, he can still trap them here temporarily. Fujin immediately made a decision, I want it. But not this one. It is too slow. Once I reach the Grandmaster level, I'll create a battlefield that I can deploy in seconds. It will be my hunting ground. With his work done, Sora approached Akihiko and said, it's done. Masaru smiled and said, let's kill those bastards. Other than Akihiko, Masaru, and Fujin, the other four weren't aware of what was happening. Mieko asked, what exactly did you do, Uncle Sora? Sora said, I have inscribed seals in order to create the perfect ambush spot. Once they leave the cave, they will be trapped. We will be able to kill them all. The four were impressed. Akihiko said, but we will kill them as soon as we can. No wasting time. I am having a bad feeling about this god of theirs. Sora, tell everyone their spots. And keep Fujin and Mieko together. They will begin the ambush. Sora nodded. He assigned positions to stand for everyone. Once everyone was in place, he said, as long as you are standing at the assigned spots, the enemy won't be able to see, hear, or sense you. Of course, when you attack, they can guess from where the attack is coming. He looked at Mieko and Fujin and said, I will put up a barrier against the cave entrance once everyone leaves. Once you see the barrier, you can attack. They both nodded and stayed in their position. Their position was directly next to the entrance. Once the barrier was up, they would launch their jutsu. Everyone else was standing in such spots that they wouldn't get in the line of fire. They waited patiently for the Jashinists to leave the cave. They waited for half an hour, then 2 hours. However, no one left the cave. Mieko was very annoyed. She complained, when will those lazy asses come out of the cave? Fujin sighed and said, they aren't gonna come faster if you keep yelling. Mieko's shoulder dropped. She muttered, maybe they would if I left this stupid battlefield. Fujin looked at her and wondered what Sora would think if he heard what Mieko said. Thanks to the seals in their spot, other than them, the others didn't hear what they were speaking. So he alone had to hear her complaints. Finally, at around 7:30 am, some people began appearing from the cave. All Konoha ninjas readied themselves for a battle. They watched carefully as the Jashinists were leaving the cave. In all, 35 people left the cave. 2 of them were priests, 9 were devotees and 24 were servants. As they left the cave, they entered Sora's battlefield. However, not a single person felt anything strange. Some left in silence, some were chatting casually and a few were excited about kidnapping more children and separating them from their parents. They talked as if it would be the greatest offering to their god. Sora and Akihiko paid close attention to the entrance of the cave. Their Sharingans observed as deep into the entrance as they could. As soon as the last person entered the battlefield, Akihiko nodded. Sora made a hand sign and a barrier sealed them, cutting all access to the outside world. Fujin and Mieko saw it. Both immediately built up a huge chakra. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame. Mieko converted a quarter of her chakra into fire and expelled it from her mouth. The Jashinists weren't expecting any attack. Suddenly feeling the heat on their back shocked them. They turned around to see a sea of flames heading at them. However, the very next moment, a massive wind hit the sea of flames. It made the fire burn even more fiercely and made it spread out. In addition, the winds themselves were extremely sharp. The wide range of the jutsu meant that none of them would be able to dodge it. The Jashinists who were closer to the cave had no chance of resisting. They were burned alive. Luckily for the two priests, they were among the first ones to leave the cave. They immediately made hand signs to use defensive moves. One of them used the water prison jutsu to protect himself, while the other slammed his hands on the ground to use earth wall jutsu. Some of the devotees also tried using jutsus. 3 tried escaping underground, 4 decided to hide behind their priests while 2 panicked and couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, the attempt to pour chakra into the ground to raise an earth wall by the priest was blocked by the barrier. The 3 devotees who tried to escape underground were also blocked. They were shocked. They looked ahead to see dozens of servants being engulfed by the fire. The priest looked at his fellow priest and immediately jumped into his water prison. The other priest allowed him in. The fire finally engulfed them. The priest sighed in relief when the fire didn't penetrate the water prison. However, all of a sudden a huge cut appeared on the water prison. It entered half a foot into the prison. The priests, who had just put their guard down, immediately began pouring their chakra into the water prison. Chapter 178, Chapter 175, That's just pathetic. The fire died after around a minute. The priest finally stopped the water prison jutsu. They looked around them and were stunned. It looked like a picture from hell. All their servants were dead. The stench of their dead bodies burning lingered in the air. 6 of their devotees were dead as well. The remaining 3 had terrifying burns on their bodies. Fujin looked at their expressions. He could see the fear on their faces. He sighed and thought, in a world like this, I can understand people being cruel. After all, there are so many wars, so many evil schemes and thousands of people with superpowers. There will be people who have horrible pasts. There will be people who are ambitious. However, if you are cruel to ones weaker than you, then you should be prepared for the same happening to you when you meet someone stronger. These guys are cruel to those civilians and children but are terrified while facing us. Now that's just pathetic. The Jashinists were usually the ones who looked at others in contempt. However, if they could hear the contempt Fujin had for them, they might die just of shame. The remaining Jashinists noticed Fujin and Mieko who had left their spots earlier. One of the devotees yelled, "Who are why?" However, even before they completed their question, a coup now pierced through the hearts of each of the remaining devotees. At the same time, Akihiko and Masaru flickered in front of the 2 priests and cast a genjutsu on them. Despite being on alert due to the crazy ambush, they weren't on guard against the Sharingan. Both immediately fell under their genjutsu. The ambush battle was won in less than a couple of minutes. Except for Akihiko, Sora, and Masaru, the others were surprised at how quickly the fight was over. Mieko exclaimed, "They were defeated so quickly." Fujin thought, "I was right. The utility of this battlefield is crazy. I have to make one too." Masaru smirked and said, "That's the magic of Sora's battlefield. The enemies always get caught off guard. And against the fire-wind combo, only water or earth jutsus could protect them. But, the barrier blocks most of the earth jutsus. So it leaves just one element to defend within a fraction of a second." Akihiko looked at Fujin and Mieko and said, "Your combination jutsu is very good. It pretty much finished the fight." After praising them, Akihiko and Masaru began interrogating the priests. Fujin looked at Mieko and asked, "Which jutsu did you use?" "It was much stronger than your fireball or fire dragon jutsu." Mieko smirked and answered, "This is one of the strongest jutsus of my clan. It is called Majestic Destroyer Flame Jutsu." Fujin was surprised. He thought, no wonder that felt slightly similar. It's the one Madara used against the ninja army. I thought it'd be rank AOR's jutsu. Then again, the scale of her jutsu is probably not even a tenth of what Madara did in the war even with my aid, and yet she looks so exhausted. Mieko looked at Fujin, who was in his thoughts, and said, "What are you thinking?" Fujin replied, "Nothing. Your jutsu is very strong. And it combines perfectly with my infinite breakthrough jutsu. It is much better than when we used the great breakthrough alongside Fireball or our elemental dragon jutsus." Mieko nodded and said, "Yes, it spreads like a sea. That's why the combination got stronger." Fujin looked at her and said, "Yeah, but it also drains a lot of your chakra." Mieko said, "Yeah. I lost a quarter of my chakra. Though it'll be fine, as the soldier pill should regenerate my chakra soon." Fujin nodded. His chakra was already recovering. Akihiko and Masaru interrogated the priests similar to how they interrogated the other two. The information they received was the same. Masaru said, "We won't get any new information from them." Akihiko nodded, "Yeah." He grabbed a tanto and swiped it horizontally. The head of the priest he was interrogating flew in the air. Fujin observed carefully, thinking, "I wonder if he'd get up like Haiden." Masaru asked, "Why did you kill him? Won't it be convenient to use them?" Akihiko shook his head and said, "They are supposed to leave today. If we use them to infiltrate the cave, it will raise suspicions. And since it will cause suspicion, it's better to just use the transformation jutsu. Besides, controlling jounins costs a lot of chakra." Masaru said, "All right." He killed the other priest. Datsuran and Yasuhiro were also beheaded. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, "I was sure that they would use them to infiltrate. Was my analysis wrong? Anyways, at the very least, none of them has Haiden's immortality. I wonder if the Grand Priest would be any different." Akihiko laid a map on the ground and said, "Take a close look at this." Everyone gathered around the map. This was the map of the interior of the cave that he made after interrogating Datsuran and Yasuhiro. Shunko commented, "This cave is huge." Akihiko nodded. He said, "The cave has 3 layers and has a lot of room on each layer. The lowest layer is the one where the Grand Priest is making the arrangements for the ritual. All the remaining 3 priests, including the Seal Master, are helping him. The children are kept at that level too." Fujin asked, "Will we directly infiltrate into the lowest layer? Or will we kill off the devotees and servants on the layers above?" Akihiko answered, "Though their numbers sounded high, their fighting power is quite weak. The priests aren't as strong as us jounins, while the devotees and servants are very weak compared to any of us. A good fire-wind combination jutsu can wipe them all out. So I am not worried about their interference. We will focus on moving to the lowest level after making some preparations. The major issue is that all the children aren't kept together. As you can see, at the lowest layer, there is one central room and 5 rooms surrounding it, forming a perfect pentagon around the center room. The children have been divided into these 5 rooms equally. Sora, you and Haru will be responsible for keeping the kids safe when we reach the lowest level. You two will have to make shadow clones so that you can cover all 5 rooms. Others will help me in defeating the enemy." Everyone nodded. Akihiko made a hand sign and disappeared underground. Others followed him. They entered the mountain. The group skipped the first layer and entered the second layer without any obstacles. However, the lowest layer was protected by some more seals. Sora said, "I will need around 10 minutes to resolve them." Akihiko replied, "Take your time. Just don't alert them. Haru, stay with him. Others come with me." The group split into 2 once again. After moving some distance, Akihiko stopped and looked straight ahead at a cavern. He said, "According to the intel, the devotees of the Seal Master stay in this cavern. And, he is the only priest that has 7 devotees." Shunko asked, "Should we kill them?" Akihiko said, "No, they are useful to us alive. He looked at the 3 chunins and said, "Keep an eye on the entrance. If someone enters, let them come in and kill them silently." The 3 chunins nodded. Deep in the cavern, 3 men were eating breakfast. However, their meal looked to be a lot for a morning breakfast. One of them said, "The work has been so high lately. We had to stay up all night." Another sighed and replied, "Yeah, and we have to get back to work by noon. I hope Zankoku-sama's ritual gets completed soon." As they were talking, they saw a few silhouettes. They quickly looked at them and recognized them instantly. They stood up immediately and asked, "Datsuran-sama, why are you here?" In front of them, Datsuran stood along with 2 of his devotees. All 3 wondered what they were doing in this part of the base. But, suddenly the eyes of Datsuran and his devotees turned red. The 3 weren't able to take their eyes off them and fell into a genjutsu. Masaru smirked, "Easy as always." Akihiko nodded. The Uchihas cast more genjutsu and left. The group moved around the cave. They put 5 devotees and 12 servants under genjutsu before returning back to where Sora was. Sora said, "I can deactivate the seals now." Akihiko said, "Wait a few minutes." Sora knew what Akihiko was planning. He nodded. Soon, 3 devotees suddenly moved from the second layer into the lowest layer of the cave. Due to the seals, there were no physical guards present anywhere in the cave. After entering the lowest level, they went towards the seal master. Akihiko said, "Deactivate the seals without letting him catch on." Sora deactivated the seals and placed fake seals in place. Immediately, all 8 of them headed to the lowest level while still staying underground. Sora and Haru split off from the group and headed to where the children were kept. The others headed towards the Grand Priest. Chapter 179, Chapter 176, A Blood Dome? In the central room at the lowest level of the cave, the Grand Priest was meditating at the center of the cave. The Grand Priest was from the same generation as Konoha's legendary Sunnins. His body was extremely muscular. However, he had numerous sword scars and burn scars all over his body. Even his face had 2 huge sword scars forming an X on his face. In addition, his left cheek had a burn scar that covered it entirely. The room was quite unique as well. There was a circle dug into the ground that surrounded the entire room. It was about 3 inches deep and 6 inches wide. 5 straight lines were dug from this circle into the 5 rooms that surrounded the central room with the same depth and width. In addition, an equilateral triangle was dug such that it was inscribed in the circle. There were also 7 pillars in the room. They were all equidistant from where the Grand Priest was meditating. Most importantly, blood flowed through the circle and the triangle. In addition, the ground and the walls were covered with mysterious symbols. The devotees and the servants were working on drawing even more symbols as the priests supervised. On one of the pillars, an old man sat. He had a long white beard that extended up to his abdomen. However, in contrast to his beard, his head was as bald as a desert landscape. Like the Grand Priest, he too had a few sword scars on his body. However, unlike him, the old man's body was very fragile. He wore a clean silver robe and observed everyone around him while stroking his beard. He thought, the preparations for the ritual are almost over. Soon, we will only be missing the children. Once Datsuran and the rest bring the children, we will add the blood of the children from the 5 rooms to this room and begin the ritual. Then we can begin the ritual. The old man, who thought about killing 375 children with no remorse or pity, was the one who had placed seals in the cave. As he was observing everyone's work, he noticed 3 devotees approaching him. He looked at them and asked, "Why aren't you 3 resting?" One of the 3 devotees laughed awkwardly and said, "Isamu-sama, the ritual is so close to completion. We were excited and couldn't sleep. So we decided to help complete all the preparations before sleeping." The old man looked at them and thought, "Not bad. Unlike the other priests, all my devotees are extremely dedicated to Lord Jashin." He said, Good, with your help, the work should be done in the next 3 hours. Aid your fellow devotees. The trio nodded and went past his pillar towards other devotees. Everyone continued working as normal. However, they were ignorant about the calamity that was about to befall them. The Konoha ninjas were hiding in the walls of the room. Fujin concentrated chakra in his eyes while others had their Sharingan activated. They were waiting for Sora and Haru. In a few minutes, Sora set up barriers to isolate the rooms that held the kids from the central room. As soon as the barrier was up, Fujin and Mieko built up their chakra and exited the cave walls. Their entrance instantly attracted dozens of eyes. All the 3 priests looked at them too. The Grand Priest also opened his eyes. However, before anyone could act, their eyes could only see a firestorm. Fujin and Mieko both used their respective jutsus. Fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. Wind release, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The combination jutsu threatened to consume everyone in the circular room. The sudden attack caused a lot of panic. Many tried making a jutsu, but the short time meant that most couldn't. Only 2 people managed to act in time. Isamu made a hand seal. Immediately, a barrier appeared across the room. It divided the room into 2, with Mieko and Fujin on one side and all the priests and the Grand Priest on the other side. The Grand Priest Zankoku was the other one to act. He controlled the blood in the room to rise up and act as a barrier. However, the short time meant that he couldn't infuse much chakra into the blood to make the barrier sturdy. Fujin's winds blasted through the blood barriers. The firestorm hit Isamu's barrier and was halted. However, all the Jashinists on their side of the barrier were burnt alive. Many painful screams could be heard in the fire. Their screams unnerved the Jashinists. The kidnapped children also heard the screams and began crying. All the devotees and servants who were alive gathered around their priests. Everyone took out their weapons. Only Isamu's devotees were all alive as they were working behind him. The other 2 priests lost half of their subordinates. Isamu said loudly, "It looks like the rats from the land of grass have found our hideout. Don't panic. This is our base. They will be sacrificed to Lord Jashin." However, Zankoku looked menacingly at Isamu and asked, "How did you not know that there are intruders in our hideout, Isamu?" Zankoku's menacing tone frightened him. He looked back at him and said, "Zankoku-sama, I am not sure how they infiltrated so deep without alerting me. I had inscribed all the seals properly." He truly didn't understand how they infiltrated the hideout without triggering a single seal. After all, he had inscribed over 100 seals in the cave. Zankoku said, "Let us first deal with these insects. Then I'll take care of you." Isamu's expression was grim. He focused his eyes beyond the barrier. A firestorm was still raging in that part of the room. He thought, how the fuck did these rats appear here? I need to finish them off personally. Otherwise, I might be the unlucky person to suffer Zankoku-sama's wrath. He made a hand sign intending to activate the seals that he had placed in the room. However, at that time, 2 swords pierced through his body. This sequence of actions shocked all the Jashinists. They looked at Isamu with stunned expressions. Even Zankoku was shocked. He initially suspected that Isamu had betrayed them. But now Isamu was betrayed by his own devotees. Isamu's face was full of disbelief. He turned his head around and looked at his 2 devotees. He asked, "Why?" He died without understanding why his obedient devotees killed him. The remaining 5 devotees of Isamu were the ones who had the highest impact other than Isamu himself. They looked at their fellow devotees in rage and disbelief. One of them yelled, "Why did you kill our priest?" One of the killers shouted, "This perverted old leecher killed my mother." The other one shouted, "He killed my friends. He is as sick as that pedophile Jashin." Their words shocked everyone. They were filled with rage. Zankoku shouted, "How dare you commit blasphemy!" Akihiko saw these interactions and smirked. He thought, it's so easy to rile them up. Their small argument caused a distraction. Zankoku was about to kill them when he heard a cracking sound. He looked to see that the barrier that Isamu had erected was getting broken. Without Isamu providing chakra to it, the barrier could no longer hold the combination jutsu back. A frown formed on his face as he made a hand sign. All the blood around him rose and formed a dome with him at the center. The dome also covered the other two priests and their subordinates. However, the subordinates of Isamu were left without any protection. With Isamu dead, his devotees understood that they wouldn't get any help from Zankoku. They looked at Isamu's killers in anger while making hand signs to use a jutsu to protect themselves. However, the two who killed Isamu began attacking the devotees who were making hand signs. This enraged them even more. They shouted, "You killed our priest and now you two want to eliminate us too." In a rage, 4 devotees attacked the 2 traitors. The 2 traitors resisted. They were about to engage in an all-out fight when 2 kunais pierced the back of 2 of those devotees. They turned around to see one of their fellow devotees killing them. They exclaimed, "You too!" At that instant, the barrier finally broke. The firestorm hit the blood dome and the subordinates of Isamu. All of Isamu's subordinates were burned alive like the others who had already died. However, the blood dome stayed strong. Fujin and Mieko's combination jutsu wasn't able to pierce through it at all. Fujin thought, this is new. He is using the blood that was flowing in the room like a water element user would use water. I wonder if all water affinity ninjas can do this, or is this something different? Also, his chakra is very strange. I have never sensed a chakra like his. It's quite high but is unstable. And it gives a different feeling as compared to normal chakra. Chapter 180, Chapter 177, A Bloody Battle. Zankoku observed the 2 kids as he thought, hidden leaf headbands. And that girl is an Uchiha. There should be more. No wonder that old buffoon's followers betrayed him. As he was analyzing, Zankoku immediately looked at the ground below. He muttered, as I thought. Wanting to take advantage of the combination jutsu, Akihiko and the rest decided to do another surprise attack from the underground. However, due to having meditated in this room for several days and due to the preparations he had made for the ritual, Zankoku noticed a few ninjas infiltrating from the ground. He focused chakra on his right leg. His leg was covered in a red aura. He raised his right leg and slammed it down with all his power. He decided, it's impossible to conduct the ritual here. They will keep coming like flies no matter how many I defeat. But, I am definitely killing these fuckers who destroyed my ritual. He shouted, escape the cave. Zankoku kicked down at the center of the cave. Cracks began appearing. They expanded without slowing down. A shockwave was also sent into the ground towards Akihiko and company. They all were hit by the shockwave. Fujin and Mieko watched as the cracks moved towards them. Both flickered and entered into the walls at the same time and used Earth instantaneous body jutsu to escape the collapsing cave. Akihiko and the rest were hit by the shockwave but weren't much injured. They too employed means to escape the cave. As the cracks spread, they also reached the 5 rooms where the children were held. Sora and Haru and their clones watched with grim faces. Sora had only created one barrier to stop any random attacks from entering there. Fujin and Mieko's combination jutsu hit all the barriers that he had created. But, this barrier won't protect the kids if the entire cave was collapsing. Sora, Haru, and the kids noticed as the ground began cracking. The children immediately began crying loudly. Sora and his clones desperately made hand signs. After making hand signs, they slammed their hands on the floor. A barrier appeared along the floor, barely protecting the kids from any harm. However, at that time, the walls had begun cracking. Haru and his clones immediately placed their hands on the walls and poured earth chakra into the walls to strengthen them slightly and prevent them from collapsing. Sora and his clones used this window of time to create more barriers. They first made a barrier along the ceiling to prevent any rocks from falling on the kids. They followed by creating more barriers to protect the children from all sides and ensure that the floor and the ceiling were connected properly. Right when the last barrier was erected, the entire cave collapsed. Fortunately, due to the barriers, the children were safe. Sora and Haru were breathing heavily. But a smile could be seen on their faces. The kids were sage. However, despite being safe, the kids were still wailing loudly. After all, the experience was very scary. Sora and Haru looked at them. Haru and his clone made a hand sign. They cast genjutsu on all the children and made them fall asleep. When the kids fell asleep, he and his clones all fell to the ground. Sora looked at him and said, "You have lost a lot of your chakra." Haru replied while breathing heavily, "Yeah, I poured almost all my chakra into the walls." Sora said, "Yeah, good job. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have managed to complete the barriers in time. Anyways, take a rest. The soldier pills should begin recovering our chakra, but we won't be able to participate in the fight above. We will ensure that the kids stay safe." Haru nodded and sat in a meditative pose. Sora too joined him. While meditating, he thought, that chakra spike just before the impact was different. I guess there is more depth to this god after all. That said, he will be no match against the Sharingan. This mission is over. Fujin and Mieko were the first ones to leave the cave and appear outside. They saw as the mountain in front of them crumbled. Fujin said, "That guy is much stronger than I expected." Mieko nodded, "Yeah, his chakra is almost as high as Sensei. And it doesn't seem humane." Fujin agreed, "Yeah, his chakra makes me feel sick. I wonder why that is." At that time, Akihiko and his group emerged from the underground. There were no casualties in their group. A few seconds later, the Jashinists also began appearing. Every Jashinist who was at the lowest level survived. However, in the above layers, all the servants died. Only the 7 devotees made it out alive. Their group now contained 1 grand priest, 2 priests, 8 devotees, and 20 servants. Akihiko looked at the Jashinists and said, "Mieko, save your chakra. Fujin, give me a big one." Without a word, Fujin used another infinite breakthrough jutsu at the Jashinists. Akihiko followed by expelling a huge amount of fire into Fujin's jutsu. Though their combination wasn't as good as Fujin and Mieko's, it was still very threatening. The wide range meant that it couldn't be dodged. Zangoku snorted, "How many times will you use the same trick?" He joined his hands together, almost as if he was praying. His chakra suddenly spiked. A few gallons of blood appeared from the ground and began floating in the air. Bloody Shield Jutsu. Bloody Death Jutsu. The blood immediately took the form of a large screen to block the incoming jutsu. The Konoha ninjas thought that would be it. However, small needle heads formed on the surface of the screen. Thousands of needles made of blood were launched at the Konoha ninjas. Fujin expected the firestorm to deflect all the blood needles. However, they just pierced through the firestorm with ease without changing directions. Masaru stepped forward and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Wall Jutsu. A giant earth wall appeared in front of the group. However, the blood needles pierced through them as well. The Konoha ninjas were surprised. Fujin immediately flickered out of the way. So did the rest except Shunko. He was slow to react. His eyes saw the wall being penetrated, but his body was slow to react. His Sharingan swatched the dense blood needles coming at him and he barely moved to dodge the attack. A bunch of blood needles scratched his body, leaving him with 10 to 12 cuts. Fujin wondered, what the heck is with this blood? It's almost as penetrative as my wind vacuum technique jutsus. A similar thought ran through the minds of the Uchihas as well. The jutsu was very lethal. Akihiko quickly scanned Shunko with his Sharingan. The wounds on him weren't lethal. He looked at Zangoku and had a bad feeling. A huge grin could be seen on Zankoku's face as he made the seal of confrontation with his left hand. Akihiko followed his gaze and looked at Shunko. His eyes widened as he saw the chakra gathering on the spots where the cuts had appeared. He yelled, "Shunko, move away!" Shunko didn't understand why he said so but still jumped backwards. Unfortunately, 12 explosions took place on his body at the same time. His loud shriek could be heard. Akihiko immediately flickered next to him but stayed at arm's length. He created a shadow clone to check on him. The Jashinists smirked at seeing their leader handling the enemies by themselves. Their morale was raised. They all got on the attack. However, even before they could get on the attack, Fujin, Masaru, and Mieko got on the attack. They didn't know what had happened with Shunko. So they stayed clear of all blood controlled by Zankoku. Fujin attacked them with the air bullet jutsu from a range, while Masaru and Mieko used Phoenix Sage Fire jutsu. Their aim was to restrict the movement and kill off the weaker enemies. Unlike the earlier instance, this wasn't a large-scale jutsu. So Zankoku didn't waste his chakra to put up a huge defense. Without his help, the servants were sitting ducks for the Konoha ninjas. 12 servants died in this attack. The devotees and priests were safe, but their jutsus were disturbed. Akihiko and Genji looked at Shunko in this short window of time. They examined his injuries. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. He was still conscious. Akihiko said, "It looks like when he was cut, some of the blood that guy controlled was left on Shunko's body. Only that blood exploded. That's why the injuries aren't lethal." Genji nodded. He agreed with the analysis. Akihiko said, "Carry him away from here. He is in no condition to fight." Genji nodded, "All right, I'll take care of him." He carried Shunko and flickered away. Akihiko looked at Zankoku with a serious look on his face as he wondered, what the heck is his jutsu? I thought he controlled external blood similar to water. But this looked more like the explosion release than a variant of water release. He noticed Fujin, Mieko, and Masaru keeping the enemy busy and decided, it doesn't matter. This farce has gone on too long. Time to end this battle. Chapter 181, Chapter 178, Blood Can Heal? Fujin, Mieko, and Masaru were keeping the Jashinists busy. After his big jutsu, Zankoku didn't attack much. His priests and devotees were the ones who were counter-attacking. Fujin kept flickering around the place. Seeing an opportunity, he flickered right behind the enemy lines and fired another round of air bullets. However, one of the priests turned around and countered with water bullets without using any hand signs. Each of his water bullets hit Fujin's air bullets and neutralized them. In addition, another 4 water bullets were headed at Fujin. Fujin fired a vacuum bullet at the priest and flickered away. The priest smirked and fired a water bullet to intercept the vacuum bullet. Both attacks clashed. The priest's smirk died when he saw Fujin's attack piercing through his as if it was just air. He immediately moved to his side. The vacuum bullet missed him by just a few inches. The priest could feel the suction force of the vacuum bullet as it passed him. A servant was behind him in line. The vacuum bullet pierced through his chest and left a hole in his right lung. The priest shouted, "Be careful of that boy's air bullets. They have a very high penetrative power." Fujin wasn't out of harm's way either. As soon as he flickered, his new position was pelted with shurikens and kunaus by the devotees. He had to flicker a few more times. On the other side, Masaru and Mieko were fighting with the other priest and his devotees. Both spammed the Phoenix Sage Fire jutsu but were stopped by earth walls raised by the devotees. The priest stayed behind his devotees while making hand signs. Lightning Release, Lightning Fingers Jutsu. He pointed his fingers at Mieko and Masaru. Lightning bolts were fired at high speeds at them. Both dodged in a hurry. Some sparks hit Mieko, causing the hair on her body to stand up. However, no harm was done. At that moment, a few blood drops gathered at the tip of Zankoku's fingers. He waved his hands as if to throw the blood. Those blood drops moved at a very high speed at Fujin and the other two. Fujin noticed it immediately. He immediately flickered and got out of the way. He formed 2 vacuum bullets in his mouth and fired them at Zankoku. Mieko and Masaru dodged as well. But their positions were attacked further by the other priest. They had to keep dodging. Zankoku dodged Fujin's vacuum bullets with ease. Fujin frowned, these guys are good. I guess these two are his strongest priests. Winning against them won't be easy. Not to mention that this grand priest is definitely at least at elite Jounin level. What is Akihiko doing? Akihiko, who was observing the situation, made the confrontation hand seal right when Zankoku dodged Fujin's attack. When he moved, he had come closer to 3 devotees. All of a sudden, 2 devotees attacked the priest who was keeping Fujin at bay. They grabbed their kunais and attacked the priest's back. At the same time, the 2 devotees with the earth element attacked the priest who specialized in lightning release. The devotees slammed their hands on the ground and the priest was attacked by multiple stone spears. As for Zankoku, the 3 devotees around him immediately rushed towards him. Fujin noticed this situation and was surprised. He thought, what the heck did these Uchiha Jounins do exactly? How can they control so many Chunin-level ninjas so perfectly? First 3 in the cave, and now these 7 despite it being more than just a few minutes since they cast the genjutsu. I don't recall any ninja being controlled in this way in the original series. Except maybe the 4th Mizukage. Still, Obito had the Manjakyu. Fujin's thoughts were cut short as he was surprised by what he was witnessing. A water wall appeared behind the priest that he had engaged earlier. The kunais of his devotees were blocked. He made a hand sign and water spears appeared from the wall and impaled his devotees. The priest with the lightning element jumped out of the way. He fired 2 lightning beams that pierced through the heads of the devotees that attacked him. Blood appeared on the fingerprints of Zankoku. He smiled as he launched them at the 3 devotees surrounding him. 3 drops pierced through each of their chests. They coughed some blood. Unlike Fujin and Mieko's surprise, Akihiko and Masaru weren't surprised at all. Akihiko analyzed, we already got 1 Jounin by this tactic. The others will keep their guard up. Anyways, their lower level fighting force is pretty much wiped out. It's still our advantage. Besides, the 4 devotees who attacked the priests died. However, the 3 devotees who attacked Zankoku were still alive. They all made a hand sign. A dozen explosion tags appeared on their bodies. Their eyes went red as they made them explode at the same instance. Zankoku, who was grinning at how easily he thwarted the Uchiha's tactic, was surprised. He yelled, "Fuck!" A thin layer of blood began forming on his body. The explosions went off. The bodies of the devotees were decimated. The explosion ripped through the thin blood layer and hit Zankoku's body with full force. The 2 priests, the remaining servants and the lone devotee were shocked. They yelled, "Zankoku-sama!" Akihiko and Masaru smirked as they thought, it's over. With the leader dealt with, they only had to deal with the 2 priests. Defeating them wouldn't be much of a challenge. Fujin was surprised. He thought, the Sharingan definitely has a lot more depth to it. I didn't think I'd reach such a conclusion despite knowing about Izanagi, Izanami, and the crazy things Manjakyo can do. Fujin looked at the 2 priests and wondered if he could sneak attack them. He sighed, unfortunately, despite the shock, they are still at full alert. I guess catching a Jounin off guard in battle won't be possible. The smoke of the explosion finally cleared away. Zankoku was still standing on his 2 feet. However, all his clothes were destroyed. His flesh had burn marks all over his body. His right eye had been destroyed by the blast. A lot of his blood had spilt on the ground around him. Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at him as he thought, he is still standing. Have to ensure that he is dead. After all, who knows what crazy abilities these Jashinists have. Surprisingly, Zankoku saw his attack and moved out of the way. Soon, the blood on the ground rose and covered him, forming a cocoon-like structure around him. The Konoha ninjas were shocked. Not wanting to see anything crazy, Fujin shot multiple air bullets at him. However, his attack was intercepted by water bullets once again. Mieko and Masaru too tried attacking, but they were intercepted as well. Akihiko decided to not attack impulsively and kept his eye on Zankoku. In a few seconds, Zankoku stepped out from the blood cocoon. However, when he did, all the Konoha ninjas were shocked. Akihiko muttered, "How? Even the best medical ninja doesn't have this efficiency." Zankoku's wounds were all healed. Only horrible scars were remaining on his body. The only wound that still could be seen was his eye. It wasn't healed. Fujin wondered, was he healed by Jashin's blessings? Or is it due to his blood jutsus? After all, he hasn't completed the ritual to gain Jashin's blessings, right? If this healing is only due to blood jutsus and not due to Jashin, then it would be a very important jutsu to learn. Though it leaves scars on the body, I don't mind them. After all, what use is looking good if I am not even alive? Zankoku looked viciously at the Konoha ninjas. He said, "Kill everybody." The Jashinists were excited at his order. However, suddenly, the priests and Zankoku attacked the remaining devotee and servants. All were killed off. The Konoha ninjas were caught off guard by this development. Akihiko thought, "Oh well, saves us the effort. Now we have the numerical advantage." Zankoku said, "Now no one will backstab us. You two, don't look into those red eyes. Else I will have to kill you too." The priests nodded and said, "Don't worry. We know how to deal with the Uchihas." Akihiko flickered behind Fujin and said, "You and Mieko take care of the lightning user. Your wind manipulation should have an advantage." Fujin nodded. Both he and Akihiko flickered next to Mieko and Masaru. Akihiko said, "Masaru, you take care of the water specialist. Mieko, aid Fujin against the lightning specialist. Leave the main enemy to me." Both nodded. Mieko stepped next to Fujin and said with a grin on her face, "Time to kill our first jounin." Fujin smirked and replied, "Your first jounin kill?" Mieko looked at Fujin and exclaimed, "You already killed one." Akihiko interrupted them and said sternly, "Pay attention, they are making a move." They stopped speaking and focused entirely on their enemy. Chapter 182, Chapter 179, Fierce Clash in the Grasslands. The two priests weaved hand signs quickly. Water release, waterfall jutsu. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. One of the priests expelled a huge amount of water at the Konoha ninjas. It formed a huge wave and headed towards the Konoha ninjas. The other fired his lightning jutsu into the water, electrifying it. A smile formed on Fujin's face. "This isn't like that noodle thief. These guys are strong." Fujin gathered a huge amount of chakra. For the first time in a long while, he showed off his entire chakra. The sudden spike in his chakra gained the attention of the Uchihas around him. They were about to do multiple flickers when they felt Fujin's chakra spiking. Mieko looked at him and wondered, when did his chakra grow so much? It is almost as high as some of the jounins in my clan. Akihiko and Masaru were shocked as well. They both thought, what chakra? It's almost as if he is from the Senju or Uzumaki clan. Akihiko thought, if he doesn't get involved in the coup, then his future will be very bright. While Masaru thought, shit, his chakra level isn't far away from my own level. Fujin rapidly converted his chakra into the wind element. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a huge wind. It hit the incoming electrocuted water wave. The high-speed winds halted the water wave. It pierced into the wave and neutralized the electric charges within it. However, the water wave also absorbed the winds and didn't allow them to move towards the Jashinists. Both jutsus neutralized each other. The water fell down on the ground and spread slowly in all directions. Fujin's jutsu also raised a huge dust cover over the battlefield. Seeing the opportunity, Fujin began forming a couple of vacuum bullets. He could sense their positions accurately. He was about to shoot out the vacuum bullets when his eyes widened. He and the Uchihas immediately flickered away. A fraction of a second after they flickered, dozens of blood drops passed through their previous location at a very fast speed. Fujin frowned. Shit. That bastard used the same tactic. And was faster than me too. Zangkoku had the same idea as Fujin. He too used the chaos created by the two wide-range jutsus to sneak attack. Unfortunately, all the Konoha ninjas had very good senses. So his sneak attack didn't have any effect. After flickering, Masaru weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, ground splitting jutsu. The ground in between them began cracking. As a result, all the water due to the earlier jutsu began draining into the ground. Fujin observed it and thought, nice. Fighting a lightning user over water would have been annoying. As soon as the water began draining, Akihiko weaved hand signs. Earth release, earth flow spears jutsu. Masaru's jutsu had loosened up the ground. Akihiko took advantage of it. Hundreds of stone spears began appearing on the ground. In an instant, they were launched at the Jashinists. The faces of the Jashinists became grim. They realized, first that massive wind jutsu. Now back-to-back large-scale earth jutsus. These guys aren't weak. Blood immediately began gathering around Zangkoku. At the same time, one of the priests weaved hand signs and extended his arms forward. Lightning release, static wave jutsu. A lightning current was released from his palms in all directions, forming a net. The incoming stone spears hit it. Almost all the stone spears crumbled. The rest slowed down. The priest smirked. Earth jutsus are very weak against lightning. However, the debris was still headed towards the Jashinists. But, a blood dome formed around the Jashinists. The stones and pebbles were about to hit the dome when hundreds of needle-shaped blood drops were launched in all directions from the dome. They pierced through the stones, spears and debris, reducing or halting their momentum as well as attacking the Konoha ninjas. The Konoha ninjas dodged once again. Fujin, who had to stop creating vacuum bullets once again, frowned. He thought, shit. This bastard keeps attacking even while defending. It restricts my ability to use sneak attacks successfully. Mieko noticed Fujin's frown and commented with a smirk, now you know how I and Hoka feel while fighting you. Fujin replied, pass smart comments later. Any idea how to deal with them? I'm afraid we will run out of chakra faster than that bloody priest. Even before Fujin completed his statement, both Akihiko and Masaru flickered towards the blood dome. While moving, they tapped a scroll-holding pocket on their jacket and retrieved a scroll each. At the same moment, both weaved the same hand signs. Fire release, exploding flame formation. They opened the scroll. The scroll transformed into hundreds of explosive tags with fire release technique which were launched at the blood dome in the blink of an eye. The explosive tags began exploding as soon as they hit the dome. The explosions released a huge amount of fire that wrecked the dome and allowed the remaining explosive tags to enter the dome. Fujin saw the damage and wondered, is this a variation of Tobirama's jutsu? I wonder what Tobirama would think if Uchihas are so good with a jutsu he created. That said, he did have an Uchiha student. The Jashinists immediately moved backwards. However, Akihiko and Masaru controlled the explosive tags and aimed at them. They aimed the explosive tags such that they would have to separate from each other. The explosions forced them even further from each other. Fujin and Mieko were watching them carefully. As soon as their target was separated from the other two Jashinists, Fujin flickered in front of him. The priest was surprised to see him. He was about to attack when Fujin blew very strong winds straight at him. Facing such a wide-range jutsu at such a close range meant that the priest couldn't dodge the attack. The winds hit him head-on and sent him flying and rolling backwards for more than 100 meters. Multiple cuts appeared on the body of the priest. In addition, getting dragged along the ground caused him even more minor wounds. Despite the wounds, the priest got in a fighting stance right away. However, his opponent wasn't just Fujin. As soon as he got up, his position was showered by shurikens. The priest immediately moved, but Mieko flickered in front of him. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. The priest saw a giant fireball heading towards him. He frowned, these kids are relentless. I need to take the initiative back. He quickly made hand signs. Lightning release, False Darkness Jutsu. He fired a lightning spear at the incoming fireball. The lightning spear pierced through the center of the fireball and dispersed it. However, the priest had no time to celebrate. Mieko was no longer behind the fireball and Fujin had appeared right next to him and was swinging his sword at him. The priest stepped behind and pulled out a black-colored retractable spear. It was a spear he used during rituals. As he moved it to block Fujin's sword, lightning began flowing through it. The sword and the spear clashed. The priest was expecting Fujin to be electrocuted. However, his eyes widened as he saw Fujin's sword cut through his spear. Realizing the danger, the priest leaned backwards. Displaying excellent flexibility, the priest almost leaned parallel to the ground by bending at his knees and leaning backwards completely. Fujin's sword slash went from above him. Even the vines alongside the slash didn't hit the priest due to how well the priest moved. A sword slash cut through the grass for over 100 meters without hurting anyone. As soon as the sword slash passed, the priest kicked at Fujin. Fujin, who was planning to bring his sword down, kicked his leg. Not wanting to face his sword in close range, the priest used the force of Fujin's kick to fly backwards. Fujin followed his kick with a vertical slash with his sword at his opponent who was still in the air. Seeing the attack, the priest dug the half-cut spear into the ground and used it as a base to move out of the line of attack. Mieko, who was watching his every movement with her Sharingans, realized the direction where he would be dodging. She launched multiple kunais with explosive tags at the place where he would land. However, the priest noticed the attack and extended his arms at them. Lightning sparks were released from his palms. They hit the explosive tags and disarmed them. They also slowed down the kunais and just sidestepped them. Fujin and Mieko were about to press on the attack once again, but they halted after seeing their enemy's actions. Lightning had once again gathered in the palms of the priest without any hand signs. He slammed his hands on the ground. Lightning was discharged in a radius of 25 meters around him. Mieko immediately flickered behind Fujin, who casually swung his sword and sent out a wind wave that neutralized the lightning discharge heading around him. The priest looked at his two opponents and took a deep breath. At last, he had broken their initiative. He said, "This one never expected that he would be pushed so much by little kids like you. Lord Jashin would be very pleased when this one sacrifices you to him." Fujin and Mieko's eyes twitched as they thought, "This one? Who the hell speaks like that?" However, without replying, both Fujin and Mieko pressed on the attack once again. The priest, who had just found some respite, was once again in a tough situation. Chapter 183, Chapter 180, Akiyako vs Zankoku. Fujin and Mieko both had spent a lot of their chakra due to the jutsus they used earlier. So they attacked the priest with Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. Due to the threat of Fujin's sword and Mieko's Sharingan, the priest was having a tough time. Despite the advantages, Fujin or Mieko didn't manage to land any hits on him. However, the priest couldn't help but complain in his mind, "What the fuck does Konoha teach in their academy? I spoke in such a hilarious tone. And I provoked them. But they kept attacking me without a single emotion on their face. I expected these brats to say at least something to give me some time to catch my breath and attack first." Some distance away from them, Akiyako and Masaru too had entered into fights. They successfully separated all the Jashinists. Akiyako took on Zankoku while Masaru took on the remaining priest. As soon as he was far away from Zankoku, Masaru attacked the priest. He flickered in front of him and launched a fireball at him. However, the priest created a water wall to defend himself and counter-attacked with sharp jets of water. Masaru dodged while closing in on the distance between them. The priest frowned while moving backwards as he thought, he is strong. I can't get into a taijutsu fight with an Uchiha. And I have to avoid looking into his eyes. So annoying. I hope Zankoku-sama wins quickly and comes to aid me. As the priest decided to stall and fight defensively, the fight entered into a stalemate. The priest's water jutsus completely shut down Masaru's fire jutsus. Though Masaru resorted to earth jutsus, they didn't have much effect on the priest. Some distance from them, Akihiko and Zankoku faced each other. Like all Uchihas, Akihiko launched a huge fireball at his enemy. He launched shurikens into his fireball to double up. Zankoku waved his arm. A blood wall appeared in the path of the fireball. The fireball hit the blood wall and exploded. Though the explosion didn't reach Zankoku, it cleared the path for the shurikens. Zankoku's attention was entirely on Akihiko. So he didn't notice the shurikens until they were very close. He immediately moved out of the way, but a few shurikens left cuts on him. Without giving him any respite, Akihiko pressed on the attack. He flickered in front of him and attacked with a tanto. Zankoku grabbed a retractable spear and used it to block the tanto. While he blocked, Akihiko's Sharingans noticed the cut wounds on his body closing by themselves. He kept attacking, however, his expression grew grim. Akihiko analyzed, his self-healing is off the charts. The only one I have heard about having such healing is the first Hokage. But how can this lunatic have such a healing ability? And what are its limits? If he can heal non-stop, then it wouldn't matter how many times we hit him. He will still keep healing. Zankoku looked at Akihiko's face and guessed his thoughts. He smirked and said, "That's right. No matter how many times you wound me, I will always heal. Your whole squad is doomed to die at my Han." He suddenly stopped speaking and stood still. Akihiko smirked, "It doesn't matter how much you can heal. Once you look in the eyes of an Uchiha, it's all over." While he was speaking, Zankoku looked into Akihiko's eyes. Akihiko didn't waste the opportunity and cast a Sharingan genjutsu instantly. Akihiko stepped forward while thinking, "Now let me see if you can heal yourself after being beheaded." He raised his arm and swung his tanto at Zankoku's neck. However, all of a sudden, Zankoku attacked. He swung his spear with all his might. Akihiko's Sharingans noticed the movements and he immediately jumped backward. However, he couldn't dodge completely. The spear hit his right shoulder and left a deep cut up to his abdomen. He began bleeding profusely. A sadistic grin appeared on Zankoku's face. In order to not alert Akihiko, he used no chakra in that attack. That is why Akihiko was caught off guard. Akihiko quickly moved back while inspecting his injury. He looked at Zankoku and asked, "How did you break my genjutsu?" Zankoku grinned and said, "I have been blessed by Lord Jashin. Do you think your pathetic eyes will be able to cast a genjutsu on someone blessed by Lord Jashin?" While he was speaking, Akihiko analyzed, "While the cut is deep, he only managed to cut my flesh. None of my organs is hit. However, it hurts to move my right arm. I won't be able to fight with my right arm with my full strength or speed. What a shit situation to be in." Akihiko narrowed his eyes and replied, "The ones who worship Jashin can't be put under a genjutsu? Bullshit, I slaughtered all your forces with my genjutsu." Zankoku didn't reply and began attacking. He noticed that his words didn't have any demoralizing effect on Akihiko. Instead, Akihiko was just taking the opportunity to rest and stall for time. Akihiko fought back while cursing in his mind, so he heals his wounds and is immune to genjutsu. How the fuck should I fight him? The two engaged in an intense taijutsu and kenjutsu battle. Zankoku held the advantage, but Akihiko managed to hang on and didn't take any more damage. Seeing him not making any headways, Zankoku controlled his blood and attacked Akihiko with a blood needle rain once again. Akihiko quickly flickered away while making hand signs. Fire release, Fire Dragon Jutsu. A huge 50-meter-long fire dragon was formed. It headed straight at Zankoku. Zankoku once again defended himself with a blood dome. The dragon hit the dome and exploded, but no harm was done to Zankoku. While Zankoku was defending, Akihiko made hand signs and placed his left palm in front of the cut. A gentle chakra was released from his palm and he began healing the wound. He immediately stopped the bleeding. He wanted to heal more, but he was once again attacked. He stopped using mystical palm jutsu and defended himself. As he defended, Akihiko analyzed, I can't defeat him. Though I know more jutsus, the blood he controls is very versatile. And his chakra is higher than mine as well. I guess I should just stall. Defeating him without Sora's Fuin jutsu wouldn't be possible. Seeing that he couldn't win, Akihiko fought with the intent of only stalling. Zankoku attacked very aggressively, but he couldn't get through Akihiko's defense again. He also tried to get away from Akihiko without any success. The entire battlefield turned into a stalemate. Whoever won first would turn the scales in their favor. Mieko and Fujin were extremely annoyed. They held the advantage for the majority of the time. And yet, they didn't manage to land a single hit on their opponent. And while Renjiro's training had taught them to ignore all enemies' words, his constant taunts and slurs were getting on their nerves. Having fended off the latest round of attacks, the priest said, "This one was born in the land of lightning. When this one fought in the great ninja wars, your parents hadn't even fucked each other. Run back to your academy, runts." Finally, Mieko couldn't control her mouth. She attacked while yelling, "By the time I am done with you, you won't be capable of fucking anyone." The priest blocked her kunao and dodged Fujin's sword and replied, "I serve Lord Jashin. I haven't fucked anyone for over a decade." Fujin glanced at Mieko. He thought, she is about to lose her cool. He looked at his opponent and thought, I haven't engaged much in trash talking. I should consider adding it to my skills. I can think of a bunch of strong opponents who would go berserk with a good trash talk. Not wanting Mieko to lose her control, Fujin commented casually, "I heard that you Jashinists have to sacrifice to your dumb god. Don't tell me that you have to sacrifice your private parts in order to be inducted into your little cult." Mieko was surprised by Fujin's words. She wondered, when did he become so foul-mouthed? Even the priest watched Fujin with surprise. He said, "Of course not, we have to con." Fujin interrupted him and said, "Considering that you are so proud about sacrificing them, I guess that they were very pathetic." The priest immediately yelled, "You little br." However, Fujin instantly flickered in front of him and slashed with his sword horizontally. The priest immediately moved backward and jumped out of the path of Fujin's attack. Seeing that his opponent was in the air, Fujin fired a dozen air bullets at him. While attacking, he thought, what a pro. Even his anger was fake. The priest immediately weaved a couple of hand signs and extended both his arms forward. Lightning arcs appeared between his palms. Lightning release, lightning beam jutsu. The priest fired a lightning beam straight at Fujin. The beam was very wide and completely covered the priest. All the air bullets crashed into the beam. They hindered the lightning beam slightly, but couldn't pierce through. Fujin watched the lightning beam coming at him. He didn't move. He focused chakra in his throat and converted it into wind. When the beam was just a meter away from him, he opened his mouth and fired a vacuum bullet. However, unlike Fujin's earlier vacuum bullets, this one was huge. It would be more appropriate to call it a vacuum cannon instead. It pierced straight through the center of the enemy's lightning beam and dispersed most of it. The priest was shocked. He tried to use the force of his own jutsu to move out of the way while in the air. Mieko was surprised as well. Launching an attack in such a way meant that Fujin won't be able to dodge. However, realizing the risk Fujin took, Mieko flickered close to the priest to attack him. It looked like this fight would finally have a result soon. Chapter 184, Chapter 181, A Close Call. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by S-Queen. You can thank S-Queen for the double release. The recoil from his jutsu helped the priest move away from the line of Fujin's attack. However, it wasn't enough. The vacuum cannon grazed the right side of the priest's abdomen and tore a huge chunk of it. His wound began bleeding immediately. His liver and intestines were damaged. At the same time, whatever remained of the lightning beam rained down on Fujin. Fujin extended his left arm forward to block it. All the lightning charges hit his left arm and lightning flowed through his body. Fujin endured while thinking, not bad. Due to my training in the lightning element, this attack doesn't feel much. Though if I took the entire beam head-on, it would have hurt. Anyways, I now see why Renjiro emphasized the importance of undertaking missions. Though deciding to counterattack was risky, the danger allowed me to perform my jutsu even faster. I wanted to create a wind vacuum beam. The center of the beam would be made of vacuum. It would be only a few micrometers wide but would be very long as it would have to extend across the entire length of the beam. Instead, I managed to create a much stronger vacuum bullet. I will call it vacuum cannon after I train it properly. Though the result wasn't what I envisioned, it is still a very good improvement. While Fujin was enduring the electric shocks, Mieko flickered next to the priest while weaving hand signs. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. She fired 6 small fireballs at the priest. 2 of these were headed at him while the other 4 cut off his escape routes. The priest, who had just suffered a huge injury, now had to face another attack. She smirked, it's over. Unfortunately for Mieko, her calculations were horribly wrong. Humiliated at being injured to this extent, the priest entered into a frenzy. His eyes turned reddish as he exerted all his chakra. A high amount of lightning gathered on his palms. He screamed in rage as he attacked his surroundings indiscriminately. The lightning hit the fireballs and deflected or dispersed them. The grass around him was hit and it caught fire. Mieko was very close to him and was in range as well. She tried to flicker but wasn't fast enough. Lightning bolts hit her and made her scream in pain. The lightning electrocuted her and left multiple burns on her body. She fell to the ground in pain and was unable to control her body properly. Seeing that his opponent was vulnerable, the priest grinned. He immediately moved towards Mieko while pulling out another retractable spear and making lightning flow through it. Fujin's expression grew grim. He had just finished enduring the previous attack. He flickered instantly. While Fujin, Mieko, and Akihiko were engaged in intense battles, Masaru was under no threat. His opponent acted like a turtle and defended everything Masaru threw at him without counterattacking. A water wall was erected in front of the priest. On the opposite side, a dozen explosive tags exploded. The wall collapsed but the priest was unharmed. Masaru had a frown on his face. He cursed in his mind, not only does this bastard defend well, but he also does so without even looking at me. The priest was relaxed when he suddenly sensed danger. He immediately jumped up while weaving hand signs. Half a second after he jumped, a fire dragon erupted from the ground and moved straight at him. The priest completed his hand signs. Water release, water prison jutsu. A water prison formed around him. The fire dragon hit the prison and exploded, but the priest was safe. However, his expression wasn't good. He analyzed, who attacked me from there? Did he create a clone sneakily or is it someone else? He prayed that it wasn't the second scenario. If Zankoku or the other priest was defeated, then his death would be only a matter of time. Right after the fire dragon exploded, a dozen kunai with explosive tags were launched from the ground at the water prison. At the same time, Masaru flickered and tossed more explosive tags at the water prison. Under the intense attack, the water prison crumbled. However, the priest jumped out of harm's way. Masaru followed him and attacked him with kunai. Not wanting to risk looking into his eyes, the priest moved away from him while looking at his feet. Surprisingly, he saw the Sharingan eyes on the ground in front of his feet. In an instant, he fell into a genjutsu. At the very next moment, a coup now stabbed into his skull through his eye. Masaru smirked as a figure appeared from the ground. He said, "If he avoids looking into 2 Sharingans, we can just use 4. The enemy will succumb eventually. Great job, Genji. Is Shunko safe?" The person who had just interfered in the fight was Genji, who had earlier taken Shunko away. Genji nodded and said, "I healed his wounds as best as I could and left a shadow clone with him. He isn't in any mortal danger. Though we can't expect him to join the fight and might have to carry him on the way back." Masaru replied. "Great work. I will go and aid Akihiko. You aid the 2 kids. They are fighting above their weight class." Genji was surprised to hear that Mieko and Fujin were fighting against a priest by themselves. He had observed Masaru's fight and had realized that the priest he was facing was stronger than him. He nodded and quickly moved towards them. Mieko was in a state of shock. She had seen Fujin's attack wound their enemy critically. She pressed on with the intention to finish the fight, but the tables were turned in the blink of an eye. A lot of her skin was burnt due to the lightning shocks. Her body couldn't move properly. And her Sharingan saw the priest running towards her like a savage. She desperately tried to get her body to move, but to no avail. The priest reached her and raised his spear up and slashed it down at full power. Terror spread through her mind as she realized that her life could end. Memories flashed through her mind. She thought about her mother, her father, her childhood friends, her relatives, her sensei, Hoka, and Fujin. At that very instant, Fujin appeared in front of her and slashed his sword at the spear. Mieko's eyes shined as she watched Fujin. The priest also noticed him and the grin on his face grew wider. The 2 weapons clashed. Fujin expected his sword to cut through the spear once again, but unexpectedly, it didn't. The priest yelled loudly and exerted all the force he could on the spear as he thought, "I knew this kid would jump in front of her. Even though these kids are ruthless, the Konoha ninjas are all softies. If they were from Kumo or Kiri, I would have worried about the other cutting my head while I cut their teammate's head. But with Konoha, the possibility of such an action is minuscule. So I have poured all my remaining chakra into this spear. The victory or defeat would be decided with this one attack. With one swing, I'll kill them both." Fujin realized that his opponent had focused all his chakra on the spear. The force that the priest exerted began to push Fujin's feet backwards. But suddenly, Fujin controlled and focused his chakra. Some chakra gathered on his soles to stabilize his position. He was no longer being pushed behind. However, compared to his feet, a lot more chakra flowed through his sword. He pushed back with his full power. A crack appeared on the spear. The priest's eyes widened as he saw his spear being cut into 2 once again. He watched as the sword continued ahead. He tried to move, but his body was too exhausted to respond in time. The sword reached him and severed his neck. His severed head had a look of disbelief as he watched Fujin. His last thoughts were, "To think that I would die at the hands of a kid." The last priest under Zankoku was killed. Chapter 185, Chapter 182, Evolution. Mieko watched the priest's head fly in the sky. Her body and mind finally relaxed. For the first time in her life, she was genuinely grateful to someone. Genji reached this battlefield to see Fujin cut his opponent's head off. His eyes noticed Fujin's chakra flare at the last moment and left him astounded. Fujin sensed someone rushing towards him and immediately looked at Genji. Seeing that it was an ally, Fujin relaxed. He turned his attention to Mieko in order to check her injuries. However, he suddenly stopped. A surprise could be seen on his face. Genji flickered next to him and looked at Mieko. His expression grew grim on seeing her injuries, but suddenly shock could be seen on his face. Mieko didn't understand why Fujin and Genji were looking at her like this. Soon, a huge smile broke on Genji's face. He exclaimed in excitement, Mieko, your Sharingans have evolved into 2 Tomo Sharingans. Mieko was shocked to hear that. After a moment, the shock passed and excitement rushed in. She tried moving but the pain brought her back to earth. Seeing her grimacing in pain, Genji said, don't move, I will heal you as much as I can first. He began using mystical palm jutsu to treat the burns on her body. Fujin observed them as he thought, I thought I had huge gains from the fight. But mine don't even compare to hers. That Sharingan is a huge cheat. Though to be fair, my life wasn't at risk. Even if my jutsu had failed, I was confident about surviving that attack without affecting my ability to fight. On the other hand, her life probably flashed in front of her eyes. Fujin turned his attention to his dead opponent as he analyzed, this guy was very good. His every move was a scheme. And he managed to reset initiative and flip the table multiple times. My attack should have finished him off and yet he managed to reverse the situation. If I didn't know chakra flow or if my chakra reserves were close to empty, he would have managed to kill us both. Even assuming that I didn't make a move or was slow, Mieko would have died. Perhaps in that case he wouldn't have exerted all his chakra in that attack. Either way, he perfectly calculated or guessed our moves and made the right plan. More importantly, I shouldn't underestimate someone just because they are critically injured. Even though no one will go off like Deidara, the final struggle can be very tricky. Especially when dealing with veteran jounins. He focused back on Mieko and observed Genji's jutsu without disturbing him. Genji was slowly healing the burn marks on her body. Fujin realized, he doesn't seem to be very good with medical ninjutsu. Genji noticed that Fujin was observing him. Without taking his eyes off Mieko, he said, don't worry, I'll take care of her. If you can still fight, you can go help out Akihiko and Masaru. They are fighting against the Grand Priest. Fujin asked, so Masaru won his fight? Genji nodded. Fujin looked in the direction that Akihiko, Masaru, and Zankoku were fighting. He could feel that an intense battle was happening there. He said, I am very low on chakra. I won't be able to help much in the fight. And seeing the way he controls blood, I could be a burden instead. Genji was disappointed with that answer. However, he said, all right. Look after Mieko after I am done healing her. Fujin replied, I will. Genji stopped talking. After a minute, Fujin asked, are you a medical ninja, Genji-san? Genji answered, no. I just copied the mystical palm jutsu and practiced it for a bit. Fujin replied, I see. He thought, as I thought. I guess most of the Uchihas have copied this jutsu. After all, it should be very convenient to heal yourself and your teammates without having to depend on a medical ninja that can't fight or defend well. Just like Genji, Masaru rushed towards Akihiko's battlefield. He went sneakily and hid in the tall grass as he observed the fight. His eyes widened as he saw Akihiko's condition. A huge scar was visible on his right chest. His jacket was dyed red by blood. A frown formed on his face. How is Akihiko struggling so much? Is the opponent so skilled that he can dominate him while needing to avoid looking into his eyes? As he was analyzing, he suddenly realized something, wait a minute, he is directly looking at Akihiko. He isn't avoiding the Sharingan at all. But why isn't Akihiko casting genjutsu? He thought hard and concluded, the only possibility I can think of is that genjutsu doesn't work on him for some reason. Whatever, I'll know when I join the battle. He stayed put in his spot waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Akihiko and Zankoku kept fighting, unaware of Masaru's presence. Tanto and spear clashed multiple times without anyone landing hits. In one such clash, Zankoku exerted a lot of force and pushed Akihiko backwards. However, Akihiko just used Zankoku's force to move away from him. Tired of being stalled, Zankoku chased with full speed. Unfortunately, he moved very close to where Masaru was. As he was chasing, he felt heat on his right. He turned his head to see a long fire dragon heading straight at him. Due to how close they were, he couldn't dodge or defend. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth and chomped down on him. Inside the fire dragon, Zankoku screamed loudly as his flesh burned. In a few seconds, the fire dragon exploded. Akihiko moved away from the explosion and Masaru appeared next to him. He smirked and said, "Bullseye." However, Akihiko's expression didn't change. He said, "It isn't over. He can heal from all wounds. And genjutsu doesn't work on him. So don't put your hopes on it." Masaru frowned. He pulled out a scroll and said, "No wonder you have been struggling so much." He made the confrontation hand seal. The scroll transformed into hundreds of explosive tags and rushed into the place where the explosion had happened. All of Zankoku's skin was burnt. He was covered in blood. However, he still stood straight. The blood on his body rapidly healed him. New skin was forming. But it was horrible to look at. At that moment, he saw hundreds of explosive tags heading at him. He immediately formed a cocoon of blood around him. The explosive tags stuck on the cocoon and began exploding. The cocoon was destroyed. Zankoku tried running away, but most of the explosive tags exploded right next to him. Akihiko and Masaru observed him with their Sharingan. They saw as his flesh was blasted. But the blood that poured out of his body kept protecting and healing him. Masaru asked in an annoyed tone, "Does his body have an infinite amount of blood?" Akihiko answered, "My guess is that he produces it with his chakra. We may have to exhaust his chakra to truly win. Or we will need Sora's Fuinjutsu." Masaru asked, "Have you tried cutting him into pieces?" Akihiko answered, "Haven't been successful so far." As they were speaking, they heard Zankoku yelling in anger. A few dozen blood drops formed around him and he fired them in all directions. Akihiko and Masaru dodged quickly. Akihiko said, "That's why. Every time I manage to get an upper hand, he resets my advantage with a wide-range jutsu forcing me to evade." They saw an intact Zankoku walk out of the smoke. However, his body was horrible to see. He had no clothes on his body and his entire body was covered in horrible scars. Masaru said, "He looks disgusting. But this is indeed annoying. Our chakra is already about to run out." As they were about to engage in another round of battle, Genji was done healing Mieko. He said, "I have healed your burns. They won't be harmful to you. But don't move around a lot. I can't deal with the damage the lightning might have inflicted on your inner organs. Fujin, look after her. I'll go help out Akihiko." Fujin nodded. He saw Genji leaving. He made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared next to him. Without speaking, the shadow clone followed Genji's path. Mieko asked, "Why did you make a shadow clone with so little chakra?" Fujin shrugged and said, "I'm interested in seeing how that battle ends. This guy is probably the strongest opponent we have ever faced. Other than that incident when we were returning from hot water, of course." Mieko said, "That's true. I wish I could see it too." They didn't say anything for a few seconds. Suddenly, Mieko said, "Fujin, thank you. I was very scared after I got hit." Fujin looked at her. He could feel that she was very grateful to him. He said, "Our team might have been disbanded, but we are still teammates. No need to be thankful for such stuff." Mieko didn't reply and just smiled. Fujin asked, "How are your injuries?" Mieko sighed and said, "My whole body is aching. That bastard fried my body inside out." Fujin replied, "Yeah, he was fierce. Veteran jounins are still too strong for us." Chapter 186, Chapter 183, How the fuck did Itaka kill them all? While Fujin and Mieko talked, Genji and Fujin's shadow clone reached the battlefield. Genji hid the same way as Masaru had while Fujin's clone stayed away and observed from a long distance. He had no intention of interfering in the fight. With Masaru's help, Akihiko finally had the upper hand. They inflicted injuries on Zankoku frequently. But all of his injuries healed automatically. Genji was stunned. He thought, how do I sneak attack someone who heals without any jutsu? Fujin's clone too was shocked. He watched the fight as he analyzed, this guy is strong. Ridiculously so. While Haiden couldn't be killed, I don't recall him having such a healing ability. Tisk, now I am even more interested in his blood jutsus. I hope Hiruzen orders the Yamanakas to dig out all the information from his brain. Though asking it from Hiruzen would require some effort. He no longer rewards me sadly. After observing for a while, Genji decided, my sneak attacks work on the basis that I would injure my prey critically or trap him in a genjutsu. It's pointless to hide against an opponent like him. The kid made a good decision to not show up here. Genji revealed himself by throwing some shurikens at Zankoku. Zankoku barely dodged them. His expression grew grim as he saw another opponent. He asked, "You killed all my priests?" Disbelief could be felt in his voice. Masaru replied, "That is the case. You are all by yourself. Stop your misery and surrender. Only then you would live." Hearing those words, Zankoku began to laugh loudly like a lunatic. He said loudly, "Do you think that killing those weaklings will make me surrender? I will sacrifice all of you to Lord Jashin and get even more blessings from him." As he was speaking, he began bleeding. Soon, his entire body was covered in blood. His chakra, which was getting exhausted, spiked once again. Without paying any attention to his defense, he moved towards the Uchihas. Akihiko and Masaru's expressions grew grim. Zankoku closed the distance and swung his arm at them. Multiple drops of blood were released from his arm at the Uchihas. They immediately flickered away. Zankoku chased them. Not wanting to waste chakra unnecessarily, the Uchihas tossed explosive tags at him to hinder his path. But Zankoku ignored it all and continued the chase. Fortunately, he wasn't as fast as the Uchihas. While engaging in combat, Akihiko said, "Genji, what's the status of others?" Genji threw a kunao at Zankoku and said, "Mieko and Shunko are injured. Fujin is fine but his chakra is very low." Akihiko instructed, "Okay, leave this battlefield. Team up with Fujin and get Sora out. Leave a clone to watch over Shunko and Mieko." Genji replied, "All right." He flickered away from the battlefield. Akihiko looked at Masaru and shouted, "Masaru, let's go all out. We will keep him tied down here." Masaru nodded and launched a fire dragon at Zankoku. A blood armor formed on Zankoku as he rushed into the fire dragon. However, unlike a normal fire dragon jutsu, this one had dozens of explosive tags in it. The fire dragon caused a massive explosion while Zankoku was in it. His momentum was finally stopped. Without waiting for the dust to clear up, Akihiko flickered into the spot of the explosion. Zankoku's body was being healed when Akihiko attacked him once again. He was blasted back as he cursed in his mind, "How many fucking explosive tags do these Uchihas have? Bastards have used more than 1,000 so far." Despite the damage, Zankoku counterattacked immediately. Akihiko and Masaru engaged in an intense fight. Fujin's clone watched as the battle went on. After a few minutes, Fujin was awed. He thought, "Holy fuck! These two are very good. I didn't expect Masaru to be this good as well. And Akihiko is a beast as well." However, he suddenly had a thought. A thought that troubled him a lot. He thought, if these guys are so strong, how the fuck did a 13-year-old Ataka kill them all by himself? Even with Obito's help, killing all of them in a single night would have to be a Herculean task. After all, Akihiko isn't the only elite jounin in the Uchiha clan. From what I remember, there are 4 more elite jounins other than him and Fugaku in the Uchiha clan. And they also have far more jounins than any other clan in Konoha. Not to mention, not everyone would give up and offer their lives like Fugaku and Mikoto. In fact, I doubt anyone did so. So his attack is so ridiculously overpowered, or will there be some other factors involved as well? Fujin's clone tried thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. Even with 2 S-rank ninjas, killing so many strong ninjas in a few hours didn't seem to make any sense. Especially after he had just witnessed the abilities of some of the Uchihas. In the end, he concluded, either there were more factors involved in the massacre, or the gap between a rank A and rank S ninja is way bigger than what I remember. He sighed, if it is the second case, then reaching that level will be a lot tougher. While the fight was going on, Genji moved towards Fujin. He created a shadow clone and dispersed it to send a message to his clone, which was looking after Shunko. The clone carried Shunko and moved towards Fujin's location. Fujin and Mieko were chatting casually. Mieko finally managed to get up and sit. Suddenly, Fujin looked away in a direction. Mieko asked, "What happened?" Fujin replied, "Genji is back for some reason." Did they already win? At the next moment, Genji appeared in front of them. He said, "Fujin, you'll be helping me get Sora out." Fujin raised an eyebrow. He asked, "What's the situation?" Normally Genji wouldn't have wasted time. But since he was waiting for his clone, he said, "The opponent has a very high regenerative ability and is immune to genjutsu. We need Sora's fuinjutsu to trap him." Fujin and Mieko were surprised. Mieko said, "I didn't think the opponent would be so strong." Genji's clone finally arrived. He was carrying Shunko on his back. Genji said, "Fujin, follow me." Mieko quickly said, "I want to come too." Genji looked at her and shook his head. He said, "No, you are too weak right now. If he assaults us when we are getting Sora out, you will be a burden." Without waiting for her reply, he left. Fujin followed him. They arrived at the place where the cave had collapsed. Fujin said, "Uncle Sora should be all right. I guess he didn't come out as he needs to stay there to ensure the kids are safe." Genji nodded and said, "Yeah. I guess that he created some barriers to keep them safe. So getting the kids out will put them at risk. Let's just go down and see what the situation is." He made hand signs and disappeared into the ground. Fujin followed him. After reaching down, they both noticed 5 pairs of chakra signatures. Fujin said, "The one in the north has the highest chakra level. The rest should be clones." Genji and Fujin went towards them. They moved until they reached the barrier. Genji knocked on the barrier. Sora and Haru were meditating to regain their chakra quickly. As soon as they heard the knock, both opened their eyes and looked at the spot Genji tapped. Seeing that it was allies, they relaxed. Sora made a hand sign and created an opening in the barrier. Fujin and Genji got in. Without wasting any time, Genji briefed Sora about the situation. Sora and Haru frowned after hearing about Zankoku's abilities. Sora made a shadow clone and said, "The barrier needs me to monitor. So I'll leave a shadow clone here. Haru and Fujin stay here and ensure that the kids remain safe. Genji, come with me." Everyone nodded and followed Sora's instructions. Fujin and Haru were low on chakra, so Sora didn't involve them in the fight. Sora and Genji left, leaving Haru, Fujin and Sora's clones to look after the kids. Sora's clone said to Fujin, "We shouldn't be in any danger here. The barrier can withstand all the weight above it and can withstand some attacks too. The only danger is if that Grand Priest decides to launch an all-out assault on the barrier. But that isn't likely to happen. So just relax and focus on recovering your chakra." Fujin nodded and sat in a meditative posture. Sora and Genji reached the battlefield and observed from a distance. Akihiko and Masaru were engaged in an intense battle. Both were breathing heavily, but so was Zankoku. His inability to land a hit on the 2 Uchihas in front of him annoyed him. Sora observed Zankoku's fighting style and jutsus carefully and began analyzing and calculating how he should trap Zankoku. Chapter 187, Chapter 184, The Result. After observing for a minute, Sora said, "He is very strong. I'm surprised that someone so strong has managed to keep his identity and ability hidden for so long." Genji asked, "Can you trap him with Fuinjutsu jutsu?" Sora replied, "It'll be tough. Hopefully, Akihiko and Masaru will keep him occupied. Keep an eye on the battle. If he suspects something and tries looking for me, you'll expose yourself and attack him." Genji nodded. Inscribing seals around the battlefield would need time. And anything could happen in battle. His job would be to ensure that Sora's presence stays hidden. Sora began inscribing seals around the place where the fighting was happening. Genji followed him closely. Luckily, Zankoku's entire attention was on Akihiko and Masaru. Since Sora didn't leak any killing intent or take any actions that would directly threaten him, Zankoku stayed oblivious to his actions. Akihiko and Masaru were oblivious to Sora's actions too and fought intensely. Multiple fires were burning in the area due to their fire jutsus. A lot of the ground was dyed in blood. Akihiko and Masaru stayed away from such areas. Zankoku's blood manipulation had raised their alertness to the maximum. Fujin's clone, who was secretly observing, had to change his locations a few times due to Zankoku's wide area attacks accidentally targeting his locations. After a few minutes, Zankoku stopped attacking. He looked at Akihiko and Masaru. They were breathing heavily. Though there weren't any critical injuries on them, Zankoku knew that they wouldn't last for much longer. He said, "You won't last much longer." Masaru was looking for opportunities to waste time. He said while breathing heavily, "We can still go on for hours. You haven't seen anything yet." Zankoku laughed and replied, "And how would you do that without any chakra? It's only a matter of time before you drop dead. But, I have an offer for you too." Akihiko squinted his eyes and asked, "What offer?" Zankoku answered, "Serve Lord Jashin. I'll accept you as my priests and teach you the ways of Lord Jashin. When I complete the ritual, I will become the strongest person in the world. Then you can rule the world alongside me." Both Akihiko and Masaru were speechless by his confidence. However, neither showed it on their face. Akihiko stayed quiet for some time before saying, "I need a few minutes to think." However, Zankoku said, "No, tell me your answer right now. Either you agree, or you die." Akihiko put on a thoughtful face. He looked at Masaru and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Masaru thought and answered after a few seconds, "His proposal is tempting. But what about our families? We can't abandon them." Zankoku heard his answer and said, "When you serve Lord Jashin, all your fellow believers are your family. If you want to, you can convert your current family too." Masaru replied, "That sounds good. But what if my wife or son doesn't want to follow Lord Jashin? You know the new generation doesn't believe in God." His question stumped Zankoku. However, Zankoku soon realized that something was amiss. He looked at them. 2 spears made of blood appeared in his arms as he threatened, "Enough wasting time. Give me your answer now." Masaru said, "Akihiko, I will trust your decision." Anger formed on Akihiko's face. He looked at Masaru and shouted, "Why the fuck do you always leave tough decisions to me? For one fucking time think with your own brain." Masaru barked back, "What the fuck do you mean? Didn't you go around saying that you are the leader since you were a kid? So make a fucking decision." Akihiko shouted back, "Why you runt?" However, his shout was interrupted by Zankoku throwing the spears at them. Both immediately dodged. Zankoku's face, which already was full of horrifying scars, was dark. He said, "Do you two think that I am a fool?" A smirk formed on Akihiko and Masaru's lips. Though they didn't say anything, anyone could see their answer. Zankoku was about to attack again when he felt a chakra behind him. He quickly turned around to see Sora some distance from him. A smile could be seen on his face as he made the confrontation hand seal. In the next second, a barrier appeared around Zankoku. Zankoku quickly moved and punched the barrier with full force, but there was no dent on the barrier. He quickly tried escaping underground, but there was a barrier on the ground as well. Soon, more barriers began forming. Zankoku was trapped in a 3-layer barrier formation. He was inside the first layer. Akihiko and Masaru stood in the second layer. Sora and Genji joined them. They stood outside the barrier under which Zankoku was trapped. Realizing the danger, Zankoku attacked the barrier with full power in order to break free. His attacks made the barrier shake, but it didn't break. Masaru smirked and taunted him, "You should have surrendered when you had the chance." Zankoku stopped struggling and sat down. He replied, "The barrier is strong, but not strong enough. Once my chakra recovers, I can break through it. And though I am trapped, you can't attack me either." However, Sora smirked and replied, "I am not a half-assed seal master like your priest." He grabbed a kunao with an explosive tag attached and threw it at Zankoku. The kunao traveled through the barrier like it was air. Zankoku's eyes widened. A blood barrier appeared in front of him. The explosive tag exploded, but he was safe. Sora said, "This barrier allows one-way travel. Meaning, we can attack you however much we want to. And you can only endure our attacks without being able to counterattack. How long do you think you will last?" Zankoku's expression became grim. Immediately, layers of blood surrounded him. A multi-layered cocoon formation of blood protected him. Masaru taunted, "Our chakra might have hit rock bottom, but we still have thousands of explosive tags. How long do you think you will last?" Without another word, the Uchihas encircled the barrier. Everyone began throwing explosive tags into the barrier. Huge explosions took place in the barrier. The Uchihas, who were standing outside it, didn't feel anything at all. Slowly, the layers of cocoons began breaking apart. Fujin's clone couldn't hear their words but sweat dropped as he saw that scene. He thought, "How shameless. This is just bullying. They used so many explosive tags during the fighting. And now they have used at least 100 more. Do Uchihas don't know the difference between a normal paper and an explosive paper tag? No wonder Mieko was spamming explosive tags in the Chunin exams. It's as if they have a printing factory to make them." After enduring a few hundred explosive tags, all of Zankoku's defenses crumbled. His body began taking the explosions head-on. His body tried to heal itself, but the amount of damage he was taking was too high. Akihiko was observing him carefully with his Sharingan. He kept observing until his chakra reserves ran out. He instructed, "Stop." Immediately all Uchihas stopped. Akihiko grabbed his tanto. Chakra flowed through it. He threw it inside the barrier. Zankoku had no energy to move. The tanto sliced through his neck and beheaded him. The 4 Uchihas observed him to see if he could still heal up. So did Fujin's shadow clone. He wondered, will he be alive like Haiden? Or does he not have the same sort of immortality that Haiden will have in the future? Zankoku's body didn't move. He was dead. Akihiko looked at Genji and said, "Make a shadow clone and check him." Genji nodded and made a shadow clone. The clone entered the barrier and checked. Zankoku's body was in terrible shape. The explosions had destroyed a lot of his flesh. Whatever flesh he had was completely burnt. Both his eyes were destroyed. His nose, ears, and lips were destroyed too. Even his bones were cracked in many places. After inspecting, Genji's clone said, "He is completely dead." Akihiko and Masaru sighed in relief. They had fought him the most and knew what frightening vitality he had. Akihiko said, "Sora, seal his body properly. We will study him thoroughly." Sora nodded and began sealing Zankoku's body. Akihiko said, "In the mission report, we will mention his abilities and say that his body was thoroughly destroyed by our explosive tags. Nothing was left behind. Don't tell Haru or the kids about this either. You can tell Haru later, but no word to the kids. On hearing that, the three Uchihas became serious and nodded. Sora asked, is it due to? Akihiko interrupted, yes. The relationship between the village and the clan is deteriorating. Though Fugaku-sama is against the coup right now, it is probably unavoidable unless the village elders stop mistreating us. If the coup does happen, then the abilities of this guy would help us immensely if we can learn them. Everyone nodded. They had seen what fearsome abilities Zankoku had. If multiple Jounin-level Uchihas could control their blood in a similar manner or even get just the self-healing ability, then defeating them would become very difficult. Only an S-rank ninja could defeat them quickly. Fujin's clone didn't hear their words. After seeing Sora seal Zankoku's body, he dispersed himself. The Uchihas were unaware that the fight and the result had been witnessed by him. Chapter 188, Chapter 185, The Dangerous Uchiha Clan. Fujin received the memories of his clone. He opened his eyes but closed them again. He thought, damn. I never thought they'd be so strong. That said, that Grand Priest turned out to be the real surprise. I never imagined he'd be able to face off against an elite Jounin and two Jounins at the same time and still have an upper hand. I can understand the healing ability, but why was he immune to genjutsu? Fujin tried analyzing but didn't reach any conclusion. He sighed, I hope Hiruzen is able to get the Yamanaka clan to read all his memories. Autonomous healing and genjutsu immunity are skills that would be immensely helpful. Though considering that I never saw anyone use this in Naruto, it's likely that these abilities can't be gained without worshipping Jashin. I hope that isn't the case. Sora sealed Zankoku's body parts. He also collected as much blood as he could that was scattered on the ground. After he was done, Masaru asked, what next? Akihiko looked at Sora and asked, are the kids safe? Sora nodded. Haru delayed the collapse of the cave until I could raise the barriers. He also put them to sleep. With all enemies dead, they will stay safe. Akihiko said, great. We will pick up Mieko and Shunko and rest in the barrier. In a few hours, the pills should bring our chakra back to full. We will return the kids and head back to Konoha before the effects of the soldier pill ends and exhaustion hits us. Everyone nodded. The group moved towards Mieko and Shunko. Both were resting. Genji's clone noticed them coming. After confirming that they weren't enemies in disguise, he dispersed himself. Mieko saw Akihiko and asked, did we win, uncle? Akihiko nodded, yes, all enemies are dead. Mieko asked, where is Fujin? A worry could be seen on her face. Masaru chuckled and said, don't worry, he is with the kids along with Haru. We will be heading there as well and will take a break for 6 hours. Mieko blushed on hearing the chuckle. She said, all right, let's go. She walked ahead of the group. Shunko still couldn't move properly. So Genji picked him up and carried him. They arrived in front of the collapsed mountain. Akihiko looked around to see a bunch of dead bodies. He said, collect and store all the dead bodies. We will hand them to the authorities of this country. Everyone nodded and began sealing the dead bodies. Except for the bodies that were buried under the mountain, the remaining bodies were stored in storage seals. They entered the place where Fujin and Haru were resting. Fujin and Haru got up on seeing others arrive. Haru asked with a smile on his face, is it over? Akihiko nodded. He looked at everyone and said, we have killed all the Jashinists that we had investigated. All the priests, devotees, and servants are dead. We collected most of their bodies. Their leader, the Grand Priest, had a terrifying healing ability. So he had to blow him to smithereens to defeat him. His body has been completely destroyed. Fujin was surprised. His thoughts ran at lightning speed, what the hell? Shit, these guys have the same idea as me. But they want to keep it with their clan instead of passing it to the village. Fucking hell. Their coup should be very close. So it's understandable that they want to build up some trump cards. But, should I let this opportunity slip? Though Fujin tried his best to not show any emotions on his face, Akihiko noticed that something was off. He asked, "Is there any issue, Fujin?" Fujin looked back while thinking, "Shit," he sensed that something was off. He quickly said, "No, I just have one doubt. But I wasn't sure if it would be appropriate to ask." Akihiko said, "Don't worry, just ask. If it is inappropriate, I won't answer." Fujin nodded and said, "I was wondering how you could place so many ninjas under genjutsu and control their actions. After all, I heard that it is difficult to control more than one at a time." Masaru smirked and commented, "That would have been inappropriate if it wasn't already known to every veteran ninja in Konoha." Sora explained, "The genjutsu that we cast on them jumbles up their memories. We implant some false memories in their mind and make them surface at the right moment. So, we don't control them, rather they just make a move due to their false memories. For instance, the ones who killed the Seal Master all thought that he killed one of their loved ones." Fujin's face became serious. He said, "Wow, that is a very strong method. No wonder we won so easily." However, Sora shook his head and said, "Though this technique might seem very strong, it isn't that effective. In war, most enemy ninjas will frequently disrupt their chakra to ensure that they aren't placed under a genjutsu by us. So, unfortunately, it isn't that effective anymore." Fujin instinctively wanted to disrupt his chakra but controlled himself. He thought for a bit and nodded, "That makes sense. Though if it did work as well as this time, Konoha might win all the wars without any problem." Akihiko nodded, "Yeah. Unfortunately, it won't happen again unless we create a more advanced genjutsu. Anyways, we can discuss this later. For now, let's rest." Everyone sat in a meditative posture. Fujin recalled Sora's words and analyzed the implications of such a jutsu. Though nothing could be seen on his face, his thoughts became very grim. Damn! No wonder Danzo, and perhaps Hiruzen too, chose to let Itaka cause the massacre. If a coup were to happen, I don't think the Uchihas would be a match for Konoha in a head-on confrontation. But with this jutsu, they could wreak havoc in Konoha. My memories from my previous world have faded a lot. But I remember this very well. Every single Naruto fan thought that the Uchiha coup was a stupid idea. The Uchihas were just no match against Konoha's entire might. They didn't even know that Fugaku had Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone agreed that in a war against Konoha, they would be vastly outnumbered and lose pointlessly. But, with jutsus like these, their chances wouldn't be low. They could plant fake memories into multiple ninjas. When they launch a coup, they would trigger these memories and cause chaos within every clan and prevent or delay them from joining the war. After all, we aren't at a war. Normal ninjas won't go around disrupting their chakra for no reason. And since Uchiha control the police force, coming in contact with many ninjas isn't an issue for them. More importantly, the way Sora spoke, implied that they don't have a better way to control multiple enemies. But, he didn't speak about controlling just one. Assuming that they have stronger genjutsus which can't be broken off normally, the Uchiha's chances of winning a coup would rise even more. If they could cast a genjutsu on some clan patriarchs, then they could even get allies in the coup. Especially Fugaku with his Mangekyo. Obito was able to control a perfect Jinchuriki despite not having any genjutsu-based Mangekyo ability. So Fugaku placing some clan leaders under his control isn't very far-fetched. In addition, if they were to plant some fake memories into Anbu or root members, they could launch sneak attacks on Danzo and Hiruzen too. So the coup would definitely not be a one-sided affair. Instead, it would be a bloody war. A war that would shake the foundations of Konoha and likely trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. A war that would likely wipe Konoha off the map. Fujin sighed in his mind. He had never taken the Uchiha coup seriously. Even though the information he gained wouldn't have any impact on how the events progress, he realized how deep the waters in this world ran. A clan that was isolated and schemed against for years still possessed the power to shake the entire ninja world. He concluded, I never thought I'd say this, but Ataka's actions make more sense now. With the Konoha leadership staying stubborn with their restrictions on the Uchiha clan and the Uchiha clan wanting to revolt, the end result would be the complete destruction of the village. His choices were to either see the village and his clan be destroyed, or just see his clan's destruction. That said, I wonder why Ataki and Shisui didn't compel the elders to drop the discrimination against the Uchiha. Wouldn't that have dropped all the plans of a coup? Fujin analyzed for some time before stopping. Leave it. I can't think of a reason that I can be sure of. Perhaps there were more factors involved, or the village elders convinced them that the Uchihas needed to be monitored and kept on the outskirts of the Konoha. Either way, this issue is way beyond my power to even consider interfering. For now, my main concern is, how the heck should I take that Grand Priest's body from them? Asking shamelessly is out of the question. I'll end up buried along with the Jashinists. Could I try to steal? No, they will keep it in the Uchiha clan compound. Not only do the Uchihas monitor it, even the Anbu and Root monitor that area. Should I try to tell Hiruzen? I could approach him innocently and tell him that the Uchihas lied. But, does he have the power to take the body back from the Uchihas in that case? Fujin analyzed this method carefully. After a lot of analysis, he concluded, it is too risky. For starters, the Uchiha clan and Hiruzen are at odds. Hiruzen might not even ask them for it. If he does, he will most likely mention that I reported it to him, and the Uchihas might get very upset with me. Though they aren't going to live for long, I don't want to antagonize them when rewards aren't a certainty. Worst case scenario, what if Akihiko and the rest deny that and demand Hiruzen to verify my information? I'd be fucked if Hiruzen asks a Yamanaka to inspect my memories to get proof. Shit. There is no good way. Fujin thought more until an idea struck him, that might be possible. But it is still very risky, but at least my life won't be threatened directly. More importantly, there is no guarantee of success. And even if I succeed, I might not get what I actually want. He tried to think of more options before giving up. I can't think of any other way. Leave it, I'll just have to prepare better in order to ensure that my identity doesn't get leaked. Chapter 189, Chapter 186, Concluding the Mission. The Konoha ninjas rested for 6 hours. Everyone recovered most of their chakra. During this period, Mieko and Shunko's wounds were healed twice more. The wounds that could be seen were all healed. Only the internal wounds remained, as no one had the expertise to deal with them. When everyone was well rested, Akihiko said, "Work with Sora to get all the children out. I will contact Hiroshi." He left the underground barrier and opened a scroll and laid it on the ground and made a hand seal. At the next moment, a man was summoned. He opened his eyes and looked at Akihiko and asked, "Are the children safe?" The man was a clone of Hiroshi, the leader of Kumogakure. Akihiko nodded, "They are. But we are very far away from any village. You'll have to call your forces here to escort them safely." Hiroshi nodded and handed Akihiko 6 scrolls and said, "You can summon them. They will make the arrangements." Akihiko took the scrolls. He was about to summon them when Hiroshi's clone bowed deeply and clasped his hands together in front of him as he expressed his thanks. "Akihiko-san," he said, his voice full of emotion, "I cannot express how grateful I and the entire Kumogakure are for what you have done. We will never forget it." He stayed bowed for a few moments longer, his head lowered as a sign of respect and gratitude, before straightening up and looking at Akihiko with a deep sense of appreciation. Akihiko nodded and said, "It's fine. We too don't want to see young children having to suffer. I am glad that they are safe." Hiroshi's clone smiled. Akihiko opened the 6 scrolls and activated them. 6 jounins of Kumogakure appeared. Hiroshi's clone instructed them to follow Akihiko's instructions and asked them to arrange for the children to be sent back. All 6 jounins used whatever means they had to send messages to the villages from where the children went missing. When the villages got the messages, they immediately sent their forces out to bring the children back. Meanwhile, Akihiko informed Hiroshi's clone about the Jashinists that kidnapped the children. Hiroshi's face grew grim after hearing how strong and numerous the enemies were. He upgraded the mission rank to S. Akihiko passed a few scrolls to Hiroshi's clone and said, "These contain dead bodies of kidnappers. You can use them to placate any anger towards you." Hiroshi accepted the scrolls and thanked him again. In the barrier, the Konoha ninjas made a tunnel to exit underground. Haru cancelled his genjutsu. The kids began waking up. The Konoha ninjas brought them out of the underground. They left the kids in the care of the 6 jounins and just stayed around to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. One of the 6 jounins had brought a lot of food materials. They cooked a delicious lunch for the kids to calm them down. The jounins also checked every child and verified whether every child was present. They sighed in relief after verifying that all children were safe and present. After a few hours, Kumogakure ninjas sent by the villages began arriving in groups. They took the children from their villages and left after thanking Konoha ninjas. After the last group left, Hiroshi's clone handed Akihiko the mission rewards for the upgraded rank. He thanked Akihiko once again and handed a scroll to one of his jounins with all the details of his talks with Akihiko before dispersing into a rock. The Konoha ninjas left. Shunko and Mieko were having trouble moving at full speed. So Genji and Haru carried them on their backs respectively. After a day's travel, the group returned to Konoha. Akihiko said, "Great work with the mission. It was completed successfully. I'll report the mission to the Hokage. Sora, take the kids to the hospital. Masaru, inform their parents about it. Others can leave." Akihiko looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, I was a bit skeptical when Mieko suggested your name. I accepted because we didn't have time to wait for someone else. But, you have done a great job on the mission. Keep training hard." Fujin nodded and said, "Thank you, Uncle Akihiko." Shunko saw Fujin with some jealousy in his eyes. Of the 3 chunins to take part in this mission, Fujin was the only one who wasn't injured. While he and Mieko had to be hospitalized, Fujin didn't even have a scratch on him. The group dispersed. Fujin walked back to his home while analyzing what he should do next. "I have to talk with Teru and Hoka and check whether they are ready to form a team with me and Mieko. Though I'll have to check up on Mieko first and see when she will be fit for undertaking missions. I also have to do some research to come up with a proper plan to sneak in. If I can't find and learn methods that would assure me of safety and anonymity, then I might have to scrap those plans. No point in risking my safe environment for rewards that I might not even get. In addition, I also have to learn vacuum cannon. And since it needs so much chakra, I won't be able to use chakra for anything else when I train. Once I learn it, I will get back to training lightning release jutsus. The next set of jutsus will focus on enhancing my body. They should be exciting. Anyways, it's late afternoon. Though the traveling and fighting have been exhausting, my soldier pill should last until tomorrow afternoon. So I might as well train like crazy today. I'll take a 24-hour break when the drawback of the pill hits me. Though I should check on Mieko in the evening." Fujin made a hand sign. A shadow clone appeared next to him. Without a word, he flickered away. Meanwhile, Fujin rushed to training ground 23. He went to the center of the ground and sat to meditate as he went through his memories of using vacuum cannon jutsu. He visualized the jutsus while analyzing. "I wanted to make a very thin but long vacuum core. However, my attempt failed and I ended up creating a way bigger vacuum bullet core and hence managed to pour a lot of wind chakra into it. So it became faster and more powerful." Fujin got up and began forming the vacuum core. Soon, he poured wind chakra into the jutsu and expelled a vacuum cannon at the tree in front of him. The cannon hit the tree at the center. It didn't just create a hole in the tree, rather the impact of the jutsu exceeded the width of the tree. The top half of the tree was sent flying into the air. Any tree up to 150 meters in line with that tree was destroyed similarly. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Powerful. Very powerful. I don't think any normal defense can withstand this attack. The only ones that possibly could resist might be Reikichi's defense and Susanoo. I wonder how this attack will fare against Gaara's defense and Rashomon. Still, the preparation time of this jutsu is more than twice that of the vacuum bullet. The chakra needed is close to 8 times it. I need to modify the vacuum core to be more efficient for such a huge size. And I need to see if I can achieve a similar result by using less wind chakra. Otherwise, breaking defenses would be the only thing this jutsu is capable of. Fujin began working on his ideas. He tried changing various shapes for the vacuum core but didn't have any success in improving the jutsu. He trained until his chakra ran out. Not having any success, he went to his home and freshened up and rested for a bit. In the evening, he bought a few dango and went to see Mieko. After reaching the room, he saw that Mieko and Shunko were both resting in the same room. He walked to Mieko's bed and said, "Hey? How are your injuries?" Mieko snatched the box of dango from his hands and said as she opened it, "I am doing well. It's just that since I was hit by such a strong lightning jutsu, the doctors want to keep monitoring my internal organs for a few days. I'll be released in 4 days." She opened the box and began eating rapidly. Fujin's eyes twitched as he said, "You know that they can't run away, right?" Mieko said with her mouth full, "They ran away last time." Fujin needed a few seconds but realized what she meant. He replied, "Ah, your mother. That makes sense. Ha ha ha." Fujin's laugh annoyed her but she kept eating till she finished every last dango. A smile appeared on her face. She looked at Fujin and said, "Now if she gets angry, I can put most of the blame on you." Fujin waved his hand and said, "Running away is my speciality. So don't worry, she won't have anyone but you to yell at." Mieko snorted in displeasure. Chapter 190, Chapter 187, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. Fujin said, "I'll talk to Hoka and Teru about forming a team." Mieko apologized with a dejected look, "Sorry, I can't accompany you right now. But we can go on missions after 4 days." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "No, take a week's rest. We will take missions when you are back to full strength. And don't worry about taking a few days to recover. I'll need some time to master my new jutsu." Mieko asked, "Is it that cannon-like jutsu you used on our opponent?" Fujin nodded. Mieko snorted with some annoyance, "You are getting stronger once again." Fujin looked at her with deadpan eyes, "My eyes didn't evolve mid-fight." A grin formed on Mieko's face. She smugly said, "That's right." Fujin thought, "I have always been curious about how Sharingan works. As every 3 Tomo Sharingan wielder is ranked at Jounin or higher rank. Is it just everyone's hard work or does Sharingan's advancement bring other benefits to the Uchihas?" Fujin asked, "By the way, do you feel anything different or any improvements after your Sharingan evolved?" Fujin's question surprised Mieko. She fell into thought. Even Shunko paid full attention to Mieko. After some time, she said, "I feel like my chakra reserves have improved slightly. But the increase isn't very high. It's probably around 15 to 20%. More importantly, my chakra seems to be slightly denser. And, I am guessing that my eye powers will be stronger." Fujin nodded and replied, "That's a great improvement." He analyzed, not too overpowered, but still very good nonetheless. Assuming that the improvements are higher when advancing to 3 Tomo Sharingan, it would make sense why every Uchiha with 3 Tomo Sharingan would be a Jounin. Especially considering that any advancement in Sharingan needs them to suffer emotional trauma or something similar. Anyone who experiences that will be more likely to train intensely. Mieko stared at Fujin who was lost in thoughts. She asked, what are you thinking? Fujin casually replied, nothing. I am just wondering whether you'll have any chance against me now. Immediately a tick mark appeared on Mieko's forehead. She muttered, one of these days, I'll trap you in a genjutsu and do things to you that you could never imagine. Fujin was caught off guard by her reply. He thought, shit, since when did she become a pervert? Ninja village my ass, it should be called a pervert village. Fujin said, yeah, right. Anyways, I'll see you later. Get well soon. He was about to leave when Shunko said, Fujin, when I am healed, I want to fight you. Fujin stopped and looked at him and asked, why? He said, though I don't want to admit it, you performed better than me in the mission. I want to fight with you to prove that I am stronger. Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression, what's in it for me? He turned around and said, I have no interest in fighting you. Fujin's attitude offended Shunko. He felt that Fujin was insulting him. He shouted, are you afraid of fighting an Uchiha? Fujin replied without turning around, not really. I just don't have any time to waste. After speaking, he disappeared from the room. Shunko was very annoyed. He asked Mieko, is he always this arrogant? Mieko was thinking, a fight between these two. It would be fun to see Shunko go crazy in rage in a few minutes. As annoying as Fujin normally is, he reaches the highest level of annoyance while fighting. Shunko asked again, Mieko. Mieko looked at him and said, you are just weak, Shunko. Mieko's reply annoyed him even more. He said, do you think that a civilian orphan is stronger than all Uchiha? Mieko replied, not all Uchiha, just you. If it was Itaka who asked, I am sure that Fujin would have accepted. Shunko immediately complained, hey, it's not fair to compare me with Itaka. However, Mieko crushed every bit of his pride when she replied, why? Aren't you the same age as him? Shunko was left without any words. He just turned his head away from Mieko and sulked alone. Comparing him with Itaka was indeed very unfair. After all, Itaka was an Anbu captain. A rank that signified that he was strong enough to be considered as Jounin and even go against elite Jounins. After leaving the hospital, Fujin treated himself to a huge meal and returned to training. After experimenting with all shapes, he reached the conclusion that staying with the same shape as the vacuum bullet core would be ideal. He used the jutsu again but frowned, no, though this shape is ideal, something doesn't feel right. He sat in meditation to analyze where the problem was while he recovered his chakra. After running multiple calculations, it finally hit him, right. I am maintaining the exact ratios I use in the vacuum bullet core. I don't need to maintain the same ratios. I only need the deepest layer of the vacuum core to be huge. Shit, this is so basic. Why did I miss such a simple thing? He thought for a bit before sighing, I got too excited. I need to keep myself calm and not lose myself in celebrating little achievements. He formed a vacuum core in his mouth. It had the shape of a cone in the front while its body was cylindrical. A very thin chakra film surrounded it. It was encased by another layer of vacuum which was divided into 6 parts. However, compared to what Fujin was doing earlier, this layer was very thin. Its thickness was the same as it would be when Fujin used the vacuum bullet jutsu. Thin threads of chakra flowed through this layer of vacuum. Soon, it was covered by another thin chakra film and winds began flowing around it. Fujin opened his mouth and launched the jutsu at the tree in front of him. A smile formed on Fujin's face as it ripped through all the trees in front of Fujin. He thought, good. I only needed 5 times the chakra this time. I saved 37.5% chakra without sacrificing the speed or power of the jutsu. With some practice, I should be able to perform it at the same speed as vacuum bullet jutsu. And, if I have enough time, I could make it more deadly by forming a much larger central vacuum core. With the form perfected, Fujin spent the rest of the night alternating between practicing vacuum cannon, meditation, and physical workout. He finally stopped at 8 am. He left the training ground while breathing heavily. Good. I only needed 20% more time as vacuum bullet. With time, it will improve even more, but there won't be any point in wasting more time to try to reduce the time needed forcefully. Satisfied with his progress for the day, Fujin went to Ichiraku. He sat on the stool and rested his arms and head on the table and said, "Bring me one bowl of every ramen." Since it was early morning, Toki was preparing the essentials. He was surprised to have a customer so early in the day. Ayam came out to see Fujin. She and Fujin interacted often as Fujin visited Ichiraku rather often and they were of the same age. She was about to say hi excitedly when she saw his state. She asked in a worried tone, "Fujin, why do you look so bad?" Fujin looked at her and replied without lifting his head, "Nothing much. Just ended up training a bit too much." Ayam puffed her cheeks and said, "I told you to not train so much but you always keep training." Fujin sighed and replied, "Will you continue lecturing or get me something to eat?" Ayam sighed at the unenthusiastic reply and left to help her father prepare the noodles more quickly. Fujin ended up eating 8 bowls of ramen before leaving for his home. He made his way to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, letting the cold water fill the tub. He grabbed all the ice he could find in his home and poured them into the tub and jumped into rest. With a deep breath, he lowered himself into the frigid water, feeling the cold seep into his bones. Despite the sudden cold, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, the cold water soothing his tired muscles and calming his mind. After resting for some time, he made a shadow clone and dispersed it. The clone that he had made earlier received his message. After a few minutes, he dispersed himself and sent all the memories back to Fujin. Fujin felt a slight headache but soon relaxed in the icy water. He spent an hour in the bathtub before heading to his bedroom and fell asleep. He ended up sleeping for 18 hours straight to compensate for exhaustion and the drawback of the soldier pill. Chapter 191, Chapter 188, Unexpected Guest. Fujin woke at 4 am and stretched his hands. He looked out of the window to see that it was still dark outside. He thought, "Damn, it feels like I have been sleeping for days." He began freshening up while thinking, "I am really not in the mood to train today." Fujin wondered if he should take another day off. In the end, he sighed and left for the training ground thinking, "I won't get strong enough if I train only when I feel like it. I need to continue grinding. It's pretty much the only reason I have an advantage over my peers." He began with his intense morning workout. As he trained he thought, "No wonder there are so few S-rank ninjas. I come from a world where such powers were a dream of pretty much everyone. And yet I am getting tired of the continuous training. For those who are born in this world, to keep training like this is very unrealistic. Only the select few who choose to keep training non-stop or are blessed with godly talent would even have a chance of reaching that level. No, even those guys eventually stop training. Though Hiruzen is as strong as he is, I doubt that he has trained seriously in years. After all, pretty much all Kage bury themselves in politics and administration. No wonder Guy surpassed them all. After all, no matter what level he was at, he kept his training at maximum intensity every single day. Having motivated himself, Fujin trained as hard as he could. After the morning workout, he practiced the vacuum cannon jutsu a few times and rested for half an hour. After catching his breath and eating a few ration bars, he went to his basement. He decided, time to learn the next set of lightning jutsus. Rank D Burst Jutsu, Rank C Lightning Transformation Jutsu and Rank B Electric Skin Jutsu. Fujin made the hand signs for the Burst Jutsu. He transformed some of his chakra into lightning and began expelling electric currents from his body. If someone saw Fujin, they would see lightning flowing through Fujin's body. Fujin focused his attention and analyzed, another easy jutsu. Though it makes sense. After all, the only purpose of this jutsu is to teach new genins how to control lightning chakra properly. Its only battle use is that if someone is stupid enough to touch me while I am releasing such electricity, then they would be electrocuted. however. Fujin tried taking a step forward but had a lot of difficulty in doing so. He sighed and released the jutsu, however while using this jutsu, the user can't move. The electric currents hinder my movements instead of assisting them. So anyone who uses this in battle is pretty much a sitting duck. Still, this jutsu should be quite useful to get my body used to electric shocks and allow me to understand how to release lightning from any part of my body. Fujin repeated the jutsu 4 more times. He didn't have any difficulty using it. He tried making the jutsu more usable by releasing lightning from just one part of his body but failed to do so. He concluded, looks like this jutsu won't be helpful for that. I guess that the way to do this would be to first manage to do this jutsu without any hand signs. Once releasing lightning becomes second nature to me, doing that will become very easy. But, I should learn the other 2 jutsus first as they are quite similar but better. Fujin decided to learn the lightning transformation jutsu next. He weaved the hand signs for the jutsu. Soon, lightning appeared on his body. His entire body was covered with lightning. He tried to take a step forward but suddenly stopped. That fucking hurts. The lightning around his body dispersed. Fujin shook his left leg while thinking, so embarrassing. The lighting around my body zapped my left leg. I guess it makes sense as the lighting I released was much stronger than with the burst jutsu. Fujin waited until his left leg felt normal. Though it stung him, it was only for a few seconds, so he wasn't injured. He analyzed, I am not ready to use this jutsu yet. I should treat my body with the burst jutsu continuously and slowly increase its power output. That way, my body will slowly get used to electricity. Once I develop a sufficient degree of endurance, I can try the lightning transformation jutsu. A shame really, I was kinda excited to try this and the electric skin jutsu. Lightning transformation will allow me to move at tremendous speeds. Though I can't change directions, I can bounce off other objects till I reach my target. Electric skin jutsu also works on similar principles. It conducts electricity on the skin and boosts the power of any lightning jutsus used. And the lightning could electrocute someone who'd try to touch me just like the other 2 jutsus. After I master these 2 jutsus, I will be able to move at speeds comparable to body flicker and zap my enemies on touch. Though it isn't comparable to Raikage's lightning chakra mode, it will still be very handy and should help me dominate weaker ninjas. This speed will be the basis of my lightning combat system. Fujin began training his body to endure lightning with the help of the burst jutsu. He increased the power of the jutsu gradually such that he would be able to endure but his body would feel pain. The jutsu used very little chakra, so Fujin kept at it for hours until he realized something, shit. While it ached initially, now this pain feels good. He was left speechless by the development and a bit worried as he muttered in a sigh, I hope I don't develop any weird fetishes. I have no interest in becoming another perverted ninja. Fujin kept training until he was interrupted when he heard his bell ringing. Fujin wondered, who'd come to see me at this time? He stopped training and spread his chakra field. Outside Fujin's door, a man was standing. He had a very peculiar expression on his face. He muttered, when did this brat learn Fuinjutsu? And why the hell is his house covered in hundreds of seals? Even I can't be sure that I have identified all the seals. Fujin was surprised by who he sensed. He muttered, he is back? I wonder where he was for so long. Fujin left the basement and made a hand sign. The entrance to the basement was sealed and disguised. Fujin walked to the door wondering, will he be able to sense the basement? Fujin opened the door and said very respectfully, hello Sensei. Welcome to my humble house. Renjiro's eyes twitched once again. He thought, your home is anything but humble. Knowing his student's antics, he sighed and said, I see that you haven't changed one bit. Fujin tilted his head and asked, why would I change Sensei? Renjiro ignored his question and entered the house. He said, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Let me start with this. He looked into Fujin's eyes and asked, why did you get such a huge house and that too so far away from the center of the village? Fujin replied, houses are expensive. And since I had the money, I decided to spend a lot just one time instead of worrying about switching houses later. Also, there isn't really anything else that I would like to spend my money on. I would have liked to buy the elemental stones, but I don't know where to buy them. Renjiro replied, makes sense. You wouldn't be able to buy the elemental stones in the market. Lord Hokage has some facilities that allow Anbu to use elemental stones. So if you get an offer to join Anbu in the future, take it. Fujin thought, Anbu. Unless the level of a rank B mission gets elevated to rank A, almost all rank B missions are quite boring and not so useful. Looks like joining Anbu would be the way to get exposure to better fights. Though I would prefer to join after the route is disbanded. Fujin asked, Sensei, how can I join the Anbu? Renjiro answered, it isn't in your hands. If Lord Hokage thinks that you are worthy of being included in Anbu, he will call you and ask you. Fujin said, oh. Alright, I'll wait then. Renjiro chuckled on hearing his reply. Fujin's words showed that he had no doubts about his capabilities. Renjiro asked, so, when did you become an expert with Fuinjutsu? Fujin looked at Renjiro thinking, as expected, he discovered them. Fujin replied, I learned it sometime after our squad was disbanded. Renjiro stared at Fujin but Fujin didn't say anything. Renjiro asked, Fuinjutsu is extremely complicated. I have seen extremely talented ninjas slam their foreheads on failing to learn Fuinjutsu. You want to tell me that you learned Fuinjutsu in slightly more than half a year? Fujin replied, complicated? I found it pretty fun and easy to learn. Though it has a lot of theory and symbols, I sped up the learning process with shadow clones. Renjiro was surprised. He asked, you spammed shadow clones to learn Fuinjutsu faster? You do know that it can be dangerous, right? Fujin nodded, yeah, it gives headaches. So I was careful with the number of clones and what they were learning. While speaking, he looked up at Renjiro. Renjiro identified the look in Fujin's eyes. He had seen it numerous times. Fujin continued, but my biggest headache was to use the shadow clone jutsu a dozen times every single time. Sensei, could you teach me the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Renjiro was left speechless. He thought, I have just returned from a 3-month-long mission. And this brat doesn't even take 3 minutes to ask me for a jutsu. And he does it so naturally too. Chapter 192, Chapter 189, Another Get-Together. Renjiro replied, sure. Right after you show me what you are hiding under your home. Fujin wasn't surprised. He nodded and replied casually, sure. That sounds like a fair deal. He walked to the staircase and made a hand seal. Renjiro followed thinking, meaning that it's not a fair deal. The stairways to the basement appeared. Fujin and Renjiro entered the basement. Fujin showed him the meditation room, gravity room, and dodging practice room. Renjiro was impressed with his student. He said, you have done a great job with the seals. These are among the best training rooms I have seen. That said, no one puts so much effort into training rooms either. Fujin said, to be honest, the advantages they provide aren't very significant. I just had a lot of time on my hands and needed to practice inscribing seals. Renjiro replied, though the benefits provided by the rooms are very small, they will add up over time. Fujin nodded, yeah. Renjiro asked, why are the other rooms empty? Fujin replied, I don't have any ideas regarding any more training rooms. If I get my hands on some elemental stones, I can make a few elemental training rooms like in the tower in the Forest of Death. But that doesn't seem like an option for now. I'll just set up what I want in those rooms if I have any good ideas. Renjiro nodded. He realized that Fujin had left a lot of space for any future use he might have. Both headed down to the lowest level. A weird expression formed on Renjiro's face once again. He asked in a confused voice, why is this entire floor empty? Fujin had already cleared all the mannequins. He said, I designed this place to try new jutsus and have some space to move around freely. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, is this all you were hiding? Fujin looked back at him and asked, what were you expecting, Sensei? An elemental stone mine. Renjiro's face went dark because of Fujin's question. He thought, his tongue sure has gotten sharper. He commented, nothing much, just something worth hiding. Fujin smirked in his mind while thinking, who'd hide something worth hiding in their home? That's the first place anyone would look for in case they are ever suspected. Fujin ignored his comment and asked, anyways Sensei, you promised to teach me the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Renjiro replied, I am tired. I'll just show you the hand signs and how it is done. You can practice by yourself. Renjiro made the hand signs. Soon, 5 shadow clones appeared around him. Renjiro explained to Fujin how the shadow clone and multi-shadow clone jutsus were different. Fujin followed his instructions and weaved the hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Immediately, 5 shadow clones appeared around him. Fujin smiled, another jutsu down. This one will be very helpful. Renjiro said, that's good. Just practice until you have it down. Also, this is a forbidden jutsu as it can lower your chakra to dangerous levels. So be careful of how many shadow clones you try to make. Having taught Fujin for almost a year, Renjiro wasn't concerned about him messing up as long as he knew how cautious Fujin was. Fujin nodded, alright Sensei. He dispersed his clones. The two began leaving the basement. Fujin asked, by the way Sensei, where were you for so long? Renjiro replied, I was assigned a rather long and difficult mission. I returned yesterday. What about you? How many missions did you go on and anything interesting? Fujin and Renjiro began chatting. Fujin filled him in on his missions. Fujin's mission experience was as he expected. He was surprised just twice. The first time was when Fujin told him about the 13 million ryo bounty he claimed. The second time was when he talked about the Jashinists. During the conversation, Fujin asked, are you aware of them Sensei? Renjiro nodded and answered, yeah, I had encountered one of their factions before the Third Great Ninja War. But they weren't very strong. I remember them because they had sacrificed all the young children from a village to their god and slaughtered all the adults. Unfortunately, they didn't have any information on where other Jashinists would be. Otherwise, we would have wiped all of their branches. Fujin said, now that I think about it, even these guys never mentioned any other Jashinists. I wonder if their Grand Priest had any details though. Renjiro replied, no point in thinking about him. It's been a long time since we ate together. Let's go to yakiniku. My treat. Fujin and Renjiro had food before leaving their separate ways. Fujin decided, since I am here, I might as well see if Hoka and Teru are free. He made a few hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 2 shadow clones appeared next to him. Both flickered away. Fujin analyzed, my chakra was divided equally. I'll have to learn how to control the amount of chakra I allot to this jutsu and distribute it among the clones. Though from my experience with the shadow clone jutsu, it'll be better to do so after I use this jutsu a few hundred times. Fujin's clones moved towards Teru and Hoka's houses. Unfortunately, Hoka wasn't home. Fujin's clone talked with Hoka's father and asked him to tell Hoka to come to visit him when he is back. Fujin's other shadow clone met with Teru. Teru was intrigued by the idea. But he asked for a few days to answer. Fujin's clone replied, all right. Let's meet up at my home 5 days from now at 1 p.m. Mieko should be completely healed by then. Teru quickly replied, all right. We will have food at your home again in that case. Fujin's clone nodded and said, sure. He dispersed into smoke. Teru looked at the smoke and muttered, will he ever come to visit in person? Fujin received his clone's memories. He made a shadow clone and sent him to inform Mieko about the meeting. Fujin created another shadow clone which flickered towards the library. With all the tasks completed, Fujin returned to training his body with the burst jutsu. For the next 5 days, Fujin focused on physical training and conditioning his body with the burst jutsu. His physique improved at a very rapid speed. He practiced vacuum cannon and multi-shadow clone jutsu a few times daily. In addition, one of his shadow clones stayed in the library for over 12 hours daily. During this time, he was visited by Hoka once. He too liked the idea and gave the same reply as Teru. Finally, the day arrived. Fujin was training with his chakra field spread. He opened his eyes when he sensed Teru. He stopped training and left the basement and sealed it up in a few seconds. A minute later, Teru rang the doorbell. Fujin opened the door. His eyes immediately focused on the bag in Teru's hands. Teru noticed Fujin's gaze and said, "My mom felt bad that you cooked everything last time. So she sent some ready-to-fry prawns with me." Fujin took the bag and said, "She is wiser than you." Teru smirked and said, "Oh, I am so glad that you like that." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows wondering what Teru was up to. Teru continued, "She has invited you to have dinner at our home tonight." Teru thought, "I know he doesn't like socializing a lot. So I was worried I'd have to hear my mother nagging." Luckily he dug the pit himself. At the same time, Fujin thought, "I was kept hanging for 2 to 3 months due to not having any connections. So it's better to accept the invitation. If I am lucky, I might get a mission invitation similar to how Mieko got me on a rank A mission." Fujin replied, "All right. I'll show up." Teru smiled but suddenly his smile froze. He suddenly had a weird expression as he asked, "Just to confirm, you are going to come yourself instead of sending a clone, right?" Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression. He asked, "Did you and Yori swap your brains?" Teru chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's just that I only see your clones making a visit." Fujin replied, "That's just for sending messages. Why would I send a clone to eat?" As they were chatting, Mieko and Hoka showed up. Fujin invited them all in. Mieko asked, "What's in that bag?" Fujin replied, "Teru's mom sent some prawns." He made a shadow clone who grabbed the bag and said, "You guys continue discussing. I'll bring chicken and prawns in a few minutes." Hoka replied, "Great." Mieko teased, "Fujin, your clones are much better at cooking than you." Suddenly, all three looked at Mieko without speaking a word. Realizing how stupid her sentence was, she immediately became embarrassed and quickly went into the circular room while saying, "Why are you three standing at the door? Let's go in and discuss what we will do quickly." The boys followed her. Teru commented softly, "She is very quick to change subjects." Fujin and Hoka nodded in agreement. Chapter 193, Chapter 190, A Heated Debate. Fujin, Teru, Hoka, and Mieko took their seats around the round table. Mieko asked Fujin, "Did you tell them about the dialogue we had?" Fujin nodded, "Yup." Mieko looked at Hoka and Teru and asked, "So, what do you think, guys?" Teru answered, "It is a good idea. My current squad takes a lot of breaks between missions. If we form a team, then we can take missions continuously and reach the required number of missions for Elite Chunin promotion quickly. But, even if we reach the required number of missions, we won't get promoted anytime soon. And, taking missions with our current squads ensures that we may be able to handle the mission even if it goes wrong." Hoka nodded in agreement. Fujin said, "That's true. But the current rank B missions are very boring and don't challenge us much. My idea is that we should take rank B missions that have a low chance of going wrong and do them rapidly. Even if we don't get promoted at the end of it, we may get asked to assist with rank A missions more often if our mission record is good." Teru replied, "That is true. I'm guessing that your plan is to reach 50 missions quickly with our team and then try being a part of stronger teams." Fujin nodded, "Yeah. That would be ideal for us. Though it'll be better to finalize such a decision after we reach that stage. We may as well continue with this team if we can take tougher missions. Mieko agreed, yeah, that's true. So, is everyone on board? Hoka nodded, yeah, I talked with my parents and teammates. I am in. Teru nodded, same here. But, why didn't you invite anyone else? Fujin answered, well, the only other two I could think of were Hana and Yuri. And their skills would be very similar to Hoka and Mieko respectively. Not to mention that Hana is still in her genin squad. So I figured that it'd be better to go with just us four. All four of us are good at taijutsu. We cover all elements except lightning. We will have 2 digitsus and 1 sensor in the squad. So pretty much all aspects get covered. Teru thought for a bit and said, all right. Since no one asked anything else, Mieko said, so now the main question is. She looked at all three and said, who will be the team leader? Hoka and Teru too looked at everyone. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, I never considered this. Makes sense though, as every team needs to have a leader. Hoka, Mieko, and Teru prepared themselves for an intense debate. Hoka asked Mieko, what do you suggest? Mieko replied, of course, it should be me. Hoka saw her with a deadpan expression as he thought, why am I not surprised? He asked, why? Mieko answered, because I am the only one who is an expert at ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu. You guys don't have any skills in genjutsu. Hoka argued back, what does genjutsu have to do with leading? My ability to see up to a kilometer is more important. This way, I can pass orders quickly and get us more time to react. Mieko said, you can do that even when you aren't a leader. Teru entered the debate saying, yes, and you can use genjutsu even if you aren't the leader. The most important aspect of a leader is experience. And I have been a ninja for a year longer than you three. The three entered into a heated debate. At some point, the Sharingan and the Byakugan got activated. Chakras began flaring. Fujin didn't speak and just watched with amusement. He thought, wow, this looks awfully like those pre-interview debates for placements in my previous world. The trio continued arguing for 15 minutes when Hoka's eyes fell on Fujin. He saw that Fujin was eating the fried chicken alone and realized that Fujin never spoke a word. He asked, why are you eating chicken and not talking? Aren't you interested in becoming the team leader? Fujin answered in his mind, unfortunately I don't have popcorn. He said, it's more amusing to see you three arguing. Don't worry, I won't let the food go cold. Mieko suddenly realized. She complained, hey! Don't eat all the food. Fujin shrugged and continued eating. The change in the subject made the trio calm down. Teru realized that arguing was pointless and said, it doesn't look like we will reach any conclusion. Fujin replied, you sure? Maybe another 15 minutes of debate might provide a result. Mieko, Teru, and Hoka's faces went dark. They realized that Fujin was mocking them. Mieko said, all right, stop being a prick and tell us what great idea you have. Fujin put up a sad face and sighed, but I wanna see you guys debating. All three stared at him. Having teased them enough, Fujin said, I don't recall where I read or heard this quote, but it went something like this, a great team is where no one knows who the leader is. Fujin's words made the three of them enter into thought. After a while, Hoka asked, do you mean that we shouldn't have any team leader? Teru shook his head, no, having a team leader is compulsory. Otherwise, we won't get the missions. Mieko said, well, we can just lie. Fujin interrupted their conversation and said, no, it means that everyone should be capable of leading. So we will take turns in leading the missions. This way, all four of us will become capable leaders. Teru replied, nice idea. I never thought in this way. Hoka and Mieko nodded. Mieko said, so now we just have to decide in what order we will lead. Once again, Mieko, Hoka and Teru looked into each other's eyes. Fujin looked in anticipation while eating chicken. He could almost see sparks flying between them once again. However, Mieko suddenly looked and pointed at Fujin and yelled, "Stop taking pleasure from our arguments." Hoka and Teru too looked at Fujin with irritated looks. Fujin said, "Hey, unlike you three, I live alone. There aren't many opportunities to see something this fun." Mieko, Teru, and Hoka ignored Fujin's lousy excuse. Though they knew that he was an orphan and felt bad about it, they never saw Fujin complain about it or feel down due to it. Hoka said, "All right, you have had your fun. Now say what you think." Fujin said, "The order that I think is ideal would be me first, then Hoka, followed by Mieko and lastly Teru." Teru and Mieko immediately complained, "Why are we last?" Fujin replied, "Teru, I put you last because you have never gone on a mission with us before. In fact, in the last 2.5 years, we have fought just once. So by leading last, you will be able to understand more about us three." Teru thought about it and nodded his head. He said unwillingly, "All right, that sounds reasonable." Fujin looked at Mieko and said, "You are second last because you just got injured. Though you have healed, it will be better for you to take it easy for a couple of missions." Mieko wanted to argue, but she recalled the medical nins asking her to take it easy for a week or so. She too begrudgingly agreed. Hoka asked, "Why am I after you?" Fujin smirked and said, "Because you like to engage in pointless battles instead of taking the easy way while I do the opposite." Hoka immediately complained, "Hey, that's not fair. I only do it when our opponents are very weak. And it doesn't give them any chance at success." Hoka expected Fujin to counter back, but instead, he saw Fujin shrugging. Fujin said, "Well, that's pretty much all I got. The only other way I see is if we fight to decide the leader." Normally, Hoka would be excited to face Fujin. However, he frowned and said, "You will just keep your distance and fight with clones, right?" Fujin smirked and said, "As I said, I prefer the easy way." Hoka was annoyed by his smirk. But he thought rationally, fighting with Fujin would only make me more annoyed and I won't win. Worse, if the fight becomes intense, I'll be left with a lot of cuts on my body. We may have to delay our missions if that happens." Hoka sighed and said, "Leave it. I'll be the bigger man and let you lead first." Teru and Mieko immediately realized their opportunity and said the same thing. Fujin watched them with a deadpan look as he thought, "Man. Woman? Should I get them a mirror?" With the order of team leaders decided, the group began enjoying the food. They discussed their abilities and thought of some combination of jutsus they could use. After discussing everything they wanted to discuss and finishing off all the food, Fujin said, "We will start taking missions from the day after tomorrow. Let's meet up outside the mission center at noon." Everyone nodded and left. A/N, "A great team is where no one knows who the leader is a quote by former basketball player and coach, Bill Russell, who said, "The most important measure of how good a game I played was how much better I'd made my teammates play." A great player has to make his teammates better. You have to inspire them. That's the mark of a great player. A great team is where no one knows who the leader is. You can't tell who the best player is. It's always a group effort." Kinda liked this dialogue. Thought I'd share, smiley face. Chapter 194, Chapter 191, Terrifying Efficiency. Fujin continued his training and visited Teru's house in the evening. Fujin expected that Teru's parents would be jounins as well. Surprisingly, his father was an elite chunin while his mother was a normal civilian. Fujin thought, "Well, that's a bummer. I thought I could make some connections with another veteran jounin." That said, it makes sense that not everyone's parent is a jounin. I guess my expectations were just high due to knowing Mieko's and Hoka's parents. Since he didn't have any benefits to gain, Fujin let go of any schemes and just chatted casually with Teru's parents and enjoyed a delicious dinner. 2 days later, the group gathered outside the mission center. As usual, Fujin was the last one to arrive, earning him stares from all his new teammates. Mieko said, "You know, a team leader has to be the first to show up." Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, "Says who?" He thought, "I remember someone who was 3 hours late on average." To stop Mieko from exploding, Hoka said, "Fujin." Fujin shrugged and said, "It's still 5 minutes to noon. We can agree on an earlier time if you wanna show up early." Teru sighed at Fujin's stubbornness and said, "Leave it. Let's go get a mission and register our squad." Everyone entered the mission center. They saw Shishiro and approached him. Shishiro noticed them as well and smiled, "Why are you guys here?" Fujin said, "I want to register a new squad and accept a mission as well." Shishiro observed the 4 youngsters. He asked, "Are you 4 forming a squad?" They nodded. Shishiro was surprised. He thought, "This is the first time I am seeing such a young team." Fujin asked, "Is there an issue?" Shishiro said, "Not really, but are you guys sure?" Mieko said, "We wouldn't be here otherwise." Shishiro said, "All right. Let me get the paperwork." Shishiro got busy. The group waited and watched him doing all the work. Mieko suddenly had an idea. She looked at Teru and asked softly, "Teru, will we have to do more paperwork while changing the leader?" Teru thought for a bit and nodded, "Yes, but we can avoid it by not doing it officially." A grin formed on Mieko's face. She said, "Let's keep changing our leader officially for every mission. It's about time that we got some revenge for those insane number of bandit hunting missions." Fujin and Hoka immediately nodded. Hoka said, "That sounds great." Fujin added, "I agree." Teru looked at the 3 of them in surprise and asked, "How many bandit missions were you guys assigned?" Fujin replied, "Too many." Mieko followed up, "I did 75. Fujin was surprised. He looked at Mieko and asked, 75? Why so many?" Mieko said, "He kept giving me bandit hunting missions till I joined an Uchiha squad. I was so mad at him back then." Hoka said, "Me too." Mieko looked at Fujin and asked, "How many bandit extermination missions did you do after we disbanded?" Fujin replied, "Just 1." Mieko and Hoka looked at him with surprise. Hoka asked, "Why just 1 for you?" Fujin replied, "I remember threatening him that I'll plant evidence stating that he is the boss of those bandits if he gave me another mission like that." Mieko and Hoka were surprised. Mieko grumbled, "I threatened him with violence and genjutsu, but they never worked. Also, my parents asked me to take those rank C missions." Teru watched their conversation. He finally asked, "Why did you do so many bandit hunting missions?" Fujin said, "Our sensei took us to do a lot of them and we kinda gained a reputation." "Leave it, it's embarrassing. Anyways, I like your idea, Mieko. Let's do that." Shishiro was finally done. He handed Fujin a paper and said, "These are the details of your team." Fujin read the paper. It had some basic details about those 4 and Fujin was mentioned as the team leader. While Fujin was reading the paper, Shishiro asked, "Which missions are you interested in taking?" "I have a bunch of bandit extermination missions lined you." He suddenly stopped talking and involuntarily stepped back. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. One pair was as black as the abyss itself. Another pair of eyes were red and spinning. The last pair of eyes were as white as they could be. He quickly said, "I'm just kidding, no need to look at me like this." He picked up a file and handed it to Fujin and said, "You can select a rank B mission from this file." Suddenly, his voice became serious as he warned, "Don't bite off more than you can chew." Fujin nodded. He looked through the missions. Most of the rank B missions were escort missions for merchants or important officials. Fujin wasn't interested in taking missions that would be slow to complete. He began looking for target elimination missions. After looking through all of them, he thought, as I thought. None of them is in the land of fire. He removed 3 mission papers from the file and handed them to Shishiro and said, "We will take these 3 missions." Shishiro was surprised once again. He accepted the mission papers and asked, 3 at the same time? Fujin nodded, "Yeah, they are close to each other." Shishiro read the papers, All are missions to eliminate rogue forces in the land of river. Given the data, it's unlikely that either of these would be tougher. He looked at the youngsters in front of him and said, "All right. Good luck and ensure that you stay safe." Fujin nodded and accepted the papers and left along with his team. Fujin shared the mission papers with his squad and said, "I have selected 3 missions in the land of river. They are very close to each other and not very far away from the land of fire border. So if anything goes wrong, we can retreat to safer places quickly." Everyone nodded. After they were done reading, Fujin said in a serious tone, "I am the leader of these missions. And my policy is always safety first. I am fine if our mission fails, but none of us must die or be crippled. So always emphasize more on our safety rather than the mission. Is this clear?" Hoka, Mieko, and Tera were surprised by the seriousness in Fujin's voice. Mieko teased, "Wow Fujin, you sound exactly like Sensei." Hoka agreed, "That's true." Fujin sighed at their antics and asked again, "Is it clear?" All 3 nodded and said, "Yup." Since everyone agreed, Fujin asked, "Is everyone prepared to go?" Everyone nodded. The squad immediately left Konoha. The group traveled the whole day at top speed and took a break at a patrol camp close to the border at night. They got up early the next morning and continued their journey. At around 8 am, they finally arrived close to their destination. They stopped around 2 kilometers away from their destination. Fujin looked at the map and said, "They should be around 3 kilometers to the west from here. Keep an eye for traps." Hoka activated his Byakugan and Mieko activated her Sharingan. The squad moved forward. Finally, Hoka said, "I can see them. They have built a small camp ahead." Fujin asked, "What sort of camp?" Hoka replied, "Mostly bamboo huts next to a river. There are 35 people in the camp. Only 12 have chakra with 3 at Chunin level and 1 at elite Chunin level." Fujin said, "All right, that should be manageable. Let's get close and stick to the plan." The group immediately flickered through the forest and stopped at the outskirts of the camp. Fujin asked softly, "Are there any who aren't in the camp?" Hoka checked the surroundings and answered, "I can see 4 people in a 1 kilometer radius. But they don't have chakra." Fujin thought for a bit and replied, "All right, let's ignore them. We will destroy this camp directly. Prepare your jutsus." Everyone quickly made hand signs. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fire release, majestic destroyer flame jutsu. Instantly, a massive fire approached the camp. Since they didn't detect anyone, everyone was caught off guard. Only their leader acted quickly and weaved hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. The water from the river suddenly flowed out and formed a wall between the camp and the incoming fire. The fire-wind combo jutsu hit the water wall and went straight through it. Their leader shouted, "Everyone, escape underground." The few ninjas who knew earth release quickly escaped underground. The fire engulfed the entire camp and burned everything down. Over 30 died by being burnt alive. Their screams were all that could be heard in the vicinity. However, the attack wasn't over. Hoka saw the 4 rogue ninjas escaping underground and said, "Now." Both he and Teru slammed their hands on the ground. Earth release, stone spear jutsu. Immediately, spears formed around everyone who had escaped underground. The rogue ninjas had just relaxed slightly on escaping death. Not a single one was prepared to defend. A dozen spears pierced into the body of all 4 of them. Hoka watched and said, "They are all dead." Fujin spread his chakra field to recheck. He said, "Yeah, none of those 35 survived. And there is no one in a 1 kilometer radius who can use chakra. Miyako sighed and said, that doesn't feel like a rank B mission at all. Fujin replied, it is a rank B mission. Just that they feel too easy. This was the reason for forming this team, remember? Teru said, yeah. Let's complete the remaining 2 missions today as well. Everyone began moving towards their next target. After completing a rank B mission in less than a minute, the newly formed squad completed another 2 rank B missions on the same day with terrifying efficiency. Chapter 195, Chapter 192, A Date. Having completed the 3 missions, the group returned to Konoha on the evening of the following day. Miyako asked, will we be going on a mission tomorrow? Teru said, I think it'll be better if we take a day's break. Otherwise, the constant travel might wear us down. Fujin agreed, yeah. Let's have a day's break between missions. We can have a longer break if the mission is tiring or if someone gets injured. Hoka agreed with Fujin. Miyako said, all right. Let's meet at noon. As she spoke, her eyes landed on Fujin. She corrected herself, no. Let's meet 30 minutes before noon on the day after tomorrow outside the mission center. Fujin's left eye twitched on seeing how she changed the time after looking at him. He thought, well, it doesn't really make a difference to me. It'll be the same if you show up 15 to 20 minutes before the decided time. The group left. Fujin was flickering to his home when he noticed, someone's following me. He immediately began sensing and saw who was following. Why is she chasing after me? He stopped moving. A few seconds later Miyako appeared. Fujin asked, what's up? Miyako asked while breathing slightly heavily, do you have to run at this speed to your home? Fujin replied, not really. Just saves some time. Anyways, why did you follow me? Miyako began a bit fidgety. She said, well, I never thanked you properly for saving my life. I thought about how I should thank you properly but couldn't think of anything. So Fujin interrupted her saying, I already said that you don't need to thank me. We are teammates. I got your back and you got mine. Miyako was about to nod in agreement but suddenly stopped as she realized, wait, did I ever have to save him? No, I have never seen his life ever be at stake. She said, that's all good, but I still want to thank you. I asked my mother how I should thank you and she suggested that I treat you to dinner. Fujin was surprised. He asked, what did she say? Miyako replied, that I treat you for dinner. Fujin's left eye twitched once again. He thought, is her mother trying to set us up? Did she find out about Dango and wanted to get revenge on me or something? Seeing that Fujin wasn't speaking, Miyako got upset and asked, what's the issue? I'm treating you to a free dinner. Just come. Fujin was about to say no, but hearing what Miyako said, he thought, well, if she puts it that way, then how do I logically say no? Fujin said, I am not a fan of eating dango for dinner. Miyako complained, hey, who said I eat dango for dinner? I wanted to go to that sushi restaurant. Fujin sighed in his mind, leave it, I'll agree. It will be annoying if she tries to find more ways to thank me if I keep refusing. He said, all right. Let's go. Miyako cheered upon hearing him agree. She said, great, follow me. She walked in front of Fujin. Though Fujin couldn't see, a blush appeared on her face. Fujin followed thinking, never thought I'd go on a date at 11 in this world. Though to be honest, I never thought I'd go on any date at all. Oh well, since I am on one, I might as well enjoy it. En route, Miyako tried making small talk with Fujin. Fujin replied, but there wasn't much to talk about. After all, Fujin's life in this world was very monotonous. He didn't have a life outside of being a ninja. After many failed attempts of finding a common topic to talk about, the duo reached the restaurant. While ordering, they finally found a common topic to talk about. The topic was food. While eating, the two talked about all the delicious foods they came across outside Konoha when they were on rank B missions. Fujin mainly talked about the noodles from the land of noodles while Mieko talked about an array of sweets. The two chatted for over an hour while enjoying sushi. By the time they left, it was very dark. Fujin said, "I'll drop you home." Mieko asked, "All right." The two walked to the Uchiha clan compound. Fujin walked with her to the entrance before saying goodbyes. As he watched her leave, Fujin sighed, "She has a crush on me. I guess it happened when I saved her life." Fujin turned around and began walking home. He sighed again, why does life have to keep getting complicated? Over the next month, their team completed 19 rank B missions. They chose every mission very carefully. As a result, all the missions were completed with extreme ease. Fujin, Mieko, and Hoka already had very strong teamwork. Teru blended in with ease, resulting in even more combination jutsus. Due to completing missions together, their bond also got stronger. On one of the rest days, while Fujin was training his body to get used to stronger electric shocks, he heard the bell ring. He stopped training and sensed who rang the bell. Fujin thought, "Oof, so much stuff happened that I completely forgot about them." He sweat dropped a bit thinking, for some reason, I'm a bit worried about my future subordinates now. He created a shadow clone and continued training. The clone went out and greeted the visitors. He opened the door and saw Daisuke and the other 4 orphans standing with him. Daisuke immediately greeted Fujin, "Hey Fujin! How have you been?" Fujin's clone replied, "Good. It's good to see you guys again." Daisuke replied, "We tried visiting you 2 days ago, but it looks like you were on a mission." Fujin's clone nodded, "Yeah, I returned last night." "Anyways, have you completed the leaf training exercise?" Daisuke replied, "Yup. That's why we wanted to visit you." Fujin's clone thought for a bit, "It's just over a month and a half since I asked them to do it. Isn't it a bit too fast?" However, he soon realized, no, they have been using chakra for a lot longer than we were back in first and second years in the academy. So their speed makes sense. Fujin's clone exited the home while asking, "All 5 of you can keep the leaf on for over an hour." Suddenly, he noticed them getting a bit nervous. Daisuke said, "Well, 4 of us can. Bunko is still a bit short. He can stick the leaf for 48 minutes. But exams are coming close. We only have around 3 months left. So we couldn't wait any longer." Fujin's clone said, "It's fine. 48 is decent as well. Your next task is to learn how to climb trees with only your feet." His words confused them. Tatsuya asked, "What do you mean by just our feet?" Fujin's clone walked towards a tree and said, "Like this." He began walking on the tree. All 5 students were surprised at his action and got excited to do it themselves. After all, this was infinitely more fun than meditating with a leaf stuck on your head. Fujin's clone said, "To be able to do this, you have to concentrate chakra on your feet. And your chakra has to be the right amount. If it's low, then your foot won't stick to the tree. If it is high, then you will damage the tree and be pushed away." Fujin's clone got off the tree and said, "Now you guys try it." Immediately, all 5 tried climbing the tree. 2 seconds later, all 5 fell down. Fujin's clone chuckled at that sight. He said, "This isn't as easy as it looks. So keep practicing until you can climb properly. Once you do, you won't have any issues in mastering those 3 jutsus needed for the graduation exam." Fujin's words surprised them again. Bunjiro asked, "Will we be able to do all 3 jutsus easily?" Fujin's clone replied, "Well, you will still need to train. But learning it will become very easy." Daisuke excitedly said, "All right. Thank you Fujin." Fujin's clone replied, "No worries. You guys can continue training in the tree climbing exercise. Once you can do it flawlessly, you can come back to me. Also, unlike the leaf concentration exercise, you can't leave this one halfway. Everyone said, don't worry, we will climb to the top of the tree. Fujin's clone nodded and said, good. See you guys later. They said their goodbyes and left. Fujin continued his training, feeling better about his capabilities to teach his future subordinates. Fujin's squad continued missions as usual for another week. When they returned from their last mission, Mieko received shocking news after she went home. She went home in a cheerful mood. However, on entering her home, she saw that her parents were dejected and serious. She asked, "Mom, why are you sad?" Her mother looked at her. She wondered how she should deliver the news. After a minute of silence, she sighed and said, "Shisui is dead. He committed suicide." Mieko was shocked. Chapter 196, Chapter 193, Dilemma, Emotional or Rational Choice. Fujin had completed his morning workout and was about to enter the basement when he heard the doorbell. He checked and opened the door and said, "Hey Mieko. Come in." Mieko entered his house. Fujin noticed, she is uncharacteristically silent. And her mood seems down. He asked, "What's up?" Mieko said, "I won't be able to come for missions for some time." Fujin could feel the sadness in her voice. He wondered, what's up with her? I haven't seen her so down until now. He asked, "Why? Did something happen?" As he asked her, he could see tears forming in her eyes. Fujin sighed in his mind and helped her take a seat. He also grabbed some water for her to drink. Mieko drank the water and said, "Shisui died. Mother said that he committed suicide." Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, so it's time. Fujin knew that Shisui had mentored Mieko at some point in the past. She had stated about learning the body flicker jutsu from him. Fujin said, "That is sad news. Were the two of you close?" Mieko nodded. "We didn't hang out much for the last couple of years, but he used to mentor me a lot before it. He taught me fire dragon jutsu and body flicker jutsu." Mieko continued talking about Shisui for over 5 minutes. Fujin just patiently listened to her while sitting next to her. After she was done, both sat silently for a minute. Finally, Mieko got up and said, "Could you tell Teru and Hoka that I won't be able to come for missions?" Fujin nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll tell them." Mieko thanked him and left. Fujin saw her leaving his home and involuntarily said, "Mieko." Mieko turned around and asked, "Yes." Fujin sighed and asked, "Would you like to go on missions to take your mind off this?" Mieko was happy that Fujin asked her this. However, she said, "No. My parents instructed me to not go on any missions for some time. But thanks for asking, Fujin." Fujin thought, they instructed. I see. They want her to participate in the coup. So every Uchiha ninja should be called back using the excuse of Shisui's death. No wonder there wasn't any Uchiha survivor other than Suzuki. He said, "All right then. Take care." Mieko nodded and left. Fujin saw her leaving and sighed. He closed his door and muttered, "I ended up asking her that." He sat down as he thought, "When I realized that I was in the Naruto world, I decided that I won't form any relationships or be emotionally attached to anyone. I decided that I won't even make a lot of friends and won't be emotionally attached to any that I make. After all, this is the dangerous world of deadly ninjas. And I know for a fact that at least 80% of all ninjas would die in the Fourth Great Ninja War. This means that any friend I have will have an 80% chance to die before I reach 22 years of age. Meaning that unless I'm lucky or become insanely strong to protect everyone I care about, every 4 out of 5 friends of mine will die in the next 10 years. So getting emotionally attached to them could result in me breaking down, similar to how Kakashi broke down after the Third War. And I don't want to suffer emotionally like him or hundreds of others who went through the same shit that he did in this world." Fujin stopped thinking for a few seconds before letting out another sigh. Unfortunately, though my plan was right, I didn't take human nature into account. Due to having spent so much time with them, I guess I have become quite fond of Renjiro, Mieko, and Hoka. Maybe Teru and Genji as well. Looks like I am not as emotionless as I want to be. He chuckled and continued introspecting. Fortunately, it hasn't reached a stage where I would do something crazy for them. But, leaving my emotions aside, is there anything I could do for Mieko? Fujin began thinking. After a while, he concluded, there are only two ways to directly get involved. One would be to stop Itaki and Obito head-on. Another would be to convince Hiruzen to lift the restrictions on Uchiha and reintegrate them into Konoha. Unfortunately, the first option is pure suicide. I don't know if I can be strong enough to face either of them 10 years from now. If I do anything right now, I'll just die pointlessly. As for the second option, even that is very pointless. All it will do is expose the fact that I know about the coup Uchiha has planned and attract suspicions from all the elders and Hiruzen himself. The attention would mean that I could be watched in the future and my freedom will get restricted. Not to mention, I have no confidence in being able to convince them to integrate Uchiha back into Konoha. After all, I doubt Hiruzen wants to see something like this happen and he still hasn't been able to do anything to stop it. So my only reasonable option is to only save Mieko. And the only way to do it would be to force her to go on a mission against her parents' wishes. Could I do it? And what would be the risks? Fujin began analyzing again. After a while, he concluded, I might be able to make her go on a mission with us. If I choose a long mission that would take us around a month to complete, she will stay out of Konoha when the massacre happens. As for the risks, there are two critical risks. The first is Danzo. If he is insistent on eliminating all Uchihas, he could send his root agents to kill any Uchiha out of Konoha. If he does, we will have to confront them. And I am not confident about my team's chances against them. Especially if he sends a squad of only Jounin-level root agents. The other risk is Mieko herself. Assuming we stay safe and return to Konoha, there are two possibilities I see with her. The favorable possibility for me is that the trauma caused by the news of the death of her parents and her clan makes her awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Assuming that she still has a crush on me, she could be a great asset to have as a friend as long as she doesn't go crazy. Though Danzo may want to have her in that case, I doubt Hiruzen would allow him that. After all, though the elimination of the Uchiha clan could be considered a great feat for Danzo, it is also the death of his political career. Hiruzen won't let go of such an opportunity. I know that he will shut down the route, but with my few interactions with that old fox, I am sure that he will do a lot more. I'm guessing that he inducted a majority of Danzo's root ninjas into Anbu and only left Danzo's most faithful subordinates with him in case Hiruzen ever needs root's help in the future. However, the chances of awakening Mangekyo are infinitesimally low. The more likely possibility is that she will reach 3 Tomo Sharingan. And that would make her a huge threat. After all, Uchiha Stone Tablet states that they should kill the person closest to them to awaken Mangekyo. If Mieko reads that, I'll have to forever watch my back around her if she considers me the one closest to her. Fujin began deciding his course of action. He struggled for a long time between his emotional and rational mind. Finally, rational thoughts won over emotions as he decided, I need to stop being emotional. Though I would like to see Mieko stay alive, I shouldn't be putting my life and future in grave danger for her. After all, the events that will play out will be controlled by forces far beyond my capabilities. He made 2 shadow clones to deliver the message to Hoka and Teru. Fujin thought, it's unfortunate, but I always knew that this was about to happen. And there is nothing I can do to stop this. Now, it's time to put the plan into action. I wonder who has the body of the Grand Priest. Is it with Sora or Akihiko, or did they hand it to Fugaku? To avoid constantly thinking of Mieko and having a change of heart, Fujin began planning to get the Zankoku's body from the Uchihas. Chapter 197, Chapter 194, All Parties Prepare. To create a workable plan, Fujin had one clone in the library the entire time that he wasn't on missions. His clone looked through the entire library to find any methods and seals to help him find a way to infiltrate the Uchiha compound. After researching and practicing for a month, Fujin had found all the means to create a plan and try his luck while ensuring his safety and anonymity. He began the preparations. While Fujin was making his preparations, the Uchiha clan too began their preparations. All active Uchiha ninjas were called back. Every single Uchiha ninja returned back to Konoha. They began to prepare themselves for the war. Meanwhile, Danzo met Itaki in secret and explained to him what would happen when the Uchiha revolted, once again. He convinced Itaki to take action against his own clan. However, while the two were talking, their actions were seen by one person. In his room, Hiruzen watched their whole interaction in his crystal ball. Surprisingly, neither Danzo nor Itaki sensed anything off. Tiredness could be seen on Hiruzen's face as he sighed on seeing his friend's actions. I would have stopped him. Unfortunately, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has deteriorated beyond repair. His expression became firm as he decided not to interfere. While it's true that they were relocated to the outskirts of the village and monitored by Anbu, no Uchiha was ever mistreated by us. I can understand that they would be dissatisfied with such a treatment. However, this is no excuse for launching a coup that would destroy the village. On deciding the fate of the Uchiha, Hiruzen's eyes fell on Danzo. My old friend, it looks like you have completely fallen into darkness. This will be the last time you will interfere in the matters of my village. While the undercurrents were flowing in Konoha, Fujin was busy in his basement making a lot of complicated seals. A day after Mieko told him the news, Fujin completed the first step of his plan. He took a deep breath. Finally, it's done. He made a hand sign. A shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone made multiple hand signs. Fujin observed the clone by concentrating chakra in his eyes. He could see that the chakra signature of the clone was slowly changing. Soon, it was very different from Fujin's chakra signature. His scent also changed. Fujin thought, good, now it will be difficult to link the clone to me. After the clone completed the process, Fujin applied another scent to the clone to make it look like he was hiding his real scent. Next, the clone used the transformation jutsu to transform into a honey badger. Fujin thought, normally, seeing this animal in the streets of Konoha would raise suspicions. But, the Uchiha clan compound is on the outskirts of Konoha. If it appears there, it won't cause any suspicion. After all, there are many of these in the forests inside Konoha. After the clone transformed, Fujin began making seals on its body. He first applied seals that would increase its affinity to earth nature manipulation. This way, it would have an easier time moving underground and would also reduce any chances of it being related to Fujin, as Fujin wasn't known for his earth element. He followed it up by applying numerous stealth seals on the body of his transformed clone. Soon, the honey badger couldn't be seen, heard, smelled, or sensed. Fujin checked his work several times until he was satisfied. Finally, he nodded and said, "You'll be responsible for the first task." The honey badger didn't reply. Fujin made a hand sign and sealed him in a special storage scroll. He created a wind clone who took the storage scroll with him and flickered multiple times in the forests next to his house. After coming to a very secluded place far away from his house, the wind clone opened the scroll and let the honey badger clone out. The honey badger clone checked his surroundings and moved stealthily towards the Uchiha clan. He moved under the ground so as to not leave any trails. The wind clone also left. After going away sufficient distance, he destroyed the storage scroll and dispersed himself. The honey badger quickly moved towards the Uchiha clan compound but did not enter it. He had no intention of testing his seals against the Sharingan. Instead, he went to the route that Uchiha kids would take while going to and coming from the academy and stayed there. The honey badger clone thought, the first task consists of 2 missions. The first is to keep an eye on Uchiha Sasuke. The day Sasuke returns very late from the academy will most likely be the day the massacre happens. And, the second task is to see if anyone notices me. If someone does, I will drop all plans of stealing that dead body. While this clone kept an eye, Fujin created 5 more honey badger clones. They would roam through the forests and training grounds in Konoha to see if anyone notices anything suspicious in them. Fujin had calculated, honey badgers are rather common in Konoha. So a few more of them shouldn't raise any eyebrows. However, if someone is still able to somehow figure out that they are my clones, I can just admit that they were made by me and I was practicing stealth for missions. After all, I haven't done anything wrong yet. If no one notices anything strange, then I'll deploy them around the Uchiha clan. The honey badger clones would roam around Konoha all night and disperse themselves when the sun rose. Fujin experimented for 2 days before deciding that they were safe to be used. From the 3rd day, all 6 of his honey badger clones used to stay around the Uchiha clan compound. In addition, Fujin would maintain 2 wind clones at one secluded spot a few kilometers from the Uchiha clan compound. With the preparations done, Fujin just waited for the right moment. A few days later, in an underground base under Konoha, Danzo stood with a subordinate. The subordinate respectfully asked, "What job do you have for me, Danzo-sama?" Danzo looked at him and said, "Your triatomany bugs can induce sluggishness, right?" The root ninja was from the Aberme clan. He replied, "Yes Danzo-sama. They can cause slight sluggishness with their poison. And since it poses no direct threat and doesn't have any color or smell, it is almost impossible to detect." Danzo said, "Good. Your mission is to poison the drinking water that reaches the Uchiha clan with this poison. Use very small quantities. Your main priority is that this poison isn't noticed. Once you are done, go to training ground 49 and wait for me." The root ninja was surprised by the mission. However, it wasn't his place to question Danzo. He nodded and left. Danzo watched him leave as he thought, he was a good subordinate. A shame that he has to die. Danzo called another subordinate of his and instructed him to approach the Aberme ninja in the training ground 49 and kill him and dispose of his body as well. Though Danzo's subordinates had his curse seal, no seal was perfect. Considering the importance and severity of this matter, Danzo decided to take this step. This way no one other than him and the elders would know about the truth of the Uchiha massacre. The root ninja from the Aberme clan did his job exceptionally well. Since it only caused a slight sluggishness, no Uchiha ninja realized that they had been drugged. After all, they didn't have to move at full speed in their normal lives. Danzo made a few more moves that day. He ensured that no Hyuga, Inyazuka, or Censor ninja was in the vicinity of the Uchiha clan compound to prevent any interference. In fact, he had ensured that most of their active ninjas were on duty outside Konoha. Finally, on that evening, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito appeared in the Uchiha clan compound. Almost everyone in the village was oblivious to the massacre that was about to unfold. Only 3 were aware of it and waited patiently. Danzo was busy with his root ninjas to ensure that Itachi wasn't interrupted. Meanwhile, he also had to ensure that his root ninjas weren't close to the Uchiha clan compound and get caught in the fighting. Hiruzen had recalled all Anbu ninjas that were keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan. While Fujin was waiting in his basement for his clones to send him a message. Chapter 198, Chapter 195, The Massacre. A/N, hey guys. I'd like to clarify one point. According to the canon timeline, Shisui died around 1 to 2 years before the Uchiha massacre. Itachi becomes an Anbu captain sometime after his death. However, I don't think the flashbacks in the manga ever stated the time between these events or even the fact that Itachi became an Anbu captain after Shisui's death, correct me if I recall incorrectly. And I skipped the fillers in the anime after the 4th Great Ninja War started. So I wasn't aware of the huge time gap between Shisui's death and the massacre and assumed that they happened in quick succession as they were shown in the manga. By the time I realized this, the story had long crossed the point when Shisui should have died. It should have been around the time Fujin graduated or when he was in the Genin squad. So, unfortunately, the timing of Shisui's death will not be consistent with the canon. The rest stays the same, with a few obvious changes I made. Since it was getting late, most of the Uchiha clan members were in their homes with their families. For them, it was like any other evening. Their jounins were aware that they would have to fight a tough war very soon. So they cherished their peaceful days with their family, unaware of the tragedy about to befall them. As soon as Itachi and Obito appeared in the clan, both immediately began the massacre. Obito freely moved through the walls and attacked the unsuspecting Uchihas. Itachi too flickered into their homes. Since he was the son of the clan leader, no one expected him to attack when he did. They began slaughtering the Uchihas with extreme ease and stealth. While slaughtering, Itachi showed up in Uchiha Akioko's house. Akioko was having dinner with his wife and children when he suddenly got up and turned around to face the intruder. He squinted his eyes on seeing Itachi, wondering what he was doing here. Most of the top-tier ninjas in the Uchiha clan were disappointed in Itachi and slightly suspicious of him. Unlike others who didn't expect any attack from the son of their leader, Akioko was on guard and asked, "Why did you show up unannounced?" Without replying, Itachi attacked him with his blade. Akioko didn't have any weapons on him. He tried to move out of the way. Unfortunately, his body reacted a split second slower. That was sufficient time for Itachi's blade to slit his throat open. Akioko's family were shocked. However, before they could scream in horror, Itachi dealt with them too. Some distance away from Akioko's house, Obito entered Mieko's home. They too were having dinner. Both of Mieko's parents were at the jounin rank. Sensing that someone had broken into their home, they both got up and prepared themselves. Mieko noticed her parents' actions and got alert as well. She asked softly, "What happened, mother?" Her mother replied, "Someone has broken into our house. Stay on guard." At the next moment, Obito appeared in front of them. Not identifying the masked intruder, Mieko's father made hand signs rapidly without caring about his house. Fire release, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball appeared in front of Obito, who thought, interesting. Their house had seals to alert them. Unfortunately, I can't let this fireball explode. He stood without moving and let the fireball reach him. However, instead of the fireball hitting him, the Uchiha family was surprised to see the fireball being sucked into his mask. Taking advantage of the surprise, Obito went on the attack without giving them any time. Obito's speed was much higher than the three. Combined with their sluggish moments, they didn't last even a few seconds against him. Mieko saw in horror as both her parents were beheaded. Tears rolled down her eyes. Her eyes began transforming as another Tomo appeared in her eyes. Obito watched her eyes and commented in a deep voice, "Interesting. To awaken 3 Tomo Sharingans at your age. Very impressive." However, Mieko was in no mood to hear any praise. She screamed, "Return my parents to me." She attacked Obito with all her might. However, a rod pierced through her heart in the next second. Mieko coughed out blood as her memories flashed in her eyes. As she died, she heard Obito's deep voice, "Unfortunately, you don't have the time to grow." As she fell down, she remembered the scene of Fujin saving her the last time. Unfortunately, she knew that it wasn't possible this time. It was already too late. She closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Obito thought, a family with 3 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingans. How rare! In a flash, he took the Sharingans of all 3 of them and stored them before continuing his massacre. Itachi and Obito continued massacring unopposed. After some time, Fujin opened his eyes in his basement. The honey badger clone that kept eye on the route from the academy to the Uchiha clan saw Sasuke running towards home. Fujin's other shadow clones also received the memories. They prepared themselves to move after a few minutes. Fujin left his basement and got out of his house. He analyzed, from what little I remember, there was some time gap between the massacre and the Anbu ninjas reaching the Uchiha clan compound. That is the only window I have. Fujin became a bit restless, but he didn't move away from his home. This entire mission was left to his clones. In the Uchiha clan compound, Itaka finally entered his house ready to confront his father, only to see his parents not willing to fight. Fugaku said, "I see, you have aligned with the other side." Itaka controlled his emotions as he said, "Father, Mother, I." However, Mikoto interrupted him, "We know already." Itaka. Fugaku said, "Itaka, just promise us this. Take care of Suzuki." With tears in his eyes, Itaka said, "I will." Fugaku sensed Itaka's struggle and said, "Do not fear it. You chose this path, right? Compared to you, our pain will be over in an instant." He continued, "Even if our philosophies differ, I am still proud of you. You are a truly kind child." With tears in his eyes, Itaka pierced his blade into his mother and father. Fugaku looked at his wife as he died. With his last breath, he said, "Destroy our eyes." Itaka understood his father's wishes. Though he didn't fight against his son, he didn't want his eyes to end up in the hands of those who schemed against his clan and led them down this path of no return. Respecting his father's wishes, Itaka destroyed both their eyes. With Fugaku and most of the Uchiha clan dead, the coup was finally averted. It was at this moment that Suzuki entered home with fear in his eyes. He saw his dead parents. After a small fight, Itaka placed Suzuki under Tsukuyomi and flickered behind Obito and said, "It is over." Obito nodded and both disappeared. Fujin's clones stayed patiently for a few minutes. They didn't look at anything and instead focused chakra in their ears to pick up any sound. A few minutes after all sounds died down, they entered the Uchiha clan compound through the ground. This was one of the main reasons why Fujin chose the honey badger disguise. They were known to be excellent diggers. On entering, all clones had a specific job. One clone headed towards Akiako's house while another headed towards Fugaku's house. One clone kept an eye on the entry route to warn others when the Anbu came. The last two searched the Uchiha clan compound to see if they could find Sora's house to see if he had the scroll. The clone heading towards Fugaku's house reached there first. He focused chakra in his eyes and checked if there were any active chakras around him. Fortunately, there were none. He thought, "Good. If Fugaku does have manjaku, then I want it." He got closer to his house while still staying underground but suddenly stopped as he felt danger. He focused chakra in his eyes once again as he wondered why he felt the danger. On noticing, he frowned, "Shit, his house is covered in seals. And I can't identify many of them." He analyzed the seals and concluded, "These seals shouldn't stop me from entering the house. But knowing what seals can do, I am afraid that there will be some consequences. It's fine if I am dispersed, but I don't want my main body to be implicated. That said, the rewards here are the greatest. Be it his manjaku or the fact that the Grand Priest's body is most likely to be with him." He decided to keep analyzing until he cracked the seals or the Anbu arrived. Meanwhile, the clone that was heading to Akiako's house didn't face any obstacles. Though Akiako's house also had some seals, they were rather simple and Fujin's clone had no issues getting around them and entering the house. After entering, the honey badger clone saw the dead bodies of Akiako and his family. He immediately began searching for any and all scrolls in his house. He found multiple scrolls. Fortunately, one of the scrolls looked just like the scroll Sora had used to seal Zankoku. He immediately took it and checked it. He sighed in relief, this scroll still has his body. He put the scroll on his back. Fujin had inscribed a storage seal on the back of his clones before letting them go. After storing the scroll, the clone walked back to where he had seen Akiako. He used his paw to open his eyes and saw that his eyes were still intact. He thought, "Good, his eyes are still intact. I saw that some of the Uchihas were missing their eyes. I guess that Obito took the eyes of the ones he killed while Ataka didn't. He summoned a container from the storage space on his back. He took both his eyes carefully and stored them in the container. He observed his eyes while analyzing, though I have no intention of implanting a 3-tomo Sharingan in my eyes right now, it'll be good to have them. If I change my mind in the future or have any particular need, I can rely on these. Since he got what he wanted, he left the house. He went towards Fugaku's house to meet up with the clone outside his house. The clone noticed him approaching. He appeared behind the clone and tapped his back thrice. That was the code for saying that he had found the body of the Grand Priest. The clone that was working on the seals around Fugaku's house looked back at his house unwillingly before leaving. They quickly dispersed to find the other clones and soon dispersed into 5 separate directions. One clone headed towards the Akimichi territory, another towards Nara territory and one headed towards the Senju territory. They dispelled themselves after reaching close to their territories. The last 2 clones moved towards the forests. One dispersed himself near the Konoha border wall while the last one moved towards Fujin's wind clones. On reaching the spot, he came out of the ground and handed them the storage scroll and the storage container. He went underground again and continued to move towards the border wall of Konoha and dispelled himself close to it. This way, all 5 clones were dispelled. The wind clones used wind instantaneous body jutsu to reach another spot where Fujin's shadow clone was waiting for them. Fujin's shadow clone collected the items and returned home while the wind clones followed the same procedure as the honey badger clones. Fujin saw his clone returning home. He accepted the items and returned back to his basement. Chapter 199, Chapter 196, Aftermath and Survivors? A/N, hey guys! This chapter is sponsored by Zero1995. You can thank him for the double release. After entering the basement, Fujin sat down in meditation to analyze his actions. Alright, almost everything went as I planned. My honey badger clones didn't leave any traces behind. However, if anyone still picks up on their trail somehow, they will be led to the Akimichi, Nara, and Senju clans. So the suspicion will be cast on them and there wouldn't be any clue to reach me. Even if they speculate that those clans were being set up, they would suspect that the ones who meddled left the village from the spots my last 2 clones dispelled themselves. And as a precaution, I did the same with my wind clones. So I should be safe. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned 2 items. One was the scroll with Zankoku's dead body while the other was the equipment that had Akiako's eyes. Fujin first focused on Zankoku's dead body. Impressive. The storage seal Sora used stops his body's condition from deteriorating. I was worried that stealing the body won't help me much if I can't use it soon. But with this, I can work on this even after a few years. That's good as I have no means to extract information from this dead body right now. Fujin shifted his attention to Akiako's eyes. I didn't make any plans to steal Sharingan. After all, I can't use them. I guess my clone just couldn't resist after seeing that they were available so easily. Now, what do I do with them? Fujin began analyzing. After a few minutes, he concluded, directly implanting them is out of the question. I won't be able to hide this and it would draw too much attention. The only way to use it would be if Hiruzen gives me permission. But considering what attack is sacrificed to do this, I doubt Hiruzen would go around giving permissions to implant Sharingans. Not to mention, that I can't tell him that I have a pair of Sharingans and instead will have to ask him to give me another. So, the only viable way I can use one of these is if I lose one of my eyes in a mission. Once one of my eyes is blinded, I won't draw any suspicion from putting on an eye patch. After some time, I can implant Sharingan secretly. But, is it worth doing it? Almost immediately, Fujin shook his head. The only advantage a Sharingan can provide me is allowing me to copy jutsus. And since I'll have to keep my Sharingan a secret, there won't be much opportunity to use them for that purpose. Not to mention, fighting with just one eye will be tougher. Considering the fast-paced nature of battles, it could even be lethal. I'll have to keep my chakra field active in all battles, which would drain my chakra. And, there is also the matter of Kakashi. 12 years old Kakashi was a monster. His talent was almost unmatched. One could easily compare his talent with the Sunin's and Minato. Yet, when he became a Jounin sensei at around the age of 26, he wasn't an S-rank ninja. Despite learning 1,000 jutsu, he still couldn't create a jutsu stronger than Chidori. And he could only use Chidori 4 times a day. So there is a big question on how much strain a Sharingan will put on chakra reserves. If Kakashi not living up to his potential was caused due to the Sharingan, then it's a big no for me to have. That said, there were other factors involved with Kakashi too. Like him being depressed and spending hours in front of that stone. So the drop in his training time due to those factors could also be a reason why his strength wasn't that high. So I'm not sure how much of a role Sharingan had in restricting his growth, but I don't want to try it right now. In the future, when the growth in my chakra reserve stagnates, I could consider this option. Having made his decision, Fujin looked at the 2 items thinking, now, the main question is where and how do I hide these 2 items? Around 8 minutes after Fujin's clones left the Uchiha clan compound, Hiruzen led a team of his Anbu ninjas and entered the Uchiha clan compound. Danzo joined him as well along with some of his root ninjas. However, as soon as they entered the clan, they stopped. The Anbu and the root ninjas had performed many shady missions. But seeing the entire street littered with the dead bodies and blood of the members of the strongest clan in the village shocked them. One of the Anbu asked, how could something like this happen in Konoha? Hiruzen frowned and said, scatter and quickly check everyone. Find the survivors and give them proper treatment or take them to the hospital. Both the Anbu and the root ninjas scattered and began checking, leaving just Hiruzen and Danzo standing. Danzo said, it's unfortunate, but Ataka did what had to be done. Now our village won't plunge into chaos. Hiruzen looked back at his old friend and said, you went around me and did this without consulting or even informing me. Danzo didn't like the tone Hiruzen was speaking in. He said, Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen interrupted him, no need to say anything. As of this moment, I am officially dissolving Root. The Root Shinobi will be placed under my command in the Anbu. The foundation system of recruiting and training orphans will be abolished as well. Hiruzen's words shocked Danzo. He realized that this would mean the end of any influence he had in Konoha. Even if he managed to keep some core root ninjas under his command, he would be left with a very limited force if he couldn't train more root ninjas. He quickly protested, Hiruzen, Konoha needs root to survive. We are the unseen ones who support the great tree of Konoha from the depths of the earth. Without the root, Konoha would face a lot of issues without any means of handling them. Hiruzen replied, your actions cost Konoha its strongest clan. Hiruzen looked at Danzo and stared at his bandaged right eye and said, and it cost us 2 loyal and patriotic youngsters with the Manjaku. They could have kept the village safe for the next few decades. Unfortunately, due to your actions, we no longer have them. Danzo was about to argue back, when Hiruzen said, say no more. My decision is final. The Anbu began returning. The first one to return was Kakashi. He was carrying Sasuke. He said, Lord Hokage, I found him. He is still breathing but is unconscious. Hiruzen looked at Sasuke and realized, it looks like he was placed under a strong genjutsu. Did Itaki also gain a strong genjutsu like Shisui? He said, take him to the hospital and have the doctors look after him. Ensure that he stays safe. Kakashi nodded. However, he couldn't help but ask, Lord Hokage, who killed all the Uchihas? Hiruzen replied, we will have to investigate. I'll let you know when we find the culprit. Kakashi wanted to ask more but knew that it wasn't the right time. He nodded and left with Sasuke. After a few minutes, more Anbu returned. One of them stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, in the area we investigated, all Uchiha except small children have been killed. On investigating, we realized that all Uchiha who were ninjas or academy students were killed. Only the ones who haven't enrolled in the academy are alive. But they have been knocked unconscious. Hiruzen frowned and said, I see. Take all the kids away from here. It's best if they don't see any of this. You investigate and tell me the total number of survivors. The Anbu ninja nodded and got to work. Hiruzen gazed at Danzo. Danzo looked back at him thinking, as long as I can eliminate Itaki, I would have been able to integrate all the Uchiha orphans into root. So the threat of the Uchiha clan would forever be neutralized and instead, they would be the most loyal and patriotic in the village. In addition, by using the death of their family, I could easily awaken Sharingan in most of them. In a decade, I would have had the strongest special force among all the 5 villages. But, it looks like he figured out my plan and hence decided to disband Root. The Anbu and the Root ninjas sent all the kids to the hospital. The Anbu that had been tasked by Hiruzen reported, Lord Hokage, in all 34 children are still alive. 19 are girls and 15 are boys. Hiruzen replied, good work. I'll leave the safety of the Uchiha children to you. Ensure that they stay safe in the hospital. The Anbu nodded and flickered away. With just the 2 of them together, Hiruzen asked, did you have to kill the ones in the academy? Danzo replied, in a war, we send students from the academy to the battlefield. It's unknown if some of the Uchiha families decided to train the academy students and have them participate in the coup. If they know about the truth, then it will only result in another Uchiha coup after they grow up. So I wanted to get rid of all of them. Unfortunately, Itaki was insistent on letting his brother and the children alive. Hiruzen snorted at Danzo's reply and left. Danzo saw him leaving and had a headache. He thought with a frown, now, how do I still keep the Root with me? Hiruzen seems determined to take it down. I don't think words would change his mind. Chapter 200, Chapter 197, The Deterrence of Uchiha Itaki. A/N, hey guys. I am updating the conditions of bonus chapter. Read them at the bottom. As Danzo was contemplating his options, 2 Root ninjas flickered next to him and began reporting all their findings to him. They began moving towards a Root base. Suddenly, one of the Root ninjas said, Lord Danzo, while we were inspecting the Uchiha clan compound, we found a secret message. We wanted to let you know first. That attracted Danzo's attention. He asked, what is the message? The Root ninjas spoke. However, his voice was now different. And there was no reverence or respect for Danzo in the voice. He said, if any of the Uchiha children end up in Root, I will sell all the secret information I know about Konoha to enemy villages. Danzo's eyes widened as he saw the Root ninja turn into crows while speaking. A frown formed on his face when the other Root ninja spoke in the same voice, and if anything happens to Suzuki, I will act myself. He too dispersed into crows, leaving Danzo all alone. He muttered, damn Uchiha. While Hiruzen and Danzo were busy handling the situation, Fujin was inscribing a seal on his right forearm. He inscribed it right on the part that would be covered by his bracers. After completing it, Fujin inspected it as he thought, good. This seal is completed. Though inscribing storage seals on your own body isn't recommended, it isn't really difficult to do. Anyways, I have sealed the Sharingan eyes and Sora's storage scroll as well. I'll hide this scroll in the seal. So there is no way anyone would find it. In the event that someone somehow understands about this seal and suspects something, I can always destroy the seal with a mere thought. He stored the scroll in the seal on his forearm and made a hand sign. Soon, the seal disappeared. Fujin wondered, I wonder how the space that stores tailed beasts is created. And if I can store other things, like this scroll, there. Itaka stayed in the village until he saw Hiruzen was alone. He approached him and had a discussion with him. After getting assurance from Hiruzen that his brother and other Uchiha orphans will be looked after, he left the Hidden Leaf village and became a rogue ninja. Hiruzen put Konoha under maximum security. The next day, news spread throughout Konoha that shocked everyone to the core. Uchiha Itachi had slaughtered his entire clan. Only a few dozen young children were left alive. When the news spread throughout the world, every single ninja village was shocked. After the death of Senju Tobirama, the Senju clan declined in power. The Uchiha clan was estimated to be the strongest clan among all 5 major villages. And yet, such a clan was annihilated by a 13-year-old boy. Both minor and major villages began having meetings to ensure that their village's security was up to the mark and discussed countermeasures in case Uchiha Itachi showed up in their village. Only one village thought about more than just defense. That village was Kumogakure. In the Raikage's office, most of Kumogakure's strategists and elders were present. All were considering whether they should take any action against Konoha. After all, the sudden loss of their strongest clan would have shaken Konoha. After some time, one old man said, "Lord Raikage, I don't think it's in our best interest to attack Konoha right now. Though they lost the Uchiha clan, their overall strength is much higher than when Orochimaru left the village. Most of their chunins who survived the Third Great War have been promoted to jounins. And they have raised thousands of new ninjas. Besides, though the Uchiha clan had a lot of jounins, they didn't have any S-rank battle power. If we go to war, the 2 Sunnins would return to Konoha." The 4th Raikage said, "Though their strength has increased, ours has increased even more." However, his viewpoint was opposed by another elder, and so have the strengths of other villages. "If we go to war, Iwagakure will wait until we exhaust our strength and jump in at the worst time." The Raikage frowned. At that time, one of the younger advisors spoke, "We need to probe them to see what their response will be. If they cower like last time, then this might be a good opportunity for us to attack quickly and with full force." The Raikage looked at him and asked, "Harry, do you have a target for probing Konoha?" The advisor, Harry, grinned and said, "I have just the perfect target for it." He opened up a map and explained the plan to everyone in the room. The people in the room were first shocked due to the information he provided. However, soon greed could be seen on everyone's face. One of the elders said, "Great work. If we can get this, we don't even need to attack Konoha for now. After all, the profits from this would be mind-boggling." However, Harry said, "No, this doesn't compare to what we can gain from Konoha. However, since this is so valuable, Konoha's response will tell us about their current capability and morale. If it is strong, we can dispatch more forces to secure this and negotiate another deal with them like the last time. If they let us have it, then we will use this place as a base for our future assault." The Raikage said, "All right, it's decided. We will go with this plan. Darui, you will lead a team of 50 ninjas and claim this. Harry, you will accompany them as the advisor." Darui and Harry nodded and were about to leave when another old elder asked, "Lord Raikage, what do you think about kidnapping some Uchiha orphans? With their clan dead, there won't be anyone to protect them. The task will be a lot easier than kidnapping the Hyuga princess." A fell into thought. After some time, he said, "No, even though the task might be easier, it's full of hidden risks. We don't know why Uchiha Itachi massacred his clan. Nor do we know why he left the kids alive. If he intends to hunt them later, then all our efforts will be wasted and instead, we would have pointless casualties. Considering what he has done, it's safe to say that he has the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Madara had. If we attract his attention in the middle of a war, our casualties will go up several times." The mention of Uchiha Itachi lowered the excitement in the room. Harry said with a grim face, "Lord Raikage, we need to find a way to kill him. After all, he slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is only 13 years old. If we give him time to grow further, he'd become an even bigger threat. He might become a menace for the entire ninja world." However, Raikage dismissed his concern. Right now Konoha would be the most pressed to kill him. Hiruzen should have sent all his Anbu and Jiraiya after him. Let them exhaust their strength on him while we make our moves. Harry nodded and left with Darui. Back in Konoha, Hoka and Teru showed up at Fujin's house the morning after the massacre. The news of the Uchiha massacre shocked them. Fujin invited them in with a sad expression. They all sat in a room without speaking. Finally, Hoka asked, "Did you go to the Uchiha clan compound?" Fujin replied, "I did, but they have barricaded the whole area. And they didn't answer any questions." Teru replied, "Same here, but I got some news from my parents." Hoka said with a dejected voice, "Yet most Uchihas were killed. It probably also includes Mieko as there was no news about her. Only a few dozen children survived." Fujin was surprised. Though he didn't show anything on his face, he looked at Hoka and asked, "Some children survived?" Hoka nodded. Teru said, "From what I heard, only those who hadn't entered the academy were left alive. Lord Hokage will make an announcement in the afternoon." Fujin said, "I see." However, he was in shock. Sasuke isn't the only survivor. Shit, did I somehow change the future? Fujin went quiet and began thinking. Hoka and Teru assumed that he was sad and stopped talking as well. After thinking about every possibility, Fujin concluded, "No, none of my actions should have any impact on Itaka's, Obito's or Danzo's actions. Even assuming Itaka saw me being shameless in front of Hiruzen, I doubt I'd be the most shameless or selfish person he saw. So it shouldn't have any impact on his actions. Regardless, how will this affect the future?" Fujin kept analyzing. The biggest impact should be a sense of responsibility on Sasuke's shoulder. Since he is in the second year of the academy, he should be the eldest and the strongest Uchiha in the village. So he will have to take responsibility for the other Uchiha orphans and lead them. And the question that this raises is whether he would still go rogue and train under Orochimaru. Fujin thought for a bit before realizing, wait, I recall that Sasuke had two goals. One was to restore the Uchiha clan and the other was to kill Itachi. But, since there are other orphans alive, Sasuke wouldn't have to worry that his death would cause the Uchiha clan to go extinct. He can completely focus on taking his revenge and restoring the honor of his clan by killing Itachi. From this perspective, the future shouldn't change. The only complication that could arise is if the sense of responsibility somehow changes him. Though that might not be a bad change. After all, Shippuden Sasuke was an asshole. Even assuming that he doesn't accept Orochimaru's offer and doesn't get strong enough, Itachi will still die at his hands. And if he does go to Orochimaru, then he can't possibly get worse as compared to what I remember. Sigh, leave it. There is no point in trying to speculate so much. I always expected that things might not go down as I remember. I'll just act according to what happens in the future. While Fujin, Hoka, and Teru were sitting together in silence, there was another meeting happening in Konoha. It was between Hiruzen and the elders who were discussing how to handle this event. A/N, hey everyone! This will be the new system of bonus chapters. 1. If the fanfic gets 1000 power stones, then a chapter will be uploaded on Sunday, right after the power stones reset. 2. If the fanfic gets 2000 power stones, then a chapter will also be released on the next Saturday, meaning, if fanfic reaches 2000 power stones today, then a chapter will be uploaded on the next Saturday, i.e., 6 to 7 days from now. Monday to Friday releases and sponsored chapters stay the same. Released a bonus chapter today because we should end up crossing 2000 power stones for the first time today. Thanks for the support everyone. Have a nice weekend. Chapter 201, Chapter 198, Hiruzen's Arrangements. A/N, 2370 power stones. Wow, I didn't expect that. Let's keep up guys. I will upload a chapter this Saturday as well. In the Hokage office, Hiruzen, Danzo, Koharu and Homura sat. Everyone had a serious look on their face. They had been up all night ensuring that the village stays calm. Homura said with a sigh. Itachi stopped the coup. What are you planning to announce to the village, Hiruzen? Koharu said, we will also have to build a new police force. And we have to come up with a reasonable explanation to give to the clan leaders and the council. Hiruzen replied, I have thought about it. But first. He looked at Danzo and said, I hadn't issued the mission to Itachi. So effectively right now, the route will be disbanded. The root ninjas will be placed under my command in the Anbu. This news surprised Koharu and Homura. They looked at Danzo. They wanted to oppose but realized why Hiruzen took this step. After all, Danzo had overstepped his boundaries too much. However, they didn't want the root to be dissolved. Both looked into each other's eyes, tactically agreeing to ask Hiruzen to cut Danzo some slack. However, their short gaze didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. Danzo began arguing, Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen cut him off right away and firmly said, no more discussion. My decision is final. You still remember who the Hokage is, right? As he spoke, his chakra began exerting pressure on the entire room. Danzo, Homura, and Koharu immediately felt an intense pressure bearing down on their old bodies. Breathing became tougher for them as they looked at Hiruzen. The Anbu who were on guard outside the room also felt an intense chakra. They looked towards the room with sweat gathering behind their masks. They didn't know what was happening in the room, but their minds, which were in chaos due to the unimaginable massacre the night before, calmed down. All had the same thought, as long as we have Lord Hokage, we have no reason to worry. In the room, the elders analyzed whether they should resist Hiruzen's chakra. After all, Hiruzen hadn't displayed his full power. If they decided to, they could counter the current pressure. However, Homura and Koharu decided against it. If they did, Hiruzen would just overpower them. Homura and Koharu were reminded of the massive difference between their strength and authority when compared to Hiruzen. Homura said, all right. Koharu also nodded. Hiruzen stopped exerting his chakra. The pressure in the room was slowly lifted. Hiruzen said, Uchiha Sasuke has woken up. He talked about his interaction with Itachi. Itachi claimed that he did this to test his power. We will report that to the village and the council. Though some clan leaders will realize that something is off and might even figure out the truth, I doubt they would speak of it. Everyone in the room understood that Hiruzen was speaking of Shikaku. He continued, as for the police force, establishing a new one will require a lot of work and manpower. Also, the common people were upset at how the Uchiha policed them. So I have decided to abolish it too. Instead, the Anbu will take up that responsibility. Koharu said, even with the root, the Anbu won't have a lot of manpower. Are you planning to expand the Anbu? Hiruzen nodded. In a month and a half after the flames of this event settle down, I'll recruit more Chunins into the Anbu. The Uchiha clan had the highest number of Jounins and elite Jounins. We will have to invest a lot of resources into the existing Chunins and raise them to the Jounin rank as soon as we can. Even if we don't promote them officially, we have to ensure that they have Jounin-level fighting capabilities. Homura asked, what about the other villages? Though preventing the coup has conserved our strength, other villages may have some evil ideas as we have lost the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen replied, Suna is still weak and Kiri is involved in their internal battles. They aren't in a position to do anything. The only concerns are Iwa and Kumo. But, they are wary of each other. So they won't make a move yet. Danzo interrupted him, I disagree. Kumo must have already begun making plans to take advantage of us. Have you forgotten what they did after Orochimaru left? Let me keep the control en route and I will ensure that they can never start anything. Hiruzen shook his head and said, even if they do, they will only probe us. As long as we respond according to what they do, we should be fine. Besides, instead of getting greedy for our lands, they would be more concerned about a rogue S-rank ninja who could massacre the entire Uchiha clan. By the time anyone is ready to make a move, we would already have defenses in place to deter them. The group discussed and debated a lot of other issues before they began talking about the remaining Uchiha children. Hiruzen said, Itaki requested that they would be looked after properly and be integrated properly into the village so that this event never has to be repeated. He also hoped that the surviving Uchihas would be well trained. Koharu said, well, we first have to move them out of the Uchiha compound. Letting them live there will just bring back the nightmares. Homura nodded and said, we will also have to ensure their safety. Otherwise another incident like the Hyuga one could happen. Hiruzen nodded and said, I thought about this issue. I have decided to have 4 Anbu squads keep a watch on them at all times. The elders were surprised. Koharu said, 4? 16 Anbu ninjas for just 35 children? That's a huge waste of our manpower, Hiruzen. Hiruzen replied, it is. But it's the least we can do for Itaki after what he has sacrificed for the village. Koharu immediately stopped speaking. Compared to what Itaki had done, 4 Anbu squads were really not worth mentioning. Hiruzen continued, I will move them to their old clan compound so that they won't be on the outskirts of the village and have an easier time navigating to the academy. In addition, I will employ some civilians permanently to look after them until they graduate. I'll also hire some retired ninjas to train them properly. Considering the trauma that they went through, it is likely that most of them will awaken the Sharingan. So with proper training, in 2 decades, at least half of them will become jounins. The elders were satisfied by Hiruzen's arrangements. They ended the meeting and got to work. In Fujin's house, Teru asked, do you two want to continue as a team? Hoka and Fujin were silent. After some time, Hoka said, no. Mieko completed our team with her skills with fire release and genjutsu. We could find someone who is good at fire jutsus, but finding someone who is also good at genjutsu will be very difficult. Fujin nodded in agreement. Hoka sighed and continued, not to mention, we will miss her if we stay in the same team. It could affect our concentration on the mission and be bad for us. Teru said, yeah, I had the same worry. He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, I was a bit skeptical of the team when you approached me, Fujin. But I joined as it seemed like a fun idea. I am glad that I agreed that day. It's unfortunate that it ended this way. Who would have imagined something like this would happen? Fujin and Hoka sighed and nodded, yeah. The 3 said goodbyes. All 3 were sad. Fujin sighed, no point in being dejected and wasting time. After all, it was my decision to not interfere. It's time to get back to training. And time to take the next step. He entered his basement to continue his training. In the afternoon, Hiruzen made an announcement. The entire blame was put on Itaki's head. His image was painted as a bloodthirsty lunatic. Following the announcement, they participated in the council meeting. 3 days after the massacre, a funeral was held for the deceased Uchiha clan members. All the Uchiha orphans had woken up and were present. All of them were crying. The entire place was filled with their cries. And with all the Uchihas dead, they didn't have any relatives to comfort them. A lot of other ninjas also showed up. Fujin, Hoka, Teru, and Renjiro were also present. So were all the academy teachers. Renjiro looked very sad. Fujin observed the Uchiha orphans. Unsurprisingly, other than Suzuki, he didn't recognize anyone. After the ceremony and mourning, everyone began leaving. Only a few stayed back. Renjiro, Fujin, and Hoka stood in silence in front of Mieko's grave, paying their last respect to her. After some time, Renjiro broke the silence. Fujin and Hoka could feel the sadness in his voice. He said, I never spoke about this with you. Before you, I had trained another group of academy students. Chapter 202, Chapter 199, Renjiro's past and Hoka's conviction. Renjiro continued, they weren't as talented as you 3. But they were very cheerful and worked hard. After 2 years of training under me, they were all promoted to chunins. I was very proud and fond of them. Unfortunately, at the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the army they were a part of was ambushed by an elite army of Kumogakure led by the current Raikage and the Jinchuriki of Eight-Tailed Beast. The entire army was annihilated with no survivors. We never even got their dead bodies back. He stayed silent for some time. Fujin and Hoka didn't disturb him. He continued, in the war, I was deployed on the coastline the entire time. So I never had any opportunity to seek justice for them. Even if I did, I doubt I'd be able to take revenge on a future Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki. The sorrow made me determined to never take another squad of fresh genins as students. Until Lord Hokage forced me to train you guys. Seeing your talent, I was convinced that as long as you three grew up safely, there won't be many who could kill you. At worst, you will always be able to abandon the mission and escape. He stopped talking for a minute before sighing, however, I never imagined that my student would die in the village rather than on the battlefield. He placed his hands on Fujin's and Hoka's heads and said gently, ensure that you two stay safe and alive. Don't make me attend the funerals of all the students I trained. Fujin and Hoka said, yes sensei. Renjiro had a sad smile on his face. He left, leaving Fujin and Hoka alone. Both stood in front of Mieko's grave silently for some time. After a few minutes, Hoka asked, do you have any plans, Fujin? Fujin shook his head and said, no. I just plan to focus a lot on training. The next time something like this happens, I hope to have the power to make a difference. Hoka heard him. He didn't understand how Fujin could have made a difference in this matter. But he understood why Fujin wanted to become stronger. He said, let's both train Fujin. I want to hunt down Uchiha Itachi. His words shocked Fujin, who immediately looked at him. Though he was very serious a moment ago, he couldn't help but think, shit, Renjiro will lose another student. He eliminated that thought from his head and said, he slaughtered his entire clan. I went on a mission with Mieko earlier and saw how strong the Jounins in their clan were. I doubt we both together could beat one. And yet Itachi, who is only 1 year older than us, killed the entire clan. Hoka frowned. He thought and said, he let the power go into his head. As long as he doesn't keep getting stronger and we keep training, we will eventually catch up with him. Then we can make a move. Once again, Hoka surprised Fujin. This time it was the conviction with which he spoke. Fujin looked into his eyes and stared at him. However, Hoka's gaze didn't falter. Fujin smiled and said, yeah, eventually we will be stronger. He raised his fist and said, 3 years. Hoka was confused. Fujin continued, I will gain the Jounin rank officially in 3 years and challenge Sensei to a fight. I know you have never managed to beat me. If you want to hunt Itachi, beat me when we meet after 3 years. This time Hoka was surprised by Fujin's confidence. Hoka smiled and bumped Fujin's fist. Both left in different directions. Fujin smiled thinking, if he stays true to the decision he made today, Hoka will get strong. Very strong. I wonder what an S-rank Hyuga would be like. But regardless, chasing after Itachi is suicide. Not to mention his own prowess, there will also be Kisame or Jozo with him. And with Zetsu monitoring everything, Obito too could get involved. So it's best that I don't let Hoka seek a pointless death. After all, Mieko is already dead and it isn't really Itachi's fault. If anyone has to be blamed, then it would be Obito, the village elders and the Uchiha clan higher UPS. Fujin walked to his home. His little chat with Hoka motivated him to increase his training intensity significantly. He entered the basement and decided, my body is sufficiently trained to resist and endure electric shocks. It's time to train lightning transformation jutsu. Fujin clenched his fists. Immediately lightning covered his entire body. The long time that he had spent training his body with the burst jutsu helped him to generate lightning and flow it through his body without making any hand signs. Fujin took a step forward. In a blink of an eye, he reached the walls of the basement. He immediately focused chakra on his feet and exerted force on the ground to stop himself from crashing into the wall. When he stopped, the wall was only an inch from his nose. He thought, shit. If I wasn't already used to traveling at high speeds, this would have ended badly. This jutsu's speed is good, but it doesn't provide any control. No wonder the scroll said that the only way to move freely with this is to use obstacles like trees or rocks to change direction. And though the speed this jutsu provides is high, it isn't as fast as flickering when it comes to traveling, and also takes a lot more chakra than it. However, on the plus side, in a battlefield that doesn't have a lot of space, this jutsu will be quite strong. Especially if the fight is inside a cave or if the battle situation doesn't allow me to move away long distances using flicker. Having analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the jutsu, Fujin began training it. 6 hours later, Fujin was standing with his back to the wall. He observed all the pillars in the basement. In addition to the pillars, there were 6 mannequins in the basement. Lightning began flowing through Fujin's body. He bent at his knees slightly and disappeared from his spot. In the basement, lightning could be seen bouncing between pillars. Fujin suddenly appeared before one of the pillars. His left fist was clenched. Chakra had been concentrated on the fist. Fujin punched the mannequin. The force of Fujin's punch caused the mannequin to explode. Chunks of metal got launched across the room and crashed into the pillars and the wall. Due to the seals Fujin had inscribed on the pillars and walls, the metal pieces bounced back without damaging them. A smile could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, Senju Taijutsu style along with this jutsu is a very powerful combination. I doubt many would survive this unharmed. However, his smile faded as he concluded, unfortunately, this is the limit of this jutsu. No matter how much I try, I can't keep this jutsu on continuously. After I attack once, all the lightning flowing in my body disappears. I tried generating more lightning, but even that didn't work. It looks like this is the limitation of lightning transformation jutsu. Sigh, I thought I could match Raikage's speed aspect with this jutsu. Though it's understandable as it is only a rank D jutsu. So either Hiruzen or whoever tried to copy the Raikage only reached this level of efficiency, or they are hiding what they achieved and only put a subpar version in the academy. Fujin stopped practicing and went to the meditation room. He sat in meditation to analyze whether he could modify the jutsu to ensure that it stays on for a long time as long as he continues pouring in chakra. After an hour, Fujin let out a sigh. He concluded, no. The limitation is due to the way the chakra is manipulated. If I have to go past it, I'll have to change the way chakra flows. Unfortunately, I have no experience in this. I am not sure if I could do something like this even with wind jutsus. Even if I start experimenting, I'll probably need years of experimentation until I get lucky and find the right way. It's not worth it. I will just have to stick with this until I find a more advanced version or become an expert in lightning element to create my own jutsus. Fujin decided to rest for the day. The next day, Fujin began training the electric skin jutsu. Fujin weaved the hand signs. An electric layer formed along his skin. Fujin observed, it doesn't boost me physically like the lightning transformation jutsu. But if anyone hits me, then the attacker will get zapped just like in the burst and lightning transformation jutsu. Alright, let's see how this works. He began making hand signs. Lightning release, lightning beam jutsu. A beam of lightning was released from Fujin's hands. It hit a mannequin head-on and destroyed it. Fujin analyzed, looks like the power of my jutsu has increased by almost 50%. I guess the Jashinist priest that Mieko and I fought used this to increase the power of his lightning jutsu before he went on a rampage during the final clash. If I can use this without any hand signs every time before I use a lightning jutsu, it could be considered as me permanently boosting the power of my lightning jutsus. Yeah, I should do that. While I am training, I'll use this jutsu every time before using a lightning jutsu. Over time, I will be able to do this instinctively and without wasting any time. Chapter 203, Chapter 200, Telescope Technique vs Seals. Fujin was happy with the progress he was making. He decided, I should take a few months off and learn all the jutsus that I decided to learn. After all, I completed a lot of missions in the last month. Combined with my team disbanding, it shouldn't raise any eyebrows. Having made a decision, Fujin began making hand signs. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. He stretched his arms forward. Lightning was launched from his palms. Fujin aimed it at a mannequin. However, right before the jutsu hit it, Fujin changed its direction. It barely missed the mannequin. Fujin analyzed, this jutsu's power output is much weaker than lightning beam. But, with training, I'll be able to maneuver this jutsu more freely. So in a usual battle, false darkness will be much more effective. Lightning beam, on the other hand, will be more effective when used on a stationary object, an immobilized enemy, or when I want to use it to confront an enemy's jutsu head-on. Fujin continued training false darkness jutsu until he ran out of chakra. For the next 2 days, he trained the jutsu until he could perform it seamlessly. Fujin weaved the same hand signs and performed the jutsu. He aimed the lightning at a mannequin. Right before he hit it, he changed its direction to another mannequin. He repeated it once again and changed its direction to third mannequin and scored a direct hit. Fujin smiled while breathing heavily. He concluded, shit, it isn't easy to train 2 rank B jutsus at the same time. It puts a lot of strain on my chakra reserves. Lightning jutsus use a lot more chakra than wind jutsus. Still, it looks like this jutsu is down. Though I haven't reduced the hand signs required, it's fine. Reducing or even eliminating hand signs will require months of training. I can do that slowly over a few years. Anyways, it's time to practice the next jutsu. Fujin weaved hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body. After a second, the lightning changed its shape. It began taking the shape of needles. However, suddenly they collapse. The lightning on his body dispersed as well. Fujin frowned, this jutsu is tough. He kept trying. On his 14th try, he finally managed to make the lightning on his body change shape to needles. His body had dozens of lightning needles pointing away from him. He made another hand sign. Immediately, all the lightning needles were launched. They traveled around 5 meters before dispersing into the air. Fujin sighed, this jutsu is tough. Though I guess the difficulty makes sense. After all, it isn't simple like just generating and launching lightning. The scroll said that hundreds or even thousands of small needles can be formed. And they can be launched for around 40 meters around the user. In addition, the user can also control the part of the body on which the needles are formed. This way, the user can avoid hitting allies. Fujin kept training the electric needle spread jutsu. 5 days later, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk going through the paperwork. The Uchiha massacre had increased his workload numerous times. He had to check files on every dead Uchiha ninja, classify them as dead and analyze any impact their death might have. He had been working on it for over a week. With a sigh, he closed one file and handed it to his assistant. His assistant handed him the next file. The file was titled, Uchiha Mieko. Hiruzen opened and read all her data. He analyzed, she didn't have much contact outside her clan. Just her genin squad. Renjiro should be fine. He is used to dealing with such events. He looked at his assistant and asked, Takao, have Hoka or Fujin taken any missions after the incident? Takao grabbed some files and began checking. Hiruzen looked at Mieko's file again and wondered, why did Fujin leave Tomatsu's squad and form one with his teammates and classmates? Hiruzen said, also check on Tomatsu's file and see what he is doing. Takao said, yes Hokage-sama. While Takao was taking a look at the files, Hiruzen decided, I wonder how that greedy kid is doing. Hoka has his parents to look after him. So he should be fine. But Fujin is an orphan. I don't think he understands how to deal with a loss. Hiruzen looked into the crystal ball on his table and channeled his chakra into it. Soon, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. It was Fujin's house. A peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, I heard Takao say that Fujin's house was too extravagant. I now see why he said so. Even my house isn't as big as his. He focused on the crystal ball to peer into Fujin's house. However, Hiruzen was surprised, my telescope jutsu can't look into his house. Did he hire a seal master to inscribe anti-spy seals? No, I have specifically instructed every seal master to not inscribe seals that stop my jutsu. Only a few with authority like the clan leaders or strong ninjas can go around it and get those seals on their houses. So how did Fujin manage to convince a seal master to inscribe this seal on his house? Hiruzen was intrigued. A smile formed on his face. Fujin's shamelessness and his talent in wind nature manipulation had already impressed Hiruzen. So did Fujin's performance against Kaminari. He didn't expect Fujin to surprise him once again so soon. He concentrated on the crystal ball. Soon, the seals that were inscribed on his house began appearing in the crystal ball. Every seal was glowing lightly in different colors. The walls of Fujin's house began fading in darkness, only leaving the seals visible in the crystal ball. Hiruzen had a smile on his face at the start. However, soon his smile faded away. Half a minute later, shock could be seen on his face. Takao found the information and approached Hiruzen. He said, Hokage-sama. However, he stopped talking when he noticed the shock on Hiruzen's face. The Uchiha massacre had put him on edge. Seeing Hiruzen shocked worried him. He quickly asked, did something happen, Hokage-sama? Hiruzen snapped out of it and shook his head. He said, no, everything is all right. Report what you found. Takao didn't understand why Hiruzen said no. But it wasn't his job to inquire about that. He began reporting, Fujin and Hoka haven't taken any mission post the incident. They had created a team with Uchiha Mieko and Senjuteru. Senjuteru has returned to his old team. So I believe their team has disbanded. I have some additional information regarding Fujin. Apparently, there is a record of him using training ground 23 every day when he wasn't out of the village on mission. But for the last 10 days, he hasn't used the training ground. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes on hearing that. He thought, I guess losing his team member did hit him hard. Unfortunately, this is a part of being a ninja. It'll be a shame if he loses his interest in being a ninja due to this. Takao continued, as for Tomatsu, their last mission was tougher than the estimated rank B. One of their team members got injured. They seem to have taken a break after that mission. Hiruzen said, all right. Send a messenger to Tomatsu. Ask him to visit me at the earliest. Tako replied, I will get it done, Hokage-sama. He left the room. Hiruzen turned his attention to the crystal ball. He thought, which crazy person inscribed over 2,500 seals on his house? It's as if every seal in the library under rank A is inscribed on his house. No wonder I couldn't peer into it. Should I ask Fujin about it? He thought for a bit and concluded, no. He may get offended or on guard if he learns that I was trying to spy on him. Worse, he might accuse me of violating his right to privacy and ask for some compensation from me. I'll ask Renjiro when he gets back from the mission. Later that day, Fujin was visited by Tomatsu. Fujin was surprised. He stopped his training and greeted him. Tomatsu entered his house and said, Hey, how have you been, Fujin? Fujin replied, I am all right, Tomatsu. How is Katsumi? Tomatsu said, he has recovered well. We are planning to start taking missions again. I came here to see whether you are interested in returning to the team. Fujin was surprised. He thought, it hasn't been 3 months since we took a break. Did Hiruzen ask every team that is available to take missions? He looked at Tomatsu and said, I would love to, but I have been on missions continuously for the last month and a half. So I am planning to take a few months off. I'll rejoin the team when I am ready. Tomatsu watched Fujin carefully as he spoke. He got a bit worried as he recalled his conversation with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was worried that Fujin was depressed and hence wanted Tomatsu to take him along with him on missions to distract him and revive his interest in training. Tomatsu said, "Fujin, I am aware that you might be hurt due to losing a teammate. However, the best way to deal with situations like this is by interacting with others. If you stay alone and keep thinking about it, you'll be more depressed." Fujin was confused. He thought, what the hell? He is worried about me? If so, why did he take 10 days to visit me? No, I don't think I ever told him that I formed a team with Mieko and others. Tomatsu continued, "Come with us for this mission. If you still think that you need rest, you can take it after this mission." Fujin thought for a bit. But he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to say no. He agreed. Tomatsu smiled and said, "Good. Come to the mission center tomorrow morning." Fujin nodded. Tomatsu took his leave. Chapter 204, Chapter 201, A Chakra Metal Mine. Fujin looked at Tomatsu's back as he analyzed, this definitely doesn't sound like Tomatsu. Someone must have given him the information and asked to make me go on a mission. But who? Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, it's either Renjiro or Hiruzen. Most likely the latter. Oh well. This team doesn't do missions continuously. I should still have plenty of time to train. And I can always ask for breaks when I need more time to train. Anyways, I have to give credit to Hiruzen. From the way Tomatsu spoke, it looks like he thought that I didn't train. So Hiruzen probably knows that I didn't visit the training ground recently. He probably thought that I had stopped training. Though I am a bit talented, I doubt he has the time to keep tabs on me considering the amount of work this massacre should have put on him. So it's safe to assume that he is looking for everyone who is affected and checking on everyone. Still, this should be a lesson for me. While the decision to only train lightning jutsus wasn't bad, deciding against training in the open raised some suspicion. Had I continued with my morning exercises, Hiruzen might not have paid any attention to me and left me alone. I'll have to keep this in mind when I take any action in the future. Concluding his thoughts, Fujin returned to the basement. He made hand signs. Lightning release, electric needle spread jutsu. Lightning appeared on his skin and immediately transformed into small needles. There were around 125 lightning needles on Fujin's body. He made another hand sign. The needles were immediately launched outwards for 20 meters. Fujin nodded, this is much better than when I started. Though the number of needles can get higher, I don't have much use for them. What I need more is to increase the distance to which these needles go. And, I also have to work on generating needles on only one part of my body. Otherwise, the chakra cost of this jutsu will be needlessly high. The next day, Fujin showed up outside the mission center. Tomatsu, Katsumi, Ryota, Tadashi, and his dog Kenta were already there. Tomatsu went in to accept the mission while others decided to catch up. Most of the conversation was centered around Katsumi recovering from the injuries. Tomatsu returned and said, I accepted a mission in the land of hot water. A noble has made some discoveries in the territory under his command. He wants us to provide protection and help with the inspection. There will likely not be any fighting, but he issued the mission as a precaution. We may have to stay there for a few weeks. Tadashi said, a relaxed mission to get us started. Nice pick, Tomatsu. Tomatsu nodded as he thought, yeah. If Fujin is distracted, then his life would be at risk if we take a difficult mission. The squad moved out and began rushing towards the hidden hot springs village. After a day and a half's travel, the squad finally reached and entered the village. As they were walking, Fujin couldn't help but notice the ridiculous number of hot spring baths in the village. Ryota noticed Fujin's gaze and chuckled. He asked, first time here? I too was surprised by the high number of hot springs in this village on my first visit. The village truly lives up to its name, haha. Fujin replied, I entered this country multiple times, but this is my first visit to this village. I did expect a high number of hot springs, but this is a bit too much. How do these shops even stay in business if so many exist? Wouldn't they keep undercutting each other's prices? Tomatsu answered, the daimyo has issued a minimum price for using the hot spring baths. Every bathhouse has to abide by it. This way they don't go into a loss. Fujin muttered, it's still too much. After all, if customers don't visit them, they will still have losses. Tomatsu nodded, yet, many bathhouses do shut down. That said, most of the bathhouses are sponsored by rich nobles who want to have the entire bathhouse to themselves when they come here for vacation. This is why you see so many of them. Fujin thought for a bit and said, that makes more sense. However, he couldn't help but think, a certain pervert must be visiting this village all the time. As they were talking, they reached a mansion. Tomatsu interacted with the guard and introduced himself. Soon, the Konoha ninjas were guided inside. They were led to a room where only a middle-aged man was sitting. The man saw them and quickly greeted them, welcome to the Hidden Hot Springs village friends from Konoha. Have a seat. I am Matsushita Yuzuki. I issued the mission. Tomatsu nodded and sat opposite him. Yuzuki looked at his servants who brought them here. The servants bowed and left them alone. When the doors were shut, Tomatsu asked, so, what is our mission? The mission statement wasn't very clear. Yuzuki said, that is because I wanted to keep this mission as secretive as I could. Tomatsu became a bit serious on hearing that. The other Konoha ninjas were intrigued as well. Yuzuki picked a map and laid it on the table in front of him. It was a map of the land of hot water. There was a small piece of land marked on the map. Yuzuki said, this province is under my command. It is around 150 kilometers to the east of this village. One of my workers, who were farming, came across something interesting. I hired an expert to check and I think that we have discovered a mine. Tomatsu was very alert. This matter seemed very serious. He asked, what sort of mine is it? Yuzuki answered, we will need to conduct a detailed exploration to be sure. Our preliminary exploration indicated that this mine includes rare and precious metals. Tomatsu calmed down. He thought, though precious metal mines can earn a lot of money, they won't attract too much attention. However, Yuzuki said, and I suspect that the mine might have some chakra metal reserves as well. His words shocked everyone in the room. Chakra metal was extremely precious in this world. Tomatsu muttered with a grim face, why didn't you issue an S-rank mission? Yuzuki said, I am not sure that it is indeed the case. We may have just gotten lucky during the preliminary exploration. So I don't want to attract a lot of attention. I have talked with our daimyo. If this mine does have chakra metal reserves, then we will give Konoha the mining rights. We will also give Konoha the first preference while selling it. So your mission consists of two parts. Firstly, I want your team to ensure that no bandits interfere with the mining process and that no information is leaked out. We haven't allowed the information to leak out, so unless we are very unlucky, rogue ninjas won't interfere with the process. As for the second part, I also want you to contact the Hokage secretly and ask him to send out more squads here as soon as we confirm that the mine has chakra metal reserves. Tomatsu analyzed the situation. This mission can be very risky. If the details get leaked, then we may invite a lot of trouble. But, if the mission is successful, the village will have huge profits. It would help out the village a lot. Especially after such a disastrous loss, this news can improve our morale. Tomatsu made a decision and said, all right, we will take the mission. I'll send a message to Hokage-sama. But have your exploration team work very rapidly. Yuzuki nodded, yes, I'll have them work as fast as they can. They began discussing the specifics of the mission, the explorers, and other factors. After the discussion was completed, Yuzuki smiled and said, "You must be tired from a long trip. I'll arrange dinner for you. You can rest here for the night and go for the mission tomorrow." Tomatsu smiled and said, "Thank you." They got up and left. After having dinner, the Konoha ninjas gathered in a room. Tomatsu said, "Ryota, write an encoded message to Hokage-sama. I'll send it to him. Write everything that was discussed with Yuzuki." Ryota said, "On it." He began writing on a scroll. Tomatsu said, "I wanted to take an easier mission to end our break, but this one can go bad. Unfortunately, saying no isn't an option, as this can help our village a lot. We will stay on our guard the entire time while protecting that area. However, if we spot enemy ninjas, be it rogue or of any other village, in numbers that we can't take on coming towards the mine, we will escape. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded. Tomatsu said, "Good. Take a good rest tonight. We will have to be on full alert from tomorrow onwards." Everyone went to their beds to get a nap. Tomatsu stayed with Ryota until he was done. He borrowed a messenger hawk from Yuzuki and sent the message to Hiruzen. The next morning, the Konoha group set off. Chapter 205, Chapter 202, A Deadly Trap. Fujin and his team were running towards Yuzuki's province. Since it was to the east of the hidden hot springs village, it was close to the border of the Land of Frost where their squad had done their previous mission. After a couple of hours of running, they reached close to Yuzuki's province. Since they were close, Tomatsu began instructing his squad. Yuzuki's exploration team has already established a base. We will meet up with them and decide on a plan to continue. Katsumi, you will set up a perimeter around the entire area with your bugs. I want to know about everyone who enters and leaves the area. It will be tough, but I want you to maintain it all the time." Katsumi replied, "All right. I'll get it done." Tomatsu looked at Tadashi and said, "You and Kenta will keep patrolling the area. Remember every worker's scent when we reach there. If later on you smell any new scents, alert me immediately." Tadashi replied with a grin, "Don't worry, we got it." "Right, Kenta." Kenta barked in agreement. Tomatsu nodded and said, "Ryota, Fujin and I will stay on standby. If you two find something off, then you will pass on the message to us and tell us what you think will be the appropriate action to take." Everyone nodded. Tomatsu was about to say more when all the Konoha ninjas suddenly stopped and jumped backwards. They landed on a branch and saw dozens of kunaus raining down in front of them. All five frowned. In the next second, 20 silhouettes appeared from behind the trees. The Konoha ninjas were surrounded. As they saw their headbands, everyone's faces grew grim. Fujin muttered, "I couldn't sense them until now. They are all at Chunin and Jounin levels." Tadashi said softly, "They have disguised their scent to smell similar to the trees." Fujin said, "At least 30 more ninjas are forming a second perimeter. And a few more are probably still hiding." Everyone's faces grew grim. One of the ninjas who were surrounding them spoke in a teasing tone, "I wonder why Konoha ninjas are rushing so hurriedly towards the Land of Frost." Tomatsu said, "We have a mission in this country. Why have you Kumogakure ninjas encircling us?" The Kumogakure ninja said, "If your mission is to explore that chakra metal mine, then I have unfortunate news for you. Kumogakure has decided to take control over the mine." His words angered everyone except Fujin. Fujin's mind was busy calculating whether they could avoid a confrontation or at least ensure a safe escape. However, he noticed the other 19 Kumo ninjas getting ready to attack. He could feel bloodlust from some of them. The more he calculated, the more he realized how dire the situation was. In the end, he just had one thought, shit. Tomatsu quickly analyzed the situation. He didn't want to give up the mission, but success against such huge numbers was impossible. He said, "All right. We'll withdraw." However, the Kumo ninjas didn't move. The guy speaking had an evil smirk on his face as he said, "If we let you go, Konoha will send a larger squad to confront us. Unfortunately, you have to die. He immediately jumped forward to attack. The other 19 Kumo ninjas also attacked. In addition, a few Kumo ninjas kept hiding in the forest and observed the fight. Tamatsu shouted, "Stay together! Protect each other and focus on retreating." He knew that their chances of survival weren't great. He wanted to use teamwork to break through and run away. The Kumo ninjas all attacked Konoha ninjas with shurikens. They had launched so many shurikens that dodging them all would be impossible. Ryota shouted, "Careful, those shurikens are charged with lightning." The Kumo ninjas smirked on hearing that. Despite knowing, the Konoha ninjas wouldn't be able to dodge due to the high number of shurikens. As long as the shurikens hit them or even their weapons, their body will be paralyzed for a few seconds. Even if they barely managed to avoid the shurikens, their bodies will still feel the electric charge and slow them down momentarily. This would be enough time for Kumo ninjas to win the battle. Chakra gathered on Fujin's palm. He said, "Ignore them, focus on making a breakthrough." His team decided to trust him and began moving back in the direction of the hidden hot springs village. The chakra on Fujin's hands transformed into the wind. A gentle breeze began flowing through the area. All the shurikens were redirected by the wind and stayed away from them. They passed the Konoha ninjas from a safe distance and instead moved towards the Kumo ninjas. The smirk on Kumo ninjas' faces suddenly disappeared. All took evasive maneuvers. A few grabbed swords and flowed lightning chakra through them and used them to block or deflect the shurikens. Taking advantage of the small opening, Tamatsu instructed, "Tadashi, create an opening. Ryota and I will assist you. Katsumi and Fujin, focus on defense." Tadashi and Kenta stepped forward. Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang. Both began spinning around rapidly and doubled up on one of the Kumo ninjas. Ryota and Tamatsu followed him. Their goal was to stop the ninjas next to the one Tadashi targeted from interfering. As long as Tadashi injured that ninja, the Konoha ninjas could get out of the encirclement. Fujin grabbed a sword in his right hand while thousands of bugs began appearing around Katsumi. With Tadashi leading the attack and others aiding him and protecting each other, the Konoha ninjas finally felt some chances of success. However, as Tadashi reached close to that ninja, he suddenly grinned. He made a hand sign while saying, "You couldn't have chosen a worse opponent to break through." Lightning release, gyroscope jutsu. His chakra suddenly spiked and 2 rings of lightning appeared around him and began spinning around him at very high speeds. Fujin's eyes widened as he sensed the immensely destructive power in those lightning rings. His chakra suddenly increased a lot. He had suppressed his chakra earlier to pretend to be a chunin. But, he is a full-fledged jounin. Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to warn. Tadashi and Kenta directly hit the lightning rings. The jutsu was so powerful that their attack was immediately stopped. Both screamed in pain as their bodies were zapped by lightning. Ryota and Tamatsu were shocked. They began moving towards Tadashi. However, they were blocked by the Kumo ninjas they were trying to block earlier. 2 Kumo ninjas attacked each of them and stalled them successfully. Fujin and Katsumi wanted to help, however, they were helpless. 4 Kumo ninjas weaved hand signs at the same time Tadashi and Kenta were hit by the lightning rings. Lightning release, false darkness jutsu. 4 lightning spears were headed at them from the back. Fujin immediately shot air bullets at 3 of the incoming attacks. The air bullets pierced through the lightning spears and dispersed the jutsu. Katsumi controlled his bugs to stop the last attack. The lightning directly hit those bugs. Hundreds of bugs died, but they managed to stop the jutsu. However, despite stopping the jutsus, their situation grew grimmer. While Tadashi and Kenta were being zapped and others were stalled, 2 Kumo ninjas flickered next to Tadashi and Kenta. Fujin and Katsumi turned around to continue their escape. However, they were shocked. 1 Kumo ninja stabbed his sword through Kenta's neck in front of them. Tadashi watched in horror as Kenta whimpered and howled in pain and collapsed on the sword. After a moment of disbelief, his eyes turned red in rage. He looked at the Kumo ninja in front of him and shouted, "Motherfucker! I will kill you all!" His body was still being zapped. However, he gritted his teeth and moved despite the pain. He formed a claw with his right hand. His nails grew long and became very sharp. His hand transformed and looked very muscular and savage. He attacked the ninja who had formed the lightning rings that trapped him and Kenta with his claw, aiming to crush his skull. Unfortunately, he was highly outmatched and his body was still slow due to the shocks he had to endure. The Kumo ninja moved to the side and dodged his attack with ease. He grabbed his sword and pierced Tadashi's heart in one smooth motion. Tadashi's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe how easily he and his partner were killed. The Konoha ninjas wanted to help. However, they were all tied down. They didn't have any opportunity to save Tadashi. They could only watch helplessly as a teammate died in front of them. Chapter 206, Chapter 203, Counterattack. Fujin hadn't been with this group for long. Even though he didn't like to lose a teammate here, his focus was still on escaping. His mind was rapidly calculating ways to escape from his horrible situation. However, the other three had been with Tadashi for years. Their eyes grew red in rage. Tomatsu yelled while weaving hand signs, "Since you want to kill us, I'll take as many of you with me as I can." Fire release, burning ash. He spewed a stream of chakra-infused ash from his mouth. It spread in all directions but had a small space at the center where the four Konoha ninjas stood. The Kumo ninjas tried approaching but moved away immediately on seeing the flammable ash spreading in the area. A few launched lightning and water jutsus into it. However, in the next second, Tomatsu lit a fire in the ash and the entire smokescreen blew up. The explosion cancelled out every jutsu aimed at them. Two Kumo ninjas were just outside the range of the explosion. They were hit with stones and sticks, causing some injuries. The Kumo ninjas were preparing for another round of attack when suddenly, the fire caused by the explosion increased threefold in size and intensity and began spreading out at a rapid speed. Fujin had released an infinite breakthrough jutsu in all directions, causing the fire to spread rapidly. The Kumo ninjas weren't expecting that. All 20 ninjas were too close to perform any jutsu or run away. They were hit by the fire. The ones who were hiding in the forest quickly retreated or used defensive jutsus. Kumogakure advisor Harry, who was hidden in the forest, muttered, "They have a strong wind user. Be careful of him." The three who were with him nodded. They didn't expect the Konoha ninjas to hit back so fiercely. At the center, where there was no fire, Tomatsu said, "We will use the chaos caused by this fire to escape." Ryota opposed, "But Tadashi." Tomatsu cut him off, "Tadashi wouldn't want us to follow him so soon. We will live and take our revenge another day. Hokage-sama will surely create a unit to take back the mine." Ryota unwillingly nodded. Fujin said, "It won't be easy. There are at least 30 more ninjas out there. And I can feel that a few more are hiding in my chakra field." Tomatsu said, "We will give them another fire-wind combination jutsu. Hopefully, that will deter them." Fujin nodded. He thought, "I hope that will work. Unfortunately, I have a bad feeling about this. Some of the chakras I sensed are much stronger than any of us." Screams of pain could be heard as the fire burned their flesh. 8 Kumo ninjas couldn't endure and collapsed. They would soon be cooked inside out and meet their death. The other 12 quickly escaped from the fire and began dousing the fire, burning them. Though they survived and weren't fatally injured, they wouldn't be able to fight properly anymore. They were in terrible pain from having their flesh burnt. Many of their delicate organs like eyes and ears were damaged as well. The other Kumo ninjas were disturbed by seeing this sight. The situation changed too abruptly. 1 second they had a complete advantage, while in the next second their whole 20-man unit was defeated. Finding the exact moment, Tomatsu said, "Now." All 4 flickered instantly. They were planning to use this chaos to escape. Once they managed to get out of the encirclement, the Kumo ninjas wouldn't want to chase them through the lands of another country. Unfortunately, Kumo had plenty of censors among their numbers. As soon as the Konoha ninjas left, one censor shouted, "They are coming here." The censors among other groups sensed them as well and began moving towards them. Though there were 30 ninjas in the second perimeter, they were spread in all directions to ensure that the Konoha ninjas couldn't escape. The place where the Konoha ninjas were headed only had 6 Kumo ninjas. The leader of that 6 ninja squad noticed them approaching. He calculated, "We only have to stall them for a few seconds. Then others will catch up and they will be in a helpless situation once again." The Konoha ninjas also knew about it. Tamatsu weaved hand signs rapidly. Fujin noticed his hand signs and timed his jutsu perfectly. Fire release, fire wave jutsu. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus combined. Extremely hot air moved rapidly towards the Kumo ninjas. 2 ninjas stepped forward while waving hand signs. Water release, water wall jutsu. Earth release, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. The fire-wind combination jutsu easily broke through the water wall. Evaporated water formed a smokescreen in the area. However, the earth wall stood firm. The jutsu hit it and began moving around the earth wall. Though the Kumo ninjas were barely safe behind it, they were trapped as the forest around them was burning. The Konoha ninjas didn't mind the result. They avoided the fire and escaped in a different direction. Unfortunately, the Kumo ninjas didn't allow them to escape so easily. 4 ropes made of lightning suddenly appeared through the fire they had caused. They moved at a rapid speed and didn't allow Konoha ninjas to use any jutsus. They had to split up to dodge. Unfortunately, the lightning ropes also changed directions to chase them. Fujin noticed the rope coming towards him. Chakra flowed through his sword as he slashed at it. The wind element chakra flowing along his sword easily neutralized the jutsu. However, he quickly turned around and looked behind. 2 jets of water were heading at him. Katsumi once again sacrificed some of his bugs once again to stop the lightning whip. Ryota slammed his hands on the ground. A small rock shield appeared in front of him. The lightning rope hit the shield. However, instead of piercing through or damaging the shield, the lightning was directed into the ground. Lastly, Tamatsu just kept hiding behind trees until the lightning rope ran out of power. The group wanted to run away once again. Unfortunately, the remaining Kumo ninjas had begun to catch up. Ryota was about to move towards Tamatsu. However, 2 hands appeared from the ground and grabbed his legs. He looked down as the Kumo ninja said, "Got you." He began dragging Ryota underground. Ryota quickly made a hand sign and touched the ground. The ground suddenly became harder, trapping the Kumo ninja underground. Soon, spears began forming underground. A few pierced into his body. The Kumo ninja was horrified. At that instant, a lightning spear flew towards Ryota. Ryota's attention was drawn towards it. However, it was too late for him to move. Fortunately, a shield of bugs appeared in front of him to block the lightning spear. However, the lightning spear changed direction and hit the ground. Ryota's earth jutsu was dispelled and the ground softened. The Kumo ninja, who was under the ground, quickly escaped. Katsumi and Ryota looked at the attacker, who was a woman. She was tall, fair-skinned with a curvaceous figure and had a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. At the same time, Fujin and Tamatsu were attacked as well. Right after Tamatsu neutralized the lightning whip, he heard a voice behind him, "You are very good." Tamatsu quickly turned around. However, an intense light was emitted at him, blinding his eyes. Tamatsu closed his eyes and grabbed a kunai. However, instead of fighting, he flickered away. Unfortunately, his opponent was faster than him. He flickered as well and launched lightning at Tamatsu. Due to having his eyes blinded, Tomatsu couldn't observe the jutsu properly. The lightning hit his body, causing him immense pain. He barely managed to open his eyes to see another attack heading towards him. At the last moment, he snapped out of the lightning shocks and dodged C's attack. He wanted to counterattack, however, 5 more Kumo ninjas appeared and surrounded him. He fell into a desperate struggle. Fujin too was attacked at the same time. When he dodged the lightning whip, he was the closest to the fire they had set up. 2 jets of water were heading straight at him. Fujin created and fired 2 vacuum bullets. Both hit the water jets and pierced through them. Fujin sensed, they are trying to break out of the fire and join the fight. He opened his mouth and exhaled strong whines at the fire in front of him. The fire was instantly magnified and became chaotic. The Kumo ninjas who were planning to break through were scared by the sight. Immediately an earth dome formed around them to protect them from the firestorm. Fujin was planning to take this opportunity to run away. Unfortunately, another attack was headed towards him. He turned his head to the right. His eyes widened as he saw a python made of black lightning heading towards him. He immediately flickered. Chapter 207, Chapter 204, Fighting with his full power. A/N, bonus chapter for reaching 2k power stones last week, smiley face. Right when Fujin flickered, the black lightning python also changed direction and chased after Fujin. Unfortunately, it was much faster than Fujin. Fujin thought, running would be pointless. He concentrated chakra into his left palm and quickly charged it with wind chakra. He stopped moving and raised his left palm. The black lightning python quickly reached him and hit his palm. Fujin was pushed behind along the ground, but the chakra on his hand stopped most of the jutsu. However, some lightning still hit his palm and electrocuted him. Fortunately, Fujin had already trained in the lightning element. He could endure those shocks without affecting his ability to fight. Darui was surprised by Fujin's action. He thought, this kid is impressive. We didn't plan on participating in this fight. Unfortunately, they killed 8 and injured 12 more ninjas. Boss will be very pissed at us if we let any more die. After a few seconds, the lightning python ran out of chakra and lightning and collapsed. Fujin clenched his fist to crush the lightning python in his palm. At that instant, 2 more Kumo ninjas arrived around Fujin. Fujin could sense a dozen more getting close. One of the 2 ninjas appeared in front of Fujin. He swung his sword vertically, wanting to hack Fujin into 2. The other ninja appeared behind Fujin, on his right side, and attacked Fujin with a sword as well. Fujin immediately punched the sword in front of him with his left fist. The chakra he had concentrated in his palm to block the lightning python still existed. And due to being zapped, his fist was charged with Darui's black lightning. At the same time, he swung the sword in his right hand to clash with the enemy's sword. Both Kumo ninjas timed their attacks perfectly. They clashed with Fujin at the same time. Fujin's left fist hit the sword's edge. The Kumo ninja grinned, expecting Fujin's fist to be split open. However, his eyes widened as he heard a cracking noise. His steel sword had cracked. In front of his eyes, he saw his sword being broken into pieces. Fujin's fist continued moving forward and punched the ninja in his stomach. The ninja's eyes popped out as he felt the full impact of a chakra and lightning-enhanced punch. The punch wrecked his internal organs and sent him flying. He spat out a lot of blood as he flew backwards and lost consciousness. At the same time, when Fujin's fist met the sword, his sword clashed with the enemy's sword behind him. Fujin's sword cut through the enemy's sword like a hot knife cuts through butter. At the same time that Fujin punched the enemy in front of him, his sword cut the enemy behind him in 2. A frown formed on Darui's face as he saw another one of his subordinates die. He was waving hand signs when Fujin countered his opponents. Lightning release, Black Panther. He released black lightning in the form of a panther which reached Fujin almost instantly. Fujin had sensed Darui building up his chakra. He saw the Black Panther rush towards him. Having experienced the Black Python, Fujin didn't bother dodging. Instead, he gathered chakra in his mouth and throat. Right when the Black Panther was only a few meters away from him, Fujin opened his mouth and launched his strongest jutsu. Wind Release, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. The vacuum cannon hit the Black Panther head-on. Darui's eyes widened as he saw his jutsu being pierced through with utmost ease. The Black Panther began dissipating. Though some of it still continued towards Fujin, he dodged easily. Darui immediately moved out of the way while observing the jutsu. The vacuum cannon reached his position and continued forward, destroying every tree in its path. Darui instantly recognized, wind vacuum technique. Someone other than Danzo learned this technique in Konoha. And it's a strong jutsu as well. No wonder my jutsu was overpowered so easily. 6 ninjas were running towards Fujin and planning to attack him together. However, they saw the trail of destruction Fujin's jutsu left in its path and were left tongue-tied by it. They immediately stopped approaching Fujin and looked at Darui for instructions. They didn't want to be at the receiving end of such a jutsu. Darui became very serious. He said, "Leave him to me." He grabbed his giant sword and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved as well, such that Darui and the other Kumo ninjas were in a straight line. Wind Release, Air Bullet Jutsu. He fired a dozen air bullets at Darui. Darui dodged them with ease and attacked Fujin with his sword. Lightning could be seen flowing along his sword. Fujin attacked back with his sword. The metal swords produce a loud sound. At the same time, the Kumo ninjas who were behind Darui were caught off guard. They saw a dozen air bullets heading their way and scurried out of the way. However, some were still hit. Many of them had small cuts due to the bullets. The unluckiest one had a hole in his right arm. Fujin and Darui both flowed chakra through their swords. However, Fujin was surprised. He expected to have an advantage due to the wind element. However, Darui had poured a lot more chakra into his sword as compared to Fujin. So his sword stayed intact. He applied force. Though Fujin's physique was very good, Darui was much stronger than him. He was pushed back. His face became grim on realizing how outmatched he was. In an instant, a vacuum bullet formed in his mouth and was launched at Darui. Darui noticed it and immediately got out of the way and attacked Fujin once again with his sword. Fujin defended himself but was getting overpowered. He frowned, "His chakra and strength are both stronger than mine. I can't engage him in head-on combat. I have to resort to short clashes and hope that one of my bullets injure him." Fujin used the force of Darui's sword to move away from him. Darui attacked even more aggressively. However, instead of countering him with his strength, Fujin began parrying his attacks and using air and vacuum bullets to attack Darui. Darui dodged them all, but Fujin had 2 goals with his attacks. He would not only aim the bullets at Darui but would also send a few towards the Kumo ninjas watching the fight. One of the Kumo ninjas began cursing, "Damn kid! He is aiming to injure us all." Another said, "We should move away. He is trying to distract Darui. We will be sinners if Darui gets wounded because of us. We will disperse in different directions and surround him from a distance so that he won't be able to escape." Everyone nodded and dispersed. Darui relaxed when he saw his allies leave. He looked at Fujin and analyzed while fighting, "This kid is good. Though he is weaker than me, a single mistake could cost me my life." Darui continued attacking with his sword, but he also began using lightning jutsu. Fujin dodged or countered his jutsus with wind jutsus and both entered into a fierce fight. The other Kumo ninjas kept an eye on the battle from a distance. While Fujin was engaged in a fierce clash, Ryota and Katsumi were dominated by Samui. Even together, they weren't a match for her. To make matters worse, other Kumo ninjas joined the fight. Ryota and Katsumi's faces became grim. Katsumi struggled to make a decision as he fought. In a minute, both he and Ryota had numerous injuries on their bodies. He sighed and said, "Ryota, escape." Ryota was stunned, "What do you mean?" Katsumi said, "Your earth jutsus aren't of much help. I'll buy time by stalling them with my bugs and join you later. Ryota knew that there was no way for Katsumi to return alive. He wanted to argue, however, the Kumo ninjas pressed on the attack once more. Tens of thousands of bugs appeared from Katsumi's body. He shouted, "Leave!" The bugs immediately went on the attack. Ryota unwillingly decided to make a run. Knowing what fate awaited Katsumi, he didn't dare to look back. Unfortunately, while he was running, he was suddenly attacked by shurikens. He dodged immediately. Two Kumo ninjas appeared and attacked him. Ryota moved back and slammed his hands on the ground. A bunch of spears appeared from the ground and attacked the Kumo ninjas. However, the two ninjas used lightning jutsus to counter his move. The three entered into a fierce fight with Ryota trying his best to escape. Samui looked at the bugs and said, "They may be poisonous. Don't let them bite you. Hit him with fire and lightning jutsus." The Kumo ninjas around her nodded and attacked from a distance. Katsumi tried his best. He used all sorts of bugs. Some were resistant to lightning, some were incredibly poisonous. He defended himself with defensive bugs while trying to use the poisonous bugs to bite the Kumo ninjas. However, the Kumo ninjas didn't let a single bug bite them. They bombarded Katsumi with lightning and fire jutsus along with explosive tags. Katsumi's bugs began dying by the thousands. In a couple of minutes, most of his bugs died. Katsumi watched with a grim and sad face. Like Kenta was a partner for Tadashi, his bugs were a partner for him. He sighed, "I tried a lot to escape. Unfortunately, there is no way out. I am completely surrounded. It looks like I'll be joining you soon, Tadashi." A few seconds later, a flash of lightning appeared in Katsumi's eyes. Samui appeared in front of him and cut his head off with one swing of her blade. Katsumi became the second Konoha ninja to die here. However, despite his death, his bugs still kept attacking. Samui instructed, "Deal with the bugs. I'll help the others." She left and moved towards Ryota. Ryota was still fighting the two Kumo ninjas. He had managed to escape a couple of times, but they caught up to him again. During the fight, one of the Kumo ninjas landed a kick on Ryota's abdomen and sent him rolling. Ryota immediately got on his feet, however, he felt someone was behind him. He quickly turned around and was shocked to see Samui. His throat dried up. His hands began shaking. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where is Katsumi?" Samui replied in just one word, "Dead." Ryota's mind was in disbelief and rage. However, before he could do anything he felt pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see a sword piercing out of his abdomen. One of the two ninjas he was fighting took the opportunity of his distraction and stabbed his sword into his back. Ryota heard a sadistic laugh as the ninja said, "Don't worry. All your friends and family will join you soon." Suddenly, rage appeared on Ryota's face. He didn't speak a single word and just made the confrontation hand sign. Samui's eyes widened. She jumped back immediately while shouting, "Move away from him." Chapter 208, Chapter 205, Crazy Suicide Bombers. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Madison Brown. You can thank him for the double release. The Kumo ninjas were confused. In the next moment, Ryota's body exploded. The ninja who had stabbed his back didn't have any time to move. His body took the entire brunt of the explosion. The other Kumo ninja was a bit far away. He moved a bit but he too was caught in the explosion. When the dust settled, Samui saw a very gore picture. Ryota's body was blown into pieces. The ninja that stabbed him had no flesh on the front side of his body. His face, chest, abdomen, and other parts were completely exposed. He fell down dead. The last Kumo ninja was crying in pain. His body was on fire. Samui immediately doused the fire and began helping him. At the same time, she was shocked at how decisive Ryota was. Ryota knew that despite Katsumi buying him some time, escape would be very difficult. He recalled Fujin saying that there were more than 30 ninjas still encircling them. And all of them were at least as strong as Ryota himself was. So in the time between him leaving Katsumi behind and the 2 Kumo ninjas attacking him, Ryota had stuck 20 explosive tags on various parts of his body and on the inside part of his clothes. When he saw Samui, he knew that his death was inevitable. So he decided to die in a way that would hurt his killers the most. If he knew that his last move killed a Chunin from Kumo and ended the career of another Kumo Chunin, he'd probably smile. As Samui applied some first aid to the injured ninja, her face was very grim. She thought, we had planned to kill the Konoha squad while taking no casualties. At most, we concluded that some might take a few minor injuries. However, 8 of our ninjas died in the initial counterattack while 12 got injured. Now 1 more is dead and another is critically injured. I hope that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't manage to kill anyone. Soon, another Kumo ninja arrived on the spot. He was shocked to see the gore. Before he could say anything, Samui instructed, apply first aid to him. I'll send a medical ninja over here to help you. The ninja nodded and got to work. Samui left to ensure that the remaining 2 Konoha ninjas don't mess up anything. Fujin and Darui were still in a fierce fight. Darui was much stronger than Fujin, however, Fujin had managed to fight back without getting injured. In fact, he had made more killer attacks during their fight than Darui. As he fought while multitasking, a smile appeared on his face. Fujin had never been a fan of taking risks. He always chose the easy way out and won his battles efficiently. So he had never experienced such a battle. A battle where one wrong move would end his life. Where one misstep could maim him. Between the second and the third phases of the Chunin exam, Renjiro tried to simulate such an experience for Fujin. However, Fujin always knew that his life wasn't in danger against Renjiro. So he viewed it more as a pain in the ass rather than experiencing any thrill. However, in this deadly fight, all his senses worked beyond what Fujin had ever experienced. Every single move he made was flawless. The battle made his blood boil in excitement. His movements kept improving as the fight moved on. Fujin felt that he was getting faster and faster. However, it was just his body moving more efficiently. Fujin was surprised. I expected to hate the situation I am in. I never expected that I would instead find it enjoyable. Darui was surprised when he saw the smile on Fujin's face. He had seen such a smile very few times in his life. He sighed in his mind, another battle freak. Great. The smile reminded Darui of a few people who he had seen in his life who loved to fight without caring about anything else. Instead of fear, they would fight like a maniac. One of those few people was the current leader of Kumogakure. Despite being weaker in strength, Fujin managed to hold on against Darui without getting a single injury. However, though he had a smile on his face, he didn't lose himself in the battle. He analyzed, my chakra reserves are almost empty. I only have a little more than a quarter. I won't last much longer in such an intense battle. Unfortunately, despite performing well, Fujin never found any opportunity to escape from Darui. Fujin's chakra field was active as he analyzed, I need to find a way to get rid of the ninjas watching the fight. If I try to escape, they will attack and I'll be pincered between Darui and whoever attacks. It'll only result in me dying faster. Just like Fujin, Tomatsu was also engaged in fierce fighting. He was completely outmatched by his enemies as well. However, while Fujin managed to ensure that he didn't get injured and kept the other Kumo ninjas at bay, Tomatsu was ganged up on by 7 Kumogakure ninjas in addition to C. Injuries piled on his body. He had lost his left eye. His right arm was completely burnt from intense lightning shocks. Over 100 small cuts were visible on his body. He was pretty much on his last legs. Tomatsu looked at the Kumo ninjas and realized, this is the end for me. But, if I am going to die, I'll take at least a few of them with me. He began making hand signs. However, at the next moment, a kick landed on his abdomen. He was sent flying away. He flipped in the air and managed to land on his feet. The kick disrupted his hand signs. However, he landed a few meters away from every Kumo ninja. Realizing the opportunity, he immediately flickered away. The Kumo ninjas followed him in a hurry. And a chase began. Unfortunately for Tomatsu, he was very exhausted and injured. His speed was much lesser as compared to Kumo ninjas. C took out a giant shuriken and threw it at Tomatsu. Due to his tiredness, Tomatsu didn't notice it. He stepped on a branch and jumped, aiming to get away. Just when he jumped, the shuriken hit his left thigh and cut clean through it. Tomatsu felt the pain and looked down at his left leg in horror. He lost his footing and crashed down. As he fell down, he saw Fujin and Darui fighting in front of his eyes. Both Fujin and Darui also saw him and were surprised. They stopped fighting for a moment. Fujin immediately flickered and appeared next to Tomatsu. Unfortunately, he had already lost consciousness. Soon, C and the Kumo ninjas with him also arrived. Samui as well appeared next to Darui at this moment. The Kumo ninjas were surprised to see that Fujin was unharmed. Fujin's expression became grim. His already bad situation had taken a turn for the worse. He thought, shit. Darui was already out of my league. And I am sure that C and Samui are both stronger than me. Not to mention the 15 others that are along with these three. Now, what the fuck should I do? Fujin's brain calculated all possible options at the speed of light. Fortunately for him, Kumo ninjas didn't attack him right away. C asked Darui, how is he still alive? Darui shrugged and said, the kid is strong. I couldn't injure him. The Kumo ninjas who just arrived were surprised. Darui was very reputed in the land of lightning. The fact that a kid much younger than him could last so long was shocking. C observed Fujin, who was crouching down next to Tomatsu while observing all the Kumo ninjas. C shook his head and said, the kid has almost exhausted his chakra. Let's fini. However, Darui interrupted by asking, what is your name? Fujin looked at him but didn't answer. Darui didn't mind that and continued, you have exhausted most of your chakra. Though you are still unharmed, if you fight, your death is the only possibility. Surrender now. In the future, your Hokage could make a deal with the Raikage to get you back. Fujin didn't reply. He thought, though his words are honest, becoming a prisoner would be the stupidest move. I'll have no control if Kumogakure decides to torture, maim, or kill me. Not to mention, hoping for Hiruzen to rescue me would be beyond stupid. That old fox might show that he is a very emotional person, but there are layers of deception hidden under his thick skin. Seeing that Fujin didn't respond, C said, since you don't want to surrender, you'll have to. However, as he spoke, Fujin's frown disappeared. Instead, a smirk appeared on Fujin's face. Soon, that smirk turned into a wide grin. The Kumogakure ninjas were surprised. One of them asked, did he lose his mind? For the first time, Fujin spoke, you know, I was always very afraid of risking my life. I always decided to take the easier way out and do my job efficiently. However, fighting you has made me experience a thrill that I never imagined. Darui, though you may not have heard of me, I have heard of you. Doesn't the Raikage think of you as his second right hand? Fujin's grin grew wider. It grew so wide that it looked as though his face might split into two. His grin creeped out some of the Kumo ninjas surrounding him. Fujin continued, though I will die, taking down 18 Kumogakure ninjas including the Raikage's right hand with me would make me a hero in Konoha. Ha 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 ha. Samui's eyes widened on hearing that. She had already seen a crazy Konoha ninja. However, before she could act, the seals on Fujin's bracers lit. In the blink of an eye, 400 explosive tags appeared around Fujin and formed a sphere around him. They completely blocked Fujin from the line of sight of the Kumogakure ninjas. However, they could still hear Fujin's laughter. The Kumogakure ninjas immediately became grim. They decided to move away. However, even before they could move, a breeze flew from inside the sphere made of explosive tags. The winds made the explosive paper tags spread throughout the area. Kumo ninjas were horrified to see hundreds of explosive tags heading towards them. Chapter 209, Chapter 206, Schemes and Hidden Dangers. Bonus Chapter, we crossed 2.5k power stones in the last week. Reached 2,572. Keep it up everyone. Bonus Chapter on this Saturday as well. The Kumo ninjas were horrified at the sight of hundreds of explosive tags coming at them. Many Kumo ninjas began running away. A few escaped underground. Darui, Samui, and another jounin had grim faces. They immediately made hand signs and cast a lightning net in front of them. A few explosive tags hit the lightning net and were disabled. However, soon the explosive tags began exploding just before touching the lightning net. The lightning net was damaged by the explosion. The Kumo jounins increased the amount of chakra they poured into the lightning net to repair it and make it hold on. However, the number of explosive tags was too high. The lightning net was soon ripped apart. The Kumo ninjas immediately escaped into the ground. As soon as they did, the explosions covered the entire place. A loud sound could be heard for miles around the spot where the explosion occurred. Trees, branches, and stones were sent flying by the explosion. A smokescreen of dust, soil, and smoke spread for hundreds of meters. A massive fire lit up and spread through the forest at a rapid speed. The smoke raised due to the forest fire could be seen from all the nearby villages. After a couple of minutes of the explosion, a head popped out of the ground. It was Darui. Soon, Samui and the other jounin appeared out of the ground. All their faces had been covered in dust. Soon, 8 more Kumo ninjas also crawled out of the ground or ran back towards where Darui was. Couldn't help but mutter, "What a crazy guy! Who carries so many explosive tags with them?" The other Kumo ninjas were cursing Fujin too. Darui looked at and said, "Sense the position of others." Nodded and began sensing. He led the other Kumo ninjas to where the missing Kumo ninjas were and began treating them one by one. Meanwhile, Darui and Samui began checking what happened to Fujin. Samui said, "I should have warned you. Another one of them killed himself the same way." Darui said, "It's not your fault. There was barely any time. Besides, considering the number of explosive tags he had, we can say that he always planned to die in this way." They arrived at the spot where Fujin and Tomatsu were before the explosion went off. They didn't find anything interesting at first. However, soon a shock appeared on their face. Samui said, "There is nothing here." Darui nodded, "Yeah, even though the explosions were powerful, at least their blood and bones should have remained here." Samui said, "This means that he escaped." "No, they escaped." Anger formed on Samui's face. Kumo had taken a lot of casualties in this confrontation. By comparison, Konoha only lost 3 ninjas. Soon, a man arrived at their location along with 7 ninjas. He was Harry. He had watched the fight between Fujin and Darui but had to escape in a hurry when he saw the explosive tags. Harry asked, "Who was that lunatic brat?" Darui replied, "He never told his name." Harry asked, "Is he dead?" Darui said, "Most likely not. He was standing here before the explosives went off but there are no signs of blood or remains. He probably escaped just before the explosions went off." Harry frowned. He analyzed for a minute before saying, "When we saw those explosive tags, it attracted all our attention. He must have flickered right before the tags exploded. And he carried the other Konoha ninja with him." Samui said, "We need to hunt him. I'll form a squad and go after him." However, Harry shook his head and said, "No, it's already been around 5 minutes since the explosive tags exploded. He should have escaped a long distance." Samui countered, his chakra was depleted and he is carrying an injured ninja with him. Harry replied, "It's fine. Though I didn't expect us to have such a heavy loss, the goal of this mission is to see what action Konoha takes after knowing that we took a mine that should have been under their control. I plan to leak the information later, but this is fine too. That youngster will report what happened here to the Hokage and do that task for me. For now, assist C in saving and healing all the injured ninjas." Darui and Samui nodded and began helping C. After a few hours, they healed all the injured ninjas and tallied their losses. In all, 14 ninjas died during the fighting, 3 were critically injured and wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja and 13 were lightly injured. All the dead and critically injured ninjas were of the Chunin rank. Harry sighed on knowing the losses as he realized, my plan was to cause losses to Konoha and see their reaction to it. However, on the first step of my plan, we faced a setback. Now there will be voices of opposition in Kumogakure on starting a war with Konoha. After all, just a small clash caused us so many losses. Everyone will be worried about how many losses we will suffer when we face the full might of Konoha. Still, Lord Raikage should be able to push forward for war if he wishes to. Far away from the Kumo ninjas who were healing their wounds, Fujin was running across the land of hot springs. In his hand, he was holding Tamatsu. The wound on his left thigh was cauterized and bandaged while the other wounds were just bandaged so that blood won't fall from his wounds. A few hours ago, when Fujin was surrounded by 400 explosive tags, he exhaled a gentle wind that guided all the explosive tags towards the Kumo ninjas. At the same time, he created a wind clone to control the explosive tags and grabbed Tamatsu by the back of his neck and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker a long distance away. He repeated the jutsu a few times to end up miles away from the spot of the explosion. He turned around to see the massive smoke rising into the skies from that spot as he thought, I have one spiked shield and one normal shield in my forearm bracers. In addition, I have put both my swords in there as well. But I couldn't come up with any good ideas on what to store in the remaining 4 seals. Luckily I filled them up with explosive tags just in case I needed them. I still have 200 more tags. If they chase after me, I'll use them to scare those Kumo ninjas off. But first, he took out a bottle and put a few soldier pills in his mouth. He made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared next to him. He picked up Tamatsu and all 3 began escaping again. As they were running, the shadow clone burned the wound on his left leg so that the bleeding would stop. He also applied some bandages to his smaller wounds. Fujin ran, flickered, and used wind and earth instantaneous body jutsus for over an hour before taking a break. He was very exhausted. His clone bandaged Tamatsu properly and dispelled itself. Fujin looked at the unconscious Tamatsu as he thought, I had initially thought of escaping by myself. Carrying him is a big burden. But, the last time Kumo did a foul play, Hiruzen sacrificed Hisashi to avoid a war. If Kumo cried foul again and Hiruzen decided to compromise once more, I would have been the one to be sacrificed if I returned alone. A frown appeared on Fujin's face. During the escape, this thought troubled him a lot. He analyzed, the thought of going rogue has appeared in my mind several times in the last hour. But, though I am strong, without Konoha's resources and library, my future path will be highly restricted if I go rogue. Not to mention, I might be hunted by both Konoha and Kumo. And if by chance I survive and get stronger, Akatsuki might show up asking me to join them. Sigh, what a mess. His eyes wandered towards Tamatsu. He has lost his left leg. So his career as a ninja is pretty much over. If Hiruzen decides to sacrifice someone, sacrificing him would make much more sense than sacrificing a promising youngster. The only issue with this line of thought is that Tamatsu is from the Sarutobi clan. If Hiruzen has a soft spot for his clan and isn't willing to sacrifice them, my head will be on the chopping block. Fujin sat in meditation as he decided on his next actions. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and decided, I will go back to Konoha. Despite losing the Uchiha clan, Konoha's strength should be stronger than 4 to 5 years ago. So it's unlikely that Hiruzen will take the same step. Even if he decides to compromise, he will first offer the chakra metal mine to Kumogakure. And that should be more precious than the head of any ninja. Also, I doubt Kumogakure would want the head of a young ninja over a chakra metal mine. However, if Hiruzen does decide to put up the same question in front of me as Hisashi, I'll act sad but determined and ask for some time and escape from Konoha during that time. Though it will be very risky, the alternative isn't risk-free either. Having rested, Fujin stood up and looked at the sky while thinking, Hiruzen, you better not disappoint me this time. He picked up Tamatsu and began his journey once more. He had figured that the Kumo ninjas weren't chasing him or were too slow. So he moved at a consistent speed to ensure that his body doesn't get tired once again. He moved for hours and finally sighed in relief as he stepped into the land of fire. Chapter 210, Chapter 207, A Demand for Fujin's Head. It was a normal boring day for Yamanaka Hiruto. He had just finished patrolling and was wasting his time in the patrol camp while chatting with Hyuga Jun. However, he suddenly stopped and spread his chakra field. It spread for 500 meters but he couldn't sense anything. Hyuga Jun asked, "Did you sense something?" Yamanaka Hiruto replied, "I can't sense anyone. But someone just sensed our camp. Check with your Byakugan." Jun immediately activated his Byakugan. Hiruto asked, "Who is it?" A frown formed on Jun's face as he replied, "It's one of our ninjas. And he is carrying another who is very injured. He is around 1 kilometer to the east." Fujin had roughly memorized the locations of patrol camps from his previous missions. After arriving in the vicinity, he spread his chakra field to sense any ninjas in the vicinity. On sensing 7 ninjas in one place, Fujin flickered towards them. In a minute, he appeared before Hiruto and Jun. Hiruto quickly said, "Identify yourself." Fujin replied, "Suzuki Fujin. You can ask questions later. My teammate got very injured during the mission. Do you have a medic?" Jun nodded and said, "All right, follow me." He quickly led Fujin into the camp and knocked on a door. He said, "Emiko, we have a very injured person. Come quickly." Emiko immediately opened the door. She was the medical ninja in the camp. She was surprised when she saw Tamatsu's condition. She quickly laid him on a bed and began healing him. While Emiko treated Tamatsu, Jun and Hiruto interrogated Fujin. They were suspicious of Fujin because Fujin didn't have a single injury on him despite his teammate being so injured. He asked for Fujin's ID number and other standard questions to confirm that Fujin was indeed a ninja from Konoha. Finally, he asked, "Where is your remaining team?" Fujin put up a sad face and said, "They are all dead." Hiruto had expected such a result. He thought, "I guess that he is safe because of the sacrifices of his teammates." He sighed and patted Fujin's shoulder and said, "It's fine. Sometimes missions go wrong." Fujin nodded. Emiko took around 20 minutes to heal Tamatsu. She left her room and approached Fujin and asked, "Are you injured as well?" Fujin shook his head, "No, I am fine." Emiko nodded and left to keep an eye on Tamatsu. After an hour, Tamatsu gained consciousness. He quickly got up and sat up straight. However, his injuries made him grunt in pain. He looked around himself and was surprised that he was still alive. Emiko stopped him from moving much and quickly asked him how he was feeling. Tamatsu answered her questions. When he was done, he asked, "How did I get here? And where are my teammates?" The medical ninja sighed and said, "Your teammate Fujin brought you here. I'll call him." She left the room to call Fujin. However, she was impressed by Tamatsu. Despite losing his left leg, his first thought was the well-being of his team. Meanwhile, Tamatsu was surprised that Fujin was able to escape along with him. However, recalling Tadashi and imagining the fates of Ryota and Katsumi, tears began rolling down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them off thinking, I shouldn't appear weak in front of Fujin. I'll have lots of time to grieve for them later. Soon, Fujin arrived in the room where Tomatsu was resting. He could see the wetness in Tomatsu's eyes due to the tears he was holding back. Tomatsu looked at Fujin and said, I am glad that you are safe, Fujin. Fujin nodded and looked at his cut leg. He asked, How are you? Tomatsu saw his sight and said sorrowfully, I'll be fine. After half a minute of silence, he asked, Do you know what happened to Katsumi and Ryota? Fujin shook his head and answered, No. I didn't see either of them after we split up. I only saw you and managed to barely escape. Tomatsu was shivering on hearing Fujin's answer. With the last ray of hope, he asked, You are a censor. Did you sense them? Fujin sighed and replied, No. I was attacked by a ninja called Darui. He was much stronger than me. We flickered many times during the fight and were a long distance away from where we were ambushed. So I couldn't sense them. Tomatsu sighed and stayed silent for a few minutes. No one spoke. Finally, the sorrowful expression disappeared from Tomatsu's face and instead, he looked determined. He asked, Fujin, how long have I been unconscious? Fujin was surprised to see the sudden change in attitude. He answered, Around 10 hours. I reached this camp around an hour ago. Tomatsu looked at his leg and said, I'll be a burden if I come along with you. Fujin, run towards Konoha as fast as you can and inform Lord Hokage what happened. He looked at Fujin and said with determination, This is a very important mission for our village, Fujin. I'll leave it in your hands. Fujin realized, I see. He wants revenge. That said, knowing Hiruzen, it's highly unlikely that he will choose violence. Unfortunately, those three won't ever get justice. Though I guess, we already had our revenge as at least 9 of them are dead. Fujin said, All right. I'll go quickly. You take care of yourself, Tomatsu. Tomatsu nodded and said, Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Fujin could see that despite his determined expression, Tomatsu was having a hard time controlling his sorrow. He was holding back just to not demoralize Fujin. Fujin immediately left. A few minutes later, Tomatsu broke down in tears. Fujin rapidly moved across the land of fire. On the way, he couldn't help but sigh, poor guy was trying so hard to control his tears. I wonder how many such instances occur daily in this world. How many squads meet their end due to a mission going wrong. I kinda had it lucky so far. Unfortunately, it looks like my luck ran out today. I need better means to escape from such situations. This time I was lucky that Tomatsu crashed into my battlefield and Darui decided to not finish me off immediately and instead gave me the option to surrender. I didn't even have a chance to escape until then. I don't want to depend on luck next time as not everyone will be merciful like Darui. While moving, Fujin analyzed the options available to him. The first jutsu that came to his mind was obviously the Flying Thunder God. However, he rejected it. No, Hiruzen said that I'll have to be a grandmaster at Fuin Jutsu before being allowed to learn it. Right now I could barely even be considered a master. Becoming grandmaster will require a lot more time. Not to mention, I'll need the Jounin rank to be able to access the seals kept in Section A of the library. Fujin analyzed more but couldn't think of any idea other than the one he had at the back of his mind. Fujin sighed, I guess that's the only available option. Unfortunately, even that is very risky. I still need some time to be ready for it. That said, if Hiruzen decides against my well-being, I should take that risk. It might allow me to escape from Konoha very easily. While Fujin was moving at full speed through the forests in the Land of Fire, a message was sent back to Kumogakure to the 4th Raikage. The coded scroll was decoded and the translated message was sent to A. A opened the scroll and began reading. Soon, anger appeared on his face. He raised his arm and smashed his table into 2 while yelling, What the hell are these guys doing? Mabi had seen A do such acts hundreds of times. She wasn't affected and calmly asked, "What happened, Lord Reikage?" A handed her the scroll and said in disappointment, "They ambushed 5 Konoha ninjas with 58 ninjas and still lost 13 ninjas and had many more injured. Not to mention, they still let 2 Konoha ninjas escape." Mabi was surprised by what A said. She wondered, which strong squad did they encounter to have such losses? She quickly checked the scroll to see who the Konoha ninjas were. She was surprised once again. She asked in confusion, "Who is Tamatsu?" A looked at her and said, "It's your job to tell me." She felt awkward hearing A's reply. She stopped reading the scroll, handed it back to A and quickly excused herself and checked their records. Mabi returned after a few minutes and said, "Tamatsu is an elite chunin in Konoha. He was promoted to the chunin rank after the Third Great Ninja War. But, his record isn't stellar enough to produce such a result." A said, "It wasn't his doing. Harry said that a young ninja was able to hold his own against Darui and is an expert in wind manipulation. He was the main reason for the casualties. Find who this brat is, as they didn't know his identity." Mabi thought for a bit and said, "In the Chunin exam that happened before the last one in Konoha, the champion was an orphan who specialized in wind manipulation. It was when the Kiri rebels had participated in the Chunin exam. Other than him, I haven't heard of any young ninja who specializes in wind manipulation from Konoha." A thought for a bit and instructed, "Find his name and pass it to the negotiators. Send the negotiators that we have prepared to Konoha and ask for heads of Tamatsu and that brat. Also, send a message to Darui and call him, C and Samui back. And, don't let this news leak." Mabi nodded and left the office. Chapter 211, Chapter 208, Countering Schemes with Schemes. A frown formed on Reikage's face as he analyzed, such losses would increase opposition to starting a new war. If those oppositions delay us, then we will lose this window of opportunity. The best way to regain the morale is to make Hiruzen hand over those 2 ninjas. It'll show how weak Konoha is to everyone. I managed to make him cower the last time. I'll do it once again." Mabi did her job efficiently. She handed the leader of negotiators a letter from Reikage. Within an hour, a group of negotiators left Kumogakure along with an escort group. They would first stop at the chakra metal mine where the conflict happened to confirm the report they sent back, and then send the Reikage's letter to Konoha to set up a meeting and place their demands. It was nighttime when the negotiators left Kumogakure. Their group had a few civilians, so the group moved much slower as compared to a ninja squad. Meanwhile, Reikage began preparing his army in Kumogakure so that they could move at a moment's notice. Fujin was unaware that his fears had partially come true. He traveled the entire night and reached Konoha at 7 in the morning. As soon as he entered Konoha, Fujin maintained a sad expression on his face. He immediately went to the Hokage's building and went to Hiruzen's office. He knocked on the door. Hiruzen heard and said, "Come in." Fujin entered. He saw a lot of papers and files on Hiruzen's table. Takao was present as well and was arranging them. In addition, 4 Anbu ninjas were hiding in the room. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so soon. He had talked with Renjiro the day before and was surprised to learn that all the seals on Fujin's house were inscribed by Fujin himself. While he was happy to know how talented Fujin was, he couldn't help but think about what he had told Fujin when Fujin had asked for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He thought, Tamatsu's message said that the mission might take weeks. Why is he here so soon? Did the mission go wrong? Or did he want to send a secret message? He asked, "Did something happen, Fujin? Close the door and tell me." Fujin closed the door and began reporting. He began speaking slowly in a sad voice and watery eyes, "Grandpa, we were ambushed during our mission. Inyazuka Tadashi and his ninja dog Kenta were killed. Abarame Katsumi and Hitaki Ryota are missing. Squad leader Sarutobi Tamatsu was injured and lost his left leg." Hiruzen and Takao immediately became very serious, though for different reasons. Takao had been on edge due to the Uchiha massacre. Meanwhile, Hiruzen knew about the real nature of the mission. Hiruzen calmly said, "Fujin, stay calm and tell me everything properly. Don't miss a single detail." Fujin took a deep breath and said, "Our mission was to the land of hot water. It was issued by Matsushita Yuzuki, a noble from that country. He said that he had discovered a mine in his territory and suspected that it was a chakra metal mine." Takao and the Anbu in the room were shocked to hear that. A chakra metal mine could very well cause a war. Fujin continued, "We moved quickly towards the area that Yuzuki had marked. However, when we reached very close to it, we were ambushed by more than 50 Kumogakure ninjas. They first encircled us with 20 ninjas. Another 30 ninjas stayed a bit away to form a second ring of encirclement. A few more ninjas were hiding their chakras. I am not sure how many, but there were at least 3. All were at Chunin or Jounin ranks." Everyone was surprised on hearing it. They couldn't help but wonder how Fujin made it out alive. Fujin continued, "When we tried to escape the first encirclement, they killed Tadashi and Kenta. However, they got too aggressive and were hit by Tamatsu and my fire-wind combination jutsu. 8 of them died while the other 12 were injured. We tried to escape once again but were intercepted once again and forced to split up. I am not sure what happened with Ryota and Katsumi after that. I was attacked by Darui." The group's eyes widened once again hearing Darui's name. Hiruzen thought, "That's the kid A and his father trained personally. Though he isn't as reputed as Kakashi, he is the leader of their young generation." Fujin continued, "A few more Kumo ninjas attacked me along with him, but I managed to kill one, fatally injure another and keep the rest at bay and entered a deadlock against Darui. I tried defeating him, but he was very strong. He dodged all attacks and didn't give me any opportunity to escape. After a few minutes, Tamatsu entered our battlefield and collapsed unconscious. Darui stopped fighting while I checked on Tamatsu. However, I was surrounded by 18 ninjas. They lowered their guard since I was probably the only one left. So I used a few hundred explosive tags to buy some time and escaped while carrying Tamatsu with me. I am not sure if the explosions caused any casualties, but I didn't sense anyone chasing after me. Right now, Tamatsu is being treated in a patrol camp. He asked me to rush to the village to pass all the information to you." Hiruzen and others were shocked by what Fujin had done during this mission. Hiruzen analyzed, "Surviving a fight against Darui at his age without any visible injuries is very impressive. Not to mention being able to escape after being surrounded by 18 ninjas." The others too had similar thoughts. Fujin saw the expressions of Hiruzen and Takao and was satisfied with their expressions. He had intentionally told how impressive he had been and how much potential he had. This way Hiruzen would be very reluctant to sacrifice him. Hiruzen asked Fujin more questions. Fujin answered them all. He took every opportunity to mention his achievements without exaggerating them or coming on as a show-off. He also intentionally called Hiruzen Grandpa to evoke whatever emotions Hiruzen had. After getting all the data, Hiruzen said, "It's unfortunate what happened to your squad. But you have done a good job. Saving one teammate and coming back alive in such a hopeless situation is very good. For now, go back and get some rest. And don't take any new missions. I might call you back after some time." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa. I'll take my leave." He left the office. He left towards his home while thinking, "I did all I could think of. I hope that the worst-case scenario doesn't occur." After Fujin left, Hiruzen began staring at the map in front of him. Takao said, "Lord Hokage." However, Hiruzen said, "Keep the files and paperwork related to the Uchiha clan away for now." Takao thought, "That's not what I wanted to talk about." However, he realized that Hiruzen didn't want to be disturbed. So he moved all the paperwork and files away from his desk. Hiruzen observed the map while analyzing the situation. He analyzed, on the surface, it looks like Kumogakure found this mine and wanted to mine it secretly. Fujin and his team were just unlucky to have taken this mission. But, knowing Kumogakure's actions after Minato's death, I doubt it is so simple. Be it the Hyaga incident or their prisoners showing up as bandits, both were completely unprovoked aggression towards Konoha. So is A scheming once again. He kept analyzing, why did Kumogakure send over 50 ninjas for a simple ambush? Just Darui's squad could have easily defeated them. Even assuming that they set a perimeter around the mine, Tomatsu's group should have been better at sensing. They wouldn't be ambushed if it was unanticipated. Suddenly, an idea entered Hiruzen's. He analyzed it to see how viable it was. After calculating, he let out a long sigh. I see. That's why Darui was present. They aren't there to guard the mine. But, he is leading the vanguard army. There should be a lot more ninjas assembled at the mine. I guess they didn't anticipate Fujin to be able to bring back the news. No, he said that no one chased him. So though they didn't anticipate such a fight back from him, they wanted him to deliver the news back to me. They want to see my reaction. Hiruzen began putting the pieces together. If their plan was to test my response, they would first need to cause Konoha losses. Yuzuki should be working with them. I doubt the entire land of hot water will be involved as they have suffered a lot due to Kumogakure. So it is probably just him. Either Kumogakure threatened him or he has ambitions of his own. After Tomatsu's squad died, Yuzuki would have sent us more mission requests and baited more ninjas to their death. Kumo would then threaten me and see my response. Now their plans will be disrupted. If I am right, A will now send a negotiator to Konoha asking me to compensate them for the loss and perhaps ask for Tomatsu and Fujin as well. Hiruzen's face kept getting more and more ugly as he unraveled Kumogakure's plan. He snorted, the Hyaga incident worked in your favor because I never anticipated such a disgusting act. Do you think that such a scheme will work against Konoha again? Hiruzen said, all of you, summon 7 Anbu squads along with another 3 Anbu squads made of former root ninjas and return here quickly. Takao, bring Kakashi here. The 4 Anbu ninjas hiding in his office flickered and got to work. Takao nodded and left the office as well. Hiruzen grabbed a scroll and began writing in it. After writing the message, he closed the scroll and sealed it. He weaved hand signs and slammed his hand on the desk. A monkey appeared in front of him. Hiruzen handed him the scroll and said, deliver this scroll as soon as you can. Preferably do it today. The monkey took the scroll and checked it. He said in a childish voice, got it. He disappeared in smoke along with the scroll. Soon, 13 Anbu ninjas showed up in Hiruzen's office. One of them hid back in the room. Hiruzen passed a scroll to them and said, in the land of hot water, there is a noble called Matsushita Yuzuki. His details are in the scroll. Kill him and everyone with him. Burn every document in his mansion and don't leave any evidence behind. Preferably use lightning jutsus to destroy some property before escaping. One of the Anbu ninjas accepted the scroll. Hiruzen passed them more instructions. They took their leave. Soon, another group of Anbu arrived. This time, there were 31 ninjas. 12 of them were formerly en route. Hiruzen assigned another mission to them. After understanding the assignment, they left the office as well. Finally, Kakashi and Takao arrived at the office. Kakashi was just dismissed from the Anbu by Hiruzen a few days ago. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said seriously, Kakashi, I'll provide you with 200 ninjas. I want you to lead them towards the border with the land of hot water. You have 2 objectives. First, keep the existence of your force a secret. No one should be aware of your movements. Second, do a few drills to make the force prepared for war. Kakashi was surprised by the order. He asked, Lord Hokage, did an incident occur? Hiruzen nodded. He briefed Kakashi on what Fujin had reported. Kakashi understood the situation and sighed, they want to make a move because the Uchiha clan no longer exists, right? Hiruzen nodded and said, it's unlikely that a war will happen, but I want us to be prepared just in case. Kakashi asked, can I take Guy along with me? Hiruzen nodded, sure. Kakashi said, all right. I'll contact him. We will be ready to leave immediately. Hiruzen replied, good. I'll arrange for the ninjas to join up with you. Kakashi left to meet up with Guy while Hiruzen got busy arranging 200 ninjas to go along with Kakashi. Fortunately, he already had everyone on high alert due to the Uchiha massacre. He was able to get it done very quickly. Chapter 212, Chapter 209, Hiruzen's never-ending schemes. Though Hiruzen received the message almost half a day later than the Anbu squads he dispatched moved much faster than Kumogakure's negotiator group. Under the cover of the night, Kakashi left Konoha along with Guy and 200 ninjas. They disappeared into the vast never-ending forests in the Land of Fire. A few hours later, 3 Anbu squads arrived outside Yuzuki's mansion. No one in the hidden hot springs village detected them. Yuzuki was sleeping in his bed. He had a smile on his face as he dreamt about being the new daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. As Hiruzen had guessed, he was working together with Kumogakure. He wanted their support to overthrow the current daimyo. In return, he will help them kill Konoha's ninjas and will remove Konoha's influence on the country after he becomes the daimyo. Unfortunately for him, an Anbu ninja appeared next to him while he slept. He grabbed a tanto and pierced it into Yuzuki's heart, leaving him permanently in the dream world. Yuzuki died without knowing who killed him and how. In a few minutes, everyone in the mansion was killed. Not a single being was left alive. Instead, blood was flowing on the ground. The Anbu also burned or confiscated all the documents. After confirming that their work is done, they destroyed the pillars supporting the mansion with lightning jutsus and escaped. The village, which was resting peacefully, suddenly woke up due to loud noise. However, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the Anbu ninjas had already escaped. They kept moving towards the Land of Frost. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was woken up due to the massacre and destruction. He reached Yuzuki's destroyed mansion and frowned. He had found a chakra metal mine a week ago. And he is already dead? He had said that he will employ Konoha ninjas. Is this their work? Daimyo analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, this isn't the way the Hokage acts usually. Besides, why would he even do this when we were offering Konoha the most benefits? At that time, Takeshita Takuhei appeared in front of the daimyo and reported, Lord Daimyo, everyone in the mansion, including Lord Yuzuki, has been killed. They are all killed with swords. From their wounds, it doesn't seem like they even had a chance to struggle. The documents are all destroyed, though we don't know if some of them have been stolen. And the pillars have been destroyed with lightning jutsus. Daimyo asked, lightning? Do you mean that Kumogakure is behind this? Takuhei answered, it's either them or someone who wants to frame them. Daimyo analyzed the situation. This sort of activity is something Kumogakure would do. Did they find the mine as well? If so, it would make sense that they want to silence Yuzuki and secretly mine the mine themselves. But, such a thing is impossible to be kept a secret. Are they planning to wage another war in my country? The daimyo frowned. He said, Takuhei, come with me. He brought Takuhei to his own office and told him about the mine in Yuzuki's province. Takuhei was shocked. He exclaimed, there is a chakra metal mine in our country. The daimyo corrected him, a mine that might have some deposits of it. The quantity won't be much, but it might be sufficient to cause a war. Takuhei frowned. He said with a bitter expression, our country will be ravaged once again. The daimyo nodded, that is why I wanted to keep it a secret. I suspect that the mine has been taken over by other forces. Most likely by Kumogakure. I want you to lead a force of 15 ninjas there stealthily and check. You are not to engage in any combat. After you confirm, leave immediately and return back. Takuhei nodded. He left and immediately assembled a team and went towards the area the daimyo had instructed him to. In a couple of hours, they reached the location of the mine. However, they stopped a long distance away from the mine and kept an eye. An hour later, they saw someone move. They followed that person secretly and noticed 3 squads of Kumogakure ninjas. The Kumogakure ninjas spotted them as well and raised an alarm. Takuhei and his squad immediately escaped. Some Kumo ninjas gave chase but stopped when they entered too deep into the land of hot water. A few hours later, after taking multiple detours, they returned to the capital. Takuhei immediately reported to the daimyo. The daimyo's face became grim as he confirmed his fears. He immediately began writing letters. The content of the letters included the fact that they have discovered a mine that might have minute deposits of chakra metal. It also mentioned the fact that Kumogakure had forcefully occupied the mine and is hunting everyone who goes there. He sent these letters to every daimyo and every cage except the Reikage. When Hiruzen received the letter the following morning, a smile formed on his face. He thought, the result of killing Yuzuki was exactly what I envisioned and desired. Though Kiri is in a mess and might not make a move, Suna and Iwa will not want to see such a mine in the hands of Kumogakure. The villages and daimyos still remember the trauma of the last war, so they wouldn't want a new war. Everyone will apply pressure on Kumogakure. If they step back, then the control of this mine should be handed to the Land of Iron. If they don't, then they will have to face the combined might of all villages. Both the scenarios are favorable for Konoha. In order to ensure that his speculations come true, Hiruzen wrote a letter to the Land of Iron's leader, Mifune. The letter stated Konoha's desire for peace and its support for having the Land of Iron mining the newly discovered mine as a neutral country. The second group of 7 Anbu squads sent by Hiruzen headed straight towards the Land of Lightning. Though the trip took longer, they infiltrated the Land of Lightning before the group of negotiators left the country. They stayed far away from Kumogakure. Instead, they disguised themselves and mixed among the common people. Yujao was among these Anbu ninjas. She transformed herself into a middle-aged woman and went into the market. She began buying groceries as normal. As she did, she began having short interactions with the other ladies in the market who were also buying groceries. During one such conversation, she sighed and said, "I heard that Reikage-sama wants to start a war with Konohagakure." The lady was surprised. A couple more around them heard her as well. She asked, "He does? Haven't we been very peaceful lately?" Yujao nodded and said, "I heard that he sent 60 ninjas to the Land of Hot Water to kill 5 Konoha ninjas. However, they were defeated by an 11-year-old kid. 13 of our brave ninjas died due to it." The other ladies were shocked to hear it. They joined the conversation, "Is it true?" Yujao nodded and said, "Yeah, my husband used to work in Lord Reikage's office. He still has some contacts there. I am worried that if we suffered so much at the hands of just an 11-year-old kid, how many losses will we have against the whole might of Konoha?" The scenario Yujao painted shocked the ladies. They talked a bit more before leaving. Yujao quickly changed her disguise and went to another market. In the same way, all the other 27 Anbu ninjas spread misinformation in the villages in the Land of Lightning. They hyped up Fujin's actions while making everyone think subconsciously that Kumo's forces were weak. A few even propagated the fear of Konoha invading the Land of Lightning if the Reikage went to war. Slowly, the people who heard the information began gossiping with the ones who hadn't. The news spread through the entire Land of Lightning like a raging wildfire, igniting conversations and emotions of common people. As the rumors spread, they became more and more preposterous. Fear spread among the people in the Land of Lightning. Unfortunately for A, he would remain unaware of this development until it was too late. While the Anbu ninjas were doing their task, a monkey was roaming in the Land of Rice. He had been searching for a man for 2 days. Finally, he managed to locate him. The area was a complete mess. It looked as if someone had blown up an underground base. The monkey landed next to the man and handed him the scroll. He said in his childish voice, "Lord Hokage wants you to act on this immediately." The man opened the scroll and read its contents. His eyes widened before returning to their usual size. He sighed and said, "Another war. All right, tell him that I'll get it done." Chapter 213, Chapter 210, A Natural Calamity. The monkey ended his summoning and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. The man looked in the direction of the land of hot water. His location was already quite close to the land of hot water. He sighed once again and began moving towards the land of hot water. Within a few hours, he reached the area where the Kumo ninjas had set up a perimeter. He began sensing the area and scratched his chin while planning. Sensei's analysis was on point. There are over 250 ninjas from Kumogakure over here. Now, how should I deal with them? He formulated a plan and decided to stay hidden until the night. None of the Kumogakure ninjas noticed him. The Kumogakure ninjas had a change in leadership. Harry still stayed as the advisor as this was his idea. But Darui, Si, and Samui were called back to Kumogakure. Instead, 2 elite jounins were sent to replace them. Soon, it was night. The Kumo ninjas changed shifts. Around 60 ninjas began manning the perimeter while the others went to sleep. The Kumo ninjas guarding the mine hadn't faced much threat. Harry had kept their losses against Fujin's squad a secret from them. And other than a local squad spotting them and running away, there wasn't any other incident. So the ninjas were very relaxed. However, they suddenly heard a sound. They quickly looked above and were shocked. In the night sky, a huge shadow could be seen hiding among the clouds. One ninja gulped and asked, "What is that?" The ninja next to him replied, "It looks like a toad shadow." "But how can a toad fly?" Another said, "Wake up Harry-sama and others quickly. They need to see this." However, they suddenly felt raindrops falling down on their faces. Just a second later, their eyes widened. They watched in horror as massive fire rained down on their entire base. A minute ago, Jiraiya summoned the giant toad Gamabunta and jumped high into the sky. They got right on top of the mine. Gamabunta released a huge oil jutsu that covers the entire mine. Meanwhile, Jiraiya made a clone and used strong fire and wind jutsus at the same time. The Kumo ninjas didn't expect such a massive attack. Over 180 ninjas were asleep due to it being late in the night. All of them were hit by the massive attack. A few felt the heat and woke up. Unfortunately, before they could figure out what was happening and defend themselves, they were engulfed by fire and boiling oil. They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves and died screaming in the fire. Kumogakure's advisor Harry also caught on fire along with the rest. He tried calculating what was happening and how his excellent plans turned into such a disaster. Unfortunately, he would die before reaching a conclusion. The ninjas who were on patrol too weren't strong enough to defend against such an attack. A majority of them died without forming any jutsus. A few used defensive jutsus, but the huge scale of the jutsu meant that they didn't last even a few seconds. Only a dozen or so ninjas managed to escape underground. Unfortunately, as soon as they escaped into the ground turned into a swamp. All of them were trapped in it. Soon, the hot oil mixed in the swamp. They had the worst fate among all the Kumo ninjas as they slowly felt their surroundings heating up and cooking their bodies. A few yelled in terror, however, the swamp poured into their mouths and gagged them when they opened it to yell. Gamabunta landed a bit away from all the fire. The trees in the vicinity were destroyed due to his landing. A massive fire was spreading through the area. At the same time, it began raining heavily. Jiraiya asked, "Bunta, are any of them alive?" Gamabunta replied, "A few in the swamp are still struggling. Though they should die soon." He looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is it already the start of the fourth great ninja war?" Jiraiya replied, "Sensei said no. I guess he wanted this to be done to prevent it. We have to extinguish all our traces before leaving and make it seem like a natural calamity or an accident." Gamabunta complained, so we'd have to now douse this entire fire. Jiraiya replied, yes, and we also have to destroy this mine. Gamabunta sighed. Soon, the last of the Kumo ninjas died. Gamabunta jumped into the sky once again and shot huge water bullets down at the mine. The water bullet doused the raging fire. The power behind the water bullet damaged the mine as well. Gamabunta repeated this a few more times until the entire mine collapsed. The dead bodies of Kumo ninjas were already cremated by the fire. Whatever was left was crushed by the powerful water bullets. When the mines collapsed, the camps and the remains of all the Kumo ninjas were buried deep within the mine. It would be difficult to distinguish their ashes from the soil. Even the swamp that Jiraiya's clone had created was destroyed by the water bullets. Half an hour later, Jiraiya and Gamabunta observed the mining site. It was completely wrecked. There were no signs of human settlements. Instead, it looked as if God had condemned this place. The ground was sinking into the mine and the entire area was flooded with water. The rains had intensified and lightning was striking occasionally. Satisfied with the destruction, Gamabunta went back to Mount Myaboku while Jiraiya escaped. The entire mine had been destroyed and not a single person knew what happened there. The ninjas from the land of hot water were asked to stay clear of this place. The daimyo didn't want to take any unnecessary casualties. However, there were 12 people who were staying in the surrounding villages who noticed the anomalies happening around the area of the mine. They immediately rushed towards the mine. While rushing, those 12 ninjas met with each other and went together. When they reached the location, shock could be seen on their faces. However, soon their faces returned to normal. One of them said, "This is exactly like Lord Hokage said it would be." The others nodded. This group was the 3 Anbu squads that destroyed Yuzuki's mansion a couple of nights ago. One of them said, "It's time to execute the next step of the mission." They immediately rushed towards the Land of Frost. The remaining 7 Anbu squads who were spreading rumors in the Land of Lightning had completed their task and withdrawn to a location in the Land of Frost. The group of 3 Anbu squads who were rushing into the Land of Frost were heading exactly to that location as directed by Hiruzen. On meeting up, the Anbu who witnessed the havoc that Jiraiya had left told the rest about the destruction they had witnessed. After telling all the specifics, all 40 Anbu ninjas headed back towards the Land of Lightning. They infiltrated the Land of Lightning once again with the same mission but different rumors. Once again, the Anbu ninjas began spreading a variety of rumors in various disguises and in numerous villages. All of them said that their great lord Raikage had found a chakra metal mine. They said that the mine would make Kumogakure the strongest ninja village in the world. However, the following part was reported differently by the Anbu ninjas. Around half of them said that the other villages weren't happy and were afraid of how ambitious the Raikage was. So the 4th Mizukage showed up with his elite ninjas and killed all Kumo ninjas who were protecting the mine. He still wasn't satisfied, so he transformed into the 3-tailed beast abomination and destroyed the entire mine. Some said that the gods were angered by how power-hungry the Raikage was. So they decided to punish Kumogakure for his crimes by unleashing a catastrophic calamity on the mine and the ninjas guarding that mine. A couple of Anbu said that the 11-year-old boy who had earlier killed 60 Kumo ninjas was angry that Kumogakure killed his teammates. So he returned to destroy the mine and slaughter everyone. In this way, multiple imaginative rumors were spread throughout the country. The common citizens were intrigued and worried by such news. They couldn't help but discuss it further among themselves. In no time, these rumors began spreading alongside the previous rumors. Unknown to him, A's reputation kept taking a hit. Around the time that the Anbu ninjas infiltrated the Land of Lightning again, Mabi headed into the Raikage's office. Her face was grim. Chapter 214, Chapter 211, A's Rage. A noticed Mabi's expression and a frown formed on his face. Mabi said, "Raikage-sama, we have bad news." A asked, "What happened this time?" Mabi said, "Various rumors are spreading throughout the country about the clash between Konoha ninjas and our forces." A shouted in anger, What? I told you to keep it a secret. How did that information spread? Mabi quickly answered, I kept it a secret. I am sure that advisor Harry did too. I did some analysis and I believe that the rumors haven't started in our village. Instead, they have entered our village from the outside. A asked, what do you mean by outside? Mabi said, I believe that someone is spreading the rumors in other villages in our country. The rumors reached our village while spreading through them. A was stunned. However, he soon realized. He got angry and once again smashed his desk while shouting, that damned Hiruzen. Mabi sighed in her mind thinking, I just replaced that old desk. However, she agreed with his analysis. She too believed that Konoha was spreading these rumors. She said, Reikage-sama, the rumors themselves are worrying. While some rumors say the truth, a majority of them say that our 60 ninja force was defeated by one young Konoha ninja. Some even say that they were defeated by a kid who hadn't even graduated yet from the academy. A's eyes widened. His rage grew further. He stood up. A lightning cloak appeared around him as he cursed, first those bastards spread rumors and then they dare to defame us. Before he could speak more, Mabi said, that's not all Reikage-sama. There is another worrying situation. A asked, what else? Mabi said, I haven't received any communications from advisor Harry. His report should have arrived a couple of hours ago. A calmed down and became serious on hearing that. He had sent 2 elite jounin, dozens of jounins, more than 200 chunins and an advisor to the mine. If anything happened to them or the mine, then the losses would be severe. He didn't want to act on emotions on such a serious matter. He said, the messenger birds could get lost at times. Are you sure that it is something to be worried about? Mabi replied, I just have a bad feeling, Reikage-sama. A thought for a bit and said, wait till this afternoon. If Harry doesn't send a message once more, then have Darui's team check on them. In the meantime, arrange for some ninjas to explore the villages in our country. Eliminate any of those Konoha scum spreading rumors. Mabi nodded and immediately left. She informed Darui's group to be ready. And she dispatched a dozen squads to scout the country for anyone spreading the rumors. The Anbu from Konoha were aware that they would be suspected this time. So they just spread rumors for around 6 hours before escaping. The Kumogakure ninjas had to search the huge country and didn't know where to start. So the Anbu ended up escaping even before the Kumogakure ninjas reached anywhere close to them. Having completed their mission successfully, all 10 squads left the Land of Lightning safely and began returning to Konoha. A's day kept on getting worse. A lot of elders and clan leaders kept visiting him asking about the rumors spreading through the village. Though they had passively agreed earlier, the losses made them rethink their positions. They didn't want to fight a war if their losses would be horrendous. A had to pacify them all and tell them the exact details of the clash. His frustration grew with every meeting. At noon, Mabi returned to his office. She was about to report but stopped seeing how terrible A's mood was. A noticed her and said, get on with it and tell me what more bad news you have. Mabi reported, Reikage-sama, Harry hasn't sent the message once again. I have dispatched Darui's squad to check on them. A thought about what to say, but no words left his mouth. He was tired of dealing with all the shit on the same day. He had continuous meetings all morning and hadn't even had the time to have breakfast. He got up and said, all right. You handle the matter. Mabi saw as Reikage walked towards the wall behind him. He formed a fist and punched a new door in the wall. Mabi watched with a deadpan expression thinking, I knew it. She asked, where are you going, Reikage-sama? A said, I need a break. I will be sparring with B. If anyone has any complaints or worries, send them there if they dare to come. He immediately disappeared. Normally, Mabi would chuckle whenever this happens. Whenever A was overburdened by village politics, he would go to B and fight against his tailed beast form. No elder or clan head or advisor would dare to go close to their fight. It was A's way of telling them to shut their mouths and demonstrating his and his brother's power. Unfortunately, Mabby couldn't chuckle. She was troubled by the situation herself. She sighed, "What a mess. We haven't even started the war yet and just made 2 moves and still have to deal with such a headache. We underestimated Konoha due to the previous incident. I hope that nothing bad happens again." B was writing a few rap lines in his book when A landed in front of him with a huge force and sent dust flying. A looked at B and said, "B, we are sparring. Use your full strength." B had heard the rumors going around in the village. He knew that A would be extremely frustrated. He said, "Yo, yo, yo. Brother, what's good? You look mad stressed, man. Come spar with your brother B and let's ease that tension." A was even more annoyed due to B's rapping. He immediately activated his lightning chakra mode. At the same time, Gyuki's giant octopus tentacles appeared behind B as he transformed into Gyuki. Both began sparring at their full power. Their spar continued through the entire afternoon and destroyed a few mountains while creating a few new valleys. After ending the spar, they went to B's home for a late lunch. The spar and the break from others helped A relax. But B could still see that he was worried and his mind wasn't on the food he was eating. In order to get it off his mind, B asked, "So, what's the dealio? Why you lookin' like you just saw a ghost or somethin'?" A sighed and explained the situation. He explained his plan to start a new war with Konoha, Hiruzen's tactics and annoyance caused by the elders and clan leaders from their village. B nodded and said, "Oh snap, now that is quite a mess indeed. But you still wanna push forward, hey?" A nodded and said, "It is for our village's prosperity." B argued, I feel you. But let me ask you this, do we need to keep being so aggressive? The village has been chillin' lately, why not take a step back and enjoy the peace?" A said, "This peace is only temporary. A new great war will eventually start. Konoha and Suna are in an alliance. If Konoha manages to convince Iwa and Kiri to make a move against us, we will be in a tough spot. Anyways, I have to leave. I can't leave the office for too long." Having finished his food, A began leaving. B looked at his back and said, "Just remember, brother, even if something goes wrong, we got each other's backs. We'll fix it together." A/N, I always assumed that Danzo would be the toughest character to write. I never thought it'd be Killer B. His dialogues are tough to write. A smiled and nodded before disappearing. He soon appeared in his office. However, his smile disappeared even before he entered his office. He entered his office from the same hole that he created and saw every elder, clan head and advisor in his office waiting for him. He looked at Mabby who had a helpless expression on her face. Before A could say anything, an old man asked, "Lord Rakage, is it about time for you to inform us about the important events? Or do you plan to keep us in the dark until the very end?" A frowned. Though he didn't always inform others about his plans, he was confused about why they decided to gather together and confront him. More importantly, the identity of the old man was very sensitive. He was Inajima, an advisor to his father, the third Rakage. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mabby stepped forward and informed, "Rakage-sama, some of the ninjas I dispatched returned back to the village. They said that there are a lot more rumors spreading around in the country." A asked, "It's just some rumors. I can understand common people being scared of them, but why are you giving it unnecessary attention?" Inajima said, "It is due to the nature of those rumors. Though some of them are ridiculous, all of them say one thing in common." Inajima stopped speaking and observed A's expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge what A was thinking. A waited for a few seconds and shouted aggressively, "Stop testing me and just speak." Inajima said, "They say that all the ninjas we sent to the mine have been wiped out. The mine itself has also been destroyed." A was stunned. Chapter 215, Chapter 212, Elite Jounin Promotion? Bonus Chapter, for crossing 2.5k Power Stones last week, smiley face, A immediately shouted, who is spreading such nonsense? Mabi replied, I believe it's the same group that spread the earlier rumors, Reikage-sama. Inajima interrupted their conversation and said, stop speaking among yourself and tell us whether it is the truth or not. Losing 255 ninjas will be a huge loss even during wartime. We have never ever had such a loss during peacetime. A looked at Mabi and said, inform them. Everyone in the room got a bit nervous. As they expected, A was hiding something. Mabi said, we haven't received any communications from Harry since this morning. I have dispatched Darui's squad to check whether they are fine. We will need to wait until they return to find out if something has happened or if the communications have been cut off somehow. The room got restless on hearing that. They began feeling that those ridiculous rumors had some truth to them. One of the elders complained, how can you hide such huge news from us? A snorted, messages not reaching is a very common thing. I didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. You old fellows need to stop wasting your and my time on the rumors Hiruzen is spreading and instead prepare for war. However, Inajima argued, first we need to know the truth of this incident. If our ninjas have all been killed, then we won't support the war. Instead, our focus should be on getting justice for the lives of our ninjas. Every leader in the room agreed with him. They discussed important matters for some time before ending the meeting. After they left, A's rage went through the roof. Mabi quickly said, calm down Reikage-sama. A said, these old cowards are the reason why I couldn't launch a full-scale offensive against Konoha during the Hyuga incident. These bastards will stop me again this time too. Anger could be felt in his voice. He looked at Mabi and said, send a few more squads after Darui. Hiruzen must be scheming something to spread rumors like these. Mabi nodded and left. Later that day, the negotiator group that had left Kumogakure a few days ago reached the location of the mine. However, they were shocked by what they were witnessing. One of them asked, hey, isn't this place supposed to be a mine? The person next to him nodded, it is. And more than 250 ninjas are supposed to be guarding it. The ninjas in the group immediately began inspecting the place. They searched a lot but didn't find a single ninja on the site. The mine was destroyed as well. They immediately began sending messages to Kumogakure. After sending messages, they moved away quite a distance from the site and set up a camp. The entire group was highly alert. Around the same time, a small toad landed in Hiruzen's office and handed him a scroll. Hiruzen opened and read it. A small smile formed on his face. He said, Takao, call Fujin here. And you can go home. Takao nodded and left. Hiruzen analyzed, now every move I planned has been played. A's position will be a mess. He shouldn't be able to start a war. If he tries to blame Konoha, I will refuse the fact that we took any such mission to the mine. The only loose end is that he might have the dead bodies of Katsumi and Ryota. If he does, he can use them as evidence. Though even if he does, I can think of a dozen methods to turn that against him and turn the situation in our favor. Though it was getting late, Fujin was still in the training ground. Sweat could be seen on his face and his breath was heavy. Fujin calmed himself down and bit his thumb, making it bleed. He made the snake hand seal once again and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Refinement. A large gate with a frightening demonic face on it appeared from the ground in front of Fujin. Fujin began breathing heavily once again, but a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, great! I managed to successfully summon it 5 times in a row. This jutsu can be considered as being learnt. He made a hand seal and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone flickered on the other side of the gate and shot a vacuum cannon at it. The vacuum cannon hit the gate right at the center. It caused a small dent in the Rashomon gate, couldn't break through it. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, I didn't think that this jutsu would be able to make a dent in Rashomon. Is my Rashomon weaker? Fujin thought for a while but couldn't reach any conclusion. He thought, the only memories of Rashomon I have are Orochimaru and Hashirama using it. Both are in a different league compared to me and they were trying to stop Kurama's attacks. Leave it. I haven't seen anything stop my vacuum bullet so far. This strength should be plenty FO. Fujin suddenly got alert and looked towards his left. His eyes began glowing blue as he thought, what is he doing here? Fujin's clone and the Rashomon gate disappeared. In a few seconds, Takao appeared in his eyesight. Takao saw Fujin and said, Fujin, Hokage-sama has called you to his office. Fujin said, all right. Thank you for delivering the message. Takao observed the training ground. The Rashomon gate had disappeared, but Takao could see how ruined the ground on the training field was and how tired Fujin looked. He said, Fujin, losses happen frequently in our life. Being a ninja is tough. Don't blame yourself or overwork due to it. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself. Fujin nodded and replied, thank you Takao-san. I will keep it in mind. Takao nodded and left. Fujin sighed, I am more worried about my life. I can't possibly rest. Besides, the pressure seems to be good. Rashomon is quite a difficult jutsu. Still, I managed to learn it in less than 3 days. Fujin left towards the Hokage building as he analyzed, now, what exactly does Hiruzen want from me to call me so late in the night? Fujin arrived in the Hokage building and knocked on the door of Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen said, come in. Fujin entered. Hiruzen was alone in the room. Though Fujin didn't know, even the Anbu ninjas weren't in his office. Fujin said, Takao-san said that you called, Grandpa. Hiruzen nodded and said, take a chair and seat in front of me Fujin. I want your opinion on something. Fujin grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the desk. Though his actions were normal, in truth, Fujin was very nervous. Hiruzen placed a sheet of paper in front of Fujin as soon as he sat down and said, I received this news a few minutes ago. He placed another sheet of paper on the desk and said, I received this news today as well. Read these 2 papers and tell me your thoughts about them. Fujin was confused by Hiruzen's actions. He had thought of a lot of possibilities, but he never imagined that Hiruzen wanted him to analyze some reports. Fujin grabbed the first sheet of paper and began reading. Immediately his eyes widened at what was written. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief but Hiruzen didn't have any expression on his face. Fujin began reading again. The paper mentioned that the chakra metal mine was completely destroyed and no one was around the mine. Fujin immediately began reading the second paper. His expression became peculiar on reading it as it mentioned the rumors spreading through the land of fire. Fujin easily figured out that they were talking about him. He couldn't help but wonder, I am this awesome. Why didn't I know about it? I don't think that even the children of the Sage of Six Path were this amazing. Reading the 2 sheets of paper relaxed Fujin a lot. He knew that everything on those 2 sheets was planned and executed by Hiruzen. His worries faded away knowing that Hiruzen didn't plan to cower once again. Hiruzen asked, so, what are your thoughts on these events, Fujin? Fujin looked into his eyes and said in an innocent tone, Grandpa, if the things written here are true, then you need to promote me to Elite Jounin rank immediately and pay me the rewards for a few rank S missions. Chapter 216, Chapter 213, A Sleepless Night. Hiruzen was stunned by the reply. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Even his mouth was left slightly open. He guessed that Fujin would figure out that it was his schemes that did this and hence called Fujin to verify his strategic acumen. He expected that Fujin would be awed by his schemes. However, he never expected such a shameless response. Fujin's reply stunned Hiruzen so much that he forgot to breathe for a moment and began coughing. Fujin innocently asked, Grandpa, are you all right? He picked up a water bottle nearby, poured the water into a glass and handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen accepted it and drank it. He couldn't help but stare at Fujin and curse, this greedy brat. I should have sent him to root. I saved Danzo from so much trouble and didn't get anything in return. Meanwhile, Fujin enjoyed the range of emotions displayed on Hiruzen's face. After all, it wasn't often one got to see such emotions on Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen said, jokes aside, what did you analyze? Fujin put up a sad face and replied, I wasn't joking. Hiruzen didn't reply and stared right at him until Fujin felt uncomfortable. Fujin shrugged and said, it was worth a try. Fujin became serious and began analyzing what Hiruzen had shown him. The most obvious thing is that all of these were ordered by you. Hiruzen nodded and asked, why and how did I do this? Fujin answered, I had suspected that Yuzuki or perhaps even the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was allied with Kumo. That is why I didn't escape to their village despite it being closer. Seeing that Yuzuki's mansion is destroyed and Kumogakure is suspected, I guess he was involved with Kumogakure. Since he is dead, I guess that it was a punishment for betraying us and causing the deaths of my comrades. As for destroying the mansion, that was done to pin the blame on Kumo. The rumors should have been spread by a special division that specializes in such stuff. Since the report said Land of Lightning and not Kumogakure, I guess that they spread the rumors in villages without any ninjas and the rumors spread from there on. This should cause panic in the country and put a lot of pressure on the Raikage against starting a war. As for the destruction of the mine, I can see why you did it. I have heard that Kumo's military is very strong. And the location of the mine was closer to them than our village. So we may have been at a disadvantage if we fought a war over it. But, I don't know how you could cause such destruction. Hiruzen was impressed by Fujin's analysis. He thought, brilliant. Though some of it was incorrect, the analysis is great considering how young and inexperienced he is. He said, good analysis. You don't need to worry about how the mine was destroyed for now. Your analysis of the rumors was on point. As for the rest, it is lacking in some parts. Hiruzen explained to Fujin the reasoning and intention behind most of his moves without giving Fujin any critical information. Fujin listened carefully. As he kept listening, he was more and more impressed by how clever, cunning, and thorough Hiruzen was. His schemes were planned intricately and came one after another continuously. And his every move made life miserable for A. Fujin almost felt pity for A. All his schemes were recognized by Hiruzen in one glance and instead, he had to face schemes that were on a whole different tier. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, if he is so good at scheming, why did he take a loss during the Hyuga incident? Were there any other factors involved? Hiruzen let his words sink into Fujin. When he saw Fujin look at him, he said, you have done a great job for the village. If you didn't make it out alive and bring the news to me, I wouldn't have known what they were planning. We may have experienced a lot of losses in that case. Fujin replied with a sad expression, it wasn't just me, Grandpa. Hiruzen nodded and said, it's unfortunate what happened to others. Tomatsu should be brought back to Konoha in a couple of days. As for the rest, remember their sacrifice. As a ninja, you will see many of your comrades die to protect you and the village. Never forget what they sacrificed for you, Fujin. Every time you go to missions and every time you train, remember the ones who sacrifice themselves to protect you. Work so hard that whenever they look down from heaven, they will have a smile on their face knowing that you won't let us feel their absence. Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's speech. He looked at Hiruzen as if his words made him understand something. Hiruzen was satisfied by Fujin's reaction. However, he might puke in anger if he knew Fujin's thoughts. Fujin was thinking in surprise, this old guy. He doesn't let go of a single opportunity to brainwash and influence others. Fuck. I was only acting to be shameless. I knew he wouldn't promote or reward me. But this guy. Shamelessness is buried into each and every cell of this old man. It can never be taken away from him. Hiruzen was blissfully unaware of Fujin's thoughts. He instructed, don't tell anyone about our discussion. No one should know about this. I will talk with Tomatsu too. You guys never took the mission to the land of hot water. You guys never went to the chakra metal mine. You never fought with Darui or the others, and you never killed any Kumo ninja. Is that understood? Fujin nodded. He knew the importance of the discussion they had and would obviously not play around with that knowledge. Especially since it would also implicate him. Hiruzen said, "One last thing. You are not allowed to take any missions that would require you to leave the village." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, "I was planning to take a few months off and train a few jutsus from the library to strengthen myself. But can you tell me why?" Hiruzen replied, "Though we will deny your acts, your name has gained a lot of fame in the land of lightning. They will place a bounty on your head. So leaving the village will become very risky for you." Fujin's eyes widened. He muttered, "I forgot about the bounties." Hiruzen said, "Continue training. In a couple of months, I will invite you to join the Anbu ranks. You can take missions with the Anbu as your identity will be hidden." Fujin couldn't help but think, so many surprises in so little time. "I never thought that I'd be tired of being surprised." He said, "All right, Gramps. Sensei had informed me about the Anbu. I'll keep training until you invite me." Now that the root was dissolved, Fujin had no worries about joining the Anbu. The two bade farewell and Fujin left. As he walked, he analyzed, "What a mess. Still, I am glad that Hiruzen told me about his schemes. They were crazy good and fun. I can imagine the mess that Kumogakure would be in, ha ha ha. Also, Jiraiya and his toads are probably even more impressive than what I remember. After all, mines are supposed to be huge and there should be a lot of Kumo ninjas defending it." But looking at the confidence with which Hiruzen spoke, it is safe to say that Jiraiya completely wiped them out without getting injured. Though Hiruzen didn't mention Jiraiya, it wasn't difficult for Fujin to figure out that it was him. He ended his thoughts and took a deep breath. A huge pressure was lifted off his shoulders as he knew that his life wasn't under threat anymore. He had a huge meal before going home and taking a nice long and peaceful sleep. Unlike Fujin, one person was guaranteed to have a sleepless and tiring night. A had just gone to bed when he heard someone banging on his door. He got up annoyed and opened the door to see Mabi. Her expression was very grim. A asked, "What's the issue that you have to disturb me at this time?" Mabi didn't say anything and just handed him the scroll. A opened it and began reading. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He shouted, "What the hell?" Mabi didn't say anything. She too was shocked when she received the communication from the group of negotiators. A quickly instructed, "Issue a council meeting in 15 minutes. If anyone doesn't show up, I will go wake them up myself." Mabi replied, "I'll arrange it, Reikage-sama." She left and dispatched the Anbu to every council member's house. In 15 minutes, all gathered in the meeting room in the Reikage's building. Many were annoyed at being woken up at this hour and forced to come to a meeting. When the meeting started, they all aggressively began demanding why they were called. A didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll he received from Mabi. There was a pin-drop silence in the room when they read the details in the scroll. Every single person had a grim face. The silence was broken when someone said, "The rumors were true." Disbelief could be heard in his voice. However, A corrected him, "Only the result was true. We don't know what the cause is." The room became silent once again. After some time, Inajima said, "Among the three the rumor of the youngster destroying the mine can be dismissed. And it is very unbelievable that a natural calamity can kill every ninja we sent." A said, "I don't see why the Mizukage would come here to destroy our mine. He already has a revolt to suppress. I believe Hiruzen is trying to confuse us through these rumors." Chapter 217, Chapter 214, Daimyo's words. A didn't waste any time blaming Hiruzen for the incidents. The rest of the room agreed with him. After all, the Mizukage was already embroiled in a war. So why would he waste his energy making such a long trip to attract a new enemy? However, a clan leader still had doubts. He asked, but does Konoha still have the capability to unleash such destruction? After all, their Sunnins are away, their Hokage is old and their Jinchuriki is still a child. Besides, the destruction caused completely matches the destruction caused by Three Tails' past rampages. However, his point was quickly countered by another. According to our intel, the Toad Sage Jiraiya manages a spy network throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen contacting him and asking him to make a move so quickly isn't far-fetched. Not to mention, his toads can do similar destruction as mentioned in the report. The group discussed more and reached the conclusion that this was accomplished by Jiraiya. They began discussing what action they should undertake. A kept pushing for a full-scale war, however, the majority of the people in the room tried opposing such a call. Though Jiraiya's actions enraged them, they also brought back horrible memories of the war. They didn't want to start a new war. Their discussion soon became heated and A began getting an upper hand when a knock was heard. The group became silent and frowned. A said, "Come in." The door was opened and a Chunin entered the room. A scolded him, "What is so important that you had to interrupt a council meeting?" The Chunin was intimidated. However, he steeled himself and said, "Lord Raikage, we have received an emergency message from Lord Daimyo." The entire room became alert on hearing that. Frowns formed on many faces. The messenger continued, "He will be visiting our village in the morning and wants to conduct a council meeting as soon as he arrives." A's face had a very ugly expression. He asked, "Is that all?" The Chunin nodded. He left the room after A dismissed him. As soon as the door was closed, A's eyes wandered into the room. He observed everyone's expressions to see if any of them contacted the daimyo. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge anything. Inajima said, "Since we will be having a meeting tomorrow morning once again, it will be better to plan our actions after it." A's was upset on hearing that. However, his expression improved as Inajima looked at everyone in the room and said, "It is obvious that everyone in this room will have different opinions. However, don't forget that we are all a part of the same village. We will show a united front to the daimyo. If you have any complaints or disagreements, raise them after he leaves." No one opposed him. The meeting ended. However, all of them would stay up all night to prepare for the meeting that would take place in a few hours. Around the same time the meeting ended, Darui, Samui and C reached the location of the mine. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. C muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Darui had a grim expression. He said, "More importantly, where are Advisor Harry and the rest?" Suddenly, they looked to their right. A Kumogakure ninja appeared next to them. He was from the negotiating group. He brought Darui and the rest to where they were camped and both sides exchanged information. They split into two groups. One group stayed to protect the camp while the other group began investigating the mine for any clues and began assessing the damage done to the mine. After a thorough investigation, Seaside, there is no clue related to the ninjas that were stationed here. And the mine is so damaged that it might take more than a year to fix it and begin mining once again. Darui nodded. They sent another report to A while investigating even more. The next morning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning showed up in Kumogakure. He wasted no time in entering the council room. The council members gathered immediately and began the meeting. The daimyo was an old man. He looked at A and said, "I am guessing that you know why I am here, right?" A said, "Is it due to the rumors?" Daimyo nodded and answered, "In part." A snorted, "The rumors are nothing but a ploy played by the Hokage to create panic in our country." Daimyo replied, "I don't doubt that. So can you tell me the truth? Or do you plan to keep me in the dark like the last time?" A's face became dark. The daimyo noticed it and didn't push A any further. A asked, "What do you want to know about?" The daimyo said, "About the mine, the clash with the Konoha ninjas and whether the mine was destroyed. Also, tell me about your next plans. Not seeing any point in keeping the incidents a secret, A informed the daimyo about the truth of those events. He ended by saying, as for the plans, we are still deciding. However, I want to invade Konoha and make them regret killing my subordinates. The others in the council frowned but didn't oppose him. The daimyo said, right now, every citizen in our country is terrified. He looked at A and said, they are terrified about your actions. I guess that most of your ninjas are doubting you too. How do you plan to wage a war under these circumstances? Rage appeared on A's face when he heard the daimyo saying that his ninjas might be doubting him. However, before he could explode, Inajima said, Lord Daimyo, it's just the rumors that have created confusion. We can easily quell those rumors by starting new rumors and increase our morale through it. The daimyo replied, true. But which rumors would help you resolve this? He placed a few letters on the table. Inajima frowned. The daimyo said, these are letters that I have received from every other daimyo. The daimyo of hot water has complained about you mining in his country illegally. The other daimyos have also condemned your actions. The Kumo ninjas frowned upon hearing that. The daimyo continued, they will soon be sending their forces to the mine. If they find proof of Kumogakure's illegal mining activities, then a trade embargo will be placed on the Land of Lightning for 6 months. The mine itself will be handed over to the Land of Iron for mining. They have already sent their samurais over to take control of the mine. The Hokage has expressed his support for this and has promised to send his forces to aid the samurais. Though there hasn't been any word from the Tsuchikage and Kazekage, their respective daimyos have promised to send ninjas to the mine as the chakra metal extracted will be divided equally among the ones who contribute forces to defend the mine. The mood in the room became heavy as the daimyo kept delivering one bad news after another. The daimyo observed the mood in the room with satisfaction. Finally, he said, Reikage, I know I can't force you to not wage a war. However, I want you to know what you will be facing if you start a war. At the very least, you will have to face the combined might of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire in the Land of Hot Water which supports them. In the worst case scenario, you will even have to face the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Stone as well. Additionally, if you wage a war, the trade embargo won't be placed for just 6 months. The daimyo stood up and said, I would recommend you to extinguish any proof of your activities there and withdraw back. We could join them and gain our share of the chakra metal and our economy wouldn't have to suffer from the trade embargo. I'll leave the final decision to you. Having said what he wanted to, the daimyo left the room. His officials followed him. He was aware of A's short temper and didn't want to be at the receiving end of it. So he didn't antagonize him too much. The atmosphere in the council room was very gloomy. Though many of them didn't want a war, being forced to stop this way was very humiliating. Even A was troubled. While he was confident about defeating Konoha's armies, he didn't have any confidence in a victory against the combined forces of Konoha and the Land of Iron. The council brainstormed on the available options. They came up with a lot of different ideas. Unfortunately, every single idea was deemed too risky to implement. In the end, they had to swallow a bitter pill and quit. A sent messages to Darui and the negotiating group to get rid of all clues that could point to them and return back to Kumogakure. They followed his instructions. A couple of days after the Kumogakure ninjas left, an army consisting of 1,000 samurais led by Mifune, 200 Konoha ninjas led by Kakashi and 50 Yugakure ninjas led by Takuhei appeared at the site of the mine. Chapter 218, Chapter 215, Taking all the blame. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by S-Queen. You can thank S-Queen for the double release. Just like others before them, this group too was shocked by what they were witnessing. The Land of Hot Water forces didn't dare to approach this place after confirming Kumogakure's presence. Though they heard the news of floods coming out from here, they stayed away from Kumogakure ninjas. so they never knew about the destruction of the mine. Even Kakashi was unaware of the truth as Hiruzen didn't inform him about Jiraiya's actions. Tokyohei analyzed the entire landscape and cursed, "The entire mine has been destroyed by those bastards." Mifune and Kakashi didn't say anything as they too reached the same conclusion. Mifune sighed, "We will first have to clean up this place and make new arrangements. Though the surface of the mine has been destroyed, the valuable materials inside it should be safe." However, he frowned and said, "But Kumogakure has crossed all limits this time. Not only did they mine illegally, they even destroyed the mine before leaving." Tokyohei looked at Mifune and requested, "Lord Mifune, we have to make Kumogakure pay for their actions. Otherwise, they will keep behaving like this." Mifune thought for a bit before shaking his head. He said, "It won't be easy. I believe that they destroyed this mine to clear all their traces. Without any proof, we won't be able to take any action. Besides, though we have threatened Kumogakure, I doubt any of us want a war with them." Kakashi nodded, "Yet. It's best if war is prevented. Otherwise, everyone's losses will far exceed the value of this mine. But, we could still make them pay economically." Mifune replied, "True. But let's leave that to the daimyos." He looked at everyone behind them and instructed, "Begin cleaning this place. Also, see if you can find any evidence to prove that the Kumogakure forces were here." The samurais and the ninjas got to work. Mifune said, "Clearing up this mine will take a lot of time. I can't wait here that long. I will wait here until all the countries reach an agreement. Once all countries have signed up, every major village will deploy 50 ninjas to protect this mine and I will leave 200 samurais here for the same." Tokyohei and Kakashi nodded. Everyone got to work. However, they didn't find any clues that could be linked to Kumogakure. With they dropping plans for the invasion, all villages agreed to share the mine. The Land of Iron will be responsible for mining and distributing the chakra metal and other precious metals at the same level among the villages that protected the mine. So Konohagakure, Kumogakure, Iwagakure, Tsunagakure, and the Land of Iron would get those metals equally. Kirigakure couldn't provide the troops and hence was left out. All these 5 countries would pay half the price of chakra metals to the Land of Hot Water. In addition, Land of Hot Water will get all the normal materials mined from the mine. Later on, A would come to know that everyone blamed him for destroying the mine to cover his tracks. However, since no one had any proof, no one spoke out loud. The realization that he was being held responsible for the enemy's actions sent the Raikage into a seething fury. Not only did he lose more than 260 capable ninjas, he even had to take the blame for Hiruzen's actions. And the worst part was that he couldn't defend himself. To defend himself, he would first have to admit the fact that Kumogakure was mining illegally inside another country. So he couldn't do anything but suffer in silence. While the countries were busy discussing the mine, Fujin was busy training. He had met up with Tomatsu once but spent the remaining time on training. In a week's time, he had already learnt Iron Skin Jutsu and Bringer of Darkness Genjutsu. However, he hit a wall. Fujin was sitting on the training ground with his back against a tree. His chakra was almost exhausted. A frown could be seen on his face. He analyzed, "What is the issue? I have been trying this jutsu for over a week but have made no progress at all." After learning the 2 jutsus, Fujin began learning Wild Lion's main jutsu. This was the same jutsu that Jiraiya frequently used. It could grow hair and allow the caster to freely manipulate them. Unfortunately, Fujin was stuck at the very first step. No matter how he manipulated his chakra, he couldn't get his hair to grow at all. Fujin analyzed a lot before sighing, "It's no use. I guess that there are more complexities involved before I am able to use this jutsu. I am not sure what those are, but the most likely possibility could be that I would need a medical ninja to artificially enhance whatever promotes hair growth. Only then I might be able to cast this jutsu." Considering that Jiraiya had Tsunade and Orochimaru in his team, it could explain why he could do it easily and why I haven't seen anyone else use this jutsu. Fujin let out another sigh. It looks like my plans to have a triple-layered defense with Rashomon, Wild Lion's Mane and Iron Skin will need to be stalled. Though it's fine. Just Rashomon and Iron Skin combined with Wind Jutsus is quite strong. Fujin decided to give up on Wild Lion's Mane and Needle Jizo Jutsus for the time being. He left for home and decided to continue learning lightning jutsus. The next day, he did his physical workout and returned to his basement. He made a few hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body and immediately transformed into needles. He made another hand sign and over 100 electric needles were launched from his body. Fujin analyzed, good, L will have to improve the speed of this jutsu but otherwise it is learnt. Now I have only 2 jutsus to practice. Unfortunately, one will require a partner or at least a victim, so I can't learn it for now. It leaves just one. Though this one is very strong. Fujin made a shadow clone. The clone positioned himself opposite Fujin. Fujin weaved hand signs. The air around Fujin suddenly became heavy as he began exerting a huge amount of chakra. He extended his right arm ahead and pointed his index and middle finger at his clone. Lightning appeared around his 2 fingers and a huge portion of his chakra began transforming into lightning and gathered in his 2 fingers. After 40 seconds, around 24% of Fujin's chakra had been transformed into lightning and concentrated in his hands. He shouted, "Now!" His shadow clone immediately bit his thumb making it bleed, made a snake hand seal and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. At the same time, Fujin launched an arrow made of lightning straight at the Rashomon gate. The arrow hit the gate and created a huge explosion. The force of the explosion immediately pushed Fujin backwards. Fujin covered his face and tried to look at the spot of the explosion. Chakra gathered in his eye as he tried to observe through the intense light. He couldn't help but think, the scroll was right. Luckily I took the warning seriously and decided to use Rashomon. Otherwise, my house would have been heavily damaged despite all the seals. After a few seconds, the explosion died down. Fujin could see the Rashomon gate. It still stood but its surface was filled with cracks. Fujin stepped closer and observed the gate. His eyes widened as he realized, incredible. The cracks go up to halfway in the gate. It's even more impressive compared to the damage from my vacuum cannon. Fujin analyzed for a minute and concluded, in terms of pure destructive power, this is my most powerful jutsu. But, in terms of usability, it is one of the worst. Though the destructive power is high, the chakra it needs is more than 10 times that of the vacuum cannon jutsu. Worse is the preparation time. The scroll stated that this time can be reduced with training, but it will still take a long time. At the very least, this jutsu will require 5 seconds of charging time. So in a normal situation, it will be quite useless. I guess this jutsu is most effective when there are teammates to provide that time. But considering that I plan to use lightning jutsus while in disguise, I don't have that option. Though I guess that I could still use shadow clones for that purpose. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of the jutsu and decided, if I train this jutsu, my training will be over in 4 attempts. I won't be able to train any more on that day. So though it looks cool, it will be harmful if I waste months trying to slowly master this jutsu. I can think about practicing this jutsu once my chakra has multiplied a few times over. For now, I should focus on mastering other jutsus. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to master the Iron Skin Jutsu. Chapter 219, Chapter 216, Bounty. Fujin decided, I need to reduce the hand signs required for this jutsu. No, I want to eliminate them. Only then this jutsu will show its true worth. In addition, I also need to learn how to apply this jutsu to just one body part. It will save chakra and increase the versatility of this jutsu. Fujin was about to begin practicing when his doorbell rang. He answered the door. It was a messenger asking him to visit Hiruzen. Fujin flickered to Hiruzen's office. Since the door was open, he just walked in. Hiruzen noticed Fujin and handed him a book and said, "Check this." Hiruzen had already opened the page for Fujin to see. Fujin was surprised to see what he did. However, soon a smile appeared on his face as he thought, 20 million already? Not bad. Not bad at all. Though I guess that this is more due to Hiruzen's rumors rather than my achievements. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's smile and coughed to get Fujin's attention. He said, "That isn't a good thing, Fujin." Fujin had a wry smile on his face on hearing his remark. He thought, "Shit, that fight with Darui makes me want to fight more such fights. I need to meditate and eliminate that thought. They may feel fun but are super harmful to my life." Fujin said, "Yes. But I don't need to be worried inside our village, right?" Hiruzen nodded. There hasn't ever been any incident of anyone claiming bounties inside Konoha. You don't need to worry about that. Fujin nodded and said, "All right, I won't be leaving Konoha until you think I am ready." Hiruzen replied, "Good. You can return to your training." Fujin thanked him politely and left. Since he didn't need to worry about it for the time being, Fujin ignored the bounty for now. If his speculations were right, Hiruzen would keep him among the Anbu for years. During this time, his identity will stay hidden. By the time he quit the Anbu, he was confident that his strength would be in a different league. When Fujin reached his house, he saw that there were 5 children his age waiting outside his house. He wondered, did these guys learn tree walking? The group of 5 orphans had arrived outside Fujin's house a few minutes earlier. They saw the tag that said that Fujin wasn't at home. Tatsuya sighed, "It looks like he is on a mission. Our exams are less than 2 months away." The others nodded. Daisuke said, "I hope he returns soon." At that instant, Fujin snuck up behind them and asked, "Who should return soon?" They didn't expect someone to appear behind them suddenly and were startled. They quickly moved away from Fujin. Fujin chuckled at seeing their reactions. He asked, "Are you guys done with the tree walking exercise?" Everyone nodded. Daisuke said, "We all managed to learn it last Wednesday." Fujin nodded and said, "Good, how much time is left for the exams?" Daisuke said, "We have just around 7 weeks. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, "Just 7 weeks. That's not enough time to teach them what I had planned for them. And once they graduate, I doubt they would have much of a reason to come to me." Seeing Fujin in a thought made them nervous. After all, their future was online. Tatsuya asked, "Fujin, why are you thinking so hard?" Fujin looked at them and decided, "Leave it, it's not my job to guide them thoroughly. It depends on their fate and will. I'll just point them in the right direction." Fujin said, "I had initially planned to teach you guys a few more things. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough time. So I'll just tell you what my plans were. If you have enough time, you can try to work on it. Otherwise, you can just focus on the 3 ninjutsus needed to pass the academy." Fujin's initial words increased their worries a lot. They took a few seconds to process what Fujin had said. Suddenly their eyes widened. Bunjiro asked, "Do you mean that we can pass the exam?" Fujin nodded and said, "As I said, these exercises have improved your control a lot. So learning those 3 basic jutsus should be very easy now. Just train hard and you will get it down rather quickly." They became excited on hearing Fujin's words. However, Bunjiro was intrigued by Fujin's words. He asked, "What were your plans for us, Fujin?" Fujin said, "I was planning to have you improve your chakra control more. The next step would be to walk on water. Water isn't hard and stable like a tree. So it will be much more diff." Fujin was cut off as Ryoma exclaimed in excitement, "We can walk on water." Fujin nodded and continued, "But as I said, it is difficult to learn. Another plan I had was to make you learn at least 1 elemental jutsu. If you guys master the 3 jutsus quickly and have time, buy a chakra paper from any weapon store. It will tell you what your chakra nature is. Then go to the section E of the library and pick up a simple jutsu of that nature and learn it. It will improve your rank in the exam considerably. The orphans quickly thanked Fujin for his guidance. They asked a few queries which were resolved by Fujin before leaving. Fujin saw their backs as they left. His smile faded away as he thought, not everyone in this group is serious about training. Otherwise, they would have been done with these basic exercises a long time ago. But, the others in the group waited for that person probably due to their friendship and hence stalled their progress as well. Fujin couldn't help but analyze their situation. On one hand, is their long friendship which they probably relish a lot. On the other hand, if they cut off the slackers, they can progress much faster and increase their strength. That's a rough dilemma to face. Fujin turned around and headed into his home. Though many would struggle to decide between those two, Fujin had no doubts. In my previous world, success could be compared with the amount of money you had or earned. It didn't matter if one earned a bit less and enjoyed more time with family and friends and enjoyed your life. I would have chosen family and friends over money any day. But in this world, power reigns supreme. Sacrificing power to stay with friends who hold you back is foolish. After all, that little bit of power could be the difference between life and death. Of course, there is no need to terminate all friendships. They just have to train with the ones who train at the same pace and intensity as themselves or train solo. They can still remain friends but have to keep training out of their friendship. Though I guess I too share a bit of the blame as I asked those 5 to come to me together instead of individually as I didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. If I had told them to come whenever they reach the assigned goals, perhaps the result would have been different. Still, this is a good thing to know. One slacker can pull the whole group down. When I create an organization, such people will have to either be kept out or kept away from those who want to work harder and get stronger. And I shouldn't put some stupid restrictions like coming to me at the same time just for my convenience. Instead, making it a competition between them will give me much better results. I can even add some rewards similar to how Hiruzen rewarded me. That way everyone would work hard for the reward and also due to peer pressure. Fujin ended his train of thought and continued his training. 2 weeks later. Fujin was breathing heavily. He had 4 shadow clones around him. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, finally. I have reduced the number of hand seals to perform iron skin jutsu to just 1. And I can harden any part of my body I want to. He took a deep breath and dispelled his clones. He sat against a tree as he received their memories and experience. He analyzed, as I kept practicing this jutsu, the amount of chakra needed to sustain it dropped a lot. So I could use shadow clones to speed up my training. Otherwise, I might have needed around a month and a half to master this jutsu. Anyways, now that I have this jutsu down properly, it's time to try that. Fujin sat in a meditative pose. He grabbed a soldier pill and ate it. He meditated until his chakra reserves were back to full once again. His eyes opened. Determination and excitement could be seen in it along with a hint of fear. He stood up and weaved hand signs. Boar dog bird monkey ram. He slammed his hands on the ground. Chapter 220, Chapter 217, The Wolf Valley. Fujin weaved the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Fujin immediately disappeared from Konoha. The scenery around Fujin changed instantly. He was in the air and began falling. Fujin landed on his feet as he thought, so this is how space-time travel feels. I kinda assumed that it would be uncomfortable or weird. Instead, it just feels like flickering. As soon as he landed, a lot of eyes turned towards him. Fujin too looked around himself. His chakra field was already spread out. He thought, so I am in the land of wolves, huh? Now, are they friendly or aggressive? Fujin had landed in a wolf valley. It was a huge place surrounded by massive mountains. Fujin sensed hundreds of wolves in his chakra field. And he could see that his chakra field didn't cover even 1% of the total area of the valley. The spot where Fujin landed had 9 wolves around him. They looked at Fujin with curiosity as he appeared out of nowhere. However, the curiosity didn't last long. A few seconds later, a wolf howled loudly and pounced on Fujin. Immediately, the other wolves also howled and pounced on Fujin. Fujin easily dodged them and asked, "Who is your leader?" Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as they kept attacking him. Fujin sighed, "Great, they don't understand human language." His expression became grim as he sensed the hundreds of wolves in his chakra field running towards him. He thought, "I hope at least some of them understand human language." He kept dodging without attacking back. He was afraid that the leaders of the pack might treat him as an enemy if he attacked back. More importantly, he wasn't aware of how strong the leaders would be. If they were anything like the toads or the snakes, it would bring a catastrophe on him if he killed them indiscriminately. Fujin kept dodging until the number of wolves surrounding him became too high. With no other option, he flickered away. Unfortunately, the entire place was crawling with wolves. No matter where he flickered, he would be swarmed by wolves in a few seconds. Luckily, none of them could use chakra. So Fujin wasn't in any danger. Suddenly, Fujin's attention was attracted. He sensed a wolf pack heading towards him. Every single wolf in this pack had a much higher chakra. It was as high as a normal chunin would have. In addition, their size was much larger than a normal wolf. As soon as that pack appeared, the normal wolves cleared the path. They ran straight towards Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, "Finally. I was getting bored. And they should understand human speech." The new wolf pack didn't waste any time attacking Fujin. However, Fujin disappeared from their sight. The lead wolf suddenly howled as Fujin was standing on his back. Fujin stated, "I am not here to fight. So, can any of you bring me to your leader?" Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as the other wolves jumped at him. Their claws ripped through Fujin and their jaws took huge bites. Both their claws and jaws were enhanced with chakra. However, the injured Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. This confused the wolves. Fujin, who was hiding underground, thought, "Okay, so they don't speak or don't want to speak." Fujin could sense more wolf packs with higher chakra heading towards him. He made shadow clones. Each of the clones headed towards the incoming packs and tried conversing with them. Unfortunately, none of the wolf packs talked back to him. They just kept attacking him like wild beasts. Fujin's clones didn't bother putting up a fight. After getting no response, they just let the wolf packs kill them. As Fujin received everyone's memories, he sighed, "Looks like they don't talk at all. I'll hide here until someone who can talk appears." The wolves knew that Fujin wasn't dead. They kept searching, but couldn't find even a trace of Fujin. It was as if he never arrived there. After half an hour, another wolf pack arrived. These wolves all had jounin levels of chakra. And they were very large. They were all as big as a truck. And the wolf leading the pack was larger than the rest by almost 50%. As soon as they entered Fujin's chakra field, they sensed that they were being sensed. They immediately looked in the direction Fujin was hiding and ran towards him. However, 3 shadow clones suddenly appeared in their path. The wolves stopped. One of Fujin's clones said, "I am not here to fight. I came here to sign a summoning contract." The wolves stopped their aggressive posture and relaxed a bit. Fujin's clones were relieved as well, finally, someone who understands the language. However, at the very next second, the gigantic wolves opened their mouths and exhaled strong whines at Fujin's clones. The clones were on their guard. One immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu to counter the attack. The whines clashed against each other and formed a small hurricane which soon began dispersing. The gaze of Fujin's clones changed. They decided, talking is useless. Either these guys will just keep attacking or this is a test to see my martial might. They saw as the wolves ran into the hurricane to reach the clones. Their heavy bodies meant that the hurricane couldn't stop them. Immediately, all 3 shadow clones fired vacuum bullets into the hurricane. The bullets ripped through the hurricane and reached the unsuspecting wolves. 6 wolves were hit by it. Though Fujin had decided to fight, he didn't want to cause a massacre. The vacuum bullets hit the sides of the wolf and cut through the surface of their flesh. All 6 wolves had a 12-meter-long deep slash on one of their sides. They howled in pain and ran away from Fujin's clones. However, the remaining wolves made it through the hurricane to attack Fujin's clones. However, as soon as they made it to the opposite side, his clones made a hand seal. Their fists turned black and became very hard. At the same time, chakra became visible around their fists. They flickered on top of the wolves and punched their head with their full strength. The sudden impact on the skulls immediately made them lose consciousness. The clones flickered multiple times and knocked out all of them with ease. They couldn't help but think, though their chakra is high, their fighting style is very lousy. That's disappointing. I hope that there are better ones in the valley who know Sage Mode. Otherwise, it will be too disappointing. Seeing the bigger wolves knocked out or running injured silenced the remaining wolves. Fujin expected the weaker wolves to run away or call for stronger reinforcements. However, his guess was wrong. Every single wolf around him howled and rushed blindly at his clones. The clones sighed at their disappointing intelligence. The 3 clones stood with their backs to each other and began preparing the same jutsu. As soon as the wolves reached within arm's distance, all 3 clones used the jutsu. Wind release, triple infinite breakthrough jutsu. In an instant, high-speed winds spread in all directions. The wolves who were rushing forward were stopped. Instead, the winds pushed them back. Many wolves tried holding on to the ground. However, eventually, all the nearby wolves were sent flying through the air. Even the unconscious bodies of the giant wolves were sent flying. The clones looked at the sight and thought, if we had made these winds sharper, this whole valley would have been covered in blood by now. Painful howls spread throughout the valley as the wolves crashed on the ground. A few of the weaker wolves ended up dying due to the impact. However, the ones who were alive got up and charged at Fujin's clones once again. In addition, more wolf packs kept joining them. The clones sighed and fought back. 2 days later, Fujin was hiding underground. However, his expression wasn't good and his chakra was very low. Fujin was still in the Wolf Valley. He kept making shadow clones and sending them to fight for 2 whole days. The entire valley was covered by the bodies of wolves. Almost all of them were injured. Quite a few were dead as well. Unfortunately, there was no end to the wolf tide. During these 2 days, Fujin's clones had fought over 100,000 wolves. However, not a single wolf that attacked Fujin's clones for over 2 days had the skill to even injure him. On the other hand, any wind jutsu would result in a huge number of casualties to them. His clones would fight until they ran out of chakra and Fujin would create new ones to replace them. However, after 2 days of fighting, Fujin's chakra finally hit rock bottom. Even soldier pills couldn't generate chakra at enough speed. Fujin sighed, it looks hopeless. Though the number of wolves is very high, there are no high-level wolves. My clones have scouted every single mountain around the valley in these 2 days, but I never found any wolf interested in talking. So either these guys have no brains or their leaders are hiding somewhere and don't think that I am someone worthy enough to make them show themselves. Of course, this could still be a test, but my chakra is almost dry. Chapter 221, Chapter 218, Bad Luck. Fujin finally gave up on the wolves. He made a hand sign and ended his jutsu. In the next second, he appeared back in the training ground. Exhausted, he went home and took a long rest. A few days later, Fujin once again tried his luck. Summoning jutsu. Fujin disappeared from his basement. He looked around and the scene made his skin crawl. He couldn't help but curse, first that never-ending wolf tide. And now this? No wonder so few have the summoning jutsu. It's fucking dangerous. As soon as Fujin appeared, he saw innumerable mosquitoes around him. He couldn't even estimate their number. He nervously asked, "Do you have a leader who would be willing to discuss a summoning contract?" Fujin thought, "Though I don't like mosquitoes, they have a lot of potential. If I can summon millions of mosquitoes, I can have similar skills as the Aberame clan without having to host insects in my body. However, I first need to see the effectiveness of these mosquitoes. For starters, how much chakra would it require to summon a sufficient number of mosquitoes? And, do they have poisons like the bugs? Or do they have other means of attack?" Unfortunately for Fujin, the mosquitoes just dived at him without exchanging any words. Fujin sighed, expecting such a response. Winds began flowing all around him. A dome of wind formed around Fujin which spun at a high speed. The mosquitoes attacked the dome and were ripped into small pieces as soon as they entered it. Their remains were tossed outside right away. Hundreds of mosquitoes died every second. Fujin sighed once again, another suicidal bunch. Fujin lost all interest in the group. He made a hand sign and cancelled the summoning jutsu and returned to his basement. He muttered, "No wonder so few ninjas have summons. If most of the summons are like them, it will be waste of time and risky at the same time." He hadn't wasted much chakra against the mosquitoes. He used the summoning jutsu once again and disappeared. This time, he landed in a rocky area. There were huge boulders around Fujin. And on top of those boulders were hyenas. Fujin was standing in the center and there were 8 hyenas surrounding him. Fujin looked at them and wondered, so will these guys talk? This time, Fujin didn't have to wait for long to know the answer. All 8 hyenas stood up and stared at Fujin. One of them exclaimed, "A human popped up out of thin air." Another hyena licked his lips and said, "Yeah, we didn't even have to go hunting for him." Another said, "Since this is a free meal, he should be delicious, right?" Fujin was relieved to hear them speak. But soon his left eye twitched. He said, "I was trying to sign a summoning contract." "Who is your leader?" The first hyena that had spoken asked excitedly, "Do you mean that we can summon humans like you and not have to hunt for a meal ever?" Fujin's left eye twitched again. He sighed and said, "Just take me to your leader." The hyena said, "Sure." However, at the next second, he pounced on Fujin. Having dealt with 2 annoying groups, Fujin was high on alert and low on patience. He dodged and kicked the hyena away. Surprisingly, the hyena flipped in the air and landed on his legs on a boulder. He exclaimed, "This one fights well. Brothers, we will have a good hunt tonight." Fujin muttered, "Great, another group of battle maniacs." He spread his chakra field. Surprisingly, there were only 16 hyenas in a 1.3 km radius. Fujin wondered, is this a small pack? Or is the territory of these hyenas so huge that only 16 live in such a large area? As soon as the hyena yelled, the remaining 8 arrived and encircled Fujin. However, none of them attacked Fujin. Fujin prepared himself for another fight. However, his eyes widened. Lightning began appearing on the bodies of every hyena. It flowed on their bodies. Fujin thought, what the hell? They can use lightning. In the very next second, Fujin flickered. A paw pierced into the back of the afterimage he left. Fujin's face became grim, they are too fast. All 16 hyenas ran towards him at a very high speed. Their speed wasn't any lower than the speed at which Fujin flickered. Fujin kept flickering to prevent himself from being surrounded. At the same time, one sword appeared in his left hand. Without looking, he slashed it at the hyena on his left. The hyena didn't bother dodging as the sword was quite far from him. However, his eyes widened as he saw a sword slash coming at him. He immediately got out of the way and barely dodged the sword slash. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. The sword slash was surrounded by sharp whines that hit the hyena. The whines cut into his flesh, making him bleed all over. The hyena was enraged and began chasing Fujin once again. He shouted, "Be careful of his sword slashes." The other hyenas made a note of it mentally and kept attacking. Fujin also observed the hyena as he was on a run, so the lightning just increases their speed and perhaps their attack too. Their defenses aren't enhanced. However, his hide is too tough for a hyena. Normal attacks won't have much effect on it. He kept running while attacking with flying slashes. Fujin was very impressed by the hyenas. They are good. Very good. They have excellent coordination, very high speed and a strong attack. And they keep fighting despite injuries without letting them affect their speed. With the addition of their cunningness, they might just be the perfect summons. Fujin swung his sword towards the rock below him and sent a flying slash towards it. The slash cut the boulder and sent dust and small pieces of rocks flying towards the hyenas. Due to their high speed, the hyenas couldn't dodge and ran into the rocks and dust and were blinded momentarily due to the dust. Fujin used this opportunity to flicker a far distance from them and stopped moving. The hyenas took a couple of seconds to get rid of the dust in their eyes and chased after Fujin once again. Fuji stood on a boulder as he saw the hyenas come at him. They moved so fast that if a normal person saw, he wouldn't see anything except lightning flashing across the boulders. Fujin built up around 5% of his chakra. Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin exhaled a massive and strong wind at the hyenas. Seeing their bloodlust, Fujin didn't hold back. The attack left deep cuts in the ground as it moved towards the hyenas. The hyenas saw the strong winds heading towards them and barked loudly. However, to Fujin's ears, they sounded like cackling laughter. Fujin was surprised as all the hyenas let out an electric wave that clashed with Fujin's attack. Fujin had the elemental advantage, however, he was facing 16 opponents by himself. Both attacks cancelled each other. The hyenas continued their hunt and moved right through the dust raised by the clash of their previous attacks. Fujin used the smokescreen to fire air bullets at the hyenas. As soon as the hyenas exited the smokescreen, they felt air bullets heading towards them. They immediately dodged, however, they were too close to the attack. 2 air bullets hit the legs of a couple of hyenas and left a hole through it. Another 8 air bullets left cuts on the hyenas. Only 5 hyenas were completely unharmed. They immediately went on the attack while the others took time to breathe. A hyena appeared in front of Fujin and swung his paws at his head. At the same time, another 2 hyenas appeared on Fujin's side. Fujin moved backwards as defending would mean that those 2 hyenas would attack him. The paw hit the boulder on which Fujin was standing and completely destroyed it. As Fujin moved back, he swung his sword at them and launched another sword slash. The hyenas immediately jumped to dodge. However, Fujin fired air bullets at that very instant at the hyenas who were airborne. This time, the hyenas weren't unaware of the threat. They opened their mouths and fired small lightning balls at the incoming air bullets. The attacks cancelled each other out. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. I will run out of chakra at this rate. And they aren't allowing me any time to cancel my summoning jutsu and return back to Konoha. As he was thinking, one of the hyenas, who was earlier injured, appeared at Fujin's right and pounced on him. Fujin saw as his lightning-enhanced paw moved towards his body. At the same time, the 5 hyenas facing him also pressed on the attack. Fujin extended his right arm towards the incoming paw. As his hand moved forward, chakra appeared in front of his palm. It took the shape of a ball and began rotating at a very high speed. At the same time, chakra flowed erratically through the sword in his left hand as he swung it at the hyenas coming at him. The hyenas expected another flying slash. However, this time no slash was sent flying. Instead, strong winds were generated that were incredibly sharp and spread in all directions in front of Fujin. The hyenas noticed the deep cuts the winds left in the ground and were terrified. They immediately ran in the opposite direction. The winds lost their power after traveling 25 meters, but that was sufficient time for Fujin. The paw and the raised nan clashed. The hyena expected to crush the ball and the human as well. However, the raised nan easily overpowered the paw. The lightning around the paw dissipated as the raised nan hit it. The hyena let out a painful howl as the raised nan hit. The momentum of the hyena carried it into the raised nan. The raised nan caused his leg to bend towards its stomach. Fujin slammed the raised nan into his stomach and sent the hyena backwards along with the raised nan. After moving for a couple of meters, the raised nan exploded. The hyena's skin was the thinnest in his belly area. The explosion ripped through the skin and blew his internal organs. Blood and flesh hit the rocks behind the hyena. When the smoke cleared, the hyena's dead body could be seen on the ground. His once solid stomach had been ripped open, exposing the shattered remnants of its internal organs to the elements. The flesh around the stomach hung loosely like a torn and deflated bag. The gruesome sight made the remaining hyenas shudder in revulsion. They all looked at each other. Fujin noticed it and prepared himself for an even fiercer confrontation. However, his eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's action. Chapter 222, Chapter 219, This world is freakishly scary. Fujin's eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's actions. After looking at each other, every hyena nodded and looked at Fujin with a fierce expression. However, at the very next moment, every single hyena escaped in different directions as fast as they could move at the same time. Merely in a couple of seconds, they escaped Fujin's range of sight and soon after they escaped Fujin's chakra field, leaving him standing alone with the remains of a dead hyena. After a few seconds of disbelief, Fujin sighed and muttered, "Such shameless beasts." Despite what he said, he couldn't help but think that they would have been the perfect summons for him. He looked at the dead hyena and thought, it looks like there are only these 16 hyenas here. The mountains shouldn't have any more hyenas. Even if they do, considering that I have killed one of them, I don't think I'd be able to sign a contract. He sealed the dead body of the hyena in a scroll while thinking, in my previous life, I recall reading a lot of fantasy books that stated that eating the meat of strong beasts was very helpful for developing a stronger physique and improving aptitude or energy. I wonder if it also applies here. I know eating Kurama's meat can provide a lot of benefits. I wonder if the same also applies to summoning animals. It'd be very helpful if my flesh became as sturdy as his and my lightning affinity improved. He made a hand sign and cancelled his jutsu and returned to his basement. He left his house and went to a store from where he had previously bought recipes. The shopkeeper looked at him and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Fujin asked, "Do you have a recipe for cooking hyenas?" The old shopkeeper looked at Fujin with a weird expression. Fujin ignored it and asked, "Do you?" The shopkeeper replied, "Wait a few minutes." He began searching through his records and finally found what Fujin was looking for. After searching for the book, he returned and handed it to Fujin and said, "Surprisingly, I do have one. It also involves details of how to properly clean it." Fujin thanked the old man and paid for the book before leaving. He cleaned and prepared the hyena's flesh for a few hours before cooking some of it and storing the rest in the fridge. As he ate, he noticed, there is not much difference in taste as compared with goat meat. Fujin spent the next few days resting and eating the hyena's meat. However, he was disappointed as he didn't notice any change after 3 days. He thought, what a bummer. I haven't felt any improvement in my physique or the power of my lightning jutsus. I guess only the flesh of tailed beasts will provide benefits. Though it makes sense, I suppose. I doubt I am the first one to eat an animal that can use chakra and an element. If it did provide any benefits, this would have been common knowledge and every clan would be procuring such meat to strengthen themselves. I'm sure summoning animals would have already gone extinct by now due to everyone's greed. Having had enough rest, Fujin prepared himself for another attempt to get a summon. He ate a soldier pill and used the summoning jutsu. He disappeared from his basement. Unlike his previous 3 attempts where Fujin appeared a bit high in the air, this time he felt something around him. He felt a massive pressure on him and his clothes and body got wet instantly. Fujin opened his eyes to see that he was underwater. In front of him was a giant wall or an underwater mountain. Multiple small and colorful fishes were swimming around him. Fujin immediately held his breath and cursed in his mind, "Shit." He spread his chakra field to see how deep he was in the water. His chakra field spread to its max limit. Fujin's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the wall in front of him. He realized, this isn't a hill. It's a fucking whale. A fucking 200-meter long whale. Despite his chakra field spreading for 1.3 kilometers in all directions, Fujin's chakra field didn't escape the water. Realizing how bad his situation was, he immediately waved hand signs. As he did, he noticed another giant whale swimming towards him. The small fish that were around Fujin immediately began running away. However, the giant whale opened its mouth and a strong suction force was felt by Fujin. The water, the fish, and even Fujin himself were sucked towards the whale's massive mouth. At the last moment, Fujin disappeared and returned to his basement. He dropped to his knees and began breathing heavily as water fell from his clothes and body on the floor. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down and muttered, "So freaking scary." He took deep breaths and calmed himself down and analyzed, no wonder so few have summons. If encounters like this one are common, then unless the summoner is a formidable ninja, surviving will be very difficult. If I had appeared there half a minute later, then I'd be sucked into the whale's mouth right when I appeared there. Fujin immediately began doubting himself. He thought, should I still try to get a summon by myself? At the current rate, the risks of trying to get a summon seem to far outweigh the benefits of getting it. After all, this time I was sent to such depths inside the ocean. What if I am sent inside a volcano or something very poisonous? Fujin began weighing his options. Despite the risks, getting a summon would be incredibly helpful for him. Especially as his chakra kept growing. He wondered, should I instead try to get a summoning contract from existing summoners? But whom? Snakes and toads will be very difficult to get as I have no contact with Jiraiya or any snake summoner. The only two who I know decently well are Renjiro and Hiruzen. But Renjiro's sloth isn't very powerful. More importantly, he hasn't given any indication to pass me the summoning contract. As for Hiruzen, it is even more unlikely. If I could become Tsunade's student, then I could get her summons. But even that is quite improbable. Not to mention, she won't be in the village for many years. Fujin analyzed his options but didn't find anything promising. He sighed and decided, there is no option. I have to keep trying it until I am successful. However, I have to take more precautions. It'd be a waste of a life if I get attacked as soon as I go there and can't do anything to resist. He began planning how to defend himself properly. After forming a good enough plan, he went to the ninja weapons shop. After searching for a bit, he bought 2 metallic bracelets, 2 metal anklets, 1 metal torque, 1 metal headband and 4 flexible bands that were reinforced with metal. He returned home and began inscribing barrier seals on each of the items he bought. When he was satisfied, he created a shadow clone. The clone began equipping the items. He put the bracelets on each of his wrists, just behind the bracers. The anklets went above his ankles while the flexible bands were put on his thighs and biceps. The remaining 2 went around his neck and forehead. The clone looked at Fujin and nodded. In the next second, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at the clone. The clone instantly made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. The bullet hit the barrier. The barrier stood sturdy, however, the impact of the bullet sent him backwards for a few meters. Fujin nodded satisfactorily and asked, "Did you feel any pain?" The clone shook his head and said, "No, but if the attack is very strong, then the momentum will be passed on to you. So be prepared for that." Fujin nodded and dispersed the clone. The bands fell on the ground. Fujin put it on and used the summoning jutsu once again. As soon as he appeared in the summoning area, Fujin made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. He immediately followed it up with the hand signs of ending the summoning jutsu and observed his surroundings. If he felt something was wrong, he would return instantly. Fujin watched in confusion as his chakra field spread through the area. The first thing he noticed was the small hill in front of him. The bottom of the hill had an entrance like a cavern entrance. Two imposing, jagged protrusions hung in front of him, like menacing fangs, as if daring him to enter. Suddenly, a strong wind was exhaled from the cave entrance on Fujin's barrier, pushing him backwards by a few meters. His eyes widened in surprise and shock once again as his chakra field covered the hill in front of him. He couldn't help but gulp his saliva and mutter, "This world is freakishly scary." Chapter 223, Chapter 220, A Special State. A/N, bonus chapter for reaching 2k power stones in last week. Fujin nervously observed the beast in front of him while maintaining his hand seal. He was prepared to disappear in the blink of an eye. As he was looking up, an eyelid opened and stared right at Fujin. The beast saw Fujin and thought, "I sensed a chakra field engulfing me. Looks like it was this human." The beast observed Fujin and wondered, why is he riling up his chakra and maintaining a barrier? He didn't get up and spoke in a rough and jagged voice, "A human? We haven't had one visit us in a while. Why are you here, little one?" Fujin sighed in relief, finally someone who talks and is reasonable. Though the beast's voice was painful to hear, Fujin didn't mind as he finally could have a conversation with an animal. However, he didn't let his guard down and replied, "I am here to sign a summoning contract." The beast observed him and said, "I see. But why are you maintaining a barrier?" Fujin let out a sigh and answered, "I have been using summoning jutsu blindly to find the right summon for me. Unfortunately, I had some very bad experiences." The beast was surprised to hear the reason. Suddenly, he began laughing out loud in amusement. The sound of his laughter echoed through the mountains with a deafening roar, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were crashing down upon the earth at once. Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead as his barrier trembled. He cursed, "Shit, without the barrier, I might have gone deaf." His excitement about the thought of signing a summoning contract with such a strong beast quelled down as he began worrying about his life instead. After laughing, the beast stood up. Fujin watched in awe as he saw his majestic body. He was a behemoth of a beast, standing at an astonishing height of almost 20 meters tall. His muscles bulged under a coat of thick, matted fur that bristled in the wind. His sharp, powerful claws were the size of long swords, capable of rending through flesh and bone with ease. But it was the beast's jaws that were truly terrifying, gaping open to reveal teeth that were larger than Fujin's whole body. Each tooth was razor-sharp and curved, like a scythe made of ivory. The ground shook beneath its massive paws as it stood up. This was a predator unlike any other, a true apex predator. Fujin gulped once again as he recognized the beast, a saber-tooth. The beast said, "Drop your barrier and introduce yourself, little one. Don't worry, I won't eat you. You won't even fit the gap between my teeth." He let out a cackling laughter. Fujin agreed with his analysis. Though his barrier was strong, he had doubts about whether it could withstand an assault from the behemoth in front of him. He deactivated the barrier and stopped maintaining the hand sign and his chakra for escaping back. However, he was still alert and prepared to activate the barrier immediately despite doubting its reliability. He said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Kumogakure." The saber-tooth observed Fujin and said, "Good name. It suits you well. I am Ryu, the son of Tatsu. Your strongest affinity is wind nature manipulation, right?" Fujin was surprised. He wondered, how did he sense that? Was it just my name or does he have the ability to sense chakra affinity? He nodded and said, "Yes, it is my strongest affinity." Ryu said, "Good. Having a strong wind affinity is one of the necessary conditions to be able to sign a contract with us." Fujin thought, "Lucky me, my other elements are lacking a lot right now. Ryu added, "Of course, that isn't the only criterion. Climb on my head, I'll carry you to our sage. She will determine whether you can sign a contract or not." Fujin's attention was immediately drawn to the word sage. He thought with excitement, "Great, they should be able to use senjutsu." He nodded and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear on top of Ryu's head. Ryu said, "Hold on tight." Fujin held on tight to his fur as he expected Ryu to run at high speeds. However, Ryu didn't move. Fujin heard some noise behind him and turned his head to check it. The sight he saw left his eyes wide open and jaw hanging. Ryu's fur moved and two gigantic pairs of wings appeared on his back. The wings fully spread, displaying the immense wingspan which was easily 4 times his height. Ryu flapped his wings and the gigantic creature lifted off in the air. Fujin gulped his saliva as he thought, since when did Sabertooth gain wings? As Ryu took off into the sky, Fujin felt a sense of awe and wonder as he looked out at the stunning scenery before him. The mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see, their peaks piercing the clouds above. Below them, a vast forest spread out, with streams and rivers snaking their way through it like veins. For once, Fujin let go of his worries and relaxed. Seeing how strong Ryu was, he knew that he didn't need to play tricks to attack Fujin. A childlike curiosity appeared in Fujin's eyes as he took in the breathtaking view, feeling incredibly blessed and content. Though Fujin had traveled in airplanes in his previous life, the feeling was completely different. In fact, it wasn't even comparable. Ryu's wings beat rhythmically, sending a gentle breeze through Fujin's hair and filling his lungs with fresh air. As Ryu climbed higher, Fujin could see the snow-capped summits of the highest peaks in the distance, their peaks wreathed in wispy clouds that glowed pink and orange in the light of the setting sun. The sky above was a riot of colors, from the deep purples and blues of the horizon to the golden hues of the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. It was a scene of such majesty and beauty that Fujin felt humbled and grateful to be alive to witness it. As Ryu cruised through the skies, Fujin felt a sense of complete relaxation and tranquility. Fujin basked in the peacefulness of the moment and lost himself in thoughts as he began reflecting on his life. He recalled his recent troubles before beginning to reflect on his entire journey in this majestic world. He recalled the schemes he employed, the people he killed, the fun he had and the hard work he put in. Soon, he began thinking about his previous life. With the newfound clarity and tranquility, Fujin couldn't help but realize, in my previous life, I always dreamed about having superpowers. I dreamt of going on epic adventures. Now that I have superpowers that I could only dream of in my previous life and have an entire new world to explore, why am I so stressed? A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he closed his eyes. Memories of his past and worries about his future faded away, replaced with a sense of contentment and joy. He felt a deep connection to everything around him as though he was becoming one with the natural world. Fujin entered into a special state. His mind was so calm and stable that he could feel the world's energy around him in this state. He lost all sense of time as he enjoyed the comfort of this energy. Ryu, who was enjoying showing off to Fujin, suddenly focused all attention on him. A look of surprise appeared on his giant face as he thought, what the hell? Ryu sensed that Fujin had entered into a special state. He analyzed, what a surprise. I had sensed that he has a very potent affinity to wind. That is why I decided to bring him to our sacred land. This journey was meant to display my might and relax him a bit from his agitated state. But I never imagined that he would be able to connect with nature so easily. Looks like we will have a new summoner after 125 years. Ryu didn't want to disturb Fujin and wake him up from the special state he was in. He maintained a constant speed as he headed towards the tallest mountain. As he moved, he thought in relief and excitement, Great-grandmother, it looks like our pride's ability might finally advance once again after 500 years. He quelled his excitement, though it will be a long time before he can learn that skill. His chakra reserves are too poor. Even the quality of his chakra is lacking. We will need to improve it first and only then can he have some hope in learning it. As Ryu kept cruising, he moved above the clouds. In front of him was a mountain peak. Fujin finally opened his eyes. He saw the snow-covered peak and was awed by its beauty. Ryu noticed that Fujin had woken up and said, "Welcome to Mount Mutki." Chapter 224, Chapter 221, Gahayu Murasaki. Fujin observed Mount Mutki carefully. He could feel that the chakra around the mountain felt different as compared to Konoha and other villages. Ryu asked, "So, how are you feeling?" Fujin replied, "I am feeling great. I have never felt better." Ryu said, "Of course. What you just experienced was a special state. And the chakra you feel is nature's chakra. I believe you humans also refer to it as senjutsu." Fujin was surprised. He thought, that was nature's chakra. He fell into a thought as he realized, no wonder I felt so comfortable and my mood was so tranquil. Ryu noticed that Fujin was in thought and said, "You only sensed nature's chakra and didn't absorb it. In the future, don't try to absorb nature's chakra or even try to feel it yourself. It can be very dangerous. Especially as you aren't ready to handle it yet." Fujin nodded. He knew how dangerous nature's chakra was. He replied, "Thanks for the warning. I won't try it without guidance." Fujin wanted to ask a few questions but something caught his eye. He looked ahead to see 4 saber-tooths flying in the sky while playing around. However, compared to Ryu, they were much smaller with heights in the range of 3 to 4 meters. They noticed Ryu and quickly flew towards him. However, their attention soon fell on Fujin as this was the first time they ever saw a human. Fujin too was observing them. They were about to land on Ryu, when he said, "Run along kiddos. I'll be busy." The 4 saber-tooths immediately flew away. Ryu said, "Don't mind them. You are the first human they saw. So expect a lot of curiosity-filled gazes if you manage to sign the contract." Fujin chuckled, "All right." Ryu flew to the very top of the peak. However, instead of a pointy peak, there was a shallow crater surrounded by the rocks. It looked quite similar to the opening of a volcano, except that the crater wasn't very deep and instead of lava, it was covered in snow. Ryu landed in the crater in front of another saber-tooth. This one wasn't as big as Ryu but was still about 3/4 of his size. And it looked a bit older. The saber-tooth noticed Fujin and asked in a gentle voice, "Which guest have you brought here, Ryu?" Fujin was surprised by her voice. Unlike Ryu, it was much more gentle and pleasing to the ears. Ryu said, "This is Fujin. He came here to sign a summoning contract." "Fujin, get off and introduce yourself." Fujin nodded and jumped down from his head. He landed between the 2 saber-tooths. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Kumogakure. I used the summoning jutsu to find a summon and appeared in front of Ryu." The saber-tooth observed Fujin carefully. Ryu said, "Fujin, she is the leader of our pride. And the sage of Mount Mutki and all winged saber-tooths." Fujin had already expected it to be so. The sage looked into Ryu's eyes before looking at Fujin and said, "Ryu has a habit of being too dramatic. I am Gahayu Murasaki. Everyone in this pride is my descendant." Fujin memorized her name. She continued, "Did Ryu inform you about the conditions of signing a summoning contract with us?" Fujin replied, "He informed me about needing a strong affinity to wind nature. But I don't know about other criteria." Murasaki said, "All right. Before I inform you about the criteria, do you have any questions you want answered?" Fujin replied, "Yes, quite a few. Is it fine to ask them all?" Murasaki said, "Sure, ask." Fujin asked, "When I used the summoning jutsu, why did I arrive so far away from Mount Mutki?" Murasaki replied, "The summoning jutsu you humans use isn't to find a group of summons but instead a specific summon. In your case, that was Ryu. That is why you appeared in front of him instead of the mountain. Since most summons live in their sacred lands, I believe that you have the misconception that you appear in sacred lands. That information surprised Fujin. He analyzed, I never thought of it that way. But I guess it makes sense. Though I don't remember well, I think Jiraiya did fall in front of Gamabuntai, who became his main summon. Fujin looked at Murasaki and asked the most important question, can you teach me senjutsu? Murasaki didn't answer and instead stared at Fujin for a minute. She finally said, this question is a bit complicated to answer. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Murasaki replied, we do have the ability to harness and use nature's energy. However, this technique is only for us winged saber-tooths. A human can't learn it. Fujin thought, even Toad Sage Mode was a technique for toads. But humans could still learn it. Why can't their method be learnt? Murasaki broke Fujin's thoughts by saying, this is one of the criteria for accepting a summoner. We only accept summoners who we believe could learn senjutsu. Though you won't be able to use our technique, we will use it as a reference to help you learn senjutsu. Fujin was confused. He couldn't help but ask, why? Murasaki replied, your human body can't handle our methods. Fujin said, no, not that. Why would you go through so much effort to make a summoner learn senjutsu? Murasaki stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, I can't tell you the reason, but it has become a tradition here. However, I can't give you any sureties in learning senjutsu. After all, in the past 500 years, we have trained many humans. Unfortunately, no one managed to learn senjutsu. Fujin became silent on hearing it and fell into thought. He was very conflicted. He sighed in his mind, what a mess. Looks like learning senjutsu from here will be very difficult. Murasaki and Ryu noticed Fujin thinking and didn't disturb him. Fujin analyzed and reached the conclusion, I guess this isn't bad though. Other than the toads teaching Jiraiya, Minato, and Naruto senjutsu, I am not sure if any other summons teach senjutsu. Though Kabuto did get it, I don't recall exactly how he convinced the snakes to teach him. And Hashirama's Sage Mode didn't have any explanation. So if these guys are serious about training me to learn senjutsu, that will probably be my best chance. Of course, their help is definitely not unconditional or selfless. I am sure they have their own goals for wanting to train their summoners to use senjutsu. Besides, using summoning jutsu blindly is too risky. I'd have to sign a contract even if they didn't know senjutsu. Fujin said, all right, I will be in your care. However, I have one more question. Am I allowed to sign more summoning contracts? This time Fujin heard Ryu's jagged voice from behind and he sounded offended, kid, why do you want to sign other contracts when you have us? Fujin looked back and calmly said, when I learnt about the summoning jutsu, I planned to sign at least 3 summoning contracts. One for fighting on land, one for fighting in the air and one for scouting and spying. But, since you have the ability to fly, I don't need to find another summon to fly. Of course, it was just some plans I made when I was a kid. If you have conditions of not signing other contracts, then I won't. Ryu calmed down on hearing Fujin's answer. He replied with a deadpan tone, you are still just a kid. His reply made Fujin feel awkward. Murasaki answered, I don't care if you sign other summoning contracts. But you can't sign a contract with a group that can use nature chakra. Even if you tried to sign one, they won't agree if you have already signed a summoning contract with us. Also, though your plan seems good, don't try it until your strength grows considerably. With your current strength, there are many summons that can kill you with ease. So it will be pointless and risky. Fujin nodded. He didn't need to be told again how risky it was as his memories were still very fresh. Murasaki continued, instead of trying to form another summoning contract, I would recommend raising wild animals and signing them as your contract. That way you won't be under any restrictions and can raise them to do what you want. Fujin was intrigued by the idea. He thought, I never thought of this option. But, to be honest, raising animals will be a lot of work. Especially when I am out on missions. However, I do have a lot of space around my home and I have a lot of money that I don't have any use for. I need to see if I can employ someone to do the work for me. Fujin looked at Murasaki and said, that's all the questions I had, Lady Murasaki. Ryu watched awkwardly at Fujin as he called her a lady. He wondered, this lady is over 800 years old. I wonder when was the last time anyone called her lady. Murasaki said, you can call me Granny. As for your criteria for signing a contract, there are just two. She looked at Ryu and said, the one in front of whom you appear should agree to accept you as a summoner. She looked back at Fujin and said, and you should show talent to be able to learn senjutsu in the future. Fujin thought, as I thought. They gain something from teaching me senjutsu. Ryu said, I agree. And Fujin has passed the second criterion as well. Fujin looked at Ryu in surprise. Ryu said, the flight to this place was a test to see how in tune you can become with nature. My goal was to calm you down and make you experience peace and tranquility by showing you that scenery. As you managed to sense nature chakra, you have passed the criteria. Fujin was left speechless. He thought, first I needed a good wind affinity. And then I needed to feel nature's chakra, which I coincidentally managed to do. I guess good luck does follow bad luck. Fujin replied with a smile, that's great. When do we sign the contract? Chapter 225, Chapter 222, Potential and Limit. Fujin signed the contract right away with his blood. Ryu carried him away from the peak and flew down the mountain. As they were flying, Fujin asked, Ryu, are there others like you guys who can use senjutsu but can't pass it on to humans? Ryu replied, of course, there are numerous. The number of species that can use senjutsu is at least a couple of dozen. And there are numerous wild beasts who managed to learn it on their own. Some of them are very wild and dangerous. Even I wouldn't want to face them in a single combat. Fujin was surprised to learn that. After all, he didn't see any such creature make a move during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But soon he realized, now that I think about it, none of the summons made any major moves during that war. The Toads had a larger participation in the fight against Pain rather than against Obito and Madara. Weird considering that they were in danger during the latter rather than the former. Ryu continued, as far as I am aware, only the places you humans consider as the three sacred places have techniques to pass down their methods of harnessing nature energy to humans. Others don't have them or are not interested in passing them down. A giant cave appeared before them. Ryu stepped into the cave and roared loudly. Surprisingly, his roar had no effect on Fujin. Fujin was impressed, what control over his voice. Fujin got off Ryu's head. Ryu looked at him and said seriously, though we don't have any specified rules, there are a few things you have to follow. Fujin nodded. Ryu said, first, none of the winged saber-tooths you summon should die. While we will give our all to help you, we will undo the summoning and return if we face extreme danger and think death is inevitable. This is especially true for the young ones who still need to grow. After escaping, we will use reverse summoning jutsu to save you unless you specifically ask us not to. Fujin nodded and said, that is reasonable. I have no issues with that. Fujin's main priority was always his own safety. So it was perfectly understandable for him when others have similar priorities. Ryu said, another thing, though you can summon me, don't try it until your chakra reserves get much larger. You will need to have at least 5 times the chakra you currently have to summon me safely. In the meantime, Ryu gazed outside the cave. Fujin followed his gaze and saw 3 winged saber-tooths flying towards them. They entered the cave as Ryu completed his sentence, in the meantime, you can summon my sons. Ryu looked at them and said, this is Fujin. He has become the new summoner of our pride. Introduce yourself. The 3 winged saber-tooths stared at Fujin. Though they were smaller than Ryu, they were much bigger than Fujin. The smallest one was almost twice as tall as Fujin while the largest one was half the size of Ryu. The biggest one said, I am Kurogane. You can summon me when you are in an intense fight. He observed Fujin and said, though I would recommend at least doubling your chakra before trying to summon me. The second one said, I am Kaito. I like going on adventures and flying for a long time. You can summon me when you want to travel long distances. The smallest one said, I am Goro. Feel free to summon me whenever you want to. Fujin nodded and slightly bowed and said, I will be in your care. Goro said with a smirk, don't worry, I like to protect the ones weaker than me. He immediately ran away after saying that as his two brothers stared at him in annoyance. Ryu sighed as Kurogen explained, he is quite mischievous. You will have to get used to him. Fujin said, it's fine. Kurogen and Kaito also left. Ryu said, everyone here is an expert in using wind attacks. The nature energy we use amplifies it even further. You can later try to create combination attacks with them. If you aren't compatible with them, you can even summon others from the pride. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Ryu stared at Fujin and said, now, time to discuss the important matter. Fujin looked into Ryu's eyes. He could feel that Ryu was trying to look into every secret he had. Ryu said, I was initially not sure about accepting you and wanted to leave the decision to Granny. I changed my mind after sensing how in tune with nature you became. The reason I was doubtful is that your potential isn't very high. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Ryu said, from what I can see, your body and chakra should be stronger than most humans that are your age. However, you have only managed to do so with extreme hard work. Isn't that right? Fujin was uncomfortable at how easily Ryu gained information regarding his chakra and abilities. Fujin nodded, that is true. Ryu said, every being has a limit to which they can grow. For some, it is higher, while for others it is much lower. What you have done through intense training is bring forth all your potential in order to gain power quickly. Due to this, you will soon reach your limit and your chakra reserves will stop increasing. In fact, the speed of the growth of your chakra reserves should have already slowed. Fujin frowned. He thought, I have monitored my chakra ever since I became a censor. My chakra grew by 2 to 3 times every year during the last 2 years in the academy. And it exploded under Renjiro's training due to Senju Taijutsu style training and grew by about 4.5 times in a year. Though I noticed that my chakra growth has slowed and it will grow by less than 2 times this year, I speculated that it was just due to no longer having any gains from training Senju Taijutsu style. If his words are right, doesn't it mean that my growth will drastically slow down? Ryu guessed Fujin's thoughts and said, you don't need to worry about this. After all, you can't control your potential and limits. Fujin argued, but can't we exceed our limits and grow beyond them? In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the strongest ninja was probably the one with the least potential. So though Fujin didn't like what Ryu said, he wasn't discouraged as Guy's example was in front of him. Ryu was impressed by Fujin's reply. He thought, many will be demotivated on learning that their progress will be halted and might deny that their potential is limited. But he directly thought about breaking through the limits. Ryu replied, it's true, it can be surpassed. However, you will just reach your new limits and stop there unless you can keep breaking your limits. Just breaking limits is rare. But to break it consecutively is almost impossible. Of course, there are still beings who have managed to do it and become immensely powerful, but they are very rare. Anyways, we are getting off topic. We can discuss this later when you reach it. What I wanted to say is that your chakra growth will slow down in a couple of years. And when the growth becomes too slow, you will come here and receive my training. Fujin thought, I see. He wasn't trying to demotivate me. Fujin asked in a confused tone, why do we have to wait till then? Ryu answered, because your current chakra isn't strong enough. The techniques I plan on teaching you are very chakra intensive and will put an intense strain on your physique. So you will need at least 3 to 4 times your current chakra and a much stronger physique before I can safely teach you. That is why I will not be training you right now. As for the limit that I mentioned, you don't need to worry much about it. Though your potential isn't very high, your wind affinity is very potent. And we have methods and the resources to make it even stronger. As for chakra reserves, though it is difficult, even they can be artificially boosted. However, it is very troublesome to do so, and the methods that we have are more effective on someone whose growth has come to a halt. In addition, there are various restrictions and limits on those methods, but we will talk about it when you reach the limit. Of course, if you manage to keep breaking past your limits, then I can begin your training after you reach the necessary levels of chakra reserves and physique. Fujin consumed all the information Ryu just stated. He was beyond surprised. He analyzed, he can do that. Increasing wind affinity is understandable if they have access to wind elemental crystals. But how can they increase chakra reserves? At the same time, his mood became a bit grim. Since they are willing to invest so many resources into me, what exactly do they gain from training me in senjutsu? Fujin didn't let his mood reflect on his face. Instead, he showed an excited expression and said, "All right, that sounds great. Thanks a lot in advance, Ryu." Ryu said, "That is all for now. Return to your place and don't attempt to sense nature chakra without my presence." Fujin replied, "Don't worry. I won't risk my life pointlessly." Ryu nodded. Fujin weaved hand signs and returned to his basement. He looked around himself and let out a sigh. Finally, I don't need to experience any more crazy situations like those. Fujin was very happy with the summon he signed. However, a thought appeared in his mind: should I keep my summon a secret? Chapter 226, Chapter 223, A Path Beyond Senjutsu. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of keeping his summon a secret. Finally, he decided, the winged saber-tooths will be my main summon. There isn't much point in keeping them a secret as it will get out eventually. Of course, I should keep this card hidden until I can, but there is no need to keep it hidden from the ones I can trust. Instead, I should probably take the initiative to mention this to Hiruzen. While it is good news that they want to teach me senjutsu, they definitely have some ulterior motives. Though my gut tells me that their ultimate motives won't be harmful to me, and even if it is, they won't do anything to me until I learn senjutsu, it would be better to get some information from Hiruzen. If it is harmful, then he could warn me and help me terminate the contract or help me scheme against them. If it is beneficial, then Hiruzen might look more favorably towards me, as these saber-tooths are quite strong and could increase Konoha's strength considerably. Also, I could use Ryu's dialogue and add some false news to maybe get a few elemental crystals from Hiruzen. For instance, instead of telling him about their methods and resources to strengthen me, I could tell him that they will teach me senjutsu only if I reach the required strength. Fujin made a few plans until he was satisfied and went to sleep after eating dinner. Meanwhile, at the peak of Mount Mutki, Ryu appeared in front of Murasaki. Murasaki looked at him and said, "I am surprised that you agreed so readily. Is the boy that impressive?" Ryu replied, "You didn't see him connect to nature, great-grandmother. It was almost instinctual to him. He didn't even need 15 minutes to sense nature energy and managed to maintain that state for 2 hours. I had to keep flying around the mountain for over an hour to not disturb him. Among the summoners we contracted in the last 400 years, he is our best shot." Murasaki sighed and asked, "Are you still hoping that the prophecy your grandfather had, comes true?" Ryu didn't answer her question and instead said, 500 years ago, you mastered nature energy and helped our pride advance to the next level. However, we haven't made any progress since then. Grandfather and Grand-Uncle Genji believed that we will advance to the next level with the help of a human who could learn our senjutsu. I'd rather believe it instead of wasting away hundreds of years pointlessly." Murasaki looked at Ryu, however, he didn't budge. She sighed and said, "Do whatever you want." Ryu nodded and left. Murasaki saw him leaving the mountain as her memories surfaced. 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and 19 great-grandchildren of mine have died as a result of that prophecy. Some sacrificed themselves to protect the human they chose, while some were killed by the betrayal of the very human they raised, and one ingrate even invaded our sacred lands. I hope you don't join them, Ryu. She closed her eyes and went back to meditating. A very strong chakra could be seen around her. A chakra that brightened the peak of Mount Mutki and would have been visible from a long distance if the peak wasn't hidden above the clouds. A/N, would love to hear your thoughts and ideas on a power beyond Senjutsu. But don't involve anything related to tailed beasts or Otsutsuki. The next day, Fujin was standing outside a building. It was Konoha's hospital. He entered it and approached the lady sitting in the reception. She looked at Fujin and greeted him with a smile. Fujin-kun, who are you here to visit? Or are you injured? Fujin smiled back at her. He had been a rather common face in the hospital. He especially became well known when Renjiro brought his injured and unconscious body to the hospital on his shoulder multiple times in a single month. He replied, I am fine and haven't come to visit anyone, Akemi-san. I have come here to register for medical ninja training. Akemi was surprised. She asked, you want to become a medical ninja? Fujin replied, no, I just want to learn the basic healing jutsu so that I can help my teammates if we don't have a medical ninja with us. Akemi replied, oh. Alright. Wait a minute. Akemi wasn't surprised by Fujin's request. Quite a few ninjas would show up for learning the mystical palm jutsu without bothering to learn the remaining knowledge needed to become a medical ninja. Konoha had a system in place for ninjas like these. Though they would prefer for more ninjas to become a proper and capable medical ninja, very few had the interest, talent, and patience to become one. After all, it would require years or even a decade to become a good medical ninja. So Hiruzen, with Tsunade's assistance, had created a proper plan to teach such ninjas. A lot of clans and civilian ninjas benefited immensely from this program. The former Uchiha clan had benefited the most from this system. Their Sharingans could easily copy the mystical palm jutsu. They just needed some guidance to master that jutsu and could provide a better healing option on the front lines where medical ninjas wouldn't be available. Similarly, the Hyuga clan also benefited from this system. Their Byakugan and fine chakra control assisted in being much superior to others who learnt this jutsu. So some Hyugas learnt this jutsu and became the perfect support for any squad with their scouting and healing capabilities while being perfectly capable of defending themselves. Akemi opened a file and wrote Fujin's name in a list that already had 23 other names. She said, a training session for newbies will be held 3 days from now at noon. I have registered you. So just show up and join the class. Fujin noted the date and thanked her. Thank you, Akemi-san. Fujin left the hospital thinking, 3 days. Should I train a jutsu or should I train with summons? Suddenly he heard, Fujin. Fujin turned to his right. Hitaki Takao walked towards him and asked, where were you yesterday evening? We tried finding you without any success. Fujin replied, I was doing some special training. Anyways, what's up? Takao looked at Fujin but didn't get any clues from him. He said, well, it's good that you are safe. Lord Hokage wants to meet you. So meet him right away. Fujin nodded and said, all right. Thank you for passing the message. Fujin flickered towards the Hokage building. He entered and knocked on the door. Hiruzen invited him. Fujin entered and said, I met Takao-san outside the hospital. He said you wanted to meet me, Grandpa. Hiruzen looked at him and asked, hospital? Are you injured? Fujin shook his head and answered, no, I am planning to learn mystical palm jutsu. So I went to register myself. He put up a sad expression and said, if a mission goes bad, I want to have the capability of at least healing my teammates a bit. Hiruzen knew that Fujin was referring to his previous mission indirectly as he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't heal any injuries on Tomatsu for hours. His features softened. He said, I sent a couple of messengers to you last evening, but they couldn't find you. I was worried that someone tried to claim your bounty. Fujin furrowed his brows and asked, didn't you say that there is no danger in Konoha and that no one has ever claimed a bounty before? Hiruzen coughed and said, I did. But there can always be a first time. Fujin watched Hiruzen with a deadpan expression. He thought, this old fox is unbelievable. Hiruzen changed the subject and asked, anyways, where were you? Fujin replied, I was trying to find a summon. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately scolded, why did you try it on your own? That is very dangerous. Fujin nodded and said, yeah. You don't need to tell me, Grandpa. It was very scary. I had to face a wolf tide and even saw gigantic whales. Hiruzen squinted his eyes and asked, you tried it more than once? Fujin nodded and said, yeah. It was so scary that I wanted to stop. But I couldn't help but think about your words and my teammates and kept going until I succeeded. Hiruzen's features softened. He thought, though it was risky and he is usually greedy, the will of fire burns bright in him. As long as he can grow safely for 2 to 3 more years, he can fulfill the gap left by Tomatsu's squad by himself. Hiruzen said, it's good that you managed to get it done. Who did you sign the contract with? Fujin answered, they are winged saber-tooths. Have you heard about them, Grandpa? Hiruzen thought for a bit before shaking his head. He replied, I haven't heard about anyone having these summons. How do they look and how strong are they? Fujin replied, they look like a normal saber-tooth, only many times larger. Their wings are hidden along their fur, so they are hard to spot normally. They can fly very well. As for their strength, they are very strong. The one I met could have probably defeated me with ease. Though I can't say for sure as I never fought. Hiruzen analyzed, I don't recall seeing any such summons or even reading about them. I guess it must be a tribe that rarely signs contracts. From what Fujin described, their strongest fighters should be at elite jounin level or just stronger than that, which is quite good but nothing exceptional. He looked at Fujin and concluded, oh well, Renjiro wasn't planning to hand him his sloth summon. Since he managed to get a contract with his own strength, I can't complain. If he passes the contract to the next generation, then Fujin would have contributed a lot to the village. He said, I don't know anything about them, Fujin. But good work. Chapter 227, Chapter 224, Swords. Hiruzen lifted a couple of boxes from under his desk and placed them on his desk and said, this arrived yesterday evening. I called you as I believed that you would want it right away. Fujin observed the boxes. His attention was immediately drawn to their ornate designs. Their lids were carved with intricate patterns of dragons and tigers. And it was made from a wood that had an ancient feeling to it. Fujin realized and quickly exclaimed, my swords are here. Hiruzen nodded and said, Fuji arrived here from the land of iron yesterday. A/N, Fujin and Hiruzen met Furitani Fuji in Chapter 111. Fujin moved forward and lifted one of the lids to see a soft, plush lining that cradled his sword. He grabbed the sheath and picked up his sword. The sheath was an art in itself. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. As Fujin ran his fingers along the sheath, he felt the satisfying smoothness of the fine craftsmanship. Finally, he drew out the sword. The blade was long and thin with a very slight curve to it. Both its edges were very sharp. When the light fell on it, it shimmered with a greenish hue that caught Fujin's eye. The hilt was made of polished green jade that fit comfortably in Fujin's hands. Fujin moved the sword around. It felt very light and almost as if it was an extension of his arm. A smile appeared on his face as chakra began flowing along the blade. He muttered, the chakra flow along this blade is so smooth. Fujin's chakra flowed through the blade without any obstruction. It was charged with wind chakra almost instantaneously. Fujin had no doubts that if he swung his sword, the entire Hokage building would collapse. Hiruzen smiled and said, the sword has some chakra metal that assists in wind chakra flow. Very few will be able to stop your sword in the future. Of course, do be careful about them. The swords are very expensive and could get some unwanted attention. Fujin replied, if they are greedy, they might try to get my head first. But I will keep it in mind, Grandpa. Fujin immediately began checking his other sword, leaving Hiruzen a bit awkward as he recalled that Fujin's head was worth more than those swords. The second sword was just as good as the first one. Fujin kept his sword back in the sheaths. Hiruzen instructed, keep the sheaths and boxes properly. The blacksmiths attach a lot of importance to making them. So destroying them or throwing them away is seen as an insult by them. Also, the sheath is made of special materials which help preserve the chakra metal properties in the sword. So when you don't use them, keep them in their sheaths. Fujin replied, I didn't know about that. But seeing how well the sheath and the box are made, I guess it makes sense. I'll store them properly. Hiruzen smiled and said, that is all. There is still some time before I invite you to Anbu. Use it to master mystical palm and create a bond and develop teamwork with your summons. Fujin nodded and left the room. He thought, I guess Ryu wasn't kidding when he said that the younger ones hadn't ever seen a human. It should have been a long time since they had a summoner. Kinda sucks. I was hoping that Hiruzen knew how impressive they were and used that fact to get some wind crystals. Anyways, since he doesn't know, I doubt he could warn me about their plans. On the plus side, I will be able to keep my sage training a secret. If I do master it, my strength will grow phenomenally. And since there is no way to sense it unless I use it, it will become my strongest ace in the whole. A smile formed on his face as he wondered who would fall prey to this hidden card. Of course, that would be a long time away and would need a lot of hard work and perhaps some luck to achieve. Fujin returned home. Two symbols glowed on his bracers and his old swords appeared. Fujin calculated, Hiruzen asked me to keep the new swords in their sheaths. I will have to modify the storage seals so that my new swords fit. That isn't an issue. The problem is that I have to store them with their sheaths. So when I summon the sword, I will get the sword with the sheath instead of just the sword. And while that may look cool, it will be very inefficient. So what to do? Fujin analyzed a lot and began recalling all the seals he had learnt. After a few minutes, he prepared a plan that would allow him to store the swords in the sheaths but summon just the swords. However, before he could work on it, he had an idea. Fujin thought, wait a minute. Though Anbu ninjas wear a mask to hide their identity, I doubt that it would be 100% effective. After all, every ninja has unique features. Someone like Kakashi is very easy to identify despite his Anbu mask. So it's safe to assume that every village will try to keep information about the Anbu ninjas of enemy villages. If that is the case, then I should give them something to identify me with myself instead of them figuring out something I can't change and don't know. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought of a plan to mess with the minds of the ones that might want to target him in the future. He stored the new swords in a scroll and kept the old swords back in his bracers. He left his house and went to the training ground. He bit his thumb and weaved a few hand signs and slammed his right palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Smoke appeared in front of Fujin. In the smoke, the silhouette of a 3-meter-tall saber-tooth was visible. Meanwhile, Fujin's breath became heavy. He was alarmed, damn. A single summoning jutsu exhausted more than 40% of my chakra. The smoke dispersed showing Goro. He looked at Fujin and exclaimed in joy, I knew it. I knew it. I dared my brothers to make a bet with me that you would summon me first. They didn't even dare to accept my bet. Ha 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 ha. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He sighed in his mind, looks like this jutsu is a waste until I can summon his brothers. Goro asked, so, why did you summon me? Tell me whose ass you want to be bitten? You can rely on me 100%. Fujin replied, sure I can. But I am not facing any enemy. I just want to see how a great winged saber-tooth like you fights. And I want to build good teamwork between us. Goro answered with a bit less excitement in his voice, oh, that sounds boring. But since you can see how great I am, I will show you. Fujin said, I am not sure how much we can fly here. Can you summon me to your mountain? We can experiment there. Goro nodded, all right, I will see you in a minute. He disappeared. Fujin sighed, did he fall on his head as a child or did Ryu spoil him rotten for him to develop such a personality? I hope he fights well. Otherwise, it'd be completely hopeless. Fujin suddenly disappeared from the training ground and appeared at Mount Mutki in front of Goro. Fujin's sudden appearance was noticed by a few winged saber-tooths but they ignored him. Goro asked, so, what do you want to see first? Fujin looked around him. He was in a small cave with just Goro. He said, I want to see how a winged saber-tooth fights. Then, I can see how we can work together. Goro said, all right, climb on my back. Fujin climbed on his back. Goro said, hold tight. He spread his wings and jumped out of the cave. He flapped his wings a few times and began flying at a very fast speed. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes to keep them safe from the strong winds. Goro said with pride, the first thing you should know about us is that we fly very fast. Even most of the birds can't keep up with us. That is especially true for Kaito. He loves flying. He can fly as fast as lightning and can keep that speed up for days. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, speed of lightning is unrealistic. But if I assume that he flies twice as fast as Goro and can maintain that speed for hours, then he would be a very good aid in escaping. Chapter 228, Chapter 225, The Abilities of a Winged Saber-Tooth. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Goro moved towards a boulder on the huge mountain. He said, this should be a no-brainer, but we also have very high strength. He raised his paw and brought it down on the boulder with a lot of force. His paw split the boulder into two and turned a lot of it into dust. Fujin wasn't surprised. He expected such physical prowess from them. Goro said, see. How I turned it into dust with a wave of my paw. That's how strong I am. Fujin replied, yeah, that is very strong. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Goro laughed, of course, you wouldn't. I could bite that stone too, but I don't want dust and soil in my mouth. Fujin said, it's fine. I can guess what a bite from you can do. Show me your other skills. Goro said, cool. He flapped his wings and moved away from the mountain and said, watch. This is the skill that makes us the apex predators. Goro's body suddenly became still. Chakra gathered on his wings. Fujin sensed it and was surprised, nature chakra. Even the younger ones can use senjutsu. Goro flapped his wings again. This time, he didn't move. Instead, very strong winds flew downwards. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, that attack is stronger than my supercharged infinite breakthrough. And at least a few times stronger. Goro chuckled, are you shocked? You are shocked, right? If I use this attack on animals on land, all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will be injured. And even if they are strong enough to resist, I can just fly away. Ha 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 ha. If anyone else heard Goro's words, they might feel contempt for his attitude. However, Fujin wasn't one of them. He agreed with Goro's strategy wholeheartedly. In Fujin's books, other than winning a war without fighting, the best way to fight was to maintain distance and keep attacking the enemy without allowing the enemy to attack back. And if the enemy is stronger, he can always run away and turn the fight into a game of tag. It was why Fujin learned so many jutsus that allowed him to hide and escape. Fujin thought, looks like I was hasty. He is good. Goro said, in addition, we can also do this. He began gathering chakra in his throat. He looked up and fired a beam made of wind. The beam hit the cloud and created a huge hole in it. Fujin observed the wind beam carefully. His eyes widened as he noticed how the beam worked. He couldn't help but mutter, "Incredible." Goro was surprised. He looked back at Fujin and asked, "Did you understand what happened?" Fujin looked at Goro. He realized that Goro's breath had gotten heavier. He thought, "It seems like the attack uses a lot of chakra." Fujin nodded, "Yet. Though it seemed like a normal beam of wind, it is instead made of incredibly sharp winds. The inside of the beam is basically like a meat grinder. If anyone were to be hit by it, I doubt any flesh would be left on their bones." Goro exclaimed, "Wow! Father wasn't kidding when he said that your affinity to wind is very strong. And you are right. This is my most devastating attack. It is also the signature attack of our pride. We call it the wind breath or the breath of wind. The only way to survive it is if the opponent has a very tough body that can't be cut with my winds. But I haven't met any such opponents yet, ha ha ha. Even if someone has tough skin, they still have vulnerable parts like eyes, nose, and ears." Fujin wondered, "Will I be able to withstand the attack with iron skin? I should test it later with my clones. Regardless, this attack is very dangerous. If I can learn it, I can use it like a cheap version of dust release. I can recall very few ninjas who could defend against this attack." Goro interrupted Fujin's thoughts and said, "In addition, we also have some other moves. Like..." He gathered chakra into his throat again and launched a ball of wind into the clouds. The attack left a small hole in the clouds. Fujin noticed, "It is very similar to my vacuum cannon except for the fact that there is no vacuum core. However, its destructive power won't be much weaker than my vacuum cannon due to the amount of chakra he put into it." Goro said, "This is our air bullet. We use it against weaker opponents as it doesn't need much chakra." Fujin said, "That is still quite powerful. What else do you have?" Goro answered, "Well, this is most of our traditional moves. Our fights usually involve us attacking with these attacks from a distance or using our strong bodies to crush our enemies. Some in the pride do make some of their personal moves or master another element, but I am still too young to learn them." Fujin quickly asked, "I see. How old are you?" Fujin was very interested in knowing the answer. After all, animals and humans had quite different growth stages and lifespans. Goro answered in a smug voice, "I am one of the youngest in my pride and still one of the most reliable and strongest. I am only 39 years old." Fujin was stunned. He thought in disbelief, "He is 39 years old. From the way he talked, I assumed he was 39 months old." Goro noticed that Fujin was speechless. He looked back and asked, "You can't believe how young I am, right? Seeing my strength, I bet you thought I am some 300 years old monster, right?" Ha ha ha. Fujin was left speechless. Though he had been very polite so far and praised Goro a few times to fan his ego so that he could get along better, he wasn't sure what he could say without being insulting. Luckily, Goro changed the subject. "Now that you have seen what I can do, what ideas did you come up with for cooperation and teamwork?" Fujin became serious and said, "I haven't thought of much. Like you, I also specialize in wind manipulation. The only idea I had so far is launching my attacks at the same time as you to double our power or launching them alternatingly to double our attack frequency." Goro looked at Fujin suspiciously and asked, "Do you think that your wind attacks are as strong as mine?" Fujin replied, "Your wind breath is stronger than anything I can do right now. But others, I can amplify with my own attacks. For instance." Fujin built up around 15% of his chakra and looked above. "Wind release, infinite breakthrough jutsu." He released the supercharged jutsu at the clouds above them. Goro observed and commented, "Wow! That was good. Not as strong as mine, but good nonetheless." Fujin didn't answer and used another jutsu. "Wind release, air bullet jutsu." He fired 15 air bullets. Goro said, "Not bad. They are much smaller in size, but the quantity is go." His eyes suddenly went wide open in shock. Fujin swung his sword and released a sword wave that split the clouds into two for over 100 meters. Goro exclaimed, "That was fucking good. You are strong." Fujin said, "I also have techniques to pierce into the strongest armor. So in case we encounter someone on whom your wind breath doesn't work, I could create openings in their defenses and let you kill them with ease. But, though it seems strong, a combination of two wind users won't be very good. I will learn a few fire attacks so that we could use a fire-wind combination attack." Goro said, "I agree. Not to mention, your chakra reserves took a big hit when you summoned me. That said, I am not sure how good a fire-wind combination attack will be." Fujin replied, "It'll be awesome, I have already tried it with others who can spit fire. But yet, you are right. Summoning you consumed more than 40% of my chakra. If I summon you in a fight, I'll have very little chakra left. So you will have to do the majority of the fighting." Goro grinned and said, "As I said earlier, don't worry about it and leave everything to me." Ha 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 ha. Fujin sighed at his eccentricities but didn't say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Goro was willing to fight for him and that he seemed to be a very competent fighter. Fujin thought, though Ryu said that my chakra growth will slow down, it is still growing at a considerable rate. In a year, it should grow sufficiently to at least make summoning Goro easier on my chakra reserves. Fujin and Goro tried a few combination attacks until Fujin ran out of chakra. Goro ended his reverse summoning and Fujin returned back to Konoha. Chapter 229, Chapter 226, Mystical Palm Jutsu. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Art Yokia. You can thank Art Yokia for the triple release. For the next couple of days, Fujin trained with Goro on Mount Mutki to improve their coordination. They first tried their moves on nearby mountains. When they got comfortable, they found nearby animals that Goro used to fight and began hunting. Finally, the day for training mystical palm jutsu arrived. Fujin did his morning workout rituals and visited the hospital at noon. After asking, he entered the room where he would be taught. As soon as he did, 33 pairs of eyes landed on him. Fujin looked around. The room was very spacious. It had a huge blackboard on the opposite side of the entry door. It also had a long but thin indoor pool in the shape of an arc and curved tables lined up along its edge. A few fish swam in it. Fujin observed the other people in the room. He didn't recognize any of them. But a few of them recognized Fujin as they had seen him during the Chunin exams. However, before they could say anything, a bald guy entered the room and instructed loudly, "Take your seats, everyone. We don't have any time to waste." Fujin and the others who were standing took a seat while observing the instructor. He was completely bald and looked quite old. Two girls in their late teens entered the room and stood behind the instructor. The instructor walked to the front of the room and began writing on the blackboard. He said, "I am Yamanaka Yoshi. I will be teaching you the basics of mystical palm jutsu and guiding you until I am sure that you can perform it. The girls standing behind you are Hyuga Emi and Kurama Asuka. They are training to become medical ninjas and they will be monitoring your progress and clearing your doubts." He looked around the room and muttered, "Just 34 are here. Looks like 2 didn't show up." He passed a sheet in the room and said, "Write your names on it. I will need it to keep track of your progress." He moved back to the blackboard and said, "I will first explain to you the theory behind mystical palm jutsu. I will also tell you the advantages and disadvantages of it and tell you when to use it and when not to use it. Pay careful attention because if you use it when you shouldn't, you can kill your patient or force real medical nins to amputate them." His words made everyone in the room serious. Most of them were here because they wanted to help their teammates or themselves in case of a major injury. So worsening an injury was the last thing they would want to happen. For the next couple of hours, Yoshi kept giving his lecture. He also cleared any doubts anyone had. Fujin paid careful attention and took some notes down alongside others in the room. When he stopped, the room sighed in relief. None of the people here were as young as Fujin. It had been years since they had to sit in the academy and hear lectures. Yoshi said, "Now that I have explained everything to you and cleared your doubts, we will begin hands-on training. But before we begin, we will be splitting the room into two. As I had said earlier, mystical palm requires very precise chakra control. So the ones who are confident in their chakra control, walk towards the tables. The others keep sitting where you are." Fujin was very confident in his chakra control. He got up and moved towards the tables. So did 11 other people. The two assistants also moved next to Yoshi. Hyagami was holding a rather thick scroll. She laid it on the table and opened it a bit until a seal could be seen in the scroll. Yoshi walked in front of it and made a hand sign. A fish popped up in the seal. He said, "This storage scroll has 100 storage seals with 100 injured fishes in it. We will be using them to test your jutsu." He extended his right hand towards the fish. Green chakra appeared on his hand and began pouring into the fish. For the next 30 seconds, the fish didn't make any movements and kept laying as if it was dead. However, it soon began making small movements. In a minute, it jumped off the scroll and landed in the pool. Yoshi said with a smile, "This is how you do it." No one in the room was surprised. After all, everyone had seen medical ninjas in action. Yoshi said, "Though this looks simple, it will take a long time for you to learn this. You first need to develop good chakra control and you will need 4 to 6 months after that to be able to heal the fish as I did. You will require another 6 months of training to be able to use this jutsu safely on ninjas." His words surprised everyone in the room. Fujin thought, almost 1 year for just mastering this basic jutsu. He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, "It's just using our chakra to increase the body's natural healing. How tough can it be?" Yoshi noticed the looks of skepticism on most of the trainees. However, he wasn't surprised. He scoffed in his mind, "It's the same every month. They think that it is an easy jutsu that they will learn in a few days. Half of them won't even have the patience to dedicate enough time to this jutsu to master it." He looked at the 12 who had claimed that they had good chakra control and said, "You try it first. Be careful about the amount of chakra you use." Hyagami and Kurama Asuka rolled the scroll until 12 seals were visible and summoned 12 fishes. Fujin and the rest stepped forward. Fujin observed his fish and observed, "This fish almost looks dead. I wonder how they put fish in such a state. The seal looks similar to the one Uchiha Sora used to store the dead body. So it should have slowed time to preserve the fish in this state." He extended his palm towards the fish and began releasing an extremely tiny amount of chakra. The chakra touched the body of the fish and began entering it. Fujin frowned but stayed steady as he realized, "My chakra isn't entering his body without any resistance. The fish's body is resisting my chakra, making healing tougher. In addition, if I increase power, it will probably destroy the fish's body instead of healing it." Fujin kept at it while releasing chakra as slowly as he could. However, even after 3 minutes, there wasn't any change in the fish. In the meantime, the other 11 were also trying. In under a minute, 4 fish were burnt enough to be safe for consumption. In the next minute, another 4 were burnt alive. While the remaining 3 couldn't insert their chakra into the fish. Yoshi's eyes moved on all 12 trainees before being glued to Fujin. He thought, "Not bad. He was able to insert some chakra into the fish without burning it." Fujin's attention was completely on the fish. He thought, "At this rate, I don't think the fish will be healed today. I should increase the chakra." He did say that it will take 4 to 6 months to learn this. Burning 1 fish should be fine. Fujin slowly increased his chakra output for the next 30 seconds. As he did, he noticed that a fin moved. He immediately stopped increasing the chakra and maintained his current rate. However, in 10 seconds, he noticed that the skin had begun burning. He immediately lowered his chakra output. Yoshi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what chakra control? Even senior medical ninjas wouldn't be able to control their chakra this well every time. Despite lowering the chakra output, the fish's flesh was completely burnt. Fujin sighed and picked up the fish. He thought, I can't heal if it resists my chakra. Fujin felt someone staring at him. He looked to his right and saw Kurama Asuka staring at him. Chakra flowed through his hand as he properly cooked the fish and asked, are these fish safe to be eaten? Asuka snorted and swiped the fish off his hand and said, you are here to learn healing and not cooking. Fujin sighed, if I knew that there would be a 2-hour lecture, I'd have brought some snacks. Yoshi said, that's enough. Go back and sit and analyze where you went wrong. He looked towards the others and instructed, half of you come here and try healing the fish. 11 people got up and went to the table while Fujin and the rest took their seats. At the same time Emi and Asuka swapped the fishes. Yoshi arrived in front of Fujin and the rest who tried healing the fish. Chapter 230, Chapter 227, Yang Release. Yoshi asked, what have you learnt from your failed attempt? One of the trainees said, we have to be very careful with the amount of chakra we put in the fish. If we use more chakra, it can very easily burn up. Another said, but if we use less chakra, the fish won't heal. Another couple of trainees gave similar answers before going quiet. The ones who hadn't attempted healing yet paid attention as they would soon face the same troubles. Yoshi looked at Fujin and asked, anything else? Fujin wasn't planning to answer as he expected the instructor to explain the obstacle he faced regardless of his answer. But noticing his gaze, Fujin answered, the fish's body resists our chakra. So very little chakra is actually used to heal the chakra. Yoshi nodded, you are right. In truth, all 12 of you faced this issue. Otherwise, even with little chakra, you would have been able to heal a little bit, and with excessive chakra, you would have first noticed rapid healing before the fish got burned. He looked at Fujin and asked, can you guess why the fish resisted your chakra? Fujin answered, I am not sure. The only possible explanation I can come up with is that the fish's body instinctively resisted as my chakra was a foreign chakra. But if that is the case, healing would be abnormally difficult. Especially since the fish's body has minuscule chakra when compared with ninjas. Yoshi replied, your guess is wrong. There are 2 reasons why the fish's body instinctively rejects and resists your chakra. The first reason is that your chakra is too harsh. This type of chakra is very effective in combat and hence all of you release this chakra instinctively. But, to heal, you need to release a very gentle and docile chakra. Only then it will be accepted by the patient's body and help heal their bodies. Fujin and the rest were surprised. Fujin asked, what do you mean by gentle and docile chakra? Yoshi answered, it means that your chakra shouldn't threaten your patient's body and must feel soothing enough for them to not resist at all and instead allow it to do its work. You will need to eliminate any thoughts you have about killing or fighting before you heal a patient, and only then will you be able to heal. Of course, with practice, you will begin releasing a gentle chakra with ease. This is one of the main reasons why it takes so long to learn this jutsu. The second reason is that the chakra you used was attribute-less. Though it seems that medical ninjutsu doesn't need any nature manipulation, it isn't the case. You have to only utilize the yang aspect of chakra while using medical ninjutsu. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, yang release. Medical ninjutsu requires yang release? Will we be trained in it? Fujin asked, how can we only utilize the yang aspect of our chakra? Does it have similar training like the way we train for normal natures? Yoshi shook his head and explained, there is no way to train in yang release. He stopped and corrected himself, no, that wouldn't be right to say. But the methods to train yang release are all secret techniques. So you won't be able to get access to them. As for mystical palm jutsu, you will employ the most basic method for utilizing yang nature. You will keep trying to heal fish until you are able to heal using only the yang aspect of your chakra. Once you find it, you should practice a few hundred times so that you master using that aspect. His words made everyone frown. After all, this was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult, time-consuming, and very luck-based. One ninja, who was from the Yamanaka clan as well, asked, "Can we perform medical ninjutsu using the yin aspect of our chakra?" Yoshi replied, "You can, but it is very difficult. Only senior medical ninjas can do so. And even then, we don't use it for healing external wounds. So focus on learning the yang aspect of the chakra." Yoshi looked at him and said, "However, if you know yin release, then learning basic yang release will be easier. You just have to avoid releasing the yin aspect of chakra." The ninja nodded and said, "Thank you for the tip, Yoshi-sensei." Yoshi looked at everyone and asked, "Do you have any more doubts?" No one asked any questions. So he returned to monitor the next batch of trainees. Fujin closed his eyes and began thinking about Yoshi's words, "So I will have to separate yang and yin aspects of the chakra to learn mystical palm jutsu. And here I thought that I'd get it down in no time. Still, this is good. Going by Yoshi's words, if I can learn yang release, I should also learn yin release. So my genjutsu would become stronger. I might be able to use it in battle against stronger enemies as well. That said, I guess making my chakra gentle first would be the challenge. To eliminate all thoughts of fighting and killing? That's tough. Or would have been tough if I hadn't just experienced it while traveling on Ryu's head. Maybe I should go back to him and see how I could experience it again. Though I guess that I should first take a look at what methods the village has. After all, I did feel that I was able to slightly heal the fish. It is probably why Yoshi asked me a question specifically. The remaining 22 people tried healing the fish and met with similar obstacles. Yoshi didn't see anyone noteworthy among them. So once everyone was done, he had a similar exchange with the remaining trainees. Once all doubts were resolved, he summarized, "As you have already tried healing, you would have realized the three major aspects of healing. The first is having a gentle chakra that doesn't make the patient feel any threat. The second is utilizing the yang aspect of your chakra. And the last is having very good chakra control." He looked at everyone and said, "That's it for today. We will meet again after 7 days at noon. In these 7 days, I want you to do only one thing. Meditate for as long as you can, and while meditating, think of happy thoughts or pleasant memories. The next time you attempt healing, you will try to think of those memories before healing." Fujin watched him with a dumbfounded look. He thought, what the hell? That's how you make your chakra gentle? You couldn't come with any other bullshit? And this is the village that has the most advanced medical ninjutsu? No wonder Hiruzen shot down Tsunade's proposal of training a lot of medical ninjas. Imagine thousands of ninjas thinking happy thoughts while the rest fought. Like Fujin, many were speechless by what Yoshi asked them to do. However, if they knew what Yoshi's thoughts were, they would begin cursing him right away. Yoshi enjoyed the look of disbelief on the trainees. He thought, making your chakra gentle isn't difficult. As they keep practicing this jutsu, their chakra will automatically become gentle and docile unless they keep getting angry or frustrated. But, since every one of them thinks that learning this jutsu is easy, I might as well have some fun with them. Just the thought of them meditating while having pleasant thoughts is hilarious. It'll be even more fun when they get annoyed as it won't work, ha ha ha. Yoshi dismissed everyone. When the room was empty, a smile appeared on Yoshi's face. Emi and Asuka sighed thinking, this old geezer is messing around once again. Fujin moved to Ichiraku while thinking, that old geezer was definitely messing with us when he said that. Something seemed off. Though I didn't sense a lie, he is a medical ninja from the Yamanaka clan. So he might be a good censor as well. It won't be difficult for him to lie without being sensed. That said, meditation in itself isn't bad. I should stabilize my mind by meditating for a few hours and eliminating all thoughts before I visit next week. More importantly, I should focus on the yang release. Fujin reached Ichiraku and ate while thinking about yang release. Chapter 231, Chapter 228, Yin and Yang. Fujin sat in his meditation room and sat in a meditative position. Soon, chakra could be seen surrounding his body. Fujin's mind was analyzing his chakra, yang and yin nature. How can I segregate the two? As Fujin inspected his chakra, he analyzed, yang release is described as the physical energy that governs vitality, growth, and life force. Meanwhile, yin release is described as the spiritual energy that governs imagination, creativity, and the formation of shape and form. If I have to compare them with techniques, then yang release is often connected with taijutsu while yin release is linked with genjutsu. Ninjutsu needs a balance of both of them. But, when we train taijutsu, genjutsu or ninjutsu, we don't feel the yang or yin aspects of chakra. Fujin clenched his fist and raised it in front of his hands as continued analyzing, if yang release is just the physical energy, then can this be considered as yang release? After all, it enhances my physique. Chakra appeared around his fist. The chakra grew larger and at the same time, Fujin's fist became stronger. Fujin's eyes widened and began glowing as he realized, no, the chakra on my fist is just normal chakra. After all, I haven't segregated the chakra. But, when I focus the chakra on my fist itself becomes much more resilient. Otherwise, every time I punch something, my fist will become a bloody mess due to the recoil. The chakra that enhances my fist is the yang aspect of my chakra. Fujin didn't analyze anything for a couple of minutes and let the realization sink in. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, so learning Senju Taijutsu chakra automatically teaches us yang release. So I have known how to use yang release for more than a year without knowing that I know it. He lowered his fist and thought, sigh, you could have at least told me Renjiro. Do these guys get a kick out of keeping some details a secret? Still, to think that he taught me yang release. He wasn't kidding about the magnanimity of the Senju clan. No way any other clan would teach yin or yang release to outsiders. Fujin focused his chakra once again. This time, a thin layer of chakra gathered on his entire body. However, the chakra began decreasing and soon dissipated. However, chakra was still gathered in his flesh. Fujin felt that his body was much stronger. He opened his eyes and raised his right hand in front of him. A formless chakra appeared on his palm. Fujin thought, this should be pure yang chakra. Since there is no yin chakra involved, I can't control its shape. I guess Yoshi wasn't speaking the complete truth then. With just yang chakra, a medical ninja won't be able to heal perfectly. They will need a little bit of yin chakra to control the yang chakras so that they can heal effectively. But, since he said that we just need to keep trying until we find the right proportions, I guess that we will eventually be able to release chakra that is majorly yang but has a bit of yin to control it appropriately. Anyways. Suddenly, yin chakra flowed into his right palm and mixed with the yang chakra. The chakra took the shape of a ball and began rotating rapidly. Fujin analyzed, so in the case of Rei's Nan, yang chakra is responsible for the damage while yin chakra is responsible for the rotation and the spherical form. To think that I was able to just do it subconsciously without knowing the details. The same should be the case with every ninjutsu. Fujin went into the lowest basement and began experimenting with all his ninjutsus. He began studying how yin and yang chakra worked in every ninjutsu. 3 days later, Fujin was standing in his basement. He made a few hand signs. Bringer of darkness jutsu. Immediately, the entire room went dark. A smile formed on Fujin's face, great. The time needed to reduce this jutsu has been reduced by 3 times. Though I spent 3 days studying yang and yin release, it was time well spent. I will be able to improve my ninjutsus as well. Though they wouldn't have such a huge improvement, it is still better than nothing. Fujin left the basement and freshened himself up. He had barely rested for 3 days. He thought, since I have learnt both yang and yin releases, it's time for a treat. Fujin spent the remaining day visiting all his favorite restaurants in Konoha until he was full. The next day, Fujin summoned Goro and asked Goro to reverse summon him. When Fujin appeared on Mount Mutki, Goro asked, "What do you want to train in today?" Fujin replied, "I want to talk with your father. Can you take me to him?" Goro nodded, "Sure. Climb on my majestic back." Goro carried Fujin on his back and flew away from Mount Mutki. En route, Fujin said, "By the way, I had a few more ideas for combination jutsus. You will love the next one." Goro grinned and said, "I can't wait to try. Thanks to you, I have become even more amazing. I will leave both Kurigan and Kaito in the dust, ha ha ha." In a few minutes, they arrived before Ryu's humongous body. Ryu was resting, however, he opened an eye to see Goro flying towards him. Goro landed in front of him and said, "Father, Fujin wanted to see you, so he summoned the most amazing winged saber-tooth to help him." "See ya." He dropped Fujin and flew away without waiting for Ryu's reply. Ryu sighed at his son's antics and muttered in a sleepy tone, "What do you want?" Fujin replied, "I want to experience the nature chakra once again." "Can you monitor me?" Ryu asked with one eye closed, "Why do you want to experience that again?" Fujin answered, "I am trying to learn mystical palm jutsu. The instructor said that we need to have a very calm and pleasant mind in order to learn it. And I felt the most calm and pleasant when we flew to Mount Mutki last time." Ryu stared at Fujin and asked lazily, "Is mystical palm jutsu that healing jutsu?" Fujin nodded. Ryu said in the same tone, "So you want to tell me that you need to sense nature chakra in order to learn a basic healing jutsu?" Fujin felt awkward upon hearing his question. He said, "Well, it isn't a necessity. But it will be of great help." Ryu said, "If you keep sensing nature chakra again and again, you will inevitably begin absorbing it as well. And you aren't ready to absorb it. If you do, the only result will be your death. So stop using excuses to achieve that state once again. I know that it feels great and you would want to feel it again and again, but be patient for a few years." Ryu closed his eye and Fujin disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke. Fujin appeared back in his basement. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he muttered, "Did he end Goro's summons so casually?" He got up and sighed, that state felt so peaceful and heavenly. Perhaps it truly felt addictive. I guess Ryu was right in calling the reason an excuse. Oh well, I'll see how it goes in the next training session. For now, it's time to retrain my jutsus. Fujin went to the training ground. He began using the jutsus that he had already mastered and began using them while properly applying yang and yin chakras. He decided, "I will begin with the infinite breakthrough jutsu." He gathered chakra in his throat while segregating it into yang and yin. He used the yang chakra to provide power to the jutsu and used the yin chakra to decide the shape and range of the jutsu. Then, he exhaled a normal infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin analyzed, the speed of performing the jutsu is much slower. But it's understandable as I am not doing it the normal way. I will need to keep practicing to see how much the speed will improve. If it still takes longer, then it won't be worth it. Fujin kept practicing. As he did, his speed increased and a smile formed on his face as he could see the benefits of this new way. He ate a soldier pill so that he could train for longer. Soon, the skies went dark. Fujin gathered chakra once again and instinctively split it into yang and yin. He exhaled another infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu traveled in a straight line like a beam with a 2-meter radius. It destroyed all trees in its path for over 100 meters. Fujin grinned, "Amazing. Though my speed is still a bit slower, the benefits of performing jutsus this way are just amazing. By controlling yang chakra, I can easily decide how much power I want to put into the jutsu. If I want to supercharge it, I only have to increase the yang chakra and don't have to increase the yin chakra. So I can save yin chakra while supercharging this jutsu. However, more than yang chakra, I am impressed by the abilities of yin chakra. I didn't expect such a result. With a grin on his face, he observed his surroundings. It was a complete mess. Some trees had hundreds of holes in their trunk while some had hundreds of cuts on them. A few trees were completely shredded. If anyone visited this place, they would be terrified by the destruction. Fujin was very happy. It was as if a whole new realm of possibilities had opened up for him. A terrifying new realm. A/N researched a lot about yin and yang release and how to train them. Surprisingly, I didn't find any official data on it. Even the details about them are very vague. So I spent the entire day thinking about how I should include its training. Unfortunately, I couldn't come up with any better ideas. So I decided to settle on what I wrote above. I will likely not create any new jutsu that uses only yang or yin chakra but instead use them to modify and amplify other jutsus to make them more versatile. Chapter 232, Chapter 229, Happy Thoughts Work? A/N, Bonus Chapter, for reaching 2000 Power Stones last week. For the next couple of days, Fujin kept practicing infinite breakthrough jutsu with yin and yang amplifications until he was satisfied. Soon, it was the day of visiting the hospital. Fujin trained his body in the morning and spent a couple of hours meditating to relax his mind and eliminate all needless thoughts and distractions. He left his house for the hospital but suddenly he had a thought, wait a minute. Yoshi said last time that we need to think about happy and pleasant thoughts. So we need to be happy. And I am happy after eating delicious food. I should stuff my stomach before going. Otherwise, if I keep thinking about eating the fish, I don't think I could heal it, haha. Having decided, he visited Ichiraku once again and enjoyed himself while blissfully ignoring the time for Yoshi's training session. At noon, Yoshi entered the same room and saw 28 people in the room. He looked around and his face fell as he thought, 6 quit already including that youngster. A shame. I had high hopes for him. But, if he doesn't have the discipline of sticking for a week, then there is no way he can become a medical ninja. He began by giving a short lecture and started guiding the trainees to use the mystical palm jutsu. Half an hour later, Fujin knocked on the door and entered the room. Once again, he attracted everyone's attention. Yoshi squinted his eyes. He didn't know how to feel. On one hand, he was happy that Fujin wanted to continue while on the other hand, he was disappointed by his indiscipline. He walked towards Fujin and said, "You are late." Fujin nodded but he had a smile on his face. Yoshi's eyes twitched. He commented in his mind, did that Hitaki brat spread his influence on the youngsters? Yoshi put up a serious face and said strictly, I won't allow any tardy ninja to learn medical ninjutsu. So you better give me a good reason for being late. Otherwise, I won't be teaching you. His words were loud enough to be heard by everyone in the room. They all had their attention on Fujin. For half an hour, they had been trying unsuccessfully. So seeing another person get yelled at felt refreshing. They were hoping to get some entertainment. Fujin maintained his smile and said, "Of course, I have a reason, Sensei. I had left home on time and should have been here before noon. But then I recalled your words." Yoshi was confused. He asked, "My words?" Fujin nodded and asked, "Didn't you say that we should have happy and pleasant thoughts in order to be able to heal? If the fish's body perceives any threat, then it won't allow our chakra to assist it, right?" Yoshi nodded but was still confused. He thought, I did say that bullshit but how is it related to him being late? Fujin said, I recalled your words and realized that in the last week, when I was healing the fish, I was very hungry and was wondering how the fish would taste. It is probably why the fish's body put up a resistance. In addition, I am at my happiest after eating a delicious meal. So I took your advice and decided to eat up first before showing up here. Otherwise, I would only fail like last time. Yoshi and everyone in the room were stunned. They were left speechless by Fujin's excuse. Yoshi thought, what the fuck? How did he reach that conclusion? He wanted to yell, but before he could say anything, Fujin bowed and said, "That's why I am late, Sensei. But I still apologize for the delay. It won't happen again." Yoshi was left speechless once again. Fujin didn't even give him any chance to scold him. In the end, he could only say, "Don't be late again or I won't accept you in the class." His words left everyone else dumbfounded. Especially Emi and Asuka. Memories of Yoshi yelling at them surfaced in their heads. They both thought, how did he avoid getting yelled at? Could we have just said that we wanted to eat and get away without getting yelled at for years? Fujin said, "Of course." Yoshi said, "Go try to heal a fish." Fujin nodded and quickly left and occupied an empty spot that already had a fish. He observed the fish and thought, there's no way there would be a happier sight than his expression. Oh well, here goes nothing. Fujin weaved hand signs and extended his right palm towards the fish with a smile on his face. Yang chakra appeared on his palm. He used a little bit of yin chakra to manipulate the yang chakra and began healing the fish. Everyone's eyes were on Fujin. Fujin gently increased his chakra output. To his surprise, the fish began twitching and moving its fins rapidly in just 30 seconds. Once again, shock spread throughout the room. The trainees were shocked that someone managed to heal the fish so quickly. Meanwhile, Emi and Asuka's eyes popped out. They both cursed in their mind, that shitty advice works. However, the most shocked was Yoshi. He had no idea what to make of the scene unfolding in front of his eyes. The fish began flailing as Fujin's chakra began burning his body. Fujin quickly reduced his chakra output. The fish's body stopped burning, but it was no longer being healed at the required rate. It soon became still once again. Fujin stopped his jutsu. He looked at Yoshi with an innocent face and said excitedly, "Your advice is great, Sensei. I didn't think I would make progress so quickly. With a few more happy thoughts, I think I can heal the fish in no time." Yoshi's eyes twitched. It wasn't the praise he wanted to hear. However, before he could say anything, he felt many eyes on him. He looked away from Fujin to see that all 28 trainees were staring at him. Awe and respect could be seen in their eyes. Yoshi gulped as he noticed the reverence in their eyes for him. One guy said, "I will think of happy thoughts too, Sensei." Another asked, "I too am the happiest when I eat delicious food. Can I be back in 30 minutes? A few more asked the same question. Another wondered out loud, "Should I propose to Emiko-chan? I will be the happiest if she says yes." However, the guy next to him said, "But if she says no, then I am afraid that you will never learn this jutsu." The guy shivered and said, "You are right." Another guy overheard their conversation and chimed in, "We should try to get instant happiness." A lecherous smile appeared on his face, "You understand what I mean, right?" His statement made everyone feel awkward. They immediately moved 2 steps away from him. Another looked at Yoshi and asked with a serious face, "I am the happiest when I am drunk. But how can I control my chakra properly when I am drunk?" Similar statements began flowing through the room. Yoshi saw the chaos in the room with a dumbfounded expression. Never before had he lost control of a room while teaching trainees. However, he couldn't keep staying quiet. He was asked too many questions. He reluctantly said, "If anyone wants to go out to relax, you can. But return within an hour. The ones who want to keep training, you can keep training. We will monitor your progress." His words made many trainees excited. Soon, 23 trainees left the room. While leaving, one excitedly exclaimed in a loud voice, "I never knew that to become a medical ninja we have to keep ourselves happy all the time. If I did, I would have become a medical ninja right after graduating. Not to mention, with the skills of a medical ninja, I wouldn't even have to be worried about my liver." Ha ha ha. Those words made Yoshi look at the ninja. He couldn't believe it and muttered in a low voice, "How did things reach this stage?" He couldn't help but look at Fujin, who still had that innocent smile on his face. Chapter 233, Chapter 230, The Greatest Talent in Medical Ninjutsu. A/N, we crossed 3,000 power stones. Great work guys! We reached 3,092 last week. Let's keep it up. Bring me more. In Shushia, an old man yelled for yet another drink. The waiter sighed. He took the bottle of sake to his table and poured him more sake while thinking, why does he keep yelling? All the customers from nearby tables have moved away due to him. He even chased a few away at the door. Despite the waiter's worries, the old man wasn't concerned. It was as if he didn't care about anything. He repeated his actions until one guy had enough. He got up and walked to his table and said loudly, "Why do you keep shouting, old ma?" The man suddenly stopped speaking and went pale. He fumbled, "Yo, os, shi-sen, sei." Yamanaka Yoshi looked up and saw the middle-aged man. He exclaimed with a wide smile on his face, "Isamu! Have a seat. Drink with me." Isamu sat down unwillingly. Seeing Yoshi's state, he was sure that he would be embarrassed, and unlike Yoshi, he wasn't drunk enough to not care. He thought, I am a jounin and a senior medical ninja. There are very few who would outrank me. To think that my luck is so bad that the drunkard I wanted to quiet down just happened to be one. With one last hope of saving himself from the embarrassment, he asked, "Why are you drinking so much, Sensei?" Yoshi was very tipsy. However, he could still hold rational conversation, but his voice and tone were very inconsistent. He said, "You won't believe what I witnessed today, Isamu. It was mind-blowing. In my 40 years of being a medical ninja and 30 years of being an instructor, I have never witnessed such a sight." Isamu sighed in relief that Yoshi could hold a sane conversation. He was also intrigued at the same time. He couldn't help but ask, "What did you see?" Yoshi asked, "Do you remember that happy thoughts speech I used to give to the mystical palm trainees?" A smile formed on Isamu's face as he replied, "Yes, Sensei. We drank multiple times while laughing hilariously at their hilarious attempts." Yoshi said, "Yes, that one. One of the trainees followed my advice and made huge improvements." A peculiar expression appeared on his face. He said, "How could he? We both know that it is bullshit. They just need some time and practice to tune their chakra to healing mode." Yoshi said, "No, it did happen. He managed to heal a bit on his second try. In his second session itself, he made a lot of advancements. And after every attempt, he would think of more happy thoughts and make more improvements. He even thanked me after every improvement. I won't be surprised if he masters the mystical palm jutsu in a month." The whole room was looking at me with reverence in their eyes. Now Isamu was dumbfounded. His mind went into overdrive to make sense of the situation. Soon, he reached a conclusion. He asked, "Are you sure that he hasn't already learned the jutsu? Or perhaps someone else is tutoring him?" Unlike Yoshi, Isamu wasn't overwhelmed by the situation. So he could think with a stable mind. However, Yoshi shook his head and said, "No way. He definitely never used this jutsu before. As for a tutor, that is probably a no as well." I could see how thankful he was in his eyes after every small improvement. It felt so genuine. "Bring me more." The waiter hurried to his table while Isamu became embarrassed at being seen alongside him. He got up and said, "Bring me along with you next time to see that trainee, Sensei. I will take my leave for now." However, Yoshi said, "What's the hurry? Sit down. I'll tell of all the fun and weird things that happened today." Isamu could only sit back reluctantly. Yoshi had taught his batch of medical ninjas and hence held a lot of respect. He couldn't disobey him so brazenly. So he sat down and endured the embarrassment of being seen alongside him. At the same time, loud laughing noise could be heard from the Ichiraku stall. Though the person laughing couldn't be seen due to the curtains, he caused a lot of weird looks to fall on Ichiraku. Took his side. He had lost count of how many times he had repeated himself, but he had to say it again, Fujin-kun. You shouldn't laugh so much while eating. Fujin replied, it's fine. It's fine. It was just so hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Ayam pouted and said angrily, you keep laughing but don't even tell me what is so funny. Fujin kept laughing and said, you won't understand. Ayam snorted and looked away and said, tell me. I'll see whether I can understand or not. Fujin replied, it's ninja stuff. Anyways, I am learning a new technique and the old instructor I have was trying some bullshit on us. So I just used his bullshit and made it look like it was true. His face was so hilarious. Ha 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 ha. Ayam looked at Fujin with a confused expression. She muttered to herself, what part of that is so funny? She looked at her father, but he too didn't understand and shook his head. The father-daughter duo left Fujin to his devices. Isamu helped Yoshi to his house before returning to his. However, en route, he couldn't help but think about Fujin. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he sighed and muttered, I need to check on him. No way that happiness bullshit works. Either he has taken training or has someone guiding him. Otherwise, he will be the greatest talent in medical ninjutsu in our village. No, in the entire ninja world and perhaps history too. After filling his stomach and laughing a lot, Fujin returned home. He took out a scroll as he recalled the earlier events. Earlier in the Konoha hospital, the trainees had trained hard for over 3 hours. But other than Fujin, no one else managed to make much progress no matter how happy they were. Finally, Emi and Asuka handed all 29 trainees a scroll. Yoshi said, this scroll is similar to the big scroll that preserves the fish. We will be temporarily giving these scrolls to you. When your training is completed, you have to return them. If you fail to return or damage them, then you will have to pay 100,000 ryo as a fine. The huge fine made most of the trainees gulp. They held the scroll properly as if it was an expensive and precious jade. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, this scroll has the same seals. I should try to study the seals. Though I have Sora's seals that were used to store the dead body and eyes, I didn't want to risk experimenting with them as it would have been a huge loss if I damaged the scroll. But, if I damage this scroll, then I only have to pay 100k ryo. It could be helpful if I can replicate the seals. Though 100k ryo was a lot for a normal genin or even weaker chunins, it wasn't much for Fujin who had claimed multiple bounties. Yoshi continued, every scroll has 12 fish that you can use to try your mystical palm jutsu. This is a gift from us to you. In the future, you can ask for more fish at the reception, but you will have to pay for them. Is that understood? Everyone nodded. Yoshi said, try to heal the fish by yourselves until we meet next week. You will have to practice a lot in order to succeed. Now leave. At his home, Fujin looked at the scroll and muttered, it looks like Konoha wants as many ninjas to learn this jutsu as they can. Otherwise, they wouldn't use so many resources on us. After all, we are just one batch. From what I heard, a new batch is started every month. And Yoshi claimed that it normally takes around 8 to 12 months to learn this jutsu and use it without any risks. So there might be another 12 batches being trained alongside us. Now that I think about it, it is kinda surprising that Tomatsu's squad didn't have anyone who could heal. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned a fish. He observed, it seems to be the same seal. Good. I'll first use up the fish and then try to study the seals. Fujin began practicing the mystical palm jutsu once again. Chapter 234, Chapter 231, Spamming Shadow Clones once again. A/N, hey guys. This chapter is sponsored by Zero1995. You can thank him for the double release. In an hour, Fujin had gone through all 12 fishes without completely healing any. He sighed, I feel like I am close but I still can't heal it without burning its flesh. Still, I have a feeling that it should just be a matter of practice. I should get a hang of this jutsu soon. Fujin turned his attention towards the seal and began testing it. After a while, he concluded, interesting seal. It has the base of a normal storage seal. That should be used to create a space in the seal. In addition, there are seals to preserve life and not pose any harm to it, as well as to keep the air fresh and rich in oxygen. I can replicate these with ease. However, there are a few additional seals that I don't recognize. I wonder if they will be in Section A of the library. Since the only additional component in the seal is time, I guess that these seals are responsible for slowing down time in the seal. Suddenly, Fujin's eyes widened as he had an idea. Wait. Since there are seals to slow down time, are there also seals that speed up time? If yes, then I could build my own hyperbolic time chamber. The Fourth War is only around 8 to 9 years away and I am not sure how strong I can be by then. But a hyperbolic time chamber could provide me with a huge help. Especially to master other elements and to try to fuse elements and learn Kekkei Genkais. But... A frown formed on Fujin's face, but, this won't be without drawbacks. I don't have any means to extend my lifespan. Using such means will make me get older faster. At the very least, I shouldn't use it until the growth of my body has stopped. Not to mention, it is highly questionable if such a seal exists. After all, if it does, I am sure that there would be many others who could come to the same conclusion as me. So, such training rooms should have been a trend in the ninja world. Especially during the times of great wars. Every village could use them to quickly train their kids and add more manpower to their armies. Still, even if it doesn't exist, can I invent such a seal? Fujin stared at the unfamiliar symbols while thinking, the Konoha library should have the seal to slow down time. Whereas, speeding up time just needs reverse principles. With this seal as a base, I could have something to work with. Fujin analyzed more before nodding to himself, yes, I can try this. Even if I have to limit the usage for myself, this method can be very handy. I'll work on this after mastering the seal that slows down time. With numerous ideas running through his mind, Fujin began studying the seal properly. He wrote down the symbols he didn't identify and experimented with them until he was sleepy. The next day Fujin created a couple of shadow clones. The clones looked at him and nodded. No words were needed. Fujin left the house and began his morning routine while his clones continued working on the seal. After completing his morning routine, Fujin began relearning his jutsus by controlling yin and yang chakra. Fujin analyzed, my infinite breakthrough jutsu is modified to the limit. I can't strengthen it once again in a short time. Time to move on to the air bullet jutsu. Once this jutsu is down, I will check if yin and yang chakra could be used to improve wind vacuum jutsus. Fujin trained till his chakra levels became low. Satisfied with his progress, he returned home, took the scroll and went to the hospital to buy more fish for testing. After dinner, he trained mystical palm jutsu once again before going to bed. For the next 5 days, Fujin trained in this manner. Finally, on the 5th night, a grin formed on Fujin's face. In front of him, a fish was rapidly flapping its fins and jumping on the scroll. Fujin muttered, mystical palm jutsu is learnt. He grabbed the fish and flickered to his washroom. He filled a bucket with water and placed the healed fish in it. The fish finally calmed down and began swimming merrily. Fujin observed the fish for 10 minutes and thought, good, there are no side effects or complications. I should try healing a few more. Fujin returned towards where his scroll was. He opened it completely and summoned 5 fishes and weaved a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 4 shadow clones appeared around him. All immediately used mystical palm jutsu. In 30 seconds, all fish began moving on the scroll. Fujin transferred all the fish into the bucket and observed them. All were fine and didn't develop any complications. A clone said, looks like the first step of learning this jutsu is completed. Another nodded and said, yes. Now we just have to try it on humans. Fujin dismissed his clones and thought, it too should be similar. But I will have to be more careful. These fish were injured to the appropriate degree. In field situations, the injuries could be poisoned, may have already attracted some bacteria, or there could be internal injuries. Anyways, no need to be worried about that. Yoji should educate me about this. Fujin let out a yawn and muttered, I should go to sleep. Though I have managed to learn this jutsu, the seal has been difficult to replicate. I will spend the entire day tomorrow learning it. The next morning, Fujin entered his basement and made a hand sign. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. In an instant, the entire basement was filled with smoke. Fujin created 35 shadow clones. His face went pale due to the loss of chakra. He sat down for a couple of minutes and meditated. His clones observed him and realized, I still can't control my chakra during the shadow clone jutsu. All chakra gets distributed equally. Since I made 35 shadow clones, my main body just has 1/36 of his chakra remaining. No wonder the main body immediately began meditating. Though Fujin was meditating, his clones didn't need to meditate. They didn't disturb him and began working on the seal. After an hour, Fujin's chakra finally recovered to a sufficient level. Fujin thought, I need to modify the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Instead of dividing all chakra, I need to assign the chakra for the jutsu to divide. That way, only the chakra I want will be equally divided while I will still have access to my remaining chakra. Fujin opened his eyes and saw that all 35 clones were working on the seal. He observed them while thinking, there are already 35 shadow clones working on the seal. Adding myself won't increase the pace of research. What should I do? After thinking a bit, he got up and said, looks like I underestimated how much chakra I would lose. His clones looked at him and nodded. Fujin said, I will go to the meditation room and meditate. You guys keep working on the seal for the next 3 hours. Then dismiss yourself in groups of 5 and intervals of 5 minutes. The clones nodded and began working again while Fujin began meditating in his meditation room to calm his mind and recover his chakra. 3 hours later, the clones began dismissing themselves in the decided order. With each clone's disappearance, a surge of memories flooded Fujin's mind, like a deluge of information pouring into his consciousness. He closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the collective experiences washing over him. The memories came in fragments, a jumble of observations, analysis, and speculations, like pieces of a puzzle seeking their place. Despite the overwhelming influx of knowledge, Fujin remained focused, his mind swiftly analyzing and processing each memory as it arrived. He meticulously pieced together the memories, drawing connections, and extracting the essential insights. However, amidst the exhilaration of acquiring so much information, a slight headache gnawed at Fujin's temple. It was the consequence of absorbing so many memories. Fortunately, due to the time interval, the headache wasn't intense. Fujin pressed on integrating all the memories together and gaining the gains made by all of his clones. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, I can't say what is worse. Having an intense headache at the same time or many headaches spread out over 30 minutes. Whatever, time to redo it. Fujin returned to the basement. However, this time, he didn't use the multi-shadow clone jutsu and instead used shadow clone jutsu 30 times. He could control the amount of chakra he pours in a single shadow clone. Due to this, he stopped when he felt that the chakra was reaching low levels. Fujin's clones began working once again. Meanwhile, Fujin left his house and went to yakiniku to fill his stomach. Analyzing memories of 35 clones not only gave him a headache, but it also created a hole in his stomach. Chapter 235, Chapter 232, Invitation to become a medical ninja. Fujin's clones spent the whole day studying the seal and trying to replicate it. Due to studying with 30 clones, they made rapid progress. Finally, at midnight, one shadow clone exclaimed, I did it. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. They began moving closer to him to observe the seal. But the clone said with a chuckle, "No need to be impatient." He dispelled himself and sent memories to Fujin and all his clones. All the clones absorbed the memories and realized. Immediately, they began creating the seal. Meanwhile, Fujin, who was meditating in the meditation room, opened his eyes. A smile formed on his face. He created a shadow clone and dispelled it. All the shadow clones received the memories. After completing the seal, clones began dispelling themselves at regular intervals. After absorbing everyone's memories, Fujin returned to the basement. He collected all the scrolls and opened up a new one. He quickly inscribed the newly learned seal into the scroll and studied it. After observing it thoroughly, he concluded, "Good, this looks exactly like the seal I copied. Now, time to test it." Fujin stored a rotten apple in the seal and thought, "It's good that I had the presence of mind to buy a rotten apple when I went out to eat. I will check if the apple's state worsens or remains the same until tomorrow morning. In the meantime, I will have a nice long sleep. My headache is killing me." The next morning, as soon as he woke up, Fujin withdrew the rotten apple from the seal. He observed it and concluded, "The same as last night. Great. I will continue storing it in this seal to test how well this seal works. If it can keep it stored for a week or more, I'll begin reversing this seal to increase the speed of time." Fujin sealed the apple back in the seal and looked at the clock. His eyes widened. The hell? It is already 11:45 am? Shit, I underestimated that headache. Fujin quickly got off his bed and freshened up. He grabbed a few fruits to eat and flickered to the hospital. Thanks to his speed, he barely managed to make it in time. Fujin entered the room thinking, "Though last time was fun, it's probably best to not delay pointlessly. After all, my reputation is nowhere near Kakashi's." As Fujin entered the room was quite noisy. Everyone was talking about the activities they did to ensure maximum happiness before coming to the hospital. However, they went quiet and looked at Fujin. After all, he was the only one to have some success in healing the fish. A few groups called Fujin, but soon after Fujin entered the room, Yoshi, Isamu, Emi, and Asuka entered the room as well. So everyone quickly occupied their seats. Yoshi and Isamu walked to the front of the room and Yoshi announced, "This is Isamu. He was one of my students as well. Now he is a full-fledged medical ninja with a lot of achievements under his belt. Have you practiced at home?" Everyone nodded. One person said excitedly, "Yes, Sensei. I also did a lot of stuff to keep myself happy." Yoshi's face immediately went dark while Isamu let out a chuckle. Yoshi said, "All right, show me your progress." Everyone began going to the tables in groups and tried healing the fish. Fujin observed them. As he expected, no one had made any progress. Finally, it was Fujin's turn to go. He got up and approached the table. The eyes of Yoshi, Isamu, and others in the room were glued on him. He weaved a hand sign and extended his right hand towards the fish. Yang chakra appeared on his palm and began healing the fish. In a few seconds, the fish began improving in health. It began quivering. 10 seconds later, it began moving its fins rapidly and jumped into the small pond on the other side of the table. Silence spread throughout the room. Everyone was shocked by what they witnessed. One guy asked in a soft voice, "Didn't Yoshi-sensei say that we will need 4 to 6 months to reach this stage?" The guy next to him nodded but couldn't say anything. Yoshi was the one who was in the most shock. After all, he had seen how much Fujin struggled just 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Isamu was very suspicious. Fujin looked at Yoshi and said with a smile, "Having a full stomach helps a lot, Sensei. Can we move on to the next step?" Yoshi finally gathered his thoughts and said, "Good work." He looked at Emi and Asuka and said, "You two take control of the room and guide everyone." He looked back at Fujin and said, "Fujin, come with me." Yoshi and Isamu began walking out of the room. Fujin followed thinking, Did I make too much of an impact on them by learning the jutsu so quickly? They walked out of the room and towards Yoshi's office as Fujin concluded, that should be the case. Oh well, it doesn't matter much now even if I show off my talent or skills. It would just make the village value me more. The trio entered a small cabin. Both Yoshi and Isamu stared at Fujin until he got uncomfortable and asked, "What are you two staring like this?" Both ignored his question and kept staring. Isamu asked, "Fujin, tell us the truth. Have you learned or practiced the mystical palm jutsu earlier?" Fujin replied, "Nope." Isamu asked again, "Did anyone else guide you privately after you visited the hospital 2 weeks ago?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Do we also get private tutors for learning mystical palm jutsu?" He looked at Yoshi and asked, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, Sensei?" Sweat formed on Yoshi and Isamu's heads. They both had the same thought, this brat learned the jutsu in 2 weeks and still wanted personal tutoring. Yoshi coughed and said, "We don't offer any personal tutoring. However, if any trainee has good relations with a medical ninja, they can receive their help." Fujin replied, "Oh, that makes sense. Unfortunately, I don't have a close friendship with any medical ninja." Yoshi and Isamu both went silent and looked at each other. Both agreed that Fujin had incredible talent. Yoshi looked back at Fujin and asked, "Fujin, do you want to become a medical ninja?" Fujin frowned. He thought for a bit and shook his head. He said, "Becoming a medical ninja will take a lot of time. I don't have much time on my hands right now. If I have time in the future, then I might consider it." Fujin did consider it seriously. After all, medical ninjutsu seemed to be a very good way to master yang and yin chakra. Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't do so. He thought, "I am learning a lot of things at the same time. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, swordplay and fuinjutsu have been my main focus. And I have also learned some genjutsu. If I add medical ninjutsu to the mix as well, I might overburden myself and make a mess of everything. After all, becoming a medical ninja might need more time than learning fuinjutsu. Mystical palm jutsu is sufficient for my current needs." Yoshi and Isamu frowned. From Fujin's answer, they realized that even if Fujin pursued medical ninjutsu, it wouldn't be his main focus. That wasn't what they wanted. Yoshi said, "Fujin, I think you misunderstood me. I want you to abandon your other options and focus completely on becoming a medical ninja." As he was speaking, both he and Isamu figured out the answer from Fujin's face. So before Fujin could refuse, Isamu said, "We will be honest with you, Fujin. I didn't want to tell you this right now in case you become overconfident, but I will, because if you don't, then it will be a huge loss for Konoha. Your talent for medical ninjutsu is very high. If you become a medical ninja, then you will become a very good one in a few years. Also, your fighting capabilities won't be wasted as you can use them to protect yourself on the front lines." Yoshi nodded in agreement. However, Fujin shook his head. This time he didn't even need to think. He was learning mystical palm jutsu to ensure that he could last longer in fights and quickly heal himself if he took lethal damage. Focusing on medical ninjutsu would be reversing his priorities. He answered, "Sorry, I don't intend to do so." Yoshi and Isamu were surprised. They didn't expect Fujin to turn them down so directly. They both sighed. Yoshi said, "All right. I will teach you the complexities of mystical palm jutsu and how to use it on your allies. I and Isamu will guide you for 3 days. If you change your mind later, you know where to find us." Fujin nodded and quickly thanked them. Yoshi and Isamu began teaching Fujin with a lot of enthusiasm and made the lessons as entertaining as they could. They wanted to use this opportunity to make Fujin change his mind. Chapter 236, Chapter 233, Miscalculated Talent. Yoshi and Isamu trained Fujin for 3 continuous days. Fujin absorbed all their teachings and became capable enough to use this jutsu on humans. However, despite his rapid progress, Yoshi and Isamu weren't happy as they weren't able to change Fujin's mind. Fujin thanked them once again before leaving. After exiting the talent, Fujin let out a sigh. He could see reluctance in the eyes of Yoshi and Isamu. He thought, they really wanted me to pursue medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, that's not the path I want to move on. That said, I understood why they wanted me to pursue this path. It isn't that they think that my talent is good, they probably think that my talent is the greatest due to how quickly I learned the jutsu. Unfortunately, that isn't the case. If it was, perhaps I'd be tempted to take this path at the beginning. Back in the hospital, Isamu let out a sigh and said, we couldn't change his mind. Yoshi nodded and said, yes. But I know someone who can. Come with me. Isamu was surprised. He looked at Yoshi and asked, who are you talking about, Sensei? Yoshi smirked and said, oh, you know him. He is the best in the world at influencing kids. Isamu was still confused. He couldn't figure out who Yoshi was referring to. However, he didn't ask as it looked like Yoshi wanted to keep him in suspense. He quickly followed Yoshi. After a few minutes, both entered into a room. Isamu's eyes twitched as he muttered, I should have known. Yoshi smirked and bowed slightly, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at them and said, Yoshi, Isamu, how have you two been? Yoshi replied, we have been great, Lord Hokage. We have come here because we have a request for you and hope that you can do it. It will provide a huge boost to our medical capabilities. Hiruzen was surprised at his claim. He thought, since Tsunade left, our medical ninjutsu hasn't made much progress. What did these two find? He asked, what is your request? Yoshi said, we met a young kid who has incredible talent at medical ninjutsu. We believe that it may even surpass Tsunade's talent. He managed to learn the mystical palm jutsu with minimal guidance in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, he isn't interested in pursuing medical ninjutsu. Can you convince him to do so? Hiruzen asked, who is the kid? Yoshi answered, Suzuki Fujin. Hiruzen went silent for a few seconds as thoughts ran through his mind. He shook his head and said, no. Yoshi was surprised. He quickly asked, why no? However, Hiruzen interrupted him, you two are mistaken. He isn't talented in medical ninjutsu. Yoshi and Isamu weren't expecting such a response. Hiruzen corrected himself, well, he could be. But mystical palm jutsu won't be a good measure of his talent. Fujin has had excellent chakra control since his academy days. And he has learned the Senju Taijutsu style. So he is accustomed to both yang chakra and excellent chakra control. That is why he learnt mystical palm jutsu so quickly. Yoshi and Isamu were dumbfounded by that answer. They looked into each other's eyes. Both were so excited by Fujin's talent and prospects, that they never thought from this angle. Isamu muttered, is he related to the Senju clan? Hiruzen answered, no. But his sensei was from the Senju clan. Yoshi and Isamu let out a sigh. Yoshi said, we got excited about nothing. Sorry for wasting your time, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen replied with a chuckle, it's fine. It was good to see you after a long time. You can leave. Yoshi and Isamu nodded and left. Hiruzen saw their backs while thinking, though it doesn't show his talent in medical ninjutsu, it definitely shows his talent in yang release. After all, I doubt Renjiro would have spoon-fed him everything. No, he certainly didn't know about it when I trained him. Now that he has learned it, I wonder if he will manage to use yang and yin chakra to modify his jutsus and make them stronger. Hiruzen obviously knew how to use yin and yang chakra to amplify his jutsus. When Fujin arrived to collect the swords, he was surprised to learn that Fujin wanted to learn mystical palm jutsu. Knowing that it would mean that he would have to learn how to use yang chakra, Hiruzen insisted that Fujin learn the jutsu before he was recruited into Anbu. The next day, Fujin once again began using yin and yang chakra to modify his jutsus. However, he was stuck. He analyzed, just like infinite breakthrough jutsu, the air bullet jutsu also showed results quickly. But I haven't been able to modify vacuum bullet and vacuum sphere jutsus at all. I guess the reason is that they have already reached the limits of modification. After all, I could modify the vacuum cannon jutsu. But even that was very little. Since it was based on the vacuum bullet, it too was quite close to perfection. Oh well, I will just focus on my other jutsus. I will start with Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsus and then follow it up with Wind Gale Wolf and Wind Dragon Jutsus. Following it, I will work on the rank D and E Wind Jutsus before working on Earth Wall Jutsu and Lightning Jutsus. Fujin began training. In the next 4 days, he modified Wind Sword and Spinning Shield of Wind Jutsus and began working on the Wind Gale Jutsu. However, he decided to take a break and decided to work on another important project. He opened a scroll and withdrew an apple from it. The apple was rotten. Fujin observed it and concluded, good. The apple hasn't rotted any further despite it being a week. Time to create a seal with the opposite effect. Fujin created 30 shadow clones one by one and all began thinking about how to reverse the seal. For the next 3 days, they constantly racked their brains thinking about how to reverse the seal. Hundreds of empty scrolls were used up to try their experiments. Finally, one of the clones sighed and said aloud, "This is impossible. We have no leads at all." The other clones didn't reply. After all, they had experienced nothing but failure for 3 days. Considering that Fujin was training with 30 clones, it was equivalent to spending 3 months trying to reverse the seal. However, not a single clone had any breakthrough. Another clone said, "Though we learnt this seal, we did it by reverse engineering the seal we already had. There are a lot of symbols that we don't have full information about. It will be better if we try to create this seal after becoming a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster." Fujin agreed with his clone's analysis. One by one, he began dispelling his clones. The tiredness set into his body as he went to sleep. The next day, he had just finished his morning training when an Anbu ninja entered the training ground. Fujin instantly sensed him and waited for him. The Anbu ninja flickered in front of Fujin and instructed, "Come to Lord Hokage's office in 1 hour." Fujin nodded. Having delivered the message, the Anbu ninja flickered away. Fujin saw him leave and thought, finally time to join the Anbu, hey? I kinda wished that Hiruzen took another couple of months. I would have managed to completely modify most of my moves using yin and yang chakra by then. He shook that thought and flickered to his house to freshen up. He thought, oh well. I have heard a lot about how Anbu works and how crucial their role is for the village. Unfortunately, there is not much concrete data on their true activities apart from the fact that they do a lot of dark stuff. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he entered his house. Whatever, I just hope that it is exciting. I haven't had a good fight for a long time. In an hour, Fujin appeared outside the Hokage's office. Takao was waiting outside the door. He looked at Fujin and said, "Right on time as always. Go to the basement of the Hokage building." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, "There is a basement under this building?" Takao rolled his eyes and said, "Of course there is. The entrance is in the backmost room on the ground floor. Now hurry." Fujin nodded and disappeared from Takao's sight. Takao muttered, "I said hurry, not flicker." Fujin appeared in the room Takao mentioned. An Anbu ninja with an eagle mask was sitting in the room. He looked at Fujin and asked, "Suzuki Fujin?" Fujin nodded. The Anbu ninja made a hand sign. A hole appeared in the room. He said, "You are the last one. Enter." He jumped in the hole and Fujin followed him. After landing, Fujin looked around himself. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 237, Chapter 234, Igniting a Fire. Fujin was surprised due to a few reasons. For one, the basement was much larger than what Fujin expected. It was definitely larger than the base of the Hokage building. It was one large and continuous room with a bunch of rooms lined along the walls. Except that, there wasn't any wall or pillar in the entire basement. Fujin analyzed, the basement is so large. This would mean that it extends beyond just the Hokage building. I guess even the basement of the Konoha hospital is connected. So it could allow an alternate route of travel between the Hokage building and the hospital. Another reason for his surprise was the dense amount of seals he sensed in the basement. He realized, no wonder I never found this basement. The density of the seals here is almost comparable to my house. And they should be stronger as well. And the last reason for being surprised was that he wasn't the only one. He looked at the ones around him and thought, I knew that I wouldn't be the only one. But I expected only a few or at max 20. However, there are more than 200 ninjas here. Looks like Hiruzen wants to increase the strength of the Anbu unit to a whole new level. The eagle-masked Anbu ninja said, stay here. Lord Hokage will arrive soon. He flickered away after speaking. Fujin looked around himself. Almost everyone in the room was much older than him. However, his eyes landed on an acquaintance. Teru too noticed Fujin and walked towards Fujin. He waved his hands and said, I knew you would be selected as well, Fujin. Fujin wasn't overly surprised to see Teru. After all, he had heard a lot about the Anbu from Teru and his strength wasn't weak. Fujin chuckled, I expected to see you here as well. But I didn't expect to see so many people here. Teru nodded and replied, me neither. It looks like Lord Hokage wants to replace the loss of the Uchiha clan by training a huge number of Anbu ninjas. Fujin nodded but couldn't help but think, I doubt training a couple of hundred Anbu will be able to replace the Uchihas. But I guess that this is better than nothing. Fujin asked, did you see Hoka here as well? Fujin didn't want to spread his chakra field here as it might seem insulting to others in the basement. Teru shook his head and said, no, Hoka is from the branch family of the Hyuga clan. He won't be invited into the Anbu. Fujin was surprised to hear that. But after thinking for a few seconds, he realized that it was very logical. He replied, I see. That sucks for him. Teru nodded. He was about to speak when both Fujin and Teru looked in a direction. A huge chakra was being released by the eagle-masked Anbu. He announced loudly, stand properly in lines and hear carefully. Lord Hokage will be speaking a few words. Hiruzen had appeared in the room. He stood at one end of the basement. Soon, everyone gathered in front of him. Hiruzen looked at everyone and thought, good. All 234 accepted the invite. Hiruzen kept looking at everyone without speaking for over a minute. He made eye contact with every ninja in the room. Finally, he began saying in a serious tone, I am glad that all of you have chosen to come here today. And I am sure that you would be surprised to see a large number of ninjas I want to induct into the Anbu. Everyone nodded. Though many had speculations, no one knew for sure. Even the Anbu ninjas weren't entirely sure. Hiruzen continued in a grave voice, in the last month, we experienced one of the darkest chapters in our village's history, the Uchiha massacre. The loss we have suffered is immeasurable, not just in terms of lives, but also in the trust and unity that once bound us. We stand on the precipice of uncertainty, facing external threats that loom over us like dark clouds. Our enemies sense our vulnerability and seek to exploit it. Though I have managed to keep them at arm's length for now, they will still try to provoke us again. Hiruzen stopped speaking and noticed the mood in the basement. Everyone's expression had become grim. Hiruzen began speaking once again. However, this time he heroically said, however, they are gravely mistaken to think of us as weak. We, the shinobi of Konoha, are resilient. We have faced trials and tribulations throughout our history, and yet we have always emerged stronger. It is in our blood, in our very essence, to rise above the challenges that beset us. We possess a fire that burns deep within our hearts, the will of fire. It is the legacy that has been passed down from generation to generation, and now, in this critical moment, it falls upon us to carry it forward. The Uchiha massacre has left a void within our ranks, but it is our duty to fill that void, strengthen our defenses, and ensure that no enemy looks at us with malevolent eyes. In order to fulfill the void, I worked day and night to find the most talented chunins in our village. All of you will be inducted among the Anbu ranks. You will receive proper training to become full-fledged Anbu members. And every single one of you will strive to reach the Anbu captain position. I have no doubts that every single one of you will reach the level of the Jounins. With 234 new Jounins, not a single enemy village will dare look at us with malevolent eyes. You shall become the shield that protects our village, the sword that strikes fear into the hearts of our enemies. I have faith in each and every one of you, in your skills, your dedication, and your unwavering spirit. Together, we shall rise above the shadows that seek to engulf us. We shall write a new chapter in the history of Konoha, one of resilience, growth, and triumph. Remember, my fellow shinobi, that our legacy is not defined by the tragedies we endure, but by how we rise above them. Let us stand tall, shoulder to shoulder, as we face the challenges that lie ahead. May the will of fire burn bright within each of you, guiding us towards a future where our village stands strong and our people thrive. For Konoha, and for the fallen Uchiha, we shall honor their memory through our unwavering resolve. Now, let us embark on this journey together. From today onwards, I welcome you all into the ranks of Konoha's Ansatsu Senjutsu Takusha Butai. Hiruzen's words sent goosebumps throughout the crowd. They made everyone's blood boil. Even the hardened Anbu ninjas got excited and more patriotic than ever. Most of the trainees shouted together, "Yes, Lord Hokage!" Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead. He stared at Hiruzen as he thought, "Holy shit! His speeches keep improving by the day. Even I felt goosebumps." He looked around himself. Everyone was maniacally staring at Hiruzen. A fire burned in their hearts and madness was visible in their eyes. Fujin gulped as he thought, "Wow! One single speech might just end up creating 234 Jounins in Konoha." Hiruzen's face maintained a serious look. However, he was pleasantly happy with the sight in front of him. He thought, "I haven't used this speech since the death of Minato. It's time to have another period of rapid growth. Along with these 234, I will work with the clans to create more ninjas at every rank. Only then can Konoha's army be properly reformed." Hiruzen waited for a few minutes for the excitement to calm down. He wasn't impatient about striking when the iron was hot. After all, he had just lit a fire in the hearts of everyone. He was assured that this fire won't die down anytime soon. Everyone will train hard for some time. Some might train hard for a few months before the fire dies down, while some might train hard for years and go even beyond the Jounin rank. Finally, he said, "All of you will be divided into teams. You will be assigned under an Anbu captain. The captain will be responsible for training you for a few months and will also lead you in field missions." He looked at the eagle-masked Anbu standing behind him and said, "He is Eagle. He is the commander of all ninjas in the Anbu unit. If you have any issues, you can approach him." He looked back at the crowd and said, "He will begin assigning you to Anbu captains. Cooperate with him and begin your training as soon as you can. Konoha needs all of you to step up at this very moment." Hiruzen took a step back and handed the reins to Eagle. Eagle quickly began guiding everyone to their respective Anbu captains. He had already read all the files that Hiruzen sent him and memorized everyone's face, name, and skills. Everyone was called here after he had finished assigning the teams. Chapter 238, Chapter 235, Anbu Rules and Training Plans. Eagle was busy informing everyone about their Anbu captain. Soon, he arrived in front of Fujin and Teru. He looked at them and said, "Good, you are together. Both of you are assigned under Kuma." He pointed towards a bear-masked Anbu and said, "That's him, go and introduce yourselves." Fujin and Teru walked to him. Another young Chunin was already standing next to the bear-marked Anbu. The Anbu with the code name Kuma was leaning against the wall. He was a very large person. He was easily over 7 feet in height and had a large physique. In addition, he wore plate armor and had a metal staff next to him. Both Fujin and Teru speculated that he was from the Akimichi clan. The youngster next to Kuma looked at Teru and said with a smile, "Looks like we are in the same team once again." Teru smiled and looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, he is Hitaki Kane. He was in my Genin squad along with Yori. Kane, he is Suzuki Fujin. He was my classmate." A/N, Kane was shown in chapter 51. Fujin and Kane said hello to each other. Kuma looked at the 3 youngsters and said, "It's good that you 3 know each other. Follow me." He opened the room behind him and entered. Fujin, Teru, and Kane followed him in. Kuma closed the door. The room was small and compact with multiple cupboards, lockers, and boxes along the walls. Fujin realized that the room itself had a lot of seals for defense and privacy. He nodded in appreciation, not bad for Anbu headquarters. Looks like the village hire UPS didn't spare any cost while making this basement. Kuma removed his mask and sat down on a bench with a smile on his face. He said, "This will be our private quarters. You can use this room to keep spare clothes and weapons. We will also have our team meetings here." Everyone nodded and took their seats. Kuma said, "Let's start with introductions. I am Akimichi Tsuyoshi. You can call me Captain. I specialize in Akimichi clan secret techniques, fire release, and using a bow to fight. And I prefer frontal assaults during the fighting. What about you guys?" Fujin noticed, unlike Renjiro, he isn't interested in knowing hobbies, likes and dislikes. But I suppose that makes sense considering that this is the Anbu. Fujin said, "I am Suzuki Fujin. I specialize in wind release and I fight using swords. I am also a sensor and can use the mystical palm jutsu. I prefer to fight from a distance or to fight using hit and run tactics." Tsuyoshi closely observed Fujin. After all, Fujin's fighting method was completely opposite to Tsuyoshi's methods. However, before he could analyze Fujin, his attention was gained by Teru and Kane. Teru followed up, "I am Senju Teru. I specialize in water and earth releases and am good with taijutsu. I prefer frontal assaults but can engage in mid-range battles as well." Kane was the last to speak, "I am Hitaki Kane. I specialize in lightning release and I use a short blade to engage in Hitaki Kenjutsu. I can use the mystical palm jutsu as well. I prefer high-speed combat that keeps the enemy on their toes and inflicts multiple small damages to the enemy. My team can use the advantage provided by those small damages to kill the enemy." Tsuyoshi began analyzing. As expected, they aren't bad despite their young age. Fujin and Kane prefer to do high-speed battles to take advantage of their wind and lightning affinities while Teru has the steadiness of the Senju clan. With me as the core, we can form several effective strategies and battle formations. It looks like the chief did a wonderful job once again. My team will cover all 5 natures. In addition, with Fujin's sensor capabilities and his and Kane's healing jutsu, we will have a rather all-round squad for Anbu." He said, "Good. It looks like you have a good base. I will first tell you about some basic rules of Anbu." The trio paid attention to his words. Tsuyoshi said, "For an Anbu, maintaining secrecy is a must. You will never talk about any Anbu mission you do with anyone outside your chain of command. In fact, you shouldn't even be telling anyone that you are selected into the Anbu. To maintain anonymity, you will choose a mask and codename for you. You will always call the other Anbu ninjas by their codenames whenever you are on a mission. And when we meet off-duty, you should never call me or any other Anbu ninja using their codenames. As you know, my codename is Kuma. The wooden box behind has a lot of masks. Choose whichever one you want. Also, choose a codename for yourselves." Fujin, Teru, and Kane nodded. They quickly opened up the box and saw a bunch of animal masks in it. The boys took some time to decide on their masks and tried them on to check which size fitted them properly. After a couple of minutes, they walked back in front of Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi observed their masks. Teru had taken a turtle mask. Fujin had a hawk mask while Kane had a fox mask. Tsuyoshi asked, "Have you chosen your code name?" The trio nodded. Teru said, "My code name will be Turtle." Fujin said, "Mine will be Hawk." Kane said, "Mine will be Kitsune." Tsuyoshi nodded and said, "Good. Now IWI." However, Fujin interrupted him, "Captain, since there are so many ninjas in the Anbu, wouldn't multiple Anbu ninjas have the same masks and code names?" Tsuyoshi nodded, "Yes, they get repeated. I know at least 11 other Anbu ninjas with the Hawk mask and code name. But you don't need to worry as it is a good thing. Our enemies can't recognize us easily from the mask due to how many there are. Also, you don't need to worry about confusion in our ranks. Lord Hokage and our commander have very large memories. They will always recognize you and give you the right task." Fujin nodded and said, "All right." Tsuyoshi continued, "I will first give you a brief description of my training plan. So listen carefully." Fujin, Teru, and Kane once again paid full attention. Tsuyoshi said, "Since you have been selected to the Anbu, it shows that you already have good training, discipline, and decent strength. So your training won't involve any jutsus or techniques to make you stronger. Instead, your training will focus on making you act and fight like an Anbu ninja. I will train you in various formations and battle tactics that we will be using in field missions. In addition, I will also teach you all about poisons, including but not limited to detecting poison, which poisons to use against an array of opponents and in various situations, and what to do if you or your ally gets poisoned. Your training will also involve learning various assassination techniques. You will also learn how to provide the perfect security. Infiltration, disguise, etiquettes, concealing traces, planting evidence, causing fights, diplomacy and other such stuff will also be taught." He took a pause and looked at the three youngsters and said in a serious tone, "As a normal ninja, the life of your teammates takes the highest precedence. I am sure that you have saved your teammates or got saved many times during missions. At times, you might have done that at the cost of your mission. But in Anbu, the mission comes above everything else. Failing missions can have grave consequences for our village. And getting captured by an enemy is a strict no. So you will also be trained to resist torture and will also be equipped with multiple means of ending your own life if need be." The faces of the three youngsters grew grim. They all realized that this wouldn't be as easy as their Genin and Chunin lives. And they realized that the risks to their lives during their time in the Anbu will be the highest. Tsuyoshi looked at them and asked, "Any doubts?" All three replied, "No, Captain." Tsuyoshi smiled and said, "Good. Though we may experience difficult situations, unless there is no choice, we won't abandon our comrades. So no need to be tense. But do train very hard so that we won't ever have to be in a position like that. As an Anbu, you will have access to the training grounds and rooms that are specifically reserved for the Anbu. In the entire village, these facilities are among the very best. So in addition to my training, you can train there to steadily and rapidly build your strength." A smile formed on Fujin's face. He had heard that Anbu training facilities had training rooms similar to the Forest of Death. So they probably had elemental stones. He couldn't wait to get his hands on them. He would take every ryo that Hiruzen won by betting on him back with interest. Tsuyoshi got up and said, "I will take you to your first mission as an Anbu." Chapter 239, Chapter 236, The Graduation Exam. The youngsters were surprised to hear that they would take a mission on their first day. After such a long talk, they expected at least a few weeks of training. Teru asked in surprise, "A mission on our first day?" Both Fujin and Kane also had the same question. Tsuyoshi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. Since you are new here, we will be taking an easy mission. so you will get to do a mission and get used to the Anbu way of operating at the same time. He grabbed his mask and put it on and said, as I said, outside the room, you will only refer to me by my code name. He walked out of the room. The boys put on their masks and followed him out. At the same time, the Konoha Academy was very busy. It was the day of the graduation exam. 359 students from the final year were taking the exam in various classrooms. Hyuga Hakiro looked at the file and said, "Next, Daisuke Daisuke." Daisuke stood up and walked to the front of the classroom. Hakiro looked at him and said, "Transform into Lord Hokage." Daisuke weaved hand signs and soon transformed into Hiruzen. He looked exactly like Hiruzen with no flaws in appearance. Hakiro nodded in approval. He and a couple more teachers entered his marks in their files. Hakiro said, "Good. Now show me substitution jutsu." Daisuke weaved hand signs and substituted himself with a log of wood placed in the class. He was even better at this jutsu than the transformation jutsu. Hakiro nodded once again and said, "Now create clones." Daisuke weaved hand signs and 3 clones appeared next to him. Hakiro was surprised. He said, "Good work. I can tell that you have worked hard in the last few months." Daisuke replied, "Thank you, Sensei. It is all because you were such a good teacher." Daisuke didn't have any reluctance or shame in giving him the credit. He was aware that Hakiro would have a major say in his final marks and could influence which squad he would be assigned to and who his sensei will be. Hakiro was pleased by the praise. He said with a smile, "You have passed the exam. Go back to your seat. Next, Anzai Bunko." Daisuke returned while Bunko took his place. Just like Daisuke, Bunko too did the 3 jutsu perfectly. Hakiro was surprised once again. He wondered, both Daisuke and Bunko were struggling a lot a few months ago. I was sure that they would fail the exam. How did they suddenly improve so much? He looked at the other 3 orphans in the classroom and wondered, have these 3 improved as well? He called out Iri Ryoma next. Just like the ones before him, he too completed the 3 jutsus. Hakiro praised him as well and called out, "Next, Suzuki Tatsuya." Tatsuya walked up to the front. Like others, he too performed all the 3 jutsus. This time, Hakiro wasn't surprised but he was very curious about how they improved so suddenly. He said, "Good, you have passed the exam as well. Next." However, Tatsuya interrupted him, "Sensei, I have a question." Hakiro looked at him and said, "Ask." Tatsuya asked, "Can I perform other jutsus to improve my score even further?" Hakiro was surprised. He nodded and said, "Sure, go ahead." However, he thought, what is going on? Not only has he mastered the 3 jutsus but even mastered more. A frown formed on his face. I already sent all the talented people from my class to the elite batch. Did I misjudge their talent? No, they definitely weren't this good half a year ago. Tatsuya's question also surprised the kids in the classroom. They didn't expect Tatsuya to learn a new jutsu in addition to learning the 3 required jutsus. After all, most of them had a hard time mastering those 3 basic jutsus. Daisuke, Bunko, and Ryoma especially stared at him. Despite being close friends, they weren't aware that Tatsuya learned another jutsu. Tatsuya weaved hand signs and pointed a finger at the log of wood. Fire release, 1 jutsu. A fire ray was released from the tip of his finger and landed on the wood. Soon, smoke appeared from the point of contact and after a few seconds, it caught fire. Hakiro quickly made a move and doused the fire. At the same time, the entire class looked at Tatsuya in awe. Among the 50+ students who took the exam, he was the only one to perform another jutsu. Hakiro patted Tatsuya's shoulder and praised, "Great work, Tatsuya. This will improve your score a lot. Do you have any other jutsu you want to show?" Tatsuya shook his head and said, "I have just learnt 1 jutsu so far, Sensei." I am also training in fire release, 2 jutsu, but I haven't learned it yet. Hakiro said, that is a rank D jutsu. You will need some time to learn it. But it's good that you have taken the initiative to learn by yourself. Keep working hard. Tatsuya excitedly said, yes, Sensei. Tatsuya returned to his seat as everyone stared at him. He felt very pleased with himself. Hakiro called out, next, Handa Bunjiro. Bunjiro walked to the front. He was very pumped after seeing Tatsuya's performance. He performed the 3 jutsus and said, Sensei, I also want to perform another jutsu. Hakiro didn't show his surprise and allowed him. Bunjiro quickly weaved hand signs. Water release, water pellet jutsu. He spat a bullet made of water at the log of the wood. It hit the spot Tatsuya had burned earlier and pierced 8 inches into the log. This time, Hakiro couldn't hide his surprise. He thought, that was a rank D jutsu. Though the piercing power of his jutsu was only because of the damage Tatsuya did to the log, the fact that he could aim it on point is even more amazing. He should have excellent chakra control and aim to do so. Hakiro's gaze towards Bunjiro changed. He praised him a lot before sending him back. He looked at the class and said, it is already noon. We will take a 30-minute break for lunch. As soon as he and the other teachers exited the room, Tatsuya and Bunjiro were surrounded by their classmates. In a matter of minutes, they had become the most popular kids in the classroom. Only Daisuke, Bunko, and Ryoma were upset and had a look of jealousy on their face. Fujin's analysis regarding the 5 orphans was on point. As he had speculated, there were slackers and hard workers in this group. Daisuke, Bunko, and Ryoma stopped training right after they learnt the 3 jutsus and could perform them without failing even once. They spent their time relaxing and playing. On the other hand, Tatsuya and Bunjiro checked their nature affinity and chose jutsus to learn from the library. As a result, they made much higher progress as compared to the other 3. Without the requirement of having to wait for everyone else to finish in order to visit Fujin, the differences became visible immediately. And in the future, these differences would expand further and break their little circle of friends. Daisuke would convince Bunko and Ryoma with his silver tongue and they would accuse Tatsuya and Bunjiro for training in secret and not hanging out with them. It would result in an argument that would end their 6-year-old friendship. While Tatsuya and Bunjiro were getting all the attention, Hakiro walked with a frown on his mouth as he wondered, how did these 5 improve so suddenly? It's unnatural. And they don't have any family members to guide them either. Though Daisuke praised me, I didn't have anything to do with their progress. He analyzed a lot before having a bad feeling. He thought, don't tell me that they are spies planted by other villages. After all, brainwashing young kids and sending them to other villages as a spy is done quite frequently. Though we do a background check, it isn't foolproof. I need to inform Lord Hokage. He quickly hurried to the Hokage's office. Chapter 240, Chapter 237, The Epic Missions of Anbu Black Ops. A/N, bonus chapter for reaching 3K Power Stones last week. Hiruzen had just returned to his office after giving the speech. He was about to get back to paperwork when Hakiro knocked on the door. Hakiro entered after receiving permission and greeted Hiruzen politely. Hiruzen asked, shouldn't you be conducting the exam? Why are you here? Hakiro replied, I gave the students a lunch break. I am here because I noticed something suspicious that didn't make much sense. So I wanted to inform you. Hiruzen asked, what did you notice? Hakiro informed him, my class has 5 orphans who always hang out together. Until a few months ago, I was sure that they would fail. But today, all 5 of them performed all the 3 jutsus perfectly. A couple of them even performed elemental jutsus. A look of surprise appeared on Hiruzen's face. He said, that's good. I didn't expect that we would have anyone outside the elite classrooms to learn elemental jutsus. Hakiro replied, me neither. That is why I am suspicious. However, Hiruzen wasn't worried. He asked, "What are their names?" Hakiro reported their names. Hiruzen nodded. The names were as he expected. He said, these 5 had approached Suzuki Fujin a few months ago for guidance and were tutored by him. That is probably why they progressed so quickly. You don't need to worry, but feel free to conduct a background check if you want to. Hakiro was surprised. He asked, "Is Fujin the one who graduated a couple of years ago at the top of his class?" Hiruzen nodded and said, "A few of them were in the same orphanage." Hakiro realized. He quickly thanked Hiruzen for providing the info and left. Hiruzen thought, that boy keeps on giving me surprises. I didn't expect him to be good at teaching as well. Still, from my reports, he spent very little time with them. How did they improve so quickly? Hiruzen wondered for a couple of minutes before stopping. He shook his head and thought, it isn't important how he managed that. The important fact is that he did. From Hakiro's words, those 5 children would have entered the Genin Reserve Force and wouldn't have achieved anything else. But now, since 2 managed to learn elemental jutsus, it's safe to say that those 2 will at least become chunins. If they work hard or have good luck, they might even become a jounin. After all, though it might not seem much to learn an elemental jutsu at the age of 12, the fact is that they made the progress in just a few months. If they could maintain that zeal for a few years, it'd be great. Regardless, this is a great achievement for Fujin. Hiruzen was very impressed with what Fujin did. The act of training 5 children in a village that has thousands of ninjas might seem insignificant. But from Hiruzen's point of view, it was very significant. After all, there were hundreds of ninjas in Konoha who could be considered veterans and were far more experienced than Fujin. If these ninjas also guided a few orphans or civilians in the academy and ensured that those kids reached the Chunin rank, Konoha's strength would grow exponentially. Hiruzen thought, initially, we didn't need any such training as all the clans would train their next generation with all their heart. But, after 3 great wars, the strength and numbers of the clan ninjas have severely dropped. Right now, the highest number of ninjas are from civilian families or orphans. It is unlikely that this would change in the future. However, these civilian students don't get the same level of guidance as the clan children. After all, there is no way a teacher can make a difference when teaching so many students who have different levels of talents in every different fight. Suddenly, Hiruzen had an idea. He thought, wait, instead of just hoping that someone guides these kids, how about I start a mentorship program? Hiruzen thought more about his idea and immediately began figuring out the details. In a couple of minutes, he decided, yes, this can be great. I will first make a list of ninjas that can provide good guidance. Then I will assign 5 students to each of them. They won't have to do anything actively. But once a month, they will have to spend a couple of hours with the students, solve their doubts and provide them with some guidance on how to proceed further and create a decent training plan for them. This way, we will be able to find all the hardworking or talented students that go under the radar. And I can even make some use of the retired ninjas who don't have anything to do. I could even ensure that most of such mentors are civilians or orphans themselves so that they would feel an emotional connection with the students and take them more seriously. Hiruzen saw Hitaki Takao entering the office with a bunch of files. Takao said, "Lord Hawk." However, Hiruzen interrupted him and instructed, "Keep those files to the side and call Shikaku to meet me at this moment." Takao was surprised to see how impatient Hiruzen sounded. He immediately placed the files in a corner and left. At the same time, Fujin, Teru, and Kane were hiding in the village while keeping a watch. Every single one of them was pissed off. Half an hour earlier, Tsuyoshi brought Fujin, Teru, and Kane to the streets of Konoha. He looked at them and asked in a serious tone, "Are you aware of where the new Konoha prison is?" The boys nodded. The old prison was close to the Uchiha compound. The new one was built next to the torture and interrogation department. Tsuyoshi said, "Since the Uchiha massacre, the duties of policing the village have also fallen on the Anbu, Your first mission is to hide out of plain sight and keep a watch on the village. If any fight is happening, you should break it off. If a crime is taking place, stop it and arrest the criminal and escort him or her to the prison. If it isn't, then keep hiding. Don't show yourself unless a situation occurs. We will meet back in the same room at 8 p.m. After saying that, he flickered away. Fujin, Teru, and Kane watched with dumbfounded expressions as their captain gave them the most boring of the jobs and ran away. Fujin immediately cursed, "What the fuck?" He looked at Teru and said, "You said Anbu missions are thrilling." Teru was left speechless. Kane sighed and said, "I had heard that all Akimichi clan members are polite, straightforward, and kind-hearted. It looks like it isn't correct." The group was still shocked at how seriously Tsuyoshi had informed them about the mission and ran away before they could react. Teru said in a dejected tone, "I didn't know that Anbu were also given the duty of policing the streets. No wonder Lord Hokage recruited so many new Anbu. It looks like the newbies will be made to police the village until the training is done." Fujin said with a sigh, "I never expected that I'd say that the bandit extermination missions were more interesting." Seeing that Fujin and Teru were dejected, Kane, being the oldest one in the group, took responsibility and said, "All right, that's enough brooding. Though the mission is boring, we should still do it seriously. It would be the worst if we do a bad job and they make us keep doing this mission as a punishment." Teru looked at him and said, "On the contrary, they might permanently put us in charge of policing if we do a very good job." Kane's eyes twitched. He said, "Stop behaving like kids and keep a watch seriously." Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, "We are watching over civilians. Why are you talking as if two S-rank ninjas are going to clash in this street in the next couple of seconds?" Kane was left speechless. Though he tried to instill seriousness, Fujin was on point. They didn't need to be serious while watching over civilians. At the same moment, all three stared at the street and kept staring for a few seconds. However, nothing happened. Teru sighed and said, "You suck at jinxing, Fujin. Looks like we will have a boring day." Fujin sighed as well, "Yet. Leave it. Let's take our positions." The trio stopped complaining and took their positions. They kept an eye on the surroundings while staying hidden. None of them was very serious as the job was too easy and boring. Fujin wondered, now, what to do. After thinking for a bit, he made a hand sign. Shadow Clone Jutsu. He used the jutsu thrice and created 3 clones. 2 clones had 10% of his maximum chakra while the third had 40% of his chakra. The clone with the maximum chakra moved to the 23rd training ground. He continued his training of modifying his jutsus with yin and yang chakra and relearning them. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 clones went to the library. Fujin analyzed, the chances of any incident happening is low. Even if it does, the involved parties should be very weak. I will keep 40% of my chakra with me in case of an emergency. As long as nothing happens, my chakra will regenerate throughout the day. Meanwhile, 1 clone will keep modifying my jutsus. And the other 2 clones will begin training in fire manipulation. If we receive the same mission tomorrow as well, then I will begin training in fire manipulation seriously while keeping an eye as well." Fujin let out a chuckle as he realized, I expected to receive some very difficult missions in Anbu. To think that I would get a rank D mission like when I became a genin. And that I would sneakily train an element as I did during the academy days. Life is strange, ha ha ha. Anyways, this is good too. Though it will take a bit longer now, I will still manage to modify all my jutsus in a few months. And I also learn fire release jutsus. That should improve my combination of jutsus with the summons considerably. It'd be best if I can complete all of that before having to go on the deadly missions. Just like Fujin, around 80 other Anbu ninjas were keeping an eye on the village. 90% of them were inducted into the Anbu on that day. Though their excitement was doused as well, the fire lit by Hiruzen still existed in their hearts. Like Fujin, they too began thinking about the ways they could get stronger. In the following period of peace, their strength would grow rapidly. And along with them, Konoha too would close its chapter of weakness and revive its military might. A/N, we crossed 2K Power Stones. There will be a bonus chapter next Saturday as well.